Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 481. The Last Gambit. Oscar was trapped. From above, the spiked flail bore down in a spread of fire, and below, the spiraling fingers of flame reached out with its blazing grasp, clutching with a vice grip. He tucked closer to Erden, and his best deer stomped all four hooves in the air, for bursts of concentrated magma erupting with the roaring of a volcano. Oscar bolted upward, bolstered by the frenzied boost from Erden's blazing trail. As Erden's magma melted down the inferno below, Oscar neared the one above, controlled by the spiked flail. The potency of these flames, ignited by a grade 8, was accompanied by a crushing heat that constricted his dry skin to his flesh like being bound by invisible chains. Propping his shield close to his chest and head, he merged his right drill into Erden's antlers, the sapphire ivory metals scraping in shrill cries until becoming one. A long lance of blue and gold, burning blazes along its lengthy body. He licked his dry and bleeding lips and leaned forward, almost laying flat on Erden's back with his stomach. After a short second, he reached the spiked flail and the ocean of fire following its fall. The moment his lance touched Willet's weapon, everything became silent. The fires vanished as if they were never there. An instant burst of force from the first second of their clash shrieking across the blue sky. Oscar gritted his teeth and tried to struggle against the repulsive shockwave, but he and Erden couldn't hold on and were flung away. Oscar observed his now unfused golden drill and Erden's antlers, noting they had no scratches except for the droplets of melted metal flowing on the surfaces and dripping down from the edges. He forced more iron into the drill to reform it anew and did the same for Erden because the deer's metallic, melded body was made of iron while the guy's was running. He's good, very good. Oscar quelled the admiration boiling in him and focused on his opponent. Willet was flying high above and threw murderous gazes at Oscar. The spiked flail's chains coursed like a snake around Willet and coiled him from a distance, the tiny wings along the links keeping it afloat. Strands of flames flickered in the open areas between the twisting chains, and Oscar could tell from his experience against Maya that it was the same defensive technique of an encompassing searing barrier. But was it the exact same? He raised his hand and fired an iron-boosted golden breaker, the upgraded form of his silver star that he learned from one of Drakenport's knight Exalt. The golden breaker reached Willet in a flash and exploded into thousands of fragments, carried by the charged shattering wave he placed inside it. When Maya faced his technique a long time ago, she suffered several wounds from the tiny sharp debris, but Willet's flames melted each one down into a droplet of molten rain. Willet shifted to the left and tossed out another trifecta of meteors toward him. Erden dodged and Oscar moved his shield to block the incoming spiked flail, but before the flaming weapon of numerous shifting eyes and wings could touch him, it suddenly zipped behind, turning several sharp angles like a real fly, and attacked his back. Erden reacted faster than Oscar could think and enclosed his antler wings between Oscar's back and the spiked flail. For good measure, he flowed his spell into Erden, coating them in indestructible gold. The flail stuck into him, enveloping him and Erden in flames. Under his golden armor, he found himself getting farther and farther away from Willet, constantly pushed away. The rushing wind and the incessant buzzing of the insect wings drove themselves into his ear before something else entered the stage. Was it a slight hum? No, it was the sound of something sizzling. Oscar widened his eyes at the spiked flail trying to dig into his side, and his body became bound by the chains. Oscar roared, his ripple shroud and shattering wave crackling out with his desperation behind it. The chains loosened and were flung away, and the spiked flail deflected to the other side. Oscar and Erden rushed away before an ear-splitting roar resounded from behind. He had just managed to escape the explosion, barely. Oscar winced and grimaced at the charred hand. The arm guard had melted off, leaving his hand exposed even with his defensive powers. He didn't have a moment's rest as Willet's flail flew back at him, and the spells never ceased to try to burn him to a crisp. Oscar returned fire with golden breakers and golden rods. Separating from Erden, he coordinated a pincer attack to create an opening to reach Willet. However, he quickly realized the true terror of Willet's meld wasn't in the speed or the destructive powers of flame engraved in every link and spike. The battle made it clear the true powers lay in the eyes, ever watchful and all-seeing. He Demon and Erden changed defenses, constantly trying to bait for the other to enter Willet's blind spots. But the buggy eyes caught everything, and Willet responded with his own counters. His enemy was fast and fought in a slippery manner, flooding them with fire at the most opportune times while keeping a distance. Were all Claude family members fighters of this disposition? Oscar hated facing the people who kept their distance and ran at the first chance. The question remained, how would he break through Willet's defenses? He recovered some used Ein via Ein Awaken every time it was available, and it was a 2 versus 1. Dragging this out would lead Willet to retreat or succumb to exhaustion. But time was the issue here. The Swamp Zappers had a limited time in deterring the Vorpalaires. He had another option, a risky one. His battles hadn't been as harsh as this one in a long while. Oscar lowered his hands, one charred and the other still safe within the gauntlets. Willet's flail set a direct course toward him, exhausting flames from the beating of its wings and spiraling, the spikes blurring at horrific speeds. Oscar exhaled and calmed his beating heart, waiting for the one moment to arrive. It's here! The spiked flail reached an inch before his head, and Oscar dashed to its side with all the speed he could muster from his iron. Before the chains could move, he grabbed them right at the base of the spiky ball. Sweat flowed profusely down his entire body, but he clung tightly, clenching his hands until the gauntlet broke apart into pieces. He drew upon Erden's element to coat his hands in flames, the searing pain in his palms diminishing by the second. What? Willet screamed. The spiked flail's wings beat furiously to the point the buzzing returned to silence. Not even the winds could pick up the sounds of their harsh movements. Oscar wasted no time and retaliated. While Willet held the advantage of a grade 8 meld, he held the advantage in pure physical power. Reese users were not to be underestimated, and Oscar proved their worth by pulling with all his might. Willet's figure, surrounded by floating chains, became larger and more distinct. Finally, he came within Oscar's range. He absorbed the Reese from the tugging chains and concentrated everything into his golden drill. On the other side, Erden concentrated his flames into an orb, resembling a mini-sun, between his antlers and threw it with all his might at the dragged Willet. Oscar noticed the spiked flail start to make the sizzling noise again, the signs of an explosion waiting to happen. Rather than back away, Oscar forged ahead, unleashing his iron omnireus. What was a little pain compared to killing this man before him? It all happened in the same instant. The spiked flail exploded from the tips of its spikes to the chains surrounding Willet. Oscar's iron omnireus thundered and devastated the air into hurricanes along its path, and Erden's flaming sun shone brightly, blinding Oscar's sight. Before he knew it, everything became enveloped in light, searing the image of a completely white landscape in his eyes. He couldn't hear anything. His eyes failed to recover, seeing only the blankness of a white paper. After a few seconds, he found that he was still flying in the air, passing by the two suns in the sky. In a forceful grunt, he halted his body and peered ahead. Much to his relief, Erden was uninjured, though he fared worse. His entire 2 arms were charred, and his helmet had half melted off. His left shoulder was completely exposed and had been burned black as well. He made the right call earlier. His flames continued to burn around his body protectively, a lesser form of what Willet had been doing since he didn't have a meld like his. He shuddered at the thought of what might have happened if he didn't use indestructible gold and Sunfire Shroud. Impossible. What the hell are you? Willet panted, his bloodied and mangled hands grasping the chains and his voice quivering as blood forced its way out his throat. He suffered a huge burn on his back, exposing the skin or what was left of it. His chest and arms were a mess of torn flesh, barely held together by his bones and sinews of flesh and muscle. He coughed out more blood and cried an agonized wail. How can you use 2 elements? That is Sunfire Shroud. Who are you? Oscar stared at Willet's faltering body, the ruby eyes no longer as clear and bursting with intent. Once their gazes met, he threw out a wave of golden rods and mixed in a spell of scorching embers that rode on the golden rods. Willet willed his spiked flail to defend, and the golden rods exploded in great flames. The iron alone made his spells more potent than ever, but it went a step further when he combined the 2 elements of fire and metal, 2 spells of iron, of different elements, merging to become something greater. Simply coating his metal in flames had a lesser effect. Only a true fusion of spells could reach this height. Willett seemed to have had enough, clearly losing his mind from Oscar and Erden's combined attacks. He flew toward Oscar, a madman. Oscar welcomed the frontal confrontation, bolting toward Willett with all his speed as Erden tangled with the spiked flail. This behavior was strange, a counter to Willett's refined battle tactics until now. He might have actually lost his wits. However, a strange fluctuation glinted in his enemy's eyes, and Oscar remembered one of Maya's specialties, the hypnotic, seductive gaze. He couldn't counteract in time and fell under the spell, his mind starting to numb to a halt. Before any coherent thought could form, it disappeared like it never existed, and Oscar began to be trapped within his thoughts, a haze enveloping him. "Die!" Willett shouted. The chains around his body lashed out like rattling metal whips at Oscar's body. He smirked and was overcome by the euphoria of victory. A strong person like this and a Prialapos were certain to be great achievements for his empire and his dear Maya. Then, he felt something? Or was it nothing? He couldn't see it, but something flashed to his right. He couldn't believe his eyes at the masked stranger holding an arm in his hands. An arm? Where did he get that from? Willett came upon a horrifying realization and turned to look at his right arm, gasping at the empty air where the arm should be. When did he tear off his arm? Thoughts and questions fumbled and jumbled in his brain, rattling around ceaselessly. But they all turned and focused on a single question. How did the stranger remove his powerful hypnosis in time? Willett staggered his gaze back to the stranger, and his heart sank, his body running colder than the searing heat of his chains. A single chilling eye peeked out from the melted-off half of the helmet, and then a scoff cleared the air. Willett unknowingly started to pull back, floating backward, but he felt a slight thud and saw bloody antlers protruding from his chest. What? Willett weakly grasped the antlers with his remaining hand. Seeing the blood flowing out of his arm and chest, he let out an incoherent sound, unable to form the words to express his wild thoughts. He should have remained behind. He should have waited longer. All of his regrets spilled out like the blood exiting his body. He raised his head to the two suns and saw a beautiful woman with the same eyes and hair as him. Maya. He remembered the first moment he met her when he was 10, and she was 15. It was the first sprout of love he had ever felt for another. She was his shining sun, her every smile blossoming fields of flowers in his dreams. It was over, all over. He gasped and struggled to keep the darkness at bay, crying as they swallowed up Maya's figure in the two suns. No sun, no light, not even a spark. Only darkness lay before him. His death had arrived. Idiot. As long as I'm here, Oscar will never be killed by something like that. We will survive no matter what. Demon drank a grade 2 Emilio elixir to heal parts of his wounds. He glanced at the battle happening below. Everyone stopped their fighting and stared at him. His allies were clearly shocked and in awe, unable to keep their jaws closed. The enemies grew paler and trembled under his chilling observation. Looks like I have to do the cleanup. Let's go, beast, Demon said. Don't call me that, you bastard, Erden cursed, his antlers swaying Willett's body around. Demon said to the others, leave your lives behind. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 482. Vorpalares, the Great Gift. When his words reached the enemy below, their reaction was the opposite of what Demon expected of them. Their quivering shoulders stilled and broadened, stoic and wide like statues, and their faces hardened into steely focus, eyes narrowing and locking onto him. The fear he saw in them was completely gone. But those expressions weren't of confidence either. They had no emotion behind their dull gazes like a dead fish's, not a vigor of life in those hazy pupils. Demon had seen this look in many others during the war in the Burning Valley, during the battles underneath Convicia City, the looks of those who had given up on surviving, driven only by the remnant instinct to take as many of the enemy with them. Very well, you can follow your leader to the grave. After finishing his last words, Demon flew down and bisected one of the Exalts in half, then rushed in between, showering in the blood and spilled organs, and reduced another to ash with a flaming shattering wave. Erden stomped in from above like a meteor and pummeled a hole in the enemy group, skewering two of them along with Willet's corpse. Behind him, the survivors on his side shouted at the top of their lungs and joined in the battle. They fought without reservations, spilling the blood of the enemy like a group of ravenous wolves, berserkers that hacked any person standing in their way into pieces. Drinking another elixir, Demon stood and watched them continue their slaughter until the enemy was vanquished. They all turned to him, covered from head to toe in blood, and raised their weapons and anima up and down. Their cries and grunts rose in intervals like the slow beating of a drum, slow and powerful. One victory chant after another accompanied by the endless gunfire around them. Take the Vorpalair. Secure the ship. He relayed one final order, and they rushed into the scarlet vessel to slaughter the rest of the crew inside and gain control. He looted the space pockets and possessions of all the slain enemies. From a single wave of his hand, the corpses burned into ashes, leaving their bright cores for Erden to feast upon. Seeing Erden munch down on their corpses, Demon almost reached out his hand to grab one but thought better of it. Oscar had rejected this method and called it the way of the depraved. The depraved were Exalts who utilized the cores of other humans in alchemy and fabrication, creating dark elixirs and armaments from the flesh, blood, and bones of others. They became cursed creations at the hands of the vilest and depraved people, much like the New Dawn and their Reese cores made from the bodies of Reese users. Demon couldn't understand Oscar's misgivings. After all, they ate and consumed the cores of Exalt's beasts, using them to create weapons and elixirs. What difference did it make if it was another human? Forget it. Demon shook his head and decided to follow Oscar's wishes for now. Their progress wouldn't be stopped by refusing to consume these cores, and occasionally he had to indulge in Oscar's rules, or else he'd be ostracized. He snapped his fingers at Erden, currently bulging cheeks like a chipmunk, a gluttonous moron, and pointed toward the other fleet nearby. Without saying a word, Demon leaped into the next battlefield, still having ample time in his guise to keep fighting. He and Erden burst into the currently ongoing battle. With fire and metal, flames and gold, Demon coordinated with Erden to devastate the enemy from behind. Many fell under his blows. One cried out for their lord, whoever that was, and Demon crushed his head within his hands to silence the annoying cries. Satisfied by the silence from the headless corpse, Demon directed the survivors to take the Vorpalair. He carried on to the other two battlefields, hearing the same cries for their lord, and shut their mouths. A wave of cool water spread along his burns, slowly reversing the blackened burns into healthy skin. It came from the girl Susan, her hands holding the staff and quivering. She finally stopped after his wounds healed and nearly fell from exhaustion if not for urine holding her up. Is it over? Susan sounded weak. It is. Salvage what we can, Demon ordered and flew away. He re-entered Garantium through an open hatch and hurried to the main bridge. Reaching out his hand to the orb, he reformed the link and commanded Garantium to stop firing and return to its original form. Outside, the arches of ships retracted, reconnecting to others until they reformed into a sphere. The barrier returned, staring from a faint wisp of iron that expanded into ripples until it spread to the other side of Garantium. He could feel the enemy Marshal Exalts scrambling to escape. The cheers from outside tremored through the metal halls, followed by Rennie's rallying cry, her presence reaching everywhere to let all know about their victory. Demon couldn't care less about the others and entered his room, locking the door for some quiet. He replayed the battle against Willet in his mind, thinking about how it could have gone better without being severely injured. A few minutes later, he sighed and cracked his shoulders. Oscar was starting to awaken in the inner world. He had to relinquish control to him soon, so he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to retreat within. Damned hypnosis! The haze finally lifted, and Oscar found himself staring at the familiar metal ceiling of his room. He had tried his best to break through the illusion, but Willet's spell was more complex than he had thought. If Demon had not been there, he would have been. He stopped his mind from spiraling into that pit of what if. Demon's strength was his strength and an advantage. He didn't think he was weaker because he sometimes had to rely on Demon. He got off the bed and poured himself a cup of water. His tired body hungered for more, so he feasted on his rations of meat, devouring them without reserve as oil dripped down his wrists. Erden, Are you alright? Oscar asked through a mental transmission. Injured here and there, but overall I'm good. A grade 8 meld was more troubling than we had thought. Erden responded. It was a mistake to avoid using fire spells to hide my power. I should use both elements from the start if I run into another enemy like him. Oscar finished his meal with a satisfied burp and started to wash his body in the bathroom. The attention of using 2 elements will not favor us. Demon interjected. But if it's for our survival, use it without fear. Hard to tell when to use it or not. Oscar pondered under the streams of hot water passing through his sweat-ridden and bloodied body. If the New Dawn has anyone in grade 8 with a Reese core or a natural like Adam, we might be in trouble. Worse if there's a grade 9. The chances of that are slim but can't be ignored. We need to achieve the integration stage, Erden said from outside the bathroom. Who knows how your anima will react when integrating into you? You carry a part of me within you. Our meld is already more powerful than the norm, or reach the martial Exalt realm, but I'm still far from that. Oscar dried himself and put on his wedding ring from his space pocket, having taken it off in times of battle to avoid any damage. The golden diamond reminded him of Avril's gleaming golden eyes as if she were here right now, smiling at him. He kissed the ring lovingly and wore his spare armor and robes to hide his face. Moments later, he entered the main bridge. Fierce applause and cheers resounded at his arrival. The citizens raised their cups to him. The children sang songs of heroism. The Exalts chanted in the drums of victory again, and even the martial Exalts laughed and cheered out for their shipmaster. If not for his previous experience as the ruler of the Burning Valley, he would have been overwhelmed by their praises, and now he waved his hand around and simply waited for them to get their delight and joy of victory out until they settled down. The martial Exalts ordered everyone to return to their stations and led Oscar into a private room. Shipmaster, I didn't think you had the power to kill a grade 8. Not just a grade 8, but also a member of the Claude family. Hugh coughed out his words, his smile wrinkling his cheeks and brow like a squeezed towel. Young Susan did right by bringing you to me. Your identity may still be uncertain, but we all accept you. Elias smiled and placed his hand over Oscar's shoulder in a warm, welcoming gesture. If only we, 3 failures, could match up to your achievements. We couldn't kill a single martial Exalt during this fight. Those bastards are as slippery as ever. Rennie stomped his foot, clearly angered. We were of no use other than being there to block them, and that was enough. Those martial Exalts are specialized in being defensive and evasive, just the kind to hold a city hostage. Oscar removed his helmet and ran his hand through his short hair. He looked out the closed door where celebrations rang through. He pursed his lips and asked, "How much did we lose?" Hugh furrowed his wrinkled brow and said, "Around 200. The losses would have been far more severe without Garantulam's constant firing. But they are still our losses." Solemn silence filled the room, and Oscar closed his eyes to pray for the lost souls, to whom he did not know. A primar? The heavens? The mythical gods above? Whoever it was, he hoped they would care for the lost. After finishing his moment of silence and prayer, Oscar asked, "Did we secure the Vorpalaires?" "All 4 are accounted for. They only need a slight touch-up. We also salvaged a lot of the remains of the enemy's fleet." "Why? Do you have an idea?" Elias asked. "Garantulam is also at its last legs. Soon it will fall apart. The last battle must be the one to create our passage through the front lines." Oscar patted the wall and tapped it like a child's head. "From this defeat, the enemy will take us far more seriously. I wouldn't be surprised if they send out a more powerful fleet," Rennie said, staring at the map of the continent. "Exactly, but let's take the fight closer." Oscar pointed at an open plain before a familiar location, the spiraling willow forest, where he first met Abe and freed Frederick. The borders were sprawled in the forest. "Using the Vorpalaires?" Hugh opened his eyes. "They're perfect. They just need a slight modification." Oscar grinned. He thanked Willett for bringing him the perfect weapons to return home. "Give me a month and we'll be home." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 483. The Final Charge. Bang, bang, bang. Garbed in his fabricator uniform, Oscar struck the swiftly with measured power. Not too hard and not too soft, striking just right for his purposes. On the bottom hull of one of the airships, A part glowed brightly from being heated to a malleable, shapeable state. His hammer pounded, striking flatly to round out the hull. Embers and excess impurities sparked like fireworks and showered on him, pitter-pattering like drizzles of sleet hail on his uniform. For the past month, he had worked on the vorpalaires and fixed up Garantulum as much as he could take it. Finally, with this last airship, all the preparations were completed. Oscar splashed some oil and was immediately surrounded by the toxic fumes of the quenching process. Fumes plumed as the red glow diminished until the black color returned. The repair completed at last. Oscar nodded in satisfaction and flicked out a slight ripple shroud, the fumes bursting away and dispersing into nothing. Finished. Everything was finished. It was ready, he was ready. The last battle, the final gambit to return home, was sure to be the harshest battle so far as it was close to the crux of the enemy's front lines, and Oscar had to get Garantulum ready to endure until its job was done. Stuffy inside, he removed his helmet and let the winds wash off the sweat overflowing on his face. He gulped down an entire jug of water for his parched throat and sat on a metal beam. Under the night sky, the clouds stretched thinly across as if being pulled by whatever waited beyond the horizon. As they swayed and drifted away, many dots of glimmering stars peeked out and embraced the open air, centered around the crescent moon. The waves moved lazily, barely able to be called waves, more like tiny ripples pinching over the ocean surfaces. Serene and calm, Oscar enjoyed nights like this but also didn't. Reflecting on his past, whenever he stared out at the grand scenery of nature at its most peaceful, he usually had to dive into danger later. These moments were always so fleeting to him, barely a beat in his memories among the storms of conflict and war. Oscar patted Erden's head by his side and murmured, "Glad you're here." Erden chuckled and rested on the metal beam. He spoke with his real voice. "Who else would accompany you?" "Avril." Oscar answered instantly and fell silent for a few moments before continuing. "I hope she's well." He rubbed his left hand, tracing the ring through the thick glove. He missed her. He missed her a lot. He wanted nothing more than to share this peaceful moment with her and fall asleep in her embrace. "Well, until we see her again, you're stuck with me." His dear friend snorted and yawned deeply. "It's getting late. Get some rest." Oscar grunted, "Right." He put his fabricator helmet back on, floated with Erden to the flagship, and returned to his room. Before closing the window, he took a final glance at the peacefulness of tonight, basking in it for as long as he could. He knew there would be none tomorrow. Avril stopped her feet and turned around, keeping her hair still against the whistling winds. Her heart thumped faster for no reason, and she darted her eyes around for the source of the strange feeling in her chest. The chirping of crickets resounded through the thick foliage of the forest. Tall spiral oaks coiled upward like screws holding the heavens together. Nothing was lurking except for the snake lazily wrapped around the trunk of an oak tree, holding itself together by biting on its tail. Then what was the source? Fear didn't grip her heart like this, nor did anxiety. She soon found her answer and smiled. "Hubby, Oscar," Avril called out, then exclaimed to herself self-scoldingly, "Oscar couldn't be here right now." She cupped her hand over her ring and held it close to her chest, softly humming while crunching the leaves under her feet as she continued her route. "Dear husband, you must be thinking of me right now, aren't you?" She laughs, knowing how you think. She retrieved a book from her cloak and wrote about what happened just now into it. After separating from Oscar, she bought an empty book to use as a diary so Oscar could know about her travels. She wondered how much Oscar would love to read it once they reunite. "Don't be so full of worry. I'll be back soon." She found a dirt road and strode down it until it became a more well-paved stone road, the signs of closing in on civilization. Following it, she exited the forest and rested her staff upright on the stone. She bit her lower lip and nearly welled up with tears before she forced them back. A village lay before her. Small houses stood side by side, completely dark inside. The doors were closed, and the windows were shut as everyone probably rested for the night. The place had changed since the last time she was there. Flashes of flames overlapped the homes, and howling screams replaced the soft whispering of the winds. She groaned and wiped the cold sweat off her brow, forcibly pushing out the horrid memory with that of her time with Oscar. After briefly mumbling some pages they read together long ago, She faced the village and said, "I'm home." Early morning on the flagship, a mess of activity took place like a circus or festival. Soldiers in uniforms darted to and back from several hallways, meshing their feet on the metal floor, carrying crates of supplies and equipment. Citizens marched in droves, clamoring in conversations thrown from one end of the line to the other, exiting the flagship and traveling across the bridges between ships. Oscar watched the exodus of the people with a heavy heart. He was responsible for their lives now. Garantulum had done a great job protecting them, but that time was near ending. He patted the flagship's hull and thanked it for carrying them for so long. In a faint whisper, he wished for it to hold on until the job was done because their fate would be determined today, life or death, a massacre or liberation awaiting them. Faint metallic steps clinked closer, and Oscar looked to see it was Hugh, the elder Marshal Exalt. The old man drew closer and bowed even though his position outweighed Oscar's, speaking in a weary voice. "Everyone is in position. We're ready to set off, shipmaster." "Sorry," Oscar apologized. "I'm sorry for what you have to do." Hugh patted Oscar's shoulder and sat down with him to watch the sun begin to rise from the east, a faint sliver of orange peeking from the horizon. "I'm old. Many of my friends have died or retired into obscurity after failing to advance. Others of my generation have moved far past me, and the younger ones like Rennie and Elias are already caught up." The wrinkles deepened on the old Exalt as he coughed and drank some water to calm himself down. "I've wasted away for most of my life, never achieving what other greats have done, what you have done. Everyone believes that a moment comes with a person can truly shine. It never came for me." "Do you truly believe that?" Oscar asked solemnly. "I always wondered why I kept living for so long when my potential had all but dried up. But now I know. It's not any different from what you did for the divine essence." Hugh rasped and smiled. "This will be my moment. Thank you, Oscar Tur, for giving this old life a final chance to be a great Exalt. So you believe in my identity?" Oscar turned away from the sunrise to the old Exalt. "At this point, if anyone says otherwise, they're fooling themselves." Hugh rose to his feet and offered Oscar a hand, which he gladly took. After Oscar got up, Hugh clenched his hand and nodded. "I'll make sure everyone can get through." Oscar said his farewells, and Hugh went his way inside the flagship. The old Exalt's back was straight, unlike his usual hunch, and his shoulder broad and wide, almost as if he had returned to being a younger man. Oscar sighed and flew away, whispering, "All the luck to you, Lord Hugh." He went inside an airship at the edge of Garachulum, and the numerous Exalts inside parted to create a pathway. Walking down the path, surrounded by the trusting gazes and smiles of the others, Oscar entered the main bridge, smaller than the flagships, and rested on a chair set out for him. Garachulum flew high into the sky, controlled not by Oscar but by Hugh. For the past month, he had taught Hugh how to form to link and the intricate commands engraved in the control orb, and now the time had come to put that training to use. Garantulum set out in its directed course, flying straight toward the plains before the spiraling willow forest. Oscar sighed and held his lowered head in his hands, not wanting to look outside the window like everyone else. His plan had to work. It had to. "The enemy!" someone shouted. Oscar lifted his head and followed their gazes to the window. A vast fleet blanketed the horizon, hundreds or even thousands of them waiting for them. Willet's fleet didn't even come close in numbers and quality of ships. Behind the initial line of enemy ships was a floating city. From here, he could see the vast number of cannons and weaponry on the fortresses and buildings sprawled along the triangle base. The ship was the Excrucier, the most powerful airship with vast firepower and a city-level barrier to protect it. A gleam of sunlight reflected from the sharp points of its triangular base, well suited for ramming into enemies. "Surrender now or be destroyed." An announcement came from the enemy. Their aim was obvious. They wanted the plans to Garantulum and the recovery of the 4 Vorpalaires that Willet lost. Oscar gripped the armchairs of his seat and said, "It's up to you now, Elder." Garantulum went full throttle, bursting across the open plains. By 30 miles in, its cannons started to fire, and scores of enemy airships fell, but the Excrucier remained untouched. Still, the Gatnons had done good work, sticking every spiderweb projectile on its barrier, electrifying, and piling on each other. Going through this blockade of an Excrucier and several other Vorpalaires would have been a reckless death if not for the fact he had Garachulum and the 4 Vorpalaires. Hugh controlled the ship well, spiraling it into the air to evade the enemy's return fires. High-tier ships and Vorpalaires gave chase, but the biggest problem was the Excrucier, thundering sparks and earthquakes following its flight as it gained on Garachulum. So many ships remained ahead, swarming on Garachulum, hitting their hulls against the barrier to slow it down. Oscar gave the signal to Rennie and shouted, "Now!" A black pyramid shot out and destroyed everything in its way, ships shredding into scrap metal, paving the way for Garachulum to continue its maniacal flight. At the end of its flight, the black pyramid exploded and broke apart the enemy's formations. Oscar cheered along with the others. The Vorpalaire worked wonderfully. Garachulum alone couldn't break through, but the Vorpalaire gave it the piercing power to create the openings. Again, Oscar said once, twice, and thrice. The 4 Vorpalaires had been spent, the vastly expensive and powerful airships used as mere piercing rounds fired from Garachulum's body. The barriers are down. Their Vorpalaires have penetrated through. Rennie shouted, red-faced from exerting too much iron to hold back the crushing pressure of the enemy's martial exalts. "It's all on Hugh. Trust him." Elias clenched his teeth, sweating profusely onto the floor. Garachulum spun rapidly, and everyone held on to the closest object, trying not to be tossed around. Then it stopped. Garachulum entered Kraken mode, stretching out a tendril and flicked it. It fired a few ships, Oscar's included, detaching them from its structure and sending them barreling through the air past the last line of enemy ships. Nothing but the blue sky greeted them forward. Oscar ran and forced through the crowd to look behind at the surrounded Garachulum. The enemy ships had surrounded it, and others chased them, but not too close, even slowing down after a few seconds. They seemed focused on procuring GOL-4's pinnacle design. "Farewell, Hugh." Rennie saluted by Oscar's side. Everyone in the room stood at attention and saluted as well, giving their solemn, silent praise to the old Exalt. Flames sprouted from Garachulum's hull. Bright light blasted out like beams, spreading until nearly every inch of Garachulum was leaking. Oscar held his breath and watched his creation explode with the force of 1,000 thunders. He grimaced and knelt on the floor, bowing his head in honor of Garachulum and Hugh. The force of the explosion reached them. Shock waves of devastating winds rammed into their ships, and everyone returned to clinging on for dear life. The martial exalts tried their best to stabilize the ships, but they had to take care of 5. Oscar's ship spiraled out of control and hit the ground. It didn't end there. His ship bounced like a ball and rolled over willow trees until it finally stopped. Oscar punched his way out of the wreckage. A ruined path of tossed-up dirt and felled willow trees greeted him, a scattering of metal lining the path like cobblestone on the road. He grunted and got out of the ship, planting his feet on the ground. "Halt!" someone shouted. Oscar paused, not because of what the person ordered. That voice was familiar, so familiar. It had been so long that he nearly forgot what his friend sounded like. It sounded more mature and rough, but it was him. Oscar didn't doubt for a moment that it was him. He could never mistake him for another. Hot tears overflowed from his eyes, hidden by his helmet. He turned around and said, "Fred, Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 484, Pour the Wine." Standing before him was Fred, his dear best friend. The face was older than he remembered, slightly rugged and worn around the edges. His green hair flowing down his sides to his shoulders was unkempt, unorderly, and downright messy. Lines, not harsh enough to be called wrinkles, stretched across his forehead, faint but distinct, mapping out the tale of his endless trials and tribulations over the long years. The distinct scar that once covered half of his forehead started to wrinkle as his left yellow eye raised higher in doubt. Fred put down his hands, the twin blades within his grip swaying until they stuck into the dirt. They carved 2 lines into the ground as they were dragged along Fred's slow and shaky legs. He opened his mouth and then closed it, pressing his lips together while shaking his head, slight tears flowing down his cheeks. "No." Fred looked away. "No, it can't be. It can't be you," he repeated to himself, flickering between a smile and a frown endlessly. He pointed several times at Oscar with his head still shaking and said, "You're not him. You're not him. He's dead. It's impossible. Who are you?" He choked on his words, rubbing his hand over his reddened eyes. "Yup, impossible is the right word. But—" Oscar placed his hands on his helmet and lifted it off his head, dropping it on the ground without a care. He smiled, barely able to see through the ocean of tears, and stepped closer toward Fred 1 foot at a time. His friend wore a face of shock, and an unintelligible sound escaped his mouth, almost like a gasp and a yelp combined. "I'm alive. I'm alive, Fred. It isn't an illusion or some trick. It's me, us. Is that truly, truly you?" His friend came closer until they were a mere foot apart, and Oscar realized just how much he had grown since then. When did Fred become so small? He rotated his head down, Fred being a few inches below him, unlike in the past when the other had the slight height advantage. Out of nowhere, Fred swung his arm, his fist slicing through the air and landing on Oscar's face with a loud impact. His head snapping back, Oscar grunted and staggered but remained in the same spot as his feet were unmoved. Fred's fist was still buried in his face, crushing his nose, a spot of spreading itchiness and burning sensation rising up the bridge to his forehead. But he refused to move his hands to block or swat the arm away. He wanted Fred to let it all out. After the punch, his friend's harsh and ragged breaths heaved across the air. "You bastard! If you were alive, you should have come sooner," Fred shouted. His fist retreated back, and he embraced Oscar in a brotherly hug. Crying, Oscar hugged Fred back, and they thumped each other's backs with their fists and tightened their grip as if choking the life out of each other. 20-some years. It had been so long since Oscar saw his best friend, his brother. The last time he saw him was when he kicked Fred away to the teleportation room to save him from the red root monster. The long years have not been kind to his friend and himself. To meet like this after everything he had been through, after everything Fred had gone through, was indescribable. They separated and gripped their hand on each other's shoulders, tugging back and forth with tearful smiles. Oscar was about to say something when he remembered everyone else on the ships. The exodus wasn't finished yet, not until he guaranteed everyone had made it across. That was the promise he made to them. "Fred, we have 5 ships of people, mostly civilians. We can talk all we want later. For now, we need to keep moving before the enemy can chase us," Oscar urged. Fred laughed and sheathed his blades. "You've gotten taller, OS, but you haven't changed a single bit. Look over there." He pointed toward the west. A fleet of airships donning the emblems and waving the flags of the Pavilion and Empire marched toward their location. The sheer military force of an Excrucier and other high-tier ships was on par with the enemy's. Oscar chuckled and wiped away his tears, only to be irritated as more formed without his control. "They'll be taken care of. Come, follow me. I can show you my lodgings." Fred swung his arm around Oscar's shoulders and led him away from the crash site. Rennie and Elias were flying upward and meeting with other powerful martial exalts, probably discussing their identities and making a report. Many exalts landed on the ground, either from flying or from landing airships, and conducted search and rescue. The civilians followed them to the airships and were sent to the Excrucier, the safest place they could be right now. Meanwhile, he followed Frederick through the spiraling willow forest, or what remained of it. So much had changed in 20 years. Many trees were uprooted, resting on their trunks, and many were simply missing, a series of random spots of nothing. It was highly unusual for the reputed thick foliage that was said to block out the 2 suns to create a world of darkness below. His feet crunched on dried mushrooms and withered algae, turning them into dust on the wind. The sunlight bounced and danced between the open spaces and branches. "Remember this place?" Fred asked. Before him was a large mansion behind walls and a gated fence. If memory served him correctly, this house was the old Elir estate. The house used to be worn down, boarded up, and nearly collapsing from age. But now it was clean, reinforced by cannons on the roof and soldiers stationed near the gates. "You turned this place into a headquarters?" Oscar felt conflicted. On one side, he understood it was necessary for war, but on the other, it was Abe's resting place. Outpost, any important one to relay information straight to Artemos City. Fred waved to the guards, who saluted and let him through with Oscar. He apologized to Oscar, sorry, it looks bad. But they needed a place to use, and this was ready-made with old formations that only needed to be tweaked and activated. Oscar entered the old mansion. Nothing inside had remained the same. Even the interior was completely reworked for the Empire's needs. Oscar strode across the hallways and followed Fred into a room with nothing inside except for a simple bed and a table with 2 chairs. Fred pushed the papers off the table and placed a bottle of wine and 2 cups. The liquid poured into the cup, each splash filling the air with its sweet grape scent, a pleasing aroma that calmed the heart and quelled the burst of emotions. Here, Fred placed the full cup on toward Oscar's seat. Oscar sat down and removed his gauntlets and arm guards, resting them near the corner of the table. Fred seemed to notice something, his head tilting to the side as his gaze focused on the ring on his finger. "You're married?" his friend asked. "I did, quite recently, in fact," Oscar answered, rubbing the golden diamond on his ring. Fred smiled and raised a cup, and Oscar responded by tapping his cup onto Fred's. They drank in silence until Oscar choked and coughed on the sudden bitterness attacking his tongue. "Still can't handle your alcohol?" Fred laughed. "And you're still the heavy drinker that I remember." Oscar placed his still-filled cup next to Fred's empty one. "A lot has changed since then, and some things stay the same. Look at you. You're taller and married now. Is she not with you?" Fred tried to refill his cup, but Oscar stopped him and took the bottle away. He poured small drops until his cup was filled to the brim and poured for Fred. "She's elsewhere. Listen." Oscar leaned forward, slightly drunken from the few sips he had. "I'm sorry I couldn't come back sooner. I should have been there for you and everyone else." "It's not your fault." Fred shook his head and sipped from his cup. He glanced at Oscar and said, "It's not your fault. Tell me, what have you been doing for the past 20 years? Oscar retold the story of everything he had gone through. His mouth never stopped and never ran dry as he spoke every account of his years away. He recounted his imprisonment in Ashen Grove with Gol, for meeting Erden and undergoing blood transmutation, the slaughter of the Grove Keepers, the destruction of the Red Root monster, and his eventual escape via teleportation portal. Fred listened in silence, never removing his gaze from Oscar as he continued to tell his story. He told of how he first met his wife, Avril, smiling fondly from his own words, their journey through Shaturma, taking over the Burning Valley with Sevon and Adam, escaping and crossing paths with the Ancients, entering the lands of Zerit and the Pools of Ascension, marrying and fighting in Convicia City, and leading the forces of Drakenport. The crystal lamp never lost its light, illuminating the room as brightly as when they first stepped inside. Oscar noticed his cup was empty and refilled it along with Fred's. Fred leaned forward and clasped his hand over the back of Oscar's neck. His voice tremored as he said, "I can't believe you're here after everything. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. I can't let my brother and others keep thinking I'm dead." Oscar gripped Fred's extended wrist and nodded. "I struggled and fought through armies and monsters, but my greatest fear was my memories would start to fade. It was pure agony to know I could barely recollect your faces, whereas I never forgot yours. But it's always been my nightmare, seeing the last face I knew of you to be when the Red Root monster took you." Fred cried and downed his cup to the last drop. The idiot couldn't stop drinking. Well, he couldn't stop either. "Fred, there is no nightmare, not anymore. I'm here and alive. I'm just glad to see you are as well." He wanted to refill Fred's cup, but the bottle was empty. Somehow, Fred took out another bottle and popped the cork open. Oscar downed his cup and let Fred pour more wine into it. He didn't drink and rested the cup on the table. "How is everyone else?" "That is another long story." Fred placed the cup away from him. He started to tell his tale of the events after leaving Ashen Grove. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 485. Everyone since then. "Hang on, it's quite stuffy in here." Erden interrupted before the start of the tale and squirmed his way out of Oscar's robes, peeking his small head out the neckline. His short stubby legs leaped through the air and plopped onto the table. "You must be Erden. Nice to meet you." Fred lifted his cup. "Thank you for being by Oscar's side. Same goes for me. I've only seen you in Oscar's memories. Nice to meet you at last." Erden tapped his antlers against Fred's cup, trotted his way over to the other corner of the table, and rested with his eyes closed, leaving himself out of their reunion. Oscar chuckled and clinked his cup against Fred's. A storm was coming. Besides the low hum of the crystal light and under the resounding thunder battering the sky outside, they drank until their cups were empty, and the same satisfied sigh welled from their lungs, full of the scent of grapes. He hadn't gotten this drunk since the time with Avril in the burning valley. Rubbing his ring, Oscar shifted his gaze from the cup to Fred and said, "So what happened?" Fred hit his cup against the table, a loud thud after another in rhythmic pounding, until he stopped with the final clap of thunder from the storm. "After you pushed me away to the teleportation room, I ended up in the outer hall of the central palace. I ran out to the exit rooms and returned to the place from where I entered, as did everyone else. Celestina immediately ordered us all to break for our portal out of Ashen Grove. Time. We couldn't waste time. If any of the other three forces got out before us and received the news of success, we would be surrounded. I couldn't even look for Emily or anyone else. I just kept running. As I looked back, I saw red roots emerge out of the windows and cover the entire palace. And I knew you were gone." Fred stopped for a moment to gather his words. "Once I made it out with the others, we were quickly ferried into the fortress airship. Then the fighting broke out. Countless cannons fired on each other. Grand Commander Ward fought and held back the other three. It was like being in a storm. Then the King Exalts arrived and I've heard about it from Susan. That elder Saul we knew in the garden was the strongest King Exalt." Oscar interrupted and looked around the simple room, his gaze sharpening despite the drunken haze swaying about. Did Fred live here? There were no real belongings. Not a pen, a book, or even a piece of cloth hung anywhere to suggest someone lived here. Dust piled in the edges and corners, never being cleaned for what appeared to be years. Everything seemed so bleak. Fred shouldn't have been living like this. The orange-haired warrioress Emily would have put Fred in line. There should have been some items, something to remind Fred of her. Yet there was nothing. He caught sight of the emptiness on Fred's left ring finger as the hand reached for the bottle. Oscar asked, "Where's Emily? I thought the two of you would have married by now." His friend halted and then grasped the bottle, refilling his cup. Holding the wine to his lips, Fred took a while before he said, "We broke up." Oscar moved without thinking and drove his fist into Fred's face, splattering the wine all over the table and Fred's clothes and face. The chair fell over, and Fred rolled around and slammed his back to the wall. His friend laughed and gasped out the wine in his throat. Oscar clenched his fist and crushed the bottle to stop them from drinking further. "I knew you'd react like this." Fred ran his palm over his face to his hair, slicking it back with the wine. He smelled entirely of grapes and alcohol. "Broke up? I didn't push you out of danger so you could drink in this filthy room." Oscar crouched and growled at Fred. "Why? You and Emily were happy because you were gone." Fred shouted. "You saved my life, but I couldn't handle the guilt. How weak and pathetic am I, that I failed to be of any help to you. Do you know what that feels like? I couldn't look Emily in the eye without being reminded of you and my long string of failures." Fred closed his eyes and leaned his head back, heaving his chest with heavy breaths. "She was also in the worst place. She didn't blame me, but I never stopped blaming myself. I ran away, and here we are." His voice fell to a whisper until it fell into silence. Oscar walked away and moved to sit by Fred's side, leaning his back against the wall. He clasped his friend's shoulder and gave him a knowing nod. The guilt in Fred's words struck deep like a dagger into Oscar's heart. It wasn't his fault, and it wasn't Fred's either. It was just unfortunate. It was unfortunate that he and Fred were together in that corridor, unfortunate that they were both nearly out of time and unfortunate that neither had the power to survive together. "Sorry for hitting you. Don't be. It's what I deserve for wasting the chance you gave me," Fred said somberly. "To continue, you got on the airship, escaped with the help of the King Exalts. Then what?" Oscar asked. While he wanted Fred to rest, he yearned to know everything that had transpired since his disappearance. "On the airship, I told everyone what happened. Emily, like I said, fell into depression and was a mess. Serena cried endlessly through the night. Celestina locked herself in the room, not coming out until we returned to the pavilion. The rest also barely talked. We barely talked, as if we knew we'd have to talk about you later, but no one wanted to bring you up. So we avoided each other. When we returned to the pavilion, Everyone else cheered and celebrated our victory. But we stayed behind. How could we join the celebrations without you? Everyone in the pavilion knew your name now. You became a hero as Celestina spread your name to every city and town, letting them know that you were the one who plucked the divine essence. She even put your story in a fairy tale for children to read. Oscar chuckled. It was very like Celestina to do that for him. What better way to remember his memory than to put it on the pages of a book? Fred sighed. The worst was when your master burst out of the abyss prison. The warden? Is my master well? Oscar asked. No, we don't know how your master is doing. He kept screaming and rampaged through the pavilion. The pavilion master managed to lock him away, but half of the pavilion was destroyed. Fred's words didn't shock Oscar. Aunt Rosette once said that his master somehow returned to his sane self around him. Since he was gone, it was inevitable his master would descend further into insanity. Is he still locked up in the pavilion? Oscar had to meet him. His master needed help, and he was the only one who could help him. No. Once the war began, the pavilion master let him go, and he destroyed entire armies by himself, regarded as a demon by the enemy. But he went in too deep and was captured. Last I heard, he's kept prisoner in the deepest layer of ruined jails. A prison created by the joint efforts of the three empires. Fred gripped Oscar's arm and shook his head. Are there no plans to free him? Oscar understood Fred's meaning. Don't go there. A prison designed for people of great power like his master was not a place to be trifled with. But it was his master that was imprisoned. Oscar strained his neck and felt increasingly more uncomfortable by the second. No plans. Not yet. Grand Commander Ward and Forge Master Evergold have been clamoring to attack it. But I haven't heard anything yet, Fred answered. What about everyone else? How is everyone else doing? Oscar shifted topics, avoiding the unpleasant subject of his master for now. Emily is on the other border, a greater knight Exalt. Austin and Mary got married a few years ago, both middle knight Exalts. It was a good time then. Everyone needed a break from the war. Now, Austin is involved in assassinations and gathering information while Mary is at a base with her aunt. Celestina became a Marshal Exalt and is leading her forces north, and Charles is with her. He's a greater knight Exalt. Philip and Eleanor are married as well. They're parents now too. They don't have the time to raise him, though, as they're both leading on the battlefield. Serena is a greater knight Exalt and is helping to manage the budget and war expenses. She's married now as well. She's married? Oscar was taken aback, then he smiled. I'm glad she moved on. Fred laughed and said, she thinks of how persistently she tried to pursue you and would often bang her head on the table, saying how embarrassing that was. Her husband isn't a bad person. He's an alchemist. A damned alchemist. I can't complain. My wife is an alchemist. Oscar reached into his space pocket and pulled out a bottle of juice. He took a swig from the bottle and handed it to Fred, who wasn't reserved about drinking half of its contents. Once the bottle was finished, Oscar asked, how are my parents doing? Your parents? Yes. You know what? Let's go see them. Fred rose from the floor and lifted Oscar along with him. Fred was giving him an odd and unnerving look. His friend's face was surprisingly calm, and his eyes stared straight into him, unlike the drunken rolling from before. I can ask for a leave and take you to them. Words failed to escape Oscar's mind. He wanted to speak, but a part of him deep inside his soul nudged him to silence, as if the only course was to follow Frederick and not say a word. He went back out into the spiraling willow forest, the trees hanging their lengthy leaves down, dripping streams of rainwater down into puddles of mud. He glanced at the Alire mansion one more time before departing with Fred. A report in Fred's hand bore some good news. The people in the 5 ships, including the one Oscar was in, had been rescued and taken to Artemis City. The citizens were settled in, and the soldiers were already put to work. Upon talking about a missing shipmaster the others were searching for, Fred peeked at Oscar over the paper and crumpled it up. The missing shipmaster could stay missing for a while longer. Flying to their destination, Oscar was stopped by patrols almost every hour. Oscar clicked his tongue in annoyance at the 20th time it happened, but also admired the pavilion and Empire for having good routine patrols. He withheld his irritation and endured it until he and Fred arrived at the old Greenwich City. It was good that his home village and neighboring city still counted as a part of the inner region. He wouldn't have to sneak through enemy lines to find his parents. Oscar let out a bright smile, anticipating his dad still working on the fields of grain and his mom cooking a nice stew inside the one-room home. He could only imagine their surprise at his return. Since he was taller now, he wanted to compare heights with his dad, the ever-tall giant, still the tallest he had ever known. However, Fred didn't turn toward the direction of his farm. Oscar shivered. Strange. The cold winds should not affect him unless they were purposely created from iron. He clenched his numbing hands and followed Fred until, slowly, his smile cracked and broke into disbelief. Landing gently on an old land of flat grass adorned with stone tablets and statues everywhere, Oscar shook his head and denied this was true. Fred must be playing another joke on him. Quite a cruel one. His feet crushed on fallen dead branches, and his heart sank deeper as the crows cawed. Their shrill cries came from the dead trees lining the graveyard, their talons digging into the dusty bark. The pale eyes surrounded him, cold dead eyes staring unblinkingly, only their beaks moving to create more heart-stopping sounds. Oscar stopped with Fred before two tombstones. Henry Ter, Gwen Ter, his parents. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 486. Loving Parents. Oscar lost all thought as his mind blanked into nothingness. Resting his hands on the tombstones, Oscar found he had no strength in his cold fingers and lost his grip, and his knees dropped to the floor, softly rustling on the grass. Before him, the names of his parents, well carved into the tombstones, stood at eye level. His right hand softly stroked along the name of his father, Henry Ter, and his left hand palmed his mother's, Gwen Ter, but he slipped again and fell on all fours, now clenching the dirt over his parents' buried bodies. His fingers curled and scratched the ground, digging a little deeper, an inch more. He realized what he was attempting to do and stopped himself from ruining the graveyards, patting the dirt and grass to fill and level the ground back to normal. He almost lost it and tried to dig them out, the burning desire to see them nearly crushing his sanity. He felt powerless and hit his head against the grass, banging his fist on the ground. He couldn't see them. He couldn't talk to them. He couldn't receive his mother's loving pecks on the forehead and cheek. He couldn't receive his father's crushing bear hugs. He couldn't eat her stew anymore. He couldn't walk around the farm with his father's bear-like laughter next to him. Not anymore. They were gone for good. Only 6 feet divided him from them below, but he could never be with them again. "I'm sorry," Oscar whimpered. "I'm sorry." Apologies poured out from his lips, as many as the individual droplets of tears cascading down his face like an endless waterfall. Hour by hour, his throat never ran hoarse or weak, instead growing louder and louder until he started to shout out his sorries. Underneath the bleakness of the 2 setting suns, shadows roamed around, the shapes of crows passing through, one after another until a whole murder of them surrounded him and his parents under the darkness of their wings. They cawed as if mocking him for his loss. "Shut up," Oscar cried. Ain washed over the entire graveyard like a cleansing fire, washing over every blade of grass and every tombstone until stopping at the brittle, rusted fences. The crows dispersed, scurrying away as fast as their wings could carry them. But Oscar didn't feel an ounce of comfort in leaving their shadows as the 2 suns finally set and a darker shadow cast over the land. A raindrop landed on his head, and soon a squall followed. Flashes of light came and went as the thunder roared in pursuit. "I'm sorry," Fred said from the side. Erden beside him was bowing his head in respect. "Is the farm still there?" Oscar asked hoarsely. "Yes," Fred nodded. "It's still there. Uncle Carlson took over the place and has been keeping it running. He's alive." Oscar was surprised and rushed to Fred, grabbing and shaking him. "He is. He's still there. At his home," Fred answered. Oscar didn't wait a moment and flew into the storm, heading straight for Uncle Carlson's home. Within a minute, he descended on the same old dirt path he had traveled on many times in the past. A small home was at the end of the path, and a faint light flickered faintly behind the flooding rain. But to Oscar, that light was as clear as the 2 suns in broad daylight. He sank his feet through the slick mud, climbed the small steps, and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" An old, weak, yet lively voice answered from inside. Light footsteps creaked closer, louder than the pounding rain in his ears. The door slowly opened as the voice inside spoke. Who would have any business he? He caught gazes with Oscar, and he stopped moving. The old man stammered and pointed his shaky, wrinkly, and gnarled finger at Oscar. Why you? The elder had a few strands of white hair left on his nearly bald head. His face was so much skinnier than before, the flesh shaved down to the cheekbones, and his mouth held fewer teeth. It was Uncle Carlson. His other hand feebly held a lantern and brought it closer to Oscar's face, clearly wishing for a closer look, and he cupped the left side of his cheek. Feeling the trembling hand on his face, Oscar smiled and wiped off his tears. When did that lively uncle become this old and weak? Oscar asked Uncle Carlson. Can I come inside? It's you. Uncle Carlson let out a wheezing laughter. Oscar, it's you. Come in. His voice nearly cracked several times, and his breathing was uneven. Oscar held Uncle Carlson by the shoulder and helped him back inside. He could feel the waning life in his hands, nearly at the end of its rope. He helped Uncle Carlson to a chair near the small table and sat on the opposite side. He took 2 cups and a jug of water from his space pocket and poured some out for the old man. After Uncle Carlson drank some of the water and cleared his throat, Oscar asked, "How have you been?" "Good. How are you?" Uncle Carlson placed his aged arms, full of wrinkles and liver spots, on the table. "I heard you were dead." "I survived," Oscar said, tears flowing uncontrollably. "But I was too late. You saw the graves." Uncle Carlson covered his face with his hands as if he was ashamed. "I tried to take care of them. I really did. But Henry and Gwen could not hold on." He gasped and let out high-pitched wheezing as he also cried in his hands. "Why? Can you tell me why?" Oscar urged. Uncle Carlson took a moment to gather himself, chugging down his cup. He groaned and said, "After we received the news about your death, your parents broke down. Your father held on, but your mother," he breathed in, "your mother was bedridden. A few days later, she was dead. Oscar felt nauseous and got up from his chair, shaking his head as his hand held his mouth. He never imagined his mom to have died in that way, sick and in agony of knowing her son was gone. Oscar leaned against the wall and slumped down to the floor, staring at Uncle Carlson. He didn't want to ask, but he had to know. "My father," he said in a questioning tone. "Your father, my best friend and brother, couldn't handle the loss of you and Gwen at the same time. I found him dead and held his body in his hands." Uncle Carlson clenched his raised hands, quivering and sobbing. He was so cold. I don't know how long he had been dead. They say it was a heart attack. Oscar looked away and buried himself in his arms. A warm hand tugged on his shoulder, and he held the frail, bony wrist. It was so thin in his large hands. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Oscar. It's not your fault. They loved you with all their heart, as any parent should." Uncle Carlson patted his shoulder. "In the end, you still made it back. So don't cry, child. They've waited for you all these years. So go and tell them you are back. Put their souls at ease." Oscar got to his feet and hugged the dying old man. "Thank you, Uncle Carlson. I hope they can forgive me." "What did I just say?" Uncle Carlson smacked him on his forehead, strong as a fly landing on his skin. "There's nothing to be sorry for. Go to them with your head held high and pay your respects." Returning to their seats, Oscar talked with Uncle Carlson through the stormy night, retelling their lives until now. Uncle Carlson smiled and laughed as Oscar told him about his marriage to Avril and congratulated him with another bottle of well-made mead. He listened as Uncle Carlson told his story. His family's farm was still maintained thanks to Uncle Carlson hiring other workers to care for it, and Oscar thanked him. His uncle never spoke about Isabella the entire time, and Oscar picked up on the fact she never came back to visit him even after 20 years. He didn't delve into it and avoided the topic since Uncle Carlson was still avoiding it. In the end, he shared the mead with the elder and ended the night with smiles across their faces. Lying on the floor, Oscar stared at the uneven ceiling and got up, fixing up the home while Uncle Carlson snored away the night. "Farewell, Uncle Carlson. I'll come to visit whenever I can." Oscar exited the house and took in the morning air. It was always a shock how the morning after a storm was the most refreshing and relaxing to bask in. Go visit your parents and tell them you're doing well. I'll still be here whenever you want to visit. Good luck, Oscar. Uncle Carlson patted his back and waved goodbye as Oscar flew away. Oscar returned to the gravesites of his parents and knelt before their tombstones. He straightened his back and bowed deeply. He wiped their tombstones clean with a towel, removing the smear of mud from the engraved letters forming their names. He laid an offering of fruits and flowers he gathered from the neighboring forest. Mom, Dad, I'm back. It took a long time, but I'm back. Oscar put his hands together as if in prayer. So much has happened, and I wish I could tell you all face to face. I traveled to many places, met different, unique people, befriended a deer, and, best of all, got married. Her name is Avril. He smiled and palmed his mother's name. You'd love her, Mom. Thinking about it now, she's like you. The way she looks at me when I work is like you looking at Dad. She pulls my ear when she's angry like you. I wish I could have brought her to see you. I wish we could have had a meal together, and I could listen to you talk to her all day long about Dad and me. Oscar palmed his dad's tombstone. I wonder who's taller now, Dad? I got really tall. I could have been the one bear hugging you to my chest. You'd also love Erden. I know our horses were your pride and joy, but nothing compares to Erden. You could have rode on him, and he'd be the best steed you'd ever known. He can talk too. Imagine if you could talk to your horse. It would have been fun, but that's not possible. I heard from Uncle Carlson how you both suffered. Oscar stood up and caressed the tombstones. Please rest now. Your son is back. Watch over me and smile. He bowed his head and said his farewells. Exiting the graveyard, Oscar met with Fred and Erden and sighed. They had been elsewhere the entire time, waiting for him to arrive. Are you fine now? Fred asked. Fine? No, I'll never be fine. I can only keep moving on and let them know I'm doing my best. Oscar rubbed Erden's head and smiled at Fred. Let's go to the pavilion. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 487. Welcome back to the pavilion. Flying, Oscar basked in the warmth of the two suns. The blue sky now clear from the storm that had lasted for days, giving a refreshing shade, not darkness, through its white clouds. Of course, it wasn't a natural process or a divine providence welcoming him back, which would have been a nice gesture. But no, the pavilion had always set it so the weather was consistent around its vicinity, always the ever-warm place for their students to live and return to feel comforted. Oscar grew excited, the weather being a sign that his destination was close, and picked up his speed. Golden walls as high as the mountains stood from one end of the horizon to another, dispersing the unfortunate clouds into thin air. Streaks of deep sapphire outlined the edges and were bound into particular runic words and carvings along the surface of the gilded walls like testaments on monuments of olden times. Great spires rose from the walls to pierce the heavens like spears, looming over the lands as watchful overlooks. Blue flags, bearing the mark of a golden trident, swayed and unfurled to the winds, standing tall and proud for all to see. The Blue Ocean Pavilion. Long had Oscar wished to see the splendor of its grand halls. In all his years of travels, he had not seen any place comparable to the majesty and beauty before him. Something else stuck out higher than the walls and spires. At first, he thought it was a tree, but no tree lacked branches, leaves, and bark. He scanned the strange towering object and realized its identity, the divine essence. The flower he once held in his hand had grown as large as the great tree in the lands of Xerath. Its stem seemed like it would take hundreds of years for a man to chop down, and the beautiful rainbow petals had grown to the size of lakes, facing its blooming face toward the two suns. He descended and landed softly on the paved road, walking in slow strides, one equally measured step after another, like a pilgrim returning to a holy land. Drawing closer, he felt the dense Ein of the divine essence around him. He compared it to diving into an ocean where he could breathe and drink the water. It was incredible. The Ein naturally seeped into his body through every pore, every breath, and every orifice. He could now understand why divine essences brought a rise in the number of Exalts. This Ein wasn't harmful to mortals. They would live, breathing in this amazing boon for the rest of their lives. They might not have Xianxia, but the Ein would seep deeper into their blood and bodies and increase the chances for their future generations to awaken Xianxias. a blessing that cleansed the current and paved the way for the next generations to be prosperous. That was the divine essence. Oscar considered that maybe a part of the divine essence could solve Averil's infertility. It broke the rules for him once and elevated him to a knight exalt against all odds, so it should have no problem helping his wife. He imagined having a family and settling on the farm and couldn't help but smile at the potential future. As the supposed hero of the empire, he should have the right to ask for it. Finding a new purpose, Oscar quickened his pace and reached the looming gates of the pavilion. A far cry from the gates that led to Maturs, the ancient of metal, but still impressive. A platoon of 10 guards, clad in fine blue armor from head to toe, blocked the entrance, brandishing their weapons at Oscar and Fred. A tall one separated from the group and walked toward Oscar, grasping the sword on his waist, ready for any signs of retaliation and hostility. Unlike the others, this approaching soldier wore thicker armor with more emblems carved into his joints, and a cape flowed and swayed down his back. Undoubtedly, this man had to be the one in charge. "Who are you? Speak quickly," the man demanded, slowly unsheathing his sword slightly past the hilt and letting his strength be known in the faint ein emanating from his body. He was a greater knight Exalt. "I am Frederick Klein, returning from the eastern borders to pass on some news," Fred answered and showed his token. "And you?" The man pointed at Oscar. "I am the news." Oscar chuckled at his own joke. "I have no time for games. Reveal your identity and proof, or I will detain you." The man unsheathed his sword more as his voice dropped to a growl. "You wouldn't believe me." "Not many do." Oscar was tired of going through the same motions as in Drakenport. He hesitated before saying, "I am Oscar Tur. Here is my token. I am home after a long time." As he expected, the man didn't react kindly to his truthful yet unbelievable introduction. The man fully unsheathed his blade, and his platoon hurried over and surrounded Oscar and Fred, not holding back their ein. "Who are you?" the man said gravely. "How dare you use that name?" "It's my name, one that my parents gave me. Can I just meet someone inside who can verify my identity?" Oscar suggested. "As if anyone can vouch for someone impersonating a dead man and a hero. What about Fred? He's my best friend." "Or are a hero's best friend's words not reliable?" Oscar gestured to Fred. "He would never mistake me for someone else. He can be under a spell. You're stronger than him, I can tell. Men, arrest them," the man commanded. "Who are you going to arrest?" Someone intervened. His voice was so powerful that everyone except Oscar and Fred fell to their knees. It was the familiar, ragged voice he had always heard in his youth. Oscar looked up from the fallen men, peering towards the gates that had swung open. An elderly man walked out in simple white robes. His back was hunched, and his brow was filled with more wrinkles than Oscar remembered. The men around him all prostrated, digging their faces into the stone. As the elder got closer, he started to laugh in slow, wheezing chuckles and studied Oscar from head to toe. "You got taller, boy." Elder Saul smiled, revealing his gummy smile of little teeth. "Elder Saul, you played everyone for a fool. Why is a Tri-Crown King Exalt playing as a gardener?" Oscar laughed and bowed before the jovial elder. "Please, be a Tri-Crown King, exalt yourself and ponder what else you can do with the time." Elder Saul crouched and patted Oscar on the head with a heavy sigh. "I sensed your presence and couldn't believe it. But here you are now, and it seems you have undergone many changes." He lifted Oscar to stand and waved him and Fred over to follow. The men still remained prostrated on the ground as they passed by and entered the pavilion. Nothing changed much except the divine essence sticking out like a sore thumb. The old familiar plains stretched everywhere as beautiful rivers of shimmering waters flowed lazily across. Young exalts were meditating peacefully along the hills, and guards patrolled the marbled roads. Oscar shed a tear and quickly wiped it away. He followed Elder Saul into the air and floated above, seeing the old azure city, the Colosseums, the inner hall houses, the golden spires of Ascension, and the Great Lake. "How did you survive?" Elder Saul floated slowly. His speed was far beyond this, but he clearly slowed down on purpose. "It'll be a long story. I'll tell you if you promise not to serve dry biscuits as refreshments," Oscar joked. "Brat, 20 years have passed, and you're still the cheeky child from before," Elder Saul said. a grade 6 Exaltia and a Prialapos as your pet. What have you been through? And yes, I can sense him in your robes. Perks of being a vastly more powerful Exalt. Where are we going? Oscar asked. To see your Grandmaster, Elder Saul stated. A short flight later, Oscar landed before the largest palace in the pavilion, the Triton Hold. He once stood here when they had to depart for Ashen Grove, and now he stood here again to signal his return, albeit too late. Oscar went with Elder Saul and Fred, passing by the first wall, the shortest, the second, and finally the third, the tallest. The courtyard circled Triton Hold, the white limestone edging on the gilded walls. On the heavy entrance of Triton Hold was the marking of the trident. Elder Saul snapped his fingers, and the doors opened. Oscar followed him inside. He had never been inside the fortress, so everything seemed so new. Beautiful pillars spiraled and coiled to hold up the ceilings, lined like dominoes to the other ends of the main hall. Sculptures and engravings of great ocean beasts decorated the walls, sharks biting into their prey, great krakens coiling around ships, and humongous whales simply taking up an entire section by themselves. Everyone bowed as Oscar passed through with Elder Saul, receiving looks of reverence and adoration. Elder Saul didn't bother to return any acknowledgement and led Oscar and Fred into a hallway, climbing up spiraling crystal stairs and circling a deep pool of water. He banged on a door, and a voice responded, giving them affirmation to come inside. What is it, Saul? Remulus Grant rubbed his bald head, looking slightly older than before. He still had not a single hair on his face, not even an eyebrow, and wore a simple blue robe. His green eyes shifted and gazed at Oscar, slowly widening into a blank stare. Oscar felt uncomfortable under that stare and rubbed the back of his neck. Your grand disciple is back. How do you feel? Elder Saul laughed and gestured to Oscar. Oscar stepped forward and bowed before his master's master. Oscar Tur has returned and is ready to serve the pavilion as he had sworn at the beginning. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 488. I'm back, again. You? What? How? Remulus, the pavilion master, seemed at a loss for words. He slowly left his desk and grabbed Oscar's arms, sweeping his gaze over every inch of Oscar's figure. Despite his increased physical power, Oscar could not escape his Grandmaster's powerful grip and waited for him to settle down. The physical powers of a King Exalt were truly astounding. Remulus let go of Oscar's arms and smiled. A lost son of our pavilion has returned, and not just anyone. My grand disciple, the hero. He exploded into joyous laughter while slapping his knees, making Oscar step back and turn to Elder Saul, who simply shook his head as if to say there was nothing they could do. Oscar was helpless to do anything against the old pavilion master and waited for him to calm down. Ahem. Forget that for now. Remulus coughed and rubbed his bald head. Oscar, how have you returned? Ashen Grove is sealed. Not even our powers can break through the barrier in the spatial domain. I am curious about that as well. Remulus, get out the good snacks. I was about to offer my biscuits, but the lad doesn't appreciate them. Elder Saul pulled out several chairs and arranged them around Remulus's desk. The old pavilion master scoffed and grumbled, but he pulled out trays of cookies, macarons, and packs of tea. Oscar and Fred helped themselves to a seat as the pavilion master poured out the tea, placing a cup before each person. Oscar sipped some tea and exhaled steam, his pores opening and tingling from the deep herby flavor. The flowery scent of the tea brought him to a nice calm. Swirling the tea around his cup, Oscar was reminded of his master, Draven, and his current imprisonment in Rurin jails. The herby flavor turned sour, and Oscar placed the cup down, rubbing his forehead in distress. It felt wrong to enjoy all of this without his master beside him. You're worried about your master. I understand. Remulus put some snacks on a plate and gave them to Oscar. He seemed to understand Oscar's thoughts. We can talk about him later. For now, let us know what happened after you were lost in Ashen Grove. Oscar shared everything he had been through for the past few years. This was the third time now that he had to talk, and his mind felt tired at the mere thought of constantly having to retell his past. Everyone else listened in silence, lending their attention and ears to his every word. Tired, Oscar finished and sipped the lukewarm tea, pushing the cup away after putting it down. You met a primaire. Astounding. Not many can claim to have done the same, Elder Saul exclaimed while munching on some snacks, smacking his lips without manners. Incredible, but I am more concerned with this new dawn you speak of. Our enemy is in contact with them. Who knows when they might start using rescores in battle? Remulus sharpened his gaze and knit his brows. We're barely at a standstill at the borders as it is. If a couple of berserkers enter the fray, our forces may be overwhelmed. Do you know of them, Saul? No, not in any of my travels have I encountered any of their ilk. According to the lad, they're well hidden and are the ones to initiate the contact. Perhaps I did encounter them, but without prior knowledge, I would not know their identities, Elder Saul said, frowning. Tricky, very tricky indeed. Shocked, Oscar turned to Elder Saul and stared in disbelief. From all the years he knew Elder Saul, there was never a moment when Elder Saul didn't have an answer. Elder Saul was there with an answer whenever he had troubles or questions, which only heightened his fear of the new dawn and how insidious they were. Oscar, I promised Draven that I would reward you if you did well in Ashen Grove. 20 years have gone by, but the promise still stands. Is there anything you want? Remulus asked. If you can agree, I want two things, Oscar said. First, I want an extract of the divine essence. That can be arranged. You brought it to us, after all. Remulus agreed. What's the second? Free my master from the Rurin jails, Oscar stated. Everything and everyone halted in place. So silent one could hear the newly heated tea bubbling and foaming. Remulus sighed and wiped his sweaty brow with a napkin, looking visibly uncomfortable. Elder Saul closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, and Fred sipped his tea without a word. His second request was indeed outlandish, but Oscar refused to believe that his grandmaster would abandon his student so easily. Your master is imprisoned. If it were so easy to get him out, I would have gone and done it myself, but we, King Exalts, have been stopped from directly intervening. Without our power, it's impossible to breach the Rurin jails. Remulus replaced Oscar's tea with a fresh one. King Exalts can't fight? Oscar said, confused. It dawned on him the reality of the war itself and the strange nature in which it was fought. Elder Saul alone could not be the deterrent against the numerous King Exalts surrounding the Empire, nor could he be everywhere to stop one from attacking. So what was it? Figuring out that only one existence had the power to control them. Oscar rose from his seat and exclaimed, a Primaire. Right you are. The Primaire of the Bloodlands decreed the prohibition of King Exalts and the delay of 10 years, forbidding any attacks and hostilities in that time. Remulus said. Why? Oscar asked. There was no reason for a Primaire to put on restrictions as strange as these. It was almost as if the Primaire was supporting the Blue Ocean Pavilion, at least indirectly. Gilbert Lockwood, Remulus said, a name that Oscar didn't expect to hear. Not right now. Oscar turned to Fred. His friend shrugged and looked confused as well, having the same lack of knowledge as him. He turned to Remulus, who continued to explain, the conditions the Primaire set for the war are favorable to us because of him. Oscar listened and got the gist of the situation. Every 100 years, the Primaires organize a great tournament, known as the Primanomici, to pit their factions against each other. A Primaire faction was usually far beyond their subservient forces like the Blue Ocean Pavilion, but if a talent appeared, they would groom that talent to fight for them. Gilbert Lockwood was one of those talents. Near the end of the 10-year block, the Primaire took Gilbert away to train in their holy land and become acquainted with the other participants. If Gilbert returned victorious, the Primaire would gift the entire Farsky continent to the brilliant Drake Empire. Incredible. Oscar found it to be smart and cunning. The Primanomici was still 8 years away. The enemy also had a prior 10 years to break down the brilliant Drake Empire, so they had no means to protest the unfairness if they failed to win within the 18 years with vaster numbers and resources. Also, having Gilbert be with the Primaire faction, away from home, for those 23 years would instill a loyalty toward the Primaire rather than here. In a carefully detailed decision with strange restrictions, they quelled any dissent and gave themselves 2 decades to lull Gilbert over to their side. Did they say they would marry one of their own to him? Oscar recalled when Fenu tried to marry off his granddaughter to him. Marriage was the surefire way to tie a person to be loyal and have a sense of security. A Primaire surely would do the same. They did, and he agreed. All the talk about waiting for the upcoming generations to be battle-ready are true, but not everything. Our greatest hope is to wait for Gilbert to become victorious and have the Primaire end the war for us. Remulus grunted. I am powerless before the Primaire's decree and can only rely on my grand disciples. One got the divine essence for me, and the other will decide our fate, right? He's Grand Elder Robert's disciple, Oscar said, reminded of Gilbert's status. It's impossible for you to break my master out of prison. I'm sorry, both to you and Draven. My hands are tied, and besieging that prison without substantial force is impossible. Our flanks will be exposed and put the Empire at greater risk. Remulus slumped in his chair, more exhausted than before, clearly overwhelmed by a weariness unmatching a great king Exalt like him. What if there was a way? Elder Saul chimed in, a slight gummy smile curling from his lips. A way? You said there was no way when I asked. Remulus shouted, banging his hand on the table. Elder Saul waved his finger around and pointed at Oscar. A way has been found. What do you? Remulus was about to ask before the door burst open. Oscar turned to the intruder and was stunned. Is that you, Oscar? A melodious voice sang out like a songbird, filled with shock. A woman stood at the entrance, her wavy pink hair draped down her shoulders as her yellow eyes glinted, trembling in Oscar's direction. Distinct scars spotted her cheeks, but her face was devastatingly beautiful, only elevated in charm by the scars. Like how Avril's small scar on her forehead made her infinitely more adorable. Garbed in a fabricator's uniform, she lunged at Oscar and hugged him tightly. She shook him around in her embrace and cried out, You're alive! Aunt Rosette? Oscar stammered. At first, the thick smell of soot and fire choked his nostrils. Then a sweet flowery scent came in as a refreshing tide, and Oscar relaxed, letting Aunt Rosette hug him around. I'm back. Little brat, you're as tall as Draven now. He would have been proud to see you like this. Aunt Rosette let him go and cupped his cheeks, smiling with tears of joy. Why didn't you inform me sooner, Pavilion Master? Had to take the time to ask questions without you clinging on to him. Settle down, Rosette. We were having a discussion. Remulus scratched his bald head and waved Rosette down. About what? Rosette asked, sitting down and sharing a seat with Oscar. Breaking my master out, Oscar answered as Rosette gasped. He turned to Elder Saul and asked, What's the plan? Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 489. Gather the team. Wait, are we really considering this? Aunt Rosette gripped Oscar's wrist and pulled him away from Elder Saul and Remulus. She scowled at the two old king Exalts as she placed Oscar behind her. He wondered how she was unafraid of facing two king Exalts and worried for her well-being. It had been a long time since someone showed this much care for him, and Oscar didn't fight against her protection with a warm expression, letting her mouth off at the two king Exalts until her face became red. Are you done? Elder Saul spoke in his standard monotone voice, only seemingly lively whenever he conversed with Oscar and Remulus. He held a plate and dropped some cookies into his mouth. Chewing, he said, the plan can only work if the boy is willing. Rosette, we are talking about freeing Draven and the others in Rurin jails, Remulus Grant said. You think I don't want that? Rosette stomped her foot. Oscar wanted to back away from the blood-curdling aura rising from her, which replaced the comforting warmth, but her grip was too strong. She pointed at the Pavilion Master as if wanting to stab him and said, You and I should know better than to place Oscar in further danger. It would be a disservice to Draven to drag his disciple down with him. Then let's ask the boy. What do you think, Oscar? Elder Saul asked. Oscar stared at the worried face of Aunt Rosette, currently shaking her head, telling him to say no. He didn't have to be a part of this plan. No one was forcing him, but Elder Saul's words were true that the only person suitable was him. Pondering, Oscar was torn between two faces in his mind, Avril and his master, the indigo-haired golden-eyed muse he called his wife, and the helmet-covered man he regarded as his master. If he decided to rescue his master, he might be imprisoned or killed and never see Avril again, and if Oscar chose to keep it safe until he could see her again, his master might rot in prison or worse. I will go, Oscar declared. He had made his choice. Oscar, Aunt Rosette shouted. It's fine, Aunt Rosette. My wife would nag me to no end if she found out I didn't try to help. Oscar smirked and clenched his fist. My master would ask why I'm hesitating and scold me to go for it all. If I chose one or the other, I'd let the other down. That's why I'll succeed, no matter what. Aunt Rosette let go of Oscar's wrist, looking lost. Then she smiled slightly and shook her head. Spoken like Draven's disciple. Then we are all agreed. Remulus clapped his hands. Let's save that maniac from his prison. Their resemblance is uncanny. You two idiots, Aunt Rosette murmured, staring away and biting her lips with reddened eyes. Then she perked up and asked, You're married? Elder Saul rose from his seat and said, Oscar will fulfill his role. But we need others to help out from within. I'll go with him. Fred finally spoke after his long silence. Oscar didn't expect Fred to volunteer and was aghast, glancing at his friend, who simply smiled and said, It's time to repay that debt. And besides, you need a slick talker like me inside the prison. How else will you gather good information? We need one other. Someone who can lead the uprising in the prison while Oscar completes his task. Elder Saul paced toward the doors. Someone you can trust wholeheartedly. A strong bond between the infiltrators will keep each other accountable. Out of everyone we know, who is the closest that fits those qualities? Oscar asked Fred. Fred groaned and lost the show of vigor he had earlier, deflating into his chair. Damn! A day later, Oscar was flying above a mountainous region, fighting against the fierce winds that would tear birds into shreds. Bracing himself, he rushed through large hail, sharpened by the winds to become sharp icicles, and punched through thundering dark clouds. His breaths burned as lightning crackled out of his mouth, but Oscar soldiered on, spurred by the deep longing within his heart. She's going to kill me, Fred grumbled by his side. I'm going to die today. She's not. Cripple you? Maybe, but she won't kill you. Oscar squinted his eyes, trying to peer through the stormy clouds, and focused on the faint shadow figures, only revealed by the flashes of lightning. He roused his eye, and Erden leaped off his shoulder to return to his original Prialapos form. The source of the storm became clear as he neared the clump of shadowy figures. A chaotic battle between uniforms of blue and black. Their clashing eints had a destructive effect on nature and scorched the sky. Larger shadows hovered above, rhythmic booms resounding in short intervals one after the other as bright light spread across the shadow's edges, separated by a short distance. It sounded like thunder was accompanied by a series of lights, but it wasn't lightning. Oscar knew all too well that it was cannon fire, an immense amount of cannon fire, meaning the large shadows were airships of colossal size. He had run into the center of a war zone, two fleets in a fierce struggle. Oscar wielded his elemental armament and charged straight into the battle, followed by Erden and Fred. Erden, in his meld form, expanded his sapphire antler wings. Like the thick branches of the great oak, they reached far and wide, branching out into several groups. Flames sprouted like leaves, and Erden let out a piercing roar, spreading the fires, concentrated and numerous, landing accurately on all the enemies within his reach. Then, the deer stampeded forward, his antlers sharpening into blades and piercing several enemies. After the element of metal had done its job, Erden released a raging inferno and reduced his foes to ash upon the clouds. You bastards! Who are you? Someone in jet-black armor swung his axe toward Oscar. He dodged and grabbed the man's leg. Breathing in, Oscar swung the man like a whip and lashed him against his allies, who hesitated to attack their own. The bones in the man's body cracked until every bone was broken, having endured Oscar's wreath. He threw the man's mangled body like a ball and had it explode with a charge of shattering wave, the initial burst of blood, organs, and limbs accompanied by the same occurrence in other exalts caught in the blast radius. Cracking his neck, Oscar readjusted the buttons on his vest and patted down his wet pants. He glared at the fearful faces of the enemy and said, Apparently, I am called a hero, but not to you. He flashed with the sound of thunder, his invisible wrist movements drawing him close to their group. One fell under a swift kick to the head, dismembering it instantly. The second body was riddled with holes from his golden breaker and flung aside. The third was eviscerated, his ribs protruding from his chest as Oscar punched him from the back with a shattering wave. He whisked Fred away with him to several other battles, killing as many of the enemy as possible. Despite his best efforts, he could not influence every battle, and many exalts on his side died, lost to the storms. He gritted his teeth and fought on. He wiped the slick blood from his shield and bashed its clean surface onto an exalt, dirtying it again. His figure raged through the storms. Before long, deep horns bellowed over the thunder and cannon fire, halting the exalts in their place. It was the sounds of retreat. Everyone and the airships fell back, many bringing up the rear, watching the other side with wary eyes. Oscar followed the others to their headquarters, a city carved into the rock of the largest mountain, reaching tens of thousands of miles high, the mountain city of Morcan. A stone path spiraled around from the large gate at the mountain's base to the stone palace on its peak. Stone buildings, towers, and forts bordered the edges of the grand road on both sides. The ones facing outside the mountains stuck together like a great spiraling wall, and the ones on the inner side had open passages and gates leading inside the mountain. Oscar neared the gates and held the token of the pavilion master, the guards' reaction changing to shock and awe. They immediately opened the gates to let him through, and he rode on Erden up the tall mountain. Arriving at the palace, he showed the token again and was granted passage into the guest room. Enjoying some refreshments with Fred and Erden, Oscar waited for someone to enter the room. The door opened, and a beautiful woman walked inside. Her purple hair reached down to her waist, and her gray eyes locked onto Oscar, filled with disbelief. Her face was as sharp and fierce as he remembered, a stern look that exuded authority and power. She was the highest authority in the pavilion's army, the Grand Commander Margaret Ward. She held her cape to the side and sat down on her chair. "How are you alive? Everyone keeps asking me that. Aunt Rosette can tell you the details later. For now, we need to see someone under your command." Oscar leaned in. "We're going to save my master, Draven," Margaret yelped, her expression breaking for the first time. It didn't come as a surprise. Oscar knew that she and Aunt Rosette both had feelings for his master. "Are you serious?" "As serious as we'll ever be. I can save my master, and I need your help." "Bring Emily Navina here," Oscar confidently said as Fred winced beside him. Margaret left the room, and Fred broke out into a sweat. Oscar patted his friend on the shoulder to reassure him, but he hadn't a clue how Emily would react to both of them. He hoped his presence could lessen her anger toward Fred, but knowing her, it was a slim chance. The doors swung wide open, and this time, Emily stepped inside. She was older than Oscar remembered. She no longer had the youthful wildness that made her into a fierce warrioress in her younger days. Her expression was more subdued and controlled, like a well-trained soldier. Her orange hair was cut short to the shoulders, and her orange eyes didn't lack at all in their luster. She staggered and stumbled on her feet, palming her forehead as her eyes shook around their sockets. "Emily!" Fred went over and reached his hand to support her. A fist drove itself into Fred's face, and he fell back, hitting the wall. It appeared her anger still overwhelmed her. "You bastard!" Emily rushed over to Fred, raising her fist for another strike. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 493 again. "You dare come to see me and bring along an Oscar look-alike to fool me?" Emily asked coldly, swinging her fist. Before Emily's fist could land squarely on Fred's face, Oscar swept across the room and grabbed her fist, careful not to accidentally crush her knuckles. Her physical power was as impressive as ever, being the more physically gifted out of their group. He let go of her fist and raised his hands, waving for peace. Emily rejected his call for peace and whipped her leg around, throwing a hook kick at his shoulder. Oscar lifted his hand to block, then the kick swerved past his guard and hit his exposed side. "What?" Emily pounced back and crouched, clutching her shaky leg. She had suffered a rebound from using a kick without any ein or spells onto his Edgerisklad. He didn't want to use it, but when it came to Emily, actions and fighting held more impact. His techniques would no doubt spark her memory. Edgerisklad, if you remember, it's the Reese defensive technique. Oscar smiled and summoned his blue deer anima, to which she widened her eyes, the usual reaction to the truth. "It's been over 20 years, Emily. Fred's caught me up on what happened. It seems you've been well over the years." Your feistiness hasn't diminished in the slightest. OS Oscar. Emily lunged in and hugged him, stammering with tears spilling uncontrollably from her face onto his chest, her arms coiling around him like thick steel bands, as if she never wanted to let go. Oscar didn't move and let her vent and shout all she wanted. Emily finally calmed down and let him go, her face and bangs soaked in tears. How are you alive? How is it possible? That's the 5th or 6th time now, Oscar sighed, gesturing to the table. It's a long story. Let's sit down, and I'll answer your questions. Everyone made their way to their seats. Fred, in particular, sat away from Emily, who stared daggers into him, indescribable emotions behind her gaze. While he wanted to help patch up their relationship, he had to focus on the mission. After another long retelling of his long journey in Ashen Grove and through the many lands he had visited, Oscar turned to Emily and said, "That's what happened. Now we need to infiltrate the Ruin jails and free my master. I need a trustworthy small team to go in with me, and you're the closest one. And you're taking this dolt with you?" Emily jabbed a finger in Fred's direction, and his best friend flinched, looking away, avoiding Emily, her face turning red. She slammed the table and shouted, "You damned piece of shit." Her teeth grinding against each other sounded like the scraping of metal, uncomfortable and grating on the ears. She pulled her hands back and exhaled, calm returning to her recovering complexion. She smiled and said, "Congratulations on getting married, Oscar. I'm happy for you." She gave Fred sidelong glances before her smile fell. Her next words came out in low whispers. "At least someone wasn't afraid." "Thank you." Oscar felt awkward, seeing the strange interactions between Emily and Fred as the former kept glancing toward and the other kept looking away. He cleared his throat, intent on keeping the conversation focused. He extended his hand out toward Emily. "Will you come with us? I need all the help we can get." His old friend smirked and clasped her hand over his, gripping it tightly for some reason. "Leaping right into danger after coming back. Is you all right? What crazy scheme have you cooked up?" Facing Margaret Ward, Oscar began to speak. "Grand Commander Ward, can we—" The Grand Commander interrupted him. "Aunt Ward." "Excuse me?" Oscar asked confusedly. "If you regard that idiot Rosette as an aunt, then you should do the same for me," Margaret Ward declared without a hint of a joke or hesitation in her tone. "Aunt Ward, can we take Emily with us?" Oscar asked, scratching his head from embarrassment. Regarding her as an aunt was very odd to him, especially since she was Philip's grandaunt. Did that mean he was somewhat of an uncle to Philip now? He disregarded the idle thoughts and rose from his seat. Margaret nodded and took out a scroll, tossing it to Emily. "Here is your release form. You are hereby relieved of your duty here and placed under Oscar's command. You are a great soldier. Make me proud." "Yes, ma'am." Emily saluted, and Margaret glared at Oscar before her gaze softened. "Get that fool out of prison, but don't overdo it. If you can't get him out, then follow the escape plan yourself." "No problem, Aunt Ward. Just be ready when the time comes." Oscar bid farewell to Aunt Ward and departed from Morkan City with Fred and Emily. It was an awkward journey back, and Oscar could not improve it no matter what he tried. Emily conversed long and well with him, asking questions without pause about Avril, the ancients, and the battles he had fought. Whenever Fred tried to speak up, she shut her mouth and detached herself from the conversation, busying her time playing with Erden. "Emily, Fred says he's sorry for everything he had done, but you can't blame him. I was dead. Fred, keep trying. I'm sure she'll forgive you one day." He tried to be the mediator between the wayward couple, speaking on Fred's behalf to appease Emily's anger and encouraging Fred to keep his head up despite Emily's long silent treatment. What would it take for these two to reconcile? Oscar racked his brain for an answer and found none. Their feud showed no signs of ending, an endless back and forth of insults, silence, and apologies. Reaching the south, near the front lines, Oscar stopped and signaled his friends, descending into the gorge. He carved out a cavern, a good spot to rest and avoid the prying eyes of the enemy's scouts. The plan had to be carried out with precision and timing, according to Elder Saul's intel, and he could not afford any mishaps. Oscar scanned his surroundings and sighed in relief, unfurling a small map before the three. A few miles down south, we'll be at the war front. Can't bring anything with us, so let Erden have them. Oscar rolled his space pocket, containing his armament, hammer, elixirs, and more, to Erden, who opened wide and gulped it down. Emily and Fred hesitated but then tossed their space pockets to Erden, the storage devices bulging out of his throat on their way down. After securing their belongings, Oscar took out a vial of elixir from his pocket, its contents glowing golden, glimmering like stars. The Ein within the elixir was so vast and mysterious that his hands trembled from the sheer power he held. Oscar popped open the cork and was nearly intoxicated by the sickly, overwhelming Ein that wisped up from the vial. That's the grade 5 elixir? Elder Saul really favors you the most. And we always bothered him together. Emily closed her eyes and inhaled the golden clouds, smiling brightly while always complaining. If we split it 3 ways, it'll last us a month and a half unless we cancel it ourselves, Oscar warned sternly. We have to be ready in a month before they arrive. He noticed Emily smiling strangely and asked, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing. It's just good to have you back. It's almost like we're back 20 years ago when we 3 went on missions." Emily chuckled. "Does that mean you're somewhat?" Fred spoke, but Emily scoffed and turned away with a frown. Oscar poured the vial into 3 cups and raised a cup to the other 2. Bottoms up, without hesitation, he downed the entire cup, the taste of sweet honey spreading over his mouth, and his lips wriggled into a sloppy smile. Immense pleasure racked his brain, and he stumbled down to the ground like a fool. Suddenly, his heart rattled in his rib cage, and Oscar clenched his teeth, straining his neck, pain washing over his body in furious tides. His muscles contorted, and veins writhed under the surface of his skin as if they had come alive. His joints cracked and twisted, and his screams changed tones, becoming strange and foreign to him. Oscar withstood the pain and found himself in a pool of his own sweat. It was good that he didn't wear GOL4's clothes and chose the standard pavilion soldier clothes, similar to a student's, except for the deeper blue color and thicker fabric. Groaning and still reeling from the pain, Oscar stood up and grabbed the mirror Erden had set aside for him. After a few blinks, his eyes regained focus and witnessed the reflection in the mirror, and Oscar whistled in wonder, observing his face from left to right. The face in the mirror wasn't his. Technically, it was him, but not his face. He hated to admit it, but the reflection was slightly more handsome than him, having a pair of sharp brown eyes that seemed to pierce ahead and wavy brown hair curling around his head. His cheekbones had sunken in, and his jaw had sharpened out. Oscar rubbed his new cheeks and smacked his thin lips, studying himself in the mirror. "Amazing! Is this potent?" Oscar exclaimed. The vial he had drunk was the grade 5 transfiguration elixir that Elder Saul gifted him for this mission. Not even martial exalts could glance through this disguise, and its use didn't fall in the area of a king exalt directly acting. He would never be able to tell if he didn't know it was himself. "He really treats me well." Oscar held the empty vial and burned it into molten glass. No king exalt would use a rare grade 5 elixir for a knight exalt other than Elder Saul. Endless gratitude to the old exalt for everything, from the start of his life in the pavilion to now, filled his heart. It seemed like he was there for him at every step of the journey. "OS, we're ready," Fred said. His friend was now transformed into a man with ragged black hair and blue eyes, sporting a beard and a mustache. His shoulders were broader and larger, as were his arms. With a powerful build, he almost reminded Oscar of his overly large and muscular father. "No one said you could speak for me. I'm ready." Emily tied her lengthened blonde hair into a ponytail, her cheeks riddled with freckles, and stared around Oscar and Fred's figure, the blue eyes glinting as laughter escaped her lips. She pointed to Fred and pounded her foot on the ground, growing increasingly red in the face from uncontrollable laughter. "Stop it," Oscar said. Emily complied and shut her mouth. He exhaled deeply and placed his hand out, wanting them to do the same. Fred reached out and stamped his hand on top of Oscar's, but Emily swung her hand under Oscar's, avoiding contact with Fred at any cost. Oscar grumbled and clicked his tongue, his plan to force some interaction becoming a failure. He put his other hand on top of Fred's. "It's been a long 20 years. I know this isn't how we wanted our reunion to go, but I want to thank you both." and I'm sorry for dragging you two into this, but I can't think of any other two I can trust more, other than Avril, who is somewhere else, and Erden, who has to remain behind. I owe a debt, and I will put my life on the line for your cause. That is what I have to do, Fred said solemnly, placing his other hand on top of the pile. Finally, you have some of your courage back. Emily slapped her hand on top, right on Fred's. I still don't forgive you. Oscar is the only reason I'm going along. She ignored Fred and faced Oscar, waiting for him to continue. Thank you. Now let's go save my master. Oscar let out a forceful shout with his friends as they shouted together in agreement, clenching their hands together before letting go. He didn't know why, but he felt an inclination to tell a joke. Time to get jailed. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 491. Ruin Jails. Lying on the ground, Oscar coughed and spat out the dirt in his mouth, struggling to breathe properly. A pungent scent, a nauseating rotten smell, stopped him from breathing regularly from his nose, and the iron taste of the blood in the dirt was sickening, his stomach churning to force a fierce rejection in vomit, but he held it in and waited for his chance. From the corner of his unburied eye, only a spread of pale eyes from corpses greeted him, their blood long since drained into the earth, hence the revolting taste of the dirt. He was half buried in a war-torn battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of his allies and enemies. During his invasion of the Burning Valley, he forced himself to become acquainted with the harrowing scenes of cursed grounds left over by the wake of battle. But he couldn't get used to it, the unblinking faces of anguish welcoming him to join them. Unable to bear it any longer, he closed his eyes and waited for the enemy to scope the remains. Soon, heavy footsteps splashed around, squishing what sounded like bloodied mud, and then a series of thuds followed after. Oscar opened his eyes. People garbed in red uniforms and green uniforms, the Undying Flame Sect and Thousand Storm Palace had arrived, piling the bodies of their fallen exalts onto large containers. Like a group of scavengers, they rummaged through the dead bodies of his allies, taking everything from space pockets to armaments. A survivor, one of them shouted, and a whole group rushed, targeting their weapons at the poor fellow. The man was injured and was missing an arm, but he raised the other one to indicate his surrender. Binding him in restraints, the enemy pulled him away to the side. One by one, they found more survivors, all injured and dirted, and arrested them, lining them up on their knees under the watchful eyes of others. Another one, it was his turn. Oscar limped his body and groaned, allowing the pain from his slight self-inflicted injuries to take over, slight but compounded by his slackening display. Rough hands gripped his shoulders, digging their fingers into his skin without any care, and pulled him out of the ground. Oscar coughed and pretended to wake up. Get up! The soldier who dug him out tossed him out of his ground and kicked him in the stomach. Oscar pretended to choke from the vice grip on the back of his neck and got up on wobbly legs. I surrender. Oscar raised his hands before he was quickly restrained and followed the soldier to the group of other survivors. Still pretending to be tired and weak, he glanced over the group and faintly smiled for a split second. Fred and Emily were among the gathered, along with several other men and women. The soldier hit him behind his legs, forcing him to kneel on the ground like the rest. Under the threat of the enemy troops surrounding them, the survivors continued to kneel and remain silent. An hour later, the enemy gathered and moved the large containers of loot and them. Bound in chains linked to each other, Oscar and the other prisoners marched along the enemy and were hoisted onto an airship. Loud turbines screeched until they buzzed like bees, and the airship lifted itself, heading away from the battlefield. A commanding officer stomped toward them and pulled up a chair. As he sat, he snapped his fingers, and his soldiers carried a box containing vials of bright liquid. Drink this and answer our questions. Any lies or defiance will be met with a swift death. Everyone drank the vials and was asked many questions. Oscar recalled the basic information he was taught about these front lines and answered what he knew. As a greater knight Exalt, he knew the enemy expected him to have more information, so he gave the intel Remulus had carefully selected for him to use to get past this interrogation. The intel was all true, but not the kind that would be a detriment to the pavilion if they prepared in advance. After everyone was questioned and interrogated, the commanding officer smiled and shouted, We set out for Rurin jails first. These prisoners need some re-education. For the next few days, Oscar ate little. These bastards played it right and constantly placed them in a state of near starvation to weaken them. Some soldiers came by to eat scrumptious meals right before his face, and others leered at the captured women before the commanding officer waved them away, whispering something into their ears to send them away. Oscar grew curious about what the commanding officer said and strained his ears to listen each time it happened. You'll ruin their re-education. Afterward, you can do what you want. Oscar twitched his ears and pondered in solemn silence, his brow tensing up from the danger of the commanding officer's words. This re-education alarmed him. He couldn't help but think something was wrong. His eyes followed the commanding officer as he retreated into the airship. We've arrived at the Rurin jails, one of the crew members shouted. Oscar turned and beheld the prison, the Rurin jails, where his master was imprisoned. Oddly, the prison was on flat ground, surrounded by a square metal wall, and a long building stood in the center of the courtyard, sticking out like a sore thumb. The airship descended, and a thin film of iron passed through his body. Sweat broke out over his body, and his breathing became choked, a ragged gasp wheezing air into his throat. Thick moisture enveloped him, and his clothes clung to his skin. A rough environment suffused the Rurin goals. No doubt, the breaking of the prisoners started the moment they got on the ships, starting with starvation, entering the heavy, humid air of the Rurin goals, and ending with what other horrors may lie inside were good methods. Already, several of the other survivors groaned, moaned, and fidgeted around, drooling as they dropped to the floor. The airship landed inside the prison grounds, and the soldiers forced Oscar and the other survivors, delirious or not, onto the rough courtyard, not at all gentle in their handling. The prison guards approached, clad in very thick armor from head to toe, and Oscar questioned how they maintained their sanity wearing that in this cruel air. We shall take it from here. You may go now. The one in the distinct armor with gold lining addressed the commanding officer and ordered his men to take Oscar and the rest. Forced to comply, Oscar walked with the others into the lone building and tilted his head, puzzled by the room's emptiness. Gears clacked and clanged clearly, and the room rumbled as a part of the floor split open, revealing a path below. Welcome to the Rurin jails. The prison guard in distinct armor chuckled. If you wish to live well, comply with our rules and obey what you have been ordered to do. Inside this prison, your life is not your own. The guards forced them to walk down the steps. Oscar was forced into a room, stripped bare, and cleaned by a downpour of cold water. Grating, sharp winds dried him, and he was given new clothes. A simple white shirt and white pants, no pockets. Walking barefoot, Oscar entered a small room with the others and felt himself going down a long shaft. The room clicked into place, and the doors opened. The guards directed a number of them to exit, and they continued their descent. Finally, it was Oscar's turn. Countless eyes greeted him. Groups of similar people in white clothes stared at them. They were the current prisoners. Many of them were eating off trays. In a single line, he and the newcomers were called up one by one to receive their cell numbers. Oscar received his and roamed into the mess hall. With vigor in their eyes, some prisoners nodded to him. He noted they were probably still recently imprisoned folks. The troubling part was the others who mumbled listlessly, spilling some food on their shirts, their hair growing wildly from their head and faces. Oscar knew these were the ultimers who had been imprisoned here for years. They're already broken in a way. Oscar spoke to Erden through their mental connection. Pavilion Master asks you to scope out the place. He's already shocked to know that the prison goes underground. Erden responded. The other reason for him being the best person for the job was not only due to the Reese but also the connection to Erden, allowing him to relay information instantly. Tell the Pavilion Master I'm on the 3rd level. Oscar went past the mess hall to look for his room. The first time the room opened, all the old apprentice Exalts exited, the second time was the elite Exalts, and the third was him and the other knight Exalts. If we're correct, my master is on the 4th level. How are the other preparations? Going well. They can make their deadline. The concern is you. Pavilion Master says to give it your best and break out without Draven if necessary. Erden replied, Fred, Emily, and I will do our best. Oscar stopped talking to Erden. He stood before an open cell room and walked inside. Loud snores tremored the air. A blanket rose and fell from the large mound on a bed. Oscar ignored the snoring man and studied the room, finding zero vents or panels. Damn, I hate underground prisons. Oscar tapped the walls to find a weak spot, but only a dull sound of solid rock responded. Who's making that racket? The sleeping man screamed, standing up. The prisoner grabbed the blanket over his face and pulled it out. He cracked his knuckles and snarled at Oscar. Who the hell are you? Oscar inhaled and sighed, cracking his shoulder by rotating his arm. I forgot. It's been a while since I was last in prison. I have to beat everyone else down, right? He raised his fist and took up a stance. To impede fear, he switched with Demon, and a chilly expression took over. Kneel, you bastard. Demon spat on the man's clothes. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 492. The Burden of Power. A slight wind tickled the ends of his fur, and Erden peered up from his rest and looked out the wide window, the curtains swaying about as the moonlight peeped in between the long cloth. He growled and turned to the pavilion master, Remulus Grant, who was neck-deep in scrolls, papers, and binders. The bald, old King Exalt's hands blurred. One scribbled and scratched on the paper, and the other flicked the papers, stacking the finished documents on a pile. Is something the matter, Erden? Remulus said, stamping his seal on another document. He wiped the sweat off his scalp and frowned, but his hands never stopped as he kept his eyes on the paper before him. He was lower than a King Exalt, so this response was normal, but receiving it was still infuriating. Erden rose and got on all four hooves, cracking his joints and neck, loud audible snaps drowning out the incessant scribbling. He smacked his mouth a couple of times and grunted. Do the others know? What others? Asked Remulus, his focus still on the documents. Oscar's other friends. The princess, the prince, the swordsman, the others. Do they know he's alive? Erden asked, growling. Remulus stopped his pen, the ink flowing down to form a small splotch at the end of his signature. Closing his eyes, the pavilion master let out a sigh, his shoulder deflating and wrinkles deepening as each second of air left his lungs. This time, he locked gazes with Erden, eyes full of a clear softness and hazy exhaustion, the look of a person at the end of their ropes, one Erden saw in several others. No, Oscar's friends have not been informed. I've also imposed a gag order on those who know, mainly the survivors from Drakenport, Remulus stated, rubbing his bald scalp. Why not? Erden stomped his hoof. They deserve to know, and Oscar was too rushed to save his master to go and visit them at the other ends of the empire. He left it to you to tell them. Remulus waved his hand, and the windows clanged shut. It's not time. Time? He's alive. Erden couldn't believe his ears. All Oscar wanted was to be reunited with his family and friends. The pain and sorrow he felt from Oscar when they saw his parents' grave nearly crushed him. An endless tide of Oscar's regrets and darkness drowning them both. And Erden never even knew Oscar's parents. But the joy and relief at meeting Fred and Emily sparked brighter than anything in Oscar's life. Excluding Avril. Erden only wanted what was best for Oscar. Unlike that idiot demon who went about it all the wrong way, he wished for Oscar to see his friends because they were all he had in this damned continent. His mental connection to Oscar was perfect to let Oscar see and listen to his friends if they came back. But this damned old man refused. I can see your confusion, and I understand. Remulus' green eyes glinted from the moonlight. His friends mustn't know, not right now. Celestina and Charles are at the far northern front, a week away. Their minds must not be disrupted for even a fraction of a second, lest they fatally fail. The same goes for Philip and Eleanor in the Rust Cliffs. The others are scattered around, performing their duties without the news of Oscar's return splitting their thoughts. You don't know that. They'll fight harder, Erden argued. That is unneeded. They are fighting fine as they are now, not too headstrong or passive. We've maintained a steady balance all this time, and that is what we need until the time comes to retaliate. Not to mention how they will react when they hear Oscar is in the Ruin Goals. Remulus walked toward the couch and sat down an inch away from Erden. Erden tried to contain himself, but involuntarily gulped and buckled his knees. It wasn't any purposeful pressure from Remulus forcing him to back down. It was the natural response to being in close proximity to a king Exalt, the aura of a higher power pressing on lesser creatures. Listen, Erden, I know I'm being the bastard right now. Believe me, I wish I could do more for my grand disciple. However, as pavilion master, I must consider everything. Remulus patted Erden's head, and Erden didn't reject him, feeling only the warmth and goodwill from the old Exalt in the careful and tender strokes. That is why Draven hates me. When he was captured, my first thought was to break into the prison and slaughter the enemy. But I couldn't. I failed him twice now. Then and now, I am forced to stay back due to the shackles called responsibility. But Aunt Rosette knows, and Aunt Ward knows. Erden understood Remulus's woes. Yet, he had to argue back to grasp the chance for Oscar to have more brightness in the bleakness so far. Aunt Ward, Remulus chuckled lowly. It's just like Maggie. But do you know what they're doing right now? Rosette has closed herself into her workshop, working on the blueprints Oscar gave her, hammering like a deranged maniac without concern for her health. Maggie is not well. My reports say she's taken fewer meetings and rarely addresses the soldiers. Do you think knowing about Oscar's survival and the potential escape of Draven have done well for them? Erden didn't want to admit it. The pavilion master's words were all true and full of concern for the entirety of the empire, yet they seemed so cold and distant to him. He grunted, "No, it did not. Call me cruel. Call me detached. Call me unworthy of being called master. But when you are in a seat of power yet under the thrall of another, the choices you make, one eye is blind while the other has to look elsewhere." Remulus's voice fell to a low, weak, trembling voice. He said in low gasps, almost like sobs, "I am ashamed. I am forced to rely on the others, my grand disciples. One who is preparing to fight under the banner of another for our sakes, and the other, who brought riches and knowledge and should be gifted with all the rewards and accolades his achievements demand, is forced to fight in the lowliest of the dirt. Nothing." Erden had no response to the weary Remulus, a broken look of years of burdens and regrets piling on the old man's shoulders. Erden got on the couch and lay beside him, offering his head and back as a comfort. Oscar was his priority, but he found someone else who desperately needed a hand. Remulus's grateful laughter came out as he patted Erden's back. "Do you believe in Oscar's success?" Erden asked. Remulus smiled, enlivened for the first time in their long conversation. "The stories he told us about his journey here are enough proof. He formed a bond with you, escaped the inescapable, evolved a core that was bound to forever be at its grade, found the love of his life, crossed paths with ancients and a primaire, and survived. If there's anyone I can trust to pull it off, it's Oscar. Yes, he can do it. And you? He'll pull it off," Erden stated without hesitation and snorted in laughter. "My life's on the line too." Remulus laughed and leaned his head back on the top of the couch. "Saul has taken a more active role since his return. That selfish prick. What is Oscar doing right now?" Erden closed his eyes and said, "What he does best." Demon spat on the man's clothes. The man roared and charged like a mindless beast, swinging wildly, driving his fist toward Demon's face. Demon scoffed, seeing this man as a maggot, and spat on the slow, weak fist. Quickly, he sidestepped and punched the man's shoulder. "Gah!" The man gargled his pain, clenching his teeth as veins contorted his face. Demon swerved to the other side, ducking below the arms, and rammed his elbow into the other shoulder. For the finishing touch, he kicked the man's knees from behind, and the man fell down, sitting on his knees. "My arms!" The man tried to lift his arms, but Demon purposely attacked the shoulders to disable the arms for a good amount of time. He had several questions to ask this man. "Are you going to comply and be my servant?" Demon grabbed the man's hair and raised him to meet his cold, uncaring eyes, ignoring the screams as some hair snapped off. "Why yes, I will be your humble servant and obey you," the man cried and begged while putting his hands together as if in prayer. From within the inner world, Oscar observed, concerned by the man's strange behavior, one unsuitable for a knight Exalt. He switched with Demon and asked, "Who are you? Where did you fight?" "I am Edclit Synd, former captain of the 20th Platoon of the 5th Southern Army," Edclit answered without a pause. He was a tall man, slightly shorter than Oscar's real height, but still an imposing figure. However, his arms were lanky, and his bony legs quivered non-stop. Oscar let him go and received Edclet's submissive bow, his head banging against the floor. "Stop!" Oscar ordered him to stand up. "How long have you been here?" "A year. It's been a year, sir." Edclet lowered his head, shaky and unwilling to meet Oscar in the eye. "I am Felix Giles." Oscar used his fake identity. Somehow, Elder Saul painstakingly transcribed this name into their minds to avoid being detected by a truth potion or mind control. "Are you not a proud knight, Exalt? What has broken you, brother, to this extent?" Edclet mumbled and stammered before he finally looked at Oscar, his face pale, nothing but a poisonous, maddening fear spilling from those dark pupils. "Oh, you'll see, sir, you'll see." He shut his mouth and dove into the bed, covering himself with a blanket. "You'll see." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 493, Re-education. Edclet whimpered, faint sobs leaking out as his body shivered underneath the thin blanket, an unbearable display that crept an unsettling chill in Oscar's back. A knight Exalt carried years of experience behind them, and Edclet certainly went through more during his post as a captain during the Long War, making the sight of his broken, fearful figure much more concerning. Oscar pulled the blanket off Edclet and was greeted by more screams from the blubbering prisoner, who grasped his own head and shook violently. "Enough!" Oscar separated Edclet's hands from causing further damage to his own body, keeping them firmly in his grip. Letting go and rushing his hands through the gap, he clenched hard on Edclet's head and forced the madman to stare directly into his gaze. "Look at me. Are you not a soldier? Are you not an Exalt of the pavilion? Steel yourself and look past the pain." Edclet's eyes rolled over to the back of their sockets, showing only the bloodshot, veiny white blanks to Oscar. His tears dripped uncontrollably, and his mouth began to foam, dripping a sloppy mess on the bed sheets and Oscar's hands. With no other choice, Oscar released the unconscious Edclet from his hold, gnashing his teeth. He couldn't contain it any longer and swung a wild fist into the wall, rubble tumbling down from the spreading cracks. After a few moments, Oscar retracted his hand, a clear imprint of his clenched fist embedded into the wall. His breathing slowly recovered, and he sighed. The Rurin jail somehow broke this man in a mere year of imprisonment, a feat surpassing the Abyss prison, where a prisoner like John, a simple elite Exalt, could endure and maintain his sanity for decades. Oscar realized there was far more to this prison than being a simple place to hold captured enemies. Something strange and insidious lurked and preyed on them within these walls, and he had to find out before Emily and Fred suffered the same fate. He turned to leave, hoping to gather more information from someone who wasn't crazy, but he stopped. Several other prisoners in similar white outfits entered the cell room, all throwing him stern gazes. One of them was a short man, barely 5'1.5" tall, sporting a short buzz cut, a pair of narrow, slanted eyes and long arms. The second was a large, muscular man, towering over the short man, taller than Oscar's real height, who cracked his knuckles. His messy blonde hair was tied back, his mustache was long, and his wide blue eyes shone brightly atop his burly face. The last and third man looked ordinary compared to the other two, a person of regular height and no discerning features. His short brown hair and blue eyes paired well with the blank expression on his face. "Oh, is this one of the newcomers? Nice to meet you. I am Alec Hunt." The brown-haired man smiled and waved his hand to express his welcome, sounding humble and open-minded. "Ah, that Edclet is sobbing a mess again. He's too weak. What a pity." The large, muscular man spoke in a rough, deep tone, crossing his arms as his muscles flexed and expanded. He extended out his gargantuan palm while stroking his mustache. "Did you make that dent in the wall? It'll be good to have you on our side. I am Lewis Cutler. Nice to meet you." The short one is Roland Dula. He can't talk. The short one, Roland, also approached and held out his hand, completely silent while clearly studying Oscar. 3 hands were out before him, and Oscar returned their greetings, shaking each of them and said, "I am Felix Gillis." And he, Oscar turned to Edclet. "He tried to take his anger out on me but lost and started to break down into this mess. Pathetic. He's only been here for a year. I've been here for 4 years along with Roland." Lewis clapped Roland's shoulder, laughing heartily. The weak-hearted will become like Edclit. But to fall in a year is an embarrassment. Now, it's not Edclit's fault. Every person has their limit. What's at fault is what drives them to that point. Alec lightly rebuked Lewis's words, but not to the point of actively scolding him, a neutral stance. And what is driving them to this state? Oscar pointed at the trembling Edclit, still clearly trapped within his own trauma. I overheard an officer outside mention a re-education. Is that part of it? Lewis stroked his beard and said, explaining it in words isn't enough. You will have to experience the full set for yourself to understand. Solidify your willpower and endure. Then come back here. As a newcomer, you'll be called up soon. Alec warmly patted Oscar on the shoulder. I pray you won't break like Edclit and… Davy? What happened to Davy? Oscar saw the grim faces of the others and was startled by the loud sobs from Edclit. He's in isolation. His mind broken beyond repair. Lewis brought his voice down to a low growl as he sat on his bed, the springs creaking under the weight of his massive frame. Shut up, you lowly filth. Near the door stood a guard clad in black armor, bearing the symbol of a black-shelled turtle. Alec and Roland nervously backed off, raising their hands in surrender. The guard noticed the wreckage Oscar had done to the wall but scoffed and pointed his spear at him. You're the new one. Follow me. Oscar held in the urge to ask a question, knowing the proper ways to behave in prison, and followed the guard outside, but not before he caught a glimpse of his fellow prisoners clenching their fists at him as if to say, endure. His bare feet barely made a sound while the heavy greaves of the guard stomped on the floor, his spear pounding along with them, and all the clamors and ruckuses in the other cells quieted to silence, many huddling away from the approaching steps. When the guard reached another cell, all the inmates raised their hands and backed away, pale-faced and in a cold sweat. He called for another newcomer and latched chains to link Oscar to the other, pulling them along. Fred was called up and added to the ever-growing chain of prisoners, and Oscar blinked several times, asking if he knew, to which Fred blinked no. The guard was not kind in his handling, rushing them down a long corridor of faintly lit lamps, not the light crystals Exalt's favored. Their shadows stretched as the lamps grew dimmer the further they traveled down until they stopped before a large, rusted door. Oscar sniffed and grimaced. The foul scent of iron came not just from the rust but something far sinister, an overwhelming amount of blood. Looking down, he noticed clumps of dried blood resting in the cracks between the bricks. I have the newcomers, ready for the baptism. The guard's chilling voice carried a slight chuckle at the end. The spindle on the door rotated and clicked into place, and the rusted, heavy door scraped against the ground with an ear-piercing noise. Forced to comply, Oscar went inside and twitched his eyebrow, containing the disgust he felt from the semi-wet blood latching onto the bottom of his bare feet. Line up! Several others were inside, wearing strange masks like coconuts on their heads with 3 holes, 2 for the eyes and 1 of similar size near the mouth. Oscar and the others were freed from their chains except for the collar inhibiting their eyne. Ordered to raise his hands, Oscar did as instructed and found new chains had extended from the ceiling, and his body was hoisted up, his feet dangling down, barely an inch away from touching the ground. The door scraped back and shut closed in a thunderous slam, reverberating through the chains. Suddenly, light filled the room, and Oscar closed his eyes, unable to handle the influx of brightness. Slowly, he cracked his eyes open, blinking several times to adjust, and widened them to the greatest extent, shocked at the table full of tools and instruments of torture. What the hell is this? One of the prisoners shouted, struggling against the chains, but his efforts were futile. Your eyne is restricted, so there is no enduring the pain. Pain is good. One of the oddly masked men lifted a hook, flailing it out, and hummed over to the prisoner, who shouted, now shaking and silent. Oscar watched as the torturer used iron to clamp the prisoner's lips together and pull them. To his horror, he stuck the hook from the bottom of the lips to the top while the muffled screams whimpered out. Now then, we have a full course of delight waiting for you all. But first, repeat after me. I hate the brilliant Drake Empire. I hate the Blue Ocean Pavilion. The torturer sighed when no one responded. He waved over the others, and they all stood before each prisoner with horrific tools in their hands. Oscar gritted his teeth and told himself to endure. Switch. I don't feel pain, demon whispered from within. No, I need to understand every step of the way. Besides, I can't let Fred suffer alone. Oscar clenched his fists and endured the torture. He grunted and strained his voice but never screamed or broke. They stabbed him, burned him, whipped him, and did all manners of torture, but Oscar refused to speak the words. It is the pavilion and the empire that has abandoned you. You fought for them only to be sent down here. This pain is not from us. It is from the incompetency of them. The torturer pointed at the two flags, one with the golden trident and the other with a dragon. Speak the words. Be on the right path, and the pain will eventually disappear. Some cried out for mercy only for their lips to be hooked. Oscar didn't relent. After what seemed to be 2 hours, according to Demon's count, the torturers finally stopped and packed up their weapons. A refreshing iron enveloped him and the other prisoners, whose wounds soon sealed shut and healed to the fullest. The torturers wiped their blood and retreated to the sidelines, standing at attention. It was very odd. Oscar couldn't understand their motive for healing them. Before he could try to think about it, a numbness itched in the corner of his mind, like a tumultuous ocean forced into a serene calm, all the waves of his thoughts dying down. Oscar tried hard to fight off this invasive force, but it was too powerful, and he could no longer think, only lost in the pleasurable peace, a comforting tug on his heart. His mouth opened without his doing and spoke. I hate the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I hate the brilliant Drake Empire. Everyone also said it. Snapping out of it, Oscar was horrified, his lungs choking, and stared blankly ahead. He finally noticed the beautiful woman floating above. Her signature white hair was tied back. Her wide ruby-red eyes shone brightly, and her enticing red dress fluttered along, revealing parts of her legs. Her face had no expression but carried a seductive beauty within those red lips and long eyelashes. Maya Claude. Oscar remembered her. Sensing her power, he frowned. She was a martial Exalt. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 494. Insanity of the Weak. Maya Claude rubbed her left cheek, a troubled look reflected in the creases along her brow as her gaze swept over Oscar and the rest while stroking her cheek, a deep frown forming on her red lips. He recalled punching her directly onto that side of her face long ago in Ashen Grove and couldn't help tensing up, his lips trembling to hold down the frown. Oscar gulped, averting his gaze from her. Did she feel something from him? Something that brought up the memory of what he did to her. My lady, is there something wrong? Asked one of Maya's entourage, a woman in red armor, 2 swords hanging from her waist. Odd, very odd. Maya bit her lip and glanced toward her left cheek. I feel something familiar and hateful. Her voice lowered to a chill as her eyes narrowed dangerously. She did feel something. His mind rumbled in thunder, and his heart beat rapidly to the sounds of her heels clacking on the bloody ground, drawing closer with each echoing step. Oscar often experienced the same phenomenon when his instincts felt something was off or wrong, out of place and dangerous. The Grade 5 Transfiguration elixir changed his face, transformed his figure, and even shifted his voice, but it could not change who he truly was, not his soul or mind. Somehow she had picked up on his presence. Excuse me, brave warrior. Can you tell me who you are? Maya smiled, eyes swirling like whirlpools within her ruby pupils, and the prisoner in front of her smiled foolishly, nearly drooling. Maya scowled as the addled prisoner answered her with his identity. She went down the line, asking her question to each person, and gave a thoughtful look at the ground after each one answered, seeming to be in deep pondering to herself. Oscar inwardly sighed in relief when Fred was passed over, but her sharp steps grew louder and closer until she reached him. Looking closer, Oscar had to admit from an objective view that Maya Claude had grown up to be a devastating beauty, her previous immature self nowhere to be seen, now grown up. But so what? Avril was far superior in his opinion, as nothing came close to her golden stare and indigo hair matching the charming smile arcing from one dimple to another. Who are you? Maya's spell bewitched him, her martial Exalt powers overwhelming all resistance. He tried to muster, even though the Ein showed she had just advanced into that realm. Avril's image distorted and twisted, white flowing and overcoming the indigo, a red bloodying the gold, dancing with a mischievous gleam, and the charming smile lowering as the dimples retracted. She had transformed into Maya, who smiled seductively, her pinkish tongue moistening her devil-red lower lip, inviting him over. "Switch!" Oscar bellowed in his mind before it was taken over. Inside the inner world, before the glowing core, he gasped and clutched his heart in astral form, pounding his fist on the floor and grinding his teeth, his roars echoing back into his ears. He bashed his head on the floor, ignoring the cracks forming on his forehead, and continued to fight, desperately trying to force Maya's image to return to Avril's. "I am Felix Gillis," Demon answered in a perverted voice with slobbery drool and maddened chuckles, something Oscar never expected from him. Maya's spell was cancelled, and Avril's face returned, brightening his mind and curling his lips into a smile. He switched with Demon and woke up in the torture chamber, shivering from the cold sweat drenching his back. "Take these prisoners away," Maya ordered. The entire time Oscar was released and strung out of the chamber, Maya never took her eyes off them. As if a monster was on his heels, Oscar scampered through the exit and exhaled, his tense body loosening when the door closed. Finally, it was over, but now he knew the true terror of this place. The guard dragged them over in chains into the mess hall. There, Oscar saw Emily and the other women newcomers being led from another direction. 30 minutes to eat your meal. Then return to your cells and await your assignments for tomorrow. The guards undid their chains and went away, leaving them alone. His stomach growled, and Oscar was driven by hunger, rushing over to where they distributed the food. He opened the tray and frowned at the sloppy pasty mess in a bowl and a fruit on the side. Still, he ate worse in the past, so he took his plate to a table and sat with Emily and Fred, their faces bleak and exhausted. "How are you holding up?" Oscar stuck a spoon in the bowl and dripped the runny, snot-like paste back down. He winced but placed the food in his mouth, chewing and nearly gagging. He swallowed and trembled, his stomach gurgling and in pain. "They said this was only a taste. It'll be a longer session after today." Fred coughed and sipped his water. "You two always get me in trouble. I've never been tortured before." Emily paled and held her mouth. She glared at Fred. "You better not crack." Fred leaned in, smiling softly. "Finally, you're talking to me. I've been through worse. The pain is nothing. No one is going to break, not you, not me, not OS Felix." Emily looked away like usual, but Oscar saw a hint of a smile forming. "Rudy," Oscar called out Fred's fake name. "My cellmates didn't say anything other than cryptic nonsense. Have you found out anything? I know parts of the daily schedule now. My cellmates barely said anything about the torture, but now I know it is in the 6 hours of the morning, from daybreak to noon, then lunch. The bastards were mum and said I'd find out." Fred clanged his spoon on the bowl, forcing himself to chew. 6 hours from noon to sunset is our daily assignment. Then we have dinner and 3 hours of free time. But they never mentioned what takes place in the 3 hours until midnight. But something else happens. 6 hours of torture. Emily clenched her tray. "Those scum are trying to break us. Not break us, convert us." Oscar finished his food and stood up. "Everything in there is meant to brainwash us to become enemies of the pavilion. Get a good rest and readjust our minds. From the torture to force them to say the hateful words to the soothing healing matching the timing of the forced speech under the beautiful Maya's seduction. It all created the illusion that being against the pavilion was good for their well-being." He rubbed his head, wishing Avril was here to give him a good warm embrace. He stared at the empty left ring finger, wishing it was here right now, but he left it in Erden's care. Reflecting on what happened earlier, Oscar almost growled, baring his teeth, and slammed his tray on the return bin. Maya Claude had to pay for her actions, and he would make sure of it. Stomping down the corridor, Oscar entered his cell and banged his fist against the wall, waking up his cellmates. Edclit seemed to have recovered from his previous maddened state, but was unwilling to meet Oscar's gaze. Roland leaped from his bed and huddled with his long arms close, a defensive stance. Louis frowned, his heavy steps shaking the beds as he towered over Oscar, his gaze gleaming intensely. The giant's hand reached out, but Alec tapped Louis's shoulder and shook his head, and Louis backed down. "You didn't break for 2 hours. Will you be able to endure 6 hours? Alec stepped forward. "What's the deal with withholding this from me?" Do you enjoy seeing the unknowing despair? Sorry to disappoint. I'm just angry. Oscar cracked his knuckles, exhaling a hot breath. If you don't answer me, I'll beat you all down even if we're on the same side, and you're within your rights to do so. True, we could have told you earlier. Alec backed away, keeping a distance away from Oscar. There's not really a good reason for us to do so. It's just been that way for a long time. If there were a reason, it'd be that we had to know you can handle the unexpected. A load of shit, Oscar spat on the ground. He heard better reasons from worse people. Alex sighed and stepped slowly around Oscar, keeping his hands up the entire time. Follow me. I need to show you something. He approached, carrying one careful stride at a time, and pointed outside the cell. Oscar remained silent for a while, locking gazes with Alec. Deciding to entertain Alec for the time being, he stepped aside and gestured for Alec to lead. He exited the cell and followed the strange cellmate through several corridors, passing by other inmates in their cells who merely stared for a moment before turning back to their own affairs. Are prisoners allowed to roam aloud like this? Oscar asked. In some ways, the Ruran jails were worse than the Abyss prison, and in some ways it was oddly freeing. As long as we attend the morning and nightly roll call in our cells, we can move around and talk. Besides, Alec tugged on his uninhibiting collar. We can't do anything with these on. One guard can kill all of us. That's right. No one can attempt an escape without the means to break these collars, Oscar said. Where are you taking me? You already know how Edclid is doing. He's only the start. What do you think happens to the others who become far worse? Alec asked. Isolation? Oscar answered. That's right. Like Davy. Alec turned a corner, and all hell broke loose. Jijijijijijijiji. Kaka kaka kaka. Meat, meat, meat. I smell meat. Come on, join me here. Keek keek keek. The air was rife with the unintelligible, crazed cries of countless others. Gnarled, bloody arms full of scars reached out through the small, narrow openings on the doors, squeezing between the iron bars, and banged on their doors. So many of them. So many arms and so many doors surrounded the corridor on both sides. Bloodshot eyes atop shriveled heads peeked out, and their mouths parted to show dirty, rotting teeth and cackled. Maya, my love, I'll kill everyone for you. Fresh meat, fresh meat. Gug you. This is isolation? Oscar felt his blood drain from his body, and his veins froze. Not since the new dawn had he seen such depravity and vile affront to modesty. You are aware now that the point of the tortures and seduction at the end is brainwashing us to become loyal soldiers. Simple controlling spells are too unreliable if the controller isn't always present. So they slowly feed it to us and instill the fear of disobedience and pleasure of serving. Alex stopped midway and faced Oscar with a dark and soulless look. It's not a reliable method. So many become twisted and are reduced into madness before being converted. This is insanity. Oscar slowly watched the horrific displays of the mad, the crazed. As long as we have strong wills, we can never become brainwashed, but we can always be broken. There is a way to reduce our chances of becoming like this. Alex stepped before Oscar. And with your strength, we have a better chance. How so? Oscar asked. The cage fights. Fight as one of us. Alec extended out his hand. Only the strongest can thrive. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 495. The Cage Fight. That's what is happening so far, Erden reported to the pavilion master. Remulus snapped the pen in his hand, black ink dripping from his palm onto his blue robes. The books shook off the shelves. The couches and chairs rattled, hitting their wooden pegs on the smooth floor, and the table crumbled into splinters. Rushed by his bare instinct, Erden stomped his hooves, retreating as fast as possible and tucking himself into the corner, his fur standing on ends and his teeth clattering uncontrollably. He tried to calm himself, but the hostile ine leaking from the powerful king Exalt left no room for comfort. Sorry, Erden. I lost control for a moment. Remulus snapped out of it and reined in his ine, rubbing his hand over his scalp. He exclaimed at the black ink on his palm, looking quite comical with the black handprint over his bald head. He twirled his finger. All the splotches of ink vanished from his blue robes, hand, and head, and the books floated back to their shelves. However, the broken table remained, to which Remulus sighed and just sat in his chair. I never expected them to enact these horrific practices on our people. I'll have to send out missives to all commanders and have them reevaluate anyone who had reappeared after disappearing. How many of their brainwashed converts have infiltrated our ranks? Remulus swept the table out of existence and pulled another table out of nowhere. His hands moved fast, writing on paper. What about Oscar and the others? Erden asked. I worry about him. Why? Remulus asked. Didn't you say you believe in him? While lying down, Erden tapped the floor with a hoof and exhaled a hot breath from his snout. He will succeed in escaping prison, but perhaps not in saving his master. I worry about his mind. He should have stayed safely here until he met his friends, but he rushed out to save his master without a second thought. He's always been like this, unable to stop himself from running headfirst, especially if it was for the people he cared about. I understand his thoughts and emotions. Oscar lost his parents, and that gravely hurt him. He doesn't want to lose the one other person he regards as a father. I fear Oscar will break if Draven is found dead or can't escape. Remulus smiled and went over to Erden's corner, patting his head. It's good that you're here for him. I wish Draven had someone like you. I failed to be that person for him. And Oscar is that person Draven needs. The old Exalt sat back down on his chair. It hasn't been a full day since their imprisonment. I trust they won't give in to the enemy. Remulus shook the papers, and a green flame swallowed them. I need them to find out everything about the prison. The old man's words sounded indifferent to their plight, but the tiredness and worry within his low tone made Erden think differently. He trotted to the couch and rested on its soft cushion, watching Remulus restack piles of documents and return to work. Erden closed his eyes, his vision shifting to Oscar's side, wishing his friend the best of luck. Returning from the crazed corridor, Oscar rested on his bed and stared at the pure white ceiling, the rough linen feeling quite comfortable after the horrifying sight and conditions of the isolated ones. He saw and heard everything Erden experienced in Remulus's room, including the part about his return being withheld from his close friends. He struggled for a bit, clenching his hands under the back of his head, biting his lips to stop himself from screaming curses and ill will at the pavilion master. The reasons for keeping his survival a secret were true and correct, but his heart twisted in agony. You all right? Erden's voice echoed from within. Do I look so desperate to you? Oscar asked. Yes, Demon and Erden answered together. I didn't speak up earlier, but you had the time to meet your friends properly. Yet you got yourself imprisoned, Erden said, impatient and reckless. All because you wanted to see your master, Demon scolded. Shut up. I won't lose anyone else. Oscar shut down the conversation and raised himself from bed. Roland and Lewis were exercising, Lewis's loud shouts of exertion matched by the vigorous push-ups he did, using only one finger while his other hand went over his back. Roland stood upside down on his long arms, silent as ever, remaining in the handstand as beads of sweat covered his red face. A single clap resounded through the cell, and everyone turned to the source, Alec, who smiled warmly. The time is almost here. We couldn't participate ever since Davy lost his mind. Now, with Felix, we can finally fight in the cage fights. Lewis bellowed in laughter, leaping to his feet. It's about time. Isn't that right, Roland? Roland nodded and smiled, his lips arcing from one slanted eye to the next. Edclit raised his arms and cheered. Then he met Oscar's gaze and looked away, shivering. The others stared in a mix of rejection and helplessness at Edclit's current state. There was nothing they could do for him. Alec waved everyone over to follow him. Stepping out into the corridor, Oscar saw other inmates come out of their cells, and they glared at Oscar's group menacingly as if they couldn't wait to tear them apart. The air became stifling, and no one talked along the way, huddling into their groups and snarling at others who came close. Oscar hadn't seen a scene like this since the Abyss prison, where the prisoners roamed in loose groups toward the adder pits. Past a corner, Oscar saw a mess of long benches surrounding a steel cage, a steel stage elevated within. He immediately understood that they would have to fight. But against whom? Alec, it's good to see you back here. You're lucky to have gotten a fifth. Kakaka, a man with a tattooed head greeted Alec, a pattern of a black scorpion on his forehead. His voice sounded poisonous. It's been a while since we've faced off. Kakaka, Gareth, you've been living happily for a while. It's time for us to enjoy the luxuries. Alex smiled and extended his hand, but Gareth shook it off and cackled on his way back to his group. We're fighting each other? Oscar asked. Many groups already arrived, piling on the benches. Fred was there too, seemingly barking orders to his fellow cellmates. Would he have to fight Fred? The cage fights are the only source of entertainment for the guards. They bet and laugh while we fight each other. But it's not without its merits, Alec explained, leading them to sit on a bench. His blue eyes darkened at the sight of the guards roaming the steel cage, a hateful gaze. The guards draw up the matchups, and the winners get certain benefits. Benefits? Lewis interjected, less torture time, better meals, and less time spent on daily assignments. The more we win, the more the rewards rack up. Such a system is set up here? Oscar frowned, realizing the true intent behind having these battles between cells. Your suspicions are true. Alec clenched his knees. It's all to ruin any cohesion and camaraderie between the prisoners. What will you think if you're being beaten up by someone who was once your ally? But what can we do? We're forced to fight. Might as well win and lessen our burden. Oscar fell silent. The whole place reeked. Everything in this prison was designed specifically to ruin their bodies, minds, and relationships. No wonder so many people broke apart into maniacs. Suddenly, the steel cage, hung up by chains, was raised high, allowing entry to the stage. All right, Cell A4 versus Cell B2, a prison guard announced, to which roars and cheers of many inmates resounded. Oh, we're already up. Then Lewis, go up first. Alex smiled. I've been waiting for this. 6 hours of torture is too long. Lewis stomped toward the steel stage, crossing his large arms as a wide smile emerged under his mustache. From Cell B2, another bulky behemoth entered, similarly stomping on the steel stage. The cage descended, thudding heavily on the floor, and entrapped the two on the stage. You know the rules. Fight until one of you can no longer fight. A prison guard floated above. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers before shouting. Begin! Lewis roared and charged. His opponent mimicked him, and their fists clashed in a thunderous clap, knuckles bashing against knuckles. The gusts of wind kicked off from the power of their clash forced Oscar to squint, looking between his fingers for a better view. Lewis and his opponent brawled, the sounds of their bones cracking, resounding clear. Punch after punch, Lewis smiled through it all and headbutt his enemy, forcing his foe to reel back. He's got it, Alec declared. Lewis rushed in while his opponent was off balance and tossed him to the steel floor, a gargled grunt of pain spraying blood in the air. Lewis raised his foot and stomped on his fallen foe's chest, silencing any cries or bouts of agony. The man rested limply on the floor, his chest slightly caved in. Lewis raised his fist and beat his chest like a gorilla, roaring out his victorious shout. One victory for Cell A4. Next, the guard announced. The steel cage lifted once again, and Lewis returned with a wide smile, high-fiving Roland. Gahahaha, it's been a while since we fought. 2 more victories and we'll be set. Who's next? Lewis chortled. Next will be Roland. Alec pointed at Roland, who nodded and leaped on the steel stage, his opponent already there. Who will be after that? Oscar asked. You. We have to see what you can do. Alex stared at him, his eyes saying enough for Oscar to understand no rejection would be tolerated. How are you the leader of the cell? It didn't escape his notice that Alec was the center of the group, receiving respect and obedience from others. They followed his words, and he moved freely without being questioned by them. Oscar was interested and stared back with a smile. I wonder how strong you are. In any case, you will be the one going next. Alec shook his head. On the stage, Roland dashed around the steel stage, his speed quite great despite the lack of iron. He utilized his long arms like whips and got his opponent into a stranglehold, grappling him around. His foe tried every method to get Roland off, but the short man was slippery, tossing and turning to keep his position. If his foe tried to ram him into the cage, Roland turned him so his enemy would hit the cage. Lewis and Roland, both of them were quite strong and good veterans in non-Exalt fights. It only piqued Oscar's interest more in Alec. Just how strong was this man? Cell A4 wins again. Next, the guard shouted as the other cell rushed to get their unconscious member out, and one stayed behind, Oscar's opponent. Then, I'll be off. Oscar walked onto the stage and stretched his arms. The steel cage lowered, and he was surrounded by metal bars soaked with the blood of the previous 2 battles. He grinned and put up a stance. Come on! Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 496. The Sweeper. Inside the steel cage, Oscar planted his feet on the stable, flat yet harsh steel stage, and clenched his fists, cheers and bangs erupting around him from the prisoners as the fight was about to start. It felt familiar, fighting bare-knuckled against another inmate surrounded by a crazed rabble, a fond memory emerging from the wellspring of his memories. Long ago, he fought against John in the Abyss prison as a part of his master's test. Staring around, he almost convinced himself his master would be watching intently from the sidelines, the same unreadable expression hidden under the helmet. Sadly, his master wasn't by his side. Wait for a while longer, master. I will be there soon, Oscar vowed. Where do you think you're looking? His opponent cackled, sticking his tongue gleefully. He swung his lanky arm, curling his fingers like claws, sharp, overly long nails sticking out like blades. Fool, Oscar swayed back, dodging the nails by a hair. His enemy lashed out widely, the steel floor screeching like wailing children as the nails scraped and scratched along its surface, creating long streaks. Oscar didn't retaliate and sidestepped every strike, his feet drumming on the floor rhythmically. Due to the effects of the Grade 5 Transfiguration elixir, his body felt foreign, his physique not something he was used to, so he weaved and moved, training his new legs and feet. Stop dodging, his foe screamed, bringing his hands in from both sides as if about to give him a painful hug. You're right. After a short time, Oscar exhaled and stopped, allowing the ferocious nails to come close. His body was fully prepared and under his control, every muscle fiber bending to his will. He spun his body and extended his legs, kicking both arms away. Using the momentum, he kicked off the steel floor and punched his opponent, driving his fist into the jaw. His foe fell limply onto the ground, motionless and eyes unfocused. Cell A4 is the winner again. That makes them the overall winner, the prison guard announced, and the audience erupted into chaos, banging their hands on their benches and roaring in cheers. Oscar stepped down from the stage and was greeted by the wide smiles and open hands of Alec, Lewis, and Roland. There was no harm in rejecting their praise, so Oscar high-fived them, ignoring the scared Edclet on the side. Resting on the bench, he wiped his sweaty face with his shirt and noticed Alec and the others standing before him. What? With this victory, we'll have 5 hours of torture and a piece of smoked chicken added to our lunch. If we keep winning, we'll live in luxury here. Alec bowed slightly. With the 4 of us together, there's no chance of us losing. Lewis and Roland grinned widely, showing their teeth as their cheeks contorted, elated at the rewards. You call this luxury? You all are too used to living here. Oscar scoffed and ran his hand through his hair. From their words, he could tell they had become accustomed to living here, not a single bit of resistance left in their minds. We do the best with what we have, Alec shrugged. I hate this place like anyone else, but what can we strive for in this hellhole? Escape? That's a pipe dream. Oscar didn't answer and turned away from the other 3 to watch the rest of the matches. All the night Exalts here had gone through horrific battles and trained their bodies to the limit. He found it a shame to see them all reduced to simple brawlers like children fighting in the mud, a far cry from their glorious past. Fred easily won against his opponent, beating him down to a pulp, and Oscar secretly pumped his fist by his side, cheering for his friend. 3 hours later, the fights ended, and the guards herded them to their respective corridors to return to their cells. Some guards chuckled and were lax, presumably the winners in their gamble, while others cursed and kicked, beating the other inmates. Huddling with his group, Oscar returned to his cell and rested on his bed. The lights faded into complete darkness as the cell doors tightly shut, locks clicking into place, signaling the start of the 6 hours of sleep. His other cellmates fell asleep very quickly except for Edclet, who whimpered like a dog, the sounds of him biting his nails clear in the silent dark. It's here. It's here, Edclet whispered, snickering madly to himself. Disturbed by Edclit's cryptic words, Oscar rose from his bed and neared Edclit, who stammered and huddled away. The poor sap covered his mouth to hold in the wails, and Oscar backed away, wary of Edclit's outburst. That seemed to work as Edclit's loud breathing stabilized, slowly becoming more inaudible. Then his whispers picked up again. "It's coming. It's coming." "What is?" Oscar asked, but Edclit whimpered and shut his mouth, hiding under the covers. Trying to get an answer from him was pointless. Oscar shook his head and was about to go back to sleep when his ears perked up, picking up a faint thud, and he turned to the exit, inexplicably drawn to the sound. The soft, faint thuds approached, and heavy pounds took their place, the floor shaking as if a small earthquake was passing through. Something was coming. He looked down to find his fingers trembling, a cold numbness tingling on their tips. Peering out the cell bars, he couldn't see clearly through the darkness, but he caught sight of something humongous, a humanoid shrouded and walking through the corridor. The quaking came from its huge feet stomping on the floor. Suddenly, it stopped before Oscar's cell. What appeared to be the head turned to the side and faced Oscar. Focusing his sight, Oscar witnessed parts of its features and was taken aback. A smooth metal helmet covered half its head. Metal spokes protruded from its bare shoulders. The bottom half of its head looked disgusting, covered in gnarled and mangled flesh, common aftereffects of grievous burns. Bringing its head close, it growled and drooled, opening its mouth with sharpened teeth, and Oscar met its monstrous gaze. No emotion, light, spark, or gleam existed in the dark void within those eyes. Took a while, but Oscar finally noticed they weren't eyes. Rather, they were the absence of eyes, empty sockets left after their precious gems were taken away. The monster sniffed and grunted before backing away and continuing its ominous trek down the corridor, loud stomps reverberating again across the cells. "What the hell is that?" Oscar mumbled. The next morning, the cells opened at the break of dawn, and the guards funneled in, chaining up every prisoner for transport. They marched to the tune of rattling chains and bare footsteps into the torture chambers, lined up and hoisted off the ground like fish on a hook. Oscar withstood the torture even as the strange torturers poured scalding water on their skin, pierced needles into their fingernails, and all other horrifying tortures. After 5 hours, he was healed and forced to say the sickening words of betrayal under Maya Claude's seduction spell, forced to see Avril's image corrupted by Maya's. He swore to himself he would kill her. Exiting the torture chambers, Oscar went to the mess hall to eat an early lunch, a nice smoked chicken greeting on his plate for him to eat, another reward from yesterday. He ate with Fred and Emily, who had won an hour off torture yesterday as well. He asked them about the strange monster that roamed the halls at night. "That's the sweeper." The other inmates weren't so keen to talk about it. Fred chewed his smoked chicken slowly, clearly savoring the taste. "You didn't ask your cellmates?" "I did." Alec didn't answer. Oscar sipped his small cup of water and swirled the droplets in his mouth, tasting like heavenly honey to his parched throat. "You should take over your cell." "I already did." Emily rubbed her eyes. "I did as well. It wasn't hard. Just beat them all down." Fred concurred, smiling at Emily, who scoffed and turned away. Oscar shook his head. "Keeping a low profile is best. I don't want a target on my back, and Alec has all the respect for a reason. So what is this sweeper?" "Can't say much. Some said it used to be a prisoner here before its mind finally broke, but it turned into a cold, murderous machine instead of a screeching maniac. I managed to find a man who was one of the first inmates, and he said it's always been here since the start, roaming the halls for anyone who failed to return to their cells. Somehow, it always found them and left a bloody gift in the mess hall," Fred explained. He leaned in and scratched his fingers on the table, speaking in body language. "Your master is here." The old inmate said the guards were especially rowdy and cheerful, bragging about catching the disciple of the pavilion master. "He's confirmed to be below us. I hope I don't run into that monster," Oscar said while responding with his fingers. "Is there another way below? Or is that elevator shaft the only route? As long as we're all safe in our cells at night, it won't hurt us. Worry about our daily assignments." Emily joined in the silent messages. "There are other doors. I noticed guards coming in and out. Report for your assignments." The guards barked and forced everyone to line up, giving each inmate a directive. Clean up duty. The guard ordered Oscar to join a group of inmates. He went along with them, led by another guard into a set of stairs, forced to clean every nook and cranny while the guard read propaganda against the Blue Ocean Pavilion and the brilliant Drake Empire. Scrubbing his dirty sponge on the stairs, Oscar glanced up and then focused his gaze down. His master had to be down there. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 497, Riot. Life wasn't good in a prison, especially for prisoners of war. Day after day, he underwent tortures in great variety, the torturers ever gleeful in changing the process and experimenting with new techniques. His lack of agonizing screams behind his clenched teeth only spurred his captors to try harder. Their cruelty heightened and focused on him. Oscar never relented even a yelp, not once, even as cold daggers plunged into his sides. After the torture, he ate the foul slop that tasted like rotten eggs and bit into the sour fruit, flavors so foul he could not get used to them. The only comfort was the extra piece of smoked, tough chicken jerky, a reward for winning yesterday's battle. Once he finished his first meal of the day, he went to work on his daily assignments. He cleaned the floors, stairs, and the rooms of the isolated, the dirtiest and most foul of all, drenched in human waste and blood. On other days, he did the laundry for the guards and polished their armor. During these monotonous times, the horrid words echoed through the prison, telling him to denounce his home. Then he would fight after resting for 3 hours. He and his cellmates reigned as kings in the steel cage fights, winning every match and keeping their rewards. Alex's lack of involvement in these battles bothered him, but Oscar let it be since it didn't mean anything to his escape plan. Then, every time at night, he waited by the cell doors and watched the sweeper trod with heavy steps, meeting its hollow gaze every night while it bared its sharp teeth. After half a month of cleaning the floors and listening to the guards' idle conversations, Oscar, Fred, and Emily put together a general outline of the prison. The long elevator shaft ran through the entire prison from top to bottom. A set of stairs on the edges allowed the guards to move from floor to floor. He relayed everything to Erden, who told the details to the pavilion master and Elder Saul. Then, finally, the day had arrived. At the break of morning, after the terrifying sweeper retreated away into wherever it came from, the lights in the ruined jails flickered on, showering every cell in its brightness, not a place, edge, and corner shrouded in shadow. Exhaling, Oscar woke up on schedule, clenching his fists under his blanket. He rose from bed, rubbed his chin, and ran his fingers through the overgrown beard. If Avril saw him now, she would definitely laugh at his expense. Oscar smiled fondly at his memories of Avril, still as clear as the bright light above him, unaffected by a month of Maya's persistent seduction spells at the end of tortures. One more time, Oscar palmed his face as if he was washing it despite the absence of water and brushed his slightly long hair back, letting him see fine without annoying bangs in the way. The guard came on time and banged his weapon on the open cell door, and the entire cell stood at attention, raising their hands as per protocol. Get a move on, you degenerates. Anyone falling behind will lose their free hour, the guard shouted, banging his weapon on the wall. Oscar stepped outside the cell, his feet instantly cuffed and linked to the next person who exited, Alec. In well-coordinated steps and equal strides, Oscar and the others marched down the halls under the somewhat lazy eyes of the guards, some not paying attention at all as they were too engrossed in their conversations. Their lack of enthusiasm and alertness was exactly what he needed. Whether it was pride or the belief nothing could happen inside the ruined jails, the guards continued their folly under Oscar's expectant gaze. I can feel you, Erden. How much farther are you? Oscar sent a mental transmission. Slipping through was hard enough. We're just in time to make it midway through your lunch. Are you sure Maya Claude won't be on level 3? Erden transmitted back. Fred saw her exiting through the side doors, turning toward downstairs at the end of the 6 hours. I can start the distraction in time, but we don't know what measures they might have in place. You need to come quick. Oscar coughed and rubbed his nose, the thick smell of blood, new and old, choking his nostrils. His feet squelched on the wet and dry blood until he arrived at the torture chamber. The rusted door scraped open, and Oscar breathed deeply and told himself this was the last one. The 5 hours of torture commenced, and the captors were too happy to receive him again. Unlike the others with one torturer, he faced two of them and stared defiantly into the eye holes of their strange, unsettling masks. They circled him, clicking their tongues and cackling in high-pitched tunes, hollering at him with their long, gloved fingers wriggling around. "Prisoner Felix, it's an honor to have you again. We haven't had someone not make a sound within a month. Most can't last the first week without screaming out in pain," they taunted. "For goodness sake, get on with it. I'm getting bored waiting for you to start." Oscar spat on one's mask. They tilted their heads, necks creaking unnaturally, and raised their tools to their chests. Oscar gritted his teeth as sweat drenched his shirt. A fierce smile grew from his lips, and the dagger, heated to a bright orange, cut along his arm. 5 hours later, Oscar sighed, still hung from the chains. He smiled and laughed at the clearly dissatisfied torturers for failing to induce even a forced grunt from him. Their hands clenched their tools, but the time was over, so they slammed their hellish devices on their table. A sweet, sickly scent of perfume wafted over, and Oscar looked up to see Maya Claude floating above like she had done every day as if she deigned from touching the ground. Staring into those red pupils, he struggled and tried to resist the charm, but his mind fell apart, unable to form a tangible thought, and his mouth spoke the traitorous words, her seductive figure in his mind pushing aside Avril and smiling fondly. It ended, and Oscar glared at Maya, almost snarling like a beast. The chains lowered him, and he exited with the others, barely containing the fury burning inside his heart, forcing the veins to pop onto his skin. Along with his cellmates, Oscar returned to his cell and rested. Slowly, the red flush of anger receded from his body, and his heart calmed. The extra hour ended, and Oscar went into the mess hall. He glanced around, found Fred and Emily, and quickened his pace toward them. He scratched his fingers on the table, relaying Erden's timing. Emily and Fred nodded, gripping their utensils tightly. Oscar looked to the left and right, seeing the guards not paying attention. For the plan to work, a distraction had to happen. He clenched his hands on the iron-restricting collar around his neck, giving one final nod to Emily and Fred, and gathered the wreaths. The entire mess hall trembled from his single shattering wave, and everyone turned to the source of the deafening bang, their mouths gaping wide open as Oscar tossed aside the fragments of his collar. His skin shivered, and a pleasant feeling rose in Oscar's chest. His core danced and pulsed happily within the inner world, and the cool streams of iron coursed through his body. The time was now. Not skipping a moment, Oscar invoked his guise, the familiar blue antlers of iron extending from his forehead. Swiftly, his hands grabbed Emily's and Fred's collars and broke them easily before the guards could react. Emily and Fred rushed into action, not a second off in their movements. Emily stomped on the ground and erected stone walls while Fred swayed his hands, sending gusts of wind to swirl around like a cocoon around the mess hall. Oscar bolted from table to table, breaking their collars, already spending much of his guy's powers. Annoyed by the strange looks the now free inmates gave him, Oscar shouted, "We're escaping, kill them all," to give them one final burst of confidence. He zipped around, flames bursting from one hand and a golden drill extending from the other. The golden drill plunged into a guard's chest, and a circle of fire formed under the guard and erupted into a pillar of flames reaching the ceiling, decimating the guard into ash. The other inmates cheered and screamed, uplifted by Oscar's charge. They flew around in the mess hall and fought the guards. The guards fought well and held back the raging inmates due to their armaments and beast companions, but Oscar's side had the numbers. In the thick of the churning battle, the tables were coated in blood, and bodies peppered the floor, red blood dirtying the clean white floor. They were winning. Oscar allowed himself to smile while he rampaged through the mess hall. Unexpectedly, he ran into Alec, Louis, Roland, and Edclet. Louis smiled and swung his fists together like a hammer, radiant light shining on his knuckles like stars. Roland strangled a guard, icy blue expanding from his arms onto the guard's body. Alec gathered water and trapped others in bubbles, holding them at bay while Louis and Roland fought. "Felix, what the hell is this?" Alec warded off a fire spell. "We're breaking out, and I need everyone on board." Oscar threw a flaming spear at a guard, creating a blazing trail as the guard was forced back. For the first time in the month he had known him, Oscar saw Alec smiling widely, a complete difference from the casual smile he wore like a mask. This smile contained the resolve and drive Alec lacked earlier. "How nice. Fine. All right, you bastards. Let's go," Alec shouted, summoning his stingray anima. He raised his hands, fingers trembling from exertion as tides rose, separating the enemy. Lewis and Roland pounced, Lewis attacking using his towering figure and Roland sweeping in from below. Oscar let them be and dashed through the crowd, maintaining his communication with Erden. "How much longer?" 3 minutes. "We hear the bells tolling already," Erden replied. 3 minutes. "I got it." Oscar punched the door and rushed down the stairs, turning a corner to enter a short, wide corridor, plain white all over. At the end was an open doorway, the side route to level 4, the prison of the Martial Exalts and his master. Halting his steps, Oscar roused his iron, surging it to the fullest. He felt the ominous presence coming from below, approaching his set of halls. Red eyes shone in the darkness beyond the doorway as small, quiet steps tapped forward. Maya Claude strode into the light, her white hair swaying to her waist, clear annoyance evident in her pursed red lips and knitted brow. "Is your purpose the Martial Exalts below?" Maya's eyes shone, her seduction spell already well underway. Oscar could sense her insidious intent worming its way into his mind, but he no longer allowed them the freedom to infect his thoughts. He switched with Demon while Erden sent forth a stream of Ein to help Oscar break the spell. "That won't work anymore. It never will." Oscar reassumed control. "Impossible." Maya sounded surprised. "Who are you?" 2 minutes. Oscar heard Erden call out. He relaxed and forcibly cancelled the transfiguration elixir. His joints cracked and popped, his arms and legs extended out. His shirt ripped apart and fell in tatters, and his hair and eyes returned to their obsidian black. Cracking his shoulders, he smiled at the wide-eyed Maya. "It's been a while, Maya Claude. How's your face?" Her face darkened as a red flush of anger overwhelmed her pretty countenance. In a trembling voice of disbelief and hate, she said in a vicious tone, her words coming to a screech, "Oscar Tur, Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 498, Buying Time." Hearing her screech out, Oscar broke out into laughter, enjoying the twisted anger wrinkling and twisting the face she always seemed so proud of and the shock shaking the ends of her white hair. The force of her Ein permeated the corridor, denser than the thick, humid air and hotter than the flames of a furnace, as if he were sinking into a lake of lava. His skin tightened, and his lungs could barely breathe, only taking a twig's worth of air to sustain him. A Martial Exalt's power was awe-inspiring, but Maya's paled in comparison to the many Martial Exalts Oscar had run into. 2 more minutes. Erden maintained clear communication and updates. "How long has it been since you advanced to the Martial Exalt realm?" Oscar wiped the tears from his laughter, shrugging off Maya's restrictive Ein thanks to the power of his guise helping to repel its influence. "A year? 2? You bastard." Maya's voice grew shakier, her faint chuckles turning to giggling until she laughed hysterically. Her head tossed back, and her hand palmed her forehead. Oscar watched her and let her stay in her little world. Every second bought was another second closer for Erden and the rest to arrive, another moment to halt Maya from moving above to massacre the rest. Running her hands through her hair, she smoothed it out and stared dead ahead at Oscar, a gleeful glint within her red pupils as her cherry lips rose to her cheeks. All the anger and hostility was gone from her beautiful countenance. She tapped her foot forward, a single clear yet small step, barely a stride, but a great flame burst out from under her toes. The inferno raged under her feet, engulfing half of the floor and climbing along the walls to the ceiling. Facing against the tunnel of flame and the guardian Maya, Oscar willed and utilized more Ein to protect himself. Faint embers flickered along his shroud of iron, burning parts of his guise, which he quickly regenerated. He could tell these embers would burn his existence into nothingness if not for his guise. Erden still needed more time, so Oscar continued to probe and keep her busy. "Not pulling out your anima? Let's see the snake. How did you survive?" "Reports said you never made it out of Ashen Grove," Maya asked, sitting on a chair of fire and crossing her legs with her head held high. clearly looking down on him. Or was that a lie? Did you hide somewhere for 20 years? She rubbed her chin and tapped her fingers on the fiery armchair, retracting her former statement. No, you aren't a coward and one to leave your allies. You would have fought from the very start of this war. Normally, a person would have liked to hear such praises. Too bad they came from someone as repulsive as you. Insulting her, Oscar sat on the floor, resting his cheek on his fist. Her actions in this prison were disgusting to the highest offense, and he could not help himself from telling her off. He continued to insult and rebuke her. Trying to brainwash everyone to become your soldiers is just wrong. Even in war, what's it matter? We must win this war at any cost, no matter the method. You didn't care about the burns and injuries you suffered just to land a punch on me. Maya pointed at him. You are using the prisoners above to save your master below. What's the difference? I'm not here to argue right or wrong with someone who clearly has no idea of a bottom line. Oscar remembered the bloodied laboratories and experimental halls in the New Dawn bases, the tables of dripping blood and piles of corpses of their failures. That's a road down to depravity unlike any other, so you say, but it has tremendous results when we need them the most. Maya gazed upward and then faced Oscar again, her finger pointing up. She said in a bright, lively tone, "You fool, going headstrong like always. Did you think we only failed? Don't stray too far away." Alec shouted to his squad. He noticed something odd with Roland and waved Lewis over. "Roland, what's wrong?" Lewis stepped toward the still Roland, but the short, silent Exalt split in half. A clean cut that separated everything from organs to the spinal cord in the center, spewing out blood and marrow. The giant roared and held Roland's bisected corpse, howling at the carnage around him. Who did this? What was going on? Alec had no idea. Roland was alive just a few seconds ago, and he saw no enemy passing through his defenses. He realized it immediately and shouted, "Lewis, get back!" Lewis couldn't finish a word before a blade stuck into the back of his head and protruded out of his eye. The blood-drenched sword anima pulled back, and Lewis's body fell forward, landing on the ground with a thud. Standing behind the corpse was someone Alec didn't expect. Exalt. I hate the Blue Ocean Pavilion. I hate the brilliant Drake Empire. They betrayed us all, Exalt mumbled, smiling widely, and swung around his sword anima. You imbeciles never realized the truth of how we fought for nothing. Since when? Alec grimaced at the sight of his fallen cellmates. When were you brainwashed? Not brainwashed. I've been enlightened. Enlightened to the truth. Exalt cackled. Did I fool you all good? You all believed I was going crazy. For all you made yourself seem smarter than the rest. Alec, you never once caught me. He licked his sword anima, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. I see, you did go mad. You're not worth using on the battlefield, so they put you here. Alec smiled coldly. He had known Lewis and Roland for 4 years now. For 4 years, they fought in the cage fights and cheered in their cells, surviving together. Rage flowed through his veins, and Alec roared, breaking the control he put over his emotions. Exalt, I will end this sad life of yours. Go die and realize your own folly. You left brainwashed converts in their cells. Oscar frowned, not expecting them to do that. It was a good call not to spread their plan to the prisoners, or the infiltration would have been exposed. Relaxing his tense shoulders, Oscar felt more relieved than angered by this revelation, since it didn't pose too much of a threat to the plan. What a shame. I wanted to see you crumble down from the shock. I wonder what your plan even is. Were you hoping to undo the chains on your master with Reese? Even if you get past this corridor, you have to face the other Martial Exalt guards. Maya seemed genuinely interested, still smiling mockingly at him. Nothing short of a miracle will get you and your master out. A miracle, you say? The word miracle welled a heat inside his chest, and his heart started to dance, beating wildly. A miracle, she said. Oscar chuckled, standing upright. You don't know what a miracle is. Oh, then tell me. Tell me how I, a Martial Exalt, will let you, a greater Knight Exalt, through. Maya mocked him, standing from her dissipating throne of flames. Short-sighted woman, I escaped what many have considered inescapable. I have traversed through broken lands and back. I have met and crossed paths with powers beyond what you can imagine, the kind that can destroy you with a mere thought. I have seen and experienced what many would consider to be impossible. I've fought and survived through everything the world threw at me, whether by intervention or my own will. I have lived quite a life. With everything I've seen and done, you do not scare me. Oscar sensed him coming, sharing the delight and anticipation of their reunion. Maya opened her mouth to speak, but a loud crash interrupted from above, shaking the prison to its roots. 1, 2, 3, and 4. For times, the prison shook violently as a grinding sound of steel shrieked throughout. She stopped herself from stumbling to the floor by floating, darting her eyes around with a pale face. She finally locked onto Oscar and asked, "What did you do?" "True. Breaking through the prison should be impossible. First, we would need to slip through your blockade and use something powerful enough to pierce through the barrier. Luckily, I had some designs from a true genius." He reached out his hand, and from behind, a flaming orb whizzed over. Within his grip, the flames flickered and weakened, revealing its true form, his space pocket. Reaching in, Oscar pulled out his elemental armament, the diamond shield, wielding it in his left hand, the light of the flames catching and reflecting off the diamond faces. Heavy steps stampeded down the stairs, temperatures rising and stinging his back. Oscar turned to see Erden arrive in all his glory, flames gathering around his crystal hooves and antlers. Standing side by side with his friend, Oscar melded his anima into Erden, transforming the Prialapos into the sapphire-armored form. Not a single flesh or fur to be seen, only metal and fire. A grade 6 Exaltia? That's impossible, Maya exclaimed, wide-eyed. Weren't you listening? Oscar kept speaking to spark irritation inside her. I have lived a life you could never imagine. Together, he and Erden approached Maya, their gazes sharp and clear, their eyes combining into a whole. Now, I'll show you how exactly I can get past you. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 499. The Others' Battles. A few minutes before landing, a small rod-like ship reached the highest height. Erden opened his eyes for the short, brief moment before the descent would begin, cutting himself from Oscar's view of the white mess hall to a breathtaking sight, one he wished Oscar could behold from his eyes. Outside the porthole window, sealed shut by glass, bolts, and metal, the sky was split into two. The darkness that formed the night and void between the stars blanketed the upper half as the world below narrowed. The horizon curved like a ring, a vast spectacle of landmasses and oceans resting beneath the clouds. Everything looked so small yet magnificent. Was this the view King Exalts enjoyed? Not even martial Exalts had the power to reach these heights, let alone a knight Exalt like himself. Bedazzled and awestruck, Erden tugged and tried to move for a better look, but remembered he was strapped to the ship, special metal bands wrapped around his neck, back, and legs, holding him in place. Oscar described it as a special measure for the intensity of the fall that placed even martial Exalts at their toes. Relaxing his struggle, Erden saw the others strapped in their seats, wearing fabricator masks. Their heavy breathing huffed out clearly, even through the quiet, filtered breathing tubes on their sides, until the ship groaned and shook violently, his stomach cramping as it began its freefall. His bone quaked between the joints, and the world broke apart in flux, never a still moment for him to focus. The world outside the porthole quickly plunged down, the darkness of the void beyond scattered away, and the curvature of the horizon recovered to its straight stability. The tremors didn't end. It reached his brain and forced blood out of his nose, eyes, and ears, and Erden clenched, holding in the pain of the pressure of the fall squeezing on his head. His brother, Oscar, suffered an entire month of torture to create this chance for Erden and the others, and there was no way he would let it go to waste. 2 minutes. Erden relayed this to Oscar. If he wanted, he could retreat into Oscar's mind, forget the pain, and allow his mind to rest from the vertigo of the descent. But Erden needed to keep track of the timing. The ship shrieked, the walls screaming in shrill cries. A screw unloosened from a porthole and flew out as fast as Oscar's golden breaker, bouncing wildly in the confines of the ship. Parts of the ship caved in, twisting unnaturally. Everyone roused their eye to defend themselves from the flinging stray screws and metals. I thought this thing was supposed to be stable, one of the passengers screamed. It just needs to hold enough until we reach the ground. Another shouted. Be ready for war. 1 minute, Erden urged Oscar. It was the slowest minute of his life despite the ship descending at breakneck speeds. This vessel was one of GOL-4's brilliant creations, though Erden always doubted the sanity of the severed golem head. This ship being one from a crazed, deteriorating mind, he, like Oscar, believed strongly in GOL-4's best intentions. Looking back in Oscar's memories, Erden found the name of the vessel, the Stormpiercer, Gungnir. Similar to an arrow shot straight up, it ascended from the highest mountain closest to the ruined jails within the Empire's borders, true to its name, piercing through the storm clouds looming over. The purpose of such an ascent was to travel a long arc at heights only King Exalts would bother to be and descend before they notice its arrival. The other purpose was to use the speed of the descent and the high-quality material encompassing its sharp spear tip, courtesy of Aunt Rosette's best efforts, to penetrate deep into barriers and fortresses. In this case, the target was the ruined jails. A memory of GOL for laughing and bouncing on his head came to mind. Erden suddenly missed the old head, staring out the window as if he could see Drawin Island, where the entrance to Ashen Grove rested. After many years, he had grown fond of that little gear-clicking head. Smiling fondly, Erden closed his eyes and braced for impact. The ship crashed into something hard, and everyone lurched, their heads and necks stretching as if they might tear from their bodies. One loud booming explosion deafened their screams, and the world behind the porthole changed into fire and stone. Another explosion rang, and another, 4 explosions in quick succession until the ship halted abruptly. Ignoring the pain racking his body, Erden roared, his straps burning into tatters, and bolted out the doorway. The ship had 4 sections and 4 doorways meant for the 4 levels of the ruined jails, built according to Oscar's information. Erden entered in a burst of flame and recognized the mess hall of level 3. A great battle already underway between the prisoners and the guards and brainwashed souls. Widening his mouth, Erden spat out 3 flaming orbs, containing a space pocket in each, and sent them out to where he felt Emily, Fred, and Oscar. He stomped quickly after the 3rd flaming orb, heading toward the stairs, toward Oscar. On the 4th level of the ruined jails, Gungnir opened, and 4 figures stepped out. The entire place was strange. Draven is here. The entire place is reeking with his presence. Rosette Evergold, dressed in her fabricator uniform, swung her hammer once, clearing the wreckage and rubble into fine powder. She said coldly, I can also sense that, wench. Diane, shut up and get this over with. The plan hinges on our timely manner. Margaret Ward floated into the 4th level of the ruined jails, her purple hair swaying lazily down to her waist, and her gray eyes scanned the area. Going in without any information other than the bow, Oscar's observation of level 3 is bad. Oh, you're so cold. Then you won't mind me taking the first chance at him. Rosette cheered. Go die in a ditch. Who said you have the right? Margaret stared daggers into Rosette, a chilling, icy gaze that reflected the desire to shatter her into a million pieces. Excuse me, we need to going, Grand Commander. We're on a tight schedule. 5 minutes until activation. Rennie Hessen burst out of Gungnir, clad in her blue armor from head to toe. I never expected to leave the borders so soon after returning. That hero of ours is ridiculous. He's full of surprises. Ladies, shall we go? Elias Atherton smiled warmly. They descended the stairs and entered a large underground cavern spacious enough to fit an entire city. When they arrived, hostile Ein rose in response, and several figures floated above, radiating fierce light. Here they come, Margaret shouted. On the 3rd level, Emily knelt on the floor in disbelief. She had fought down a hallway to deter the enemy's reinforcements from intervening and held on for a good minute until these strangers arrived. Emily spat out blood and forced herself to stand up, staring at the woman. The woman wore the same prison clothes as herself but smiled, as if she were a mother with a child, sweet and endearing. She was shorter than Emily, only around Eric's height at 5 feet 4 inches, with cute freckles dotting her cheeks almost like dimples. Her hair was tied into lower twin tails, and she laughed and talked in the bratty voice of a youngster. Hey, old lady, you should leave me alone. I can't guarantee your survival if you do. The strange girl puffed her cheeks and cutely swayed her head. Her actions may be adorable, but Emily knew better than to fall for it, regarding the girl as a psycho. I can't let you pass. You're dangerous. Emily held her cracking staff anima, sweat collecting in her palms from her nervousness. The girl was too strange of an enemy. I'm sorry then. We need to make use of this chance. The strange girl suddenly disappeared, and Emily gritted her teeth, unable to see those movements in the prinsdict. Feeling her hunter instincts tremble, Emily turned to her side to see the strange girl throw a punch. To counter, she swung her staff anima, pulsing with seismic force and covered in earth. But the girl's punch carried a powerful impact, one that Emily immediately recognized. Shattering wave? Forced back several paces from the impact, Emily recalled the name of Oscar's signature attack. She glared at the strange girl with many veins wriggling around her reddened skin, a discomfort across the girl's brow, and shouted, "How do you know that? Are you New Dawn?" The features of this girl's aggravated appearance matched how Oscar described the Reese core users, and only the New Dawn had the power to create and use those accursed objects. From Emily's words, the strange girl stopped her subsequent punch and mumbled to herself. She flashed a cheeky smile and said, Aren't you well informed? I'll have to take you in." The entire prison trembled, and Emily felt a presence incoming. She smiled and held out her hand to catch a flaming orb. Perfect timing. Emily pulled out her staff armament, brandishing it against the strange girl. She clamped her staves together and melded them into one. Her gaze deepened with fiery resolve, glinting in the dimming light of the corridor, her eye rising as her determination surged. "Get lost. I won't let you through. Shoot, this wasn't supposed to be the plan. I guess I'll deal with you first, old lady." The girl no longer spoke in her bratty tone, replaced by an indifferent voice. Frederick gasped, clutching the wound on his body, his blood-ridden hands unable to hold back the tide of blood. Around him were the corpses of several others, the guards and brainwashed prisoners. Forcing himself up, Frederick used the walls to support himself down the hallways. He still had a job to do. Then, the prison trembled, and Frederick smiled, knowing the others had arrived. He turned back and swiped the flaming orb, blowing the fires out with his winds and revealing the space pocket within. Reaching in, he pulled out his twin swords and a sizable chunk of elixirs. Since Oscar returned, he felt his core start to pulse slightly, progressing toward advancement. Then, after meeting Emily again, the core pulsed stronger. Even with his core chained and locked by the collar, he sensed the core was ready to advance and had Oscar tell Erden to prepare everything. Frederick wasted no time and drank every elixir. The pain started in his core and spread to his fingertips. He gritted his teeth and kept his wits with him. Shouting, Frederick smashed his fists into the floor, refusing to let himself be a burden again. He forced the core to keep burning and spinning until it finally stopped like a lock clicking into place. A grand eye swelled to every fiber of his body, and his injuries closed up. He exhaled, drenched in blood and sweat, laughing. After so long, he finally entered the greater night Exalt realm. Thanks to his friend, the knots in his heart loosened after 20 years, giving him this chance. Amid his celebration, a growl resounded from the other side, followed by a loud stomp. "Now then, I was waiting for you." Frederick got to his feet as a loud stomping grew closer in slow strides. The sweeper approached from the other end of the hallway, looking as grim as ever. Drool leaked from its damaged, mangled jaw, and it growled, baring its sharpened teeth. Frederick lifted his twin blades. "I didn't tell Oscar and Emily about your location because I didn't want them to. I couldn't help him 20 years ago, and I was too much of a coward to deal with the guilt and left Emily all alone." The sweep continued walking without showing any regard for Frederick's words. It seemed not to understand him. "Not even looking at me. I don't know if you can understand my words or if you're just a mindless beast, but I have a reason to keep you from going." Frederick stepped toward the sweeper, closing the distance slowly. "I keep telling myself I'm weak, but I survived all the years at the edge of the borders. Don't think I'll go down so easily." Frederick summoned his hawk anima, and it dove into his twin swords, melding into a beautiful pair of wing blades sharp swirling winds forming the feathers adorning the back edge of the blades. The sweeper stopped and turned its head down to gaze at Frederick. Finally, looking at me, Frederick grinned and juggled his blades around. His eyes gleamed as they narrowed into a piercing gaze, like a hunter eyeing its prey. "You're not getting through." The sweeper roared and began its charge. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 500. "Please, wake up." Facing Maya, Oscar mounted Erden, firing several golden rods engulfed in spears of flame, exploding into fiery shrapnel the moment they touched Maya's fire. Taking advantage of the obscuring fire, he and Erden dashed across, aiming to bypass Maya via the ceiling. Then, a snort came from the dense fire, and Oscar felt a chill freezing his veins despite the hot flames. Maya's figure appeared before him, extending her palm toward him, and it shone with fierce light. Below him, Erden sidestepped to dodge and veered straight down, stamping on the ground and kicking off with all the strength inside the strong legs, further hastened by a single swipe of his wings like a hawk in a dive. Useless, Maya's snake anima hissed out of the flaming ground, opening its jaw wide enough to swallow Oscar and Erden. Oscar leaped off Erden and flew forward on his own. He didn't worry about Erden since his beast friend transformed into his small form to avoid the tail lashing of the snake anima. "Is it this, Oscar Tur?" "It's more of the same." Maya flashed before him, snapping his whip in the air, creating a rain of powerful embers. Avoiding this downpour of deadly fire was impossible. Raising his fist, Oscar threw out a weakened iron omnireus, cracking apart the walls, floor, and ceiling to reveal the bare solid steel behind the tiles. The embers were snuffed out, but Oscar didn't rejoice in surviving. He was exhausting himself faster than expected, and Maya wasn't serious in this battle, lording over him playfully. "Shouldn't you worry about the rest of the prison?" Oscar heard a crack come from his blue antlers, the limit fast approaching due to his recklessness. "You can feel it, can't you? There's a huge battle happening below us. They still can't free your master." "It's impossible." Maya snapped her fingers, and the snake anima behind him sped around to return to her, coiling around her arm and resting on her shoulder. "Impossible?" Oscar shrugged. "Shouldn't you say that to me?" "True. I don't know how, but you somehow evolved your core and became a master of dual elements. That's impossible. But so is freeing your master." Maya crossed her arms and stared in contempt. "Do you know how long we tried to get a response from him? My aunt wants to talk to him, but he's a beast. Nothing more than that." "What do you mean?" Oscar said while Erden returned to his side. "We checked him out. There is nothing in him. He has no real thoughts and no emotions. There's only the single desire to kill everything around him. Knowing that, do you really want to set him free? He might kill you." Maya chuckled. "I don't want that to happen. I need to collect the interest from all your offenses toward me. Geez, just be glad you're alive. You also did quite the job on me." A little more, Oscar thought. He breathed in and slowly clenched his muscles. "In the end, the winner decides what happens. By the way, are you ready now?" Maya stroked her snake anima's head. "I'm tired of waiting." "Ah, you noticed?" He ended his Ein Awaken. "There's no point to it." Maya shrugged this time, mimicking his actions. "I recover faster than you, and I'm still far stronger." Oscar shot a golden breaker mixed with shattering wave and contained inside a swirling orb of flame. Maya flicked his attack away, her snake swallowing every bits and pieces of the ensuing shockwave. Riding in on Erden, Oscar combined his hands and fused his golden drills into one. Erden's antlers extended out and sharpened into a singular long blade, and Oscar fused his spell into it, the same technique he used to break through Okeen's wave. Erden's stomps stamped into the steel, a trail of molten steps following him. Oscar guided the long spear of sapphire, gold, and fire like a joust, aiming straight for Maya, undeterred by the fearsome power surrounding her. Flames surged from her arms, blazing from her shoulders, and Maya held out her hands. It all happened quickly. A burst of fire exploded from Maya's hands, and Oscar remained straight and true, plunging his blow against the inferno. He used enough of his iron omnireus and Erden's beastly power to equal out against her attack since she still held back to play around with him. "Last time you caught me off guard, but this time, the difference between us is too great." Maya said, shaking her head at his closing in. You're still an idiot. Oscar swung and filled the entire corridor with fire, obscuring the vision again. You'll melt before you can reach me. As he expected, Maya had no caution, not even in this blinding fire. Oscar reached into his space pocket and threw a vial at her, glimmering with gold liquid inside. Maya reacted to his hopes and flicked the vial, destroying it. But the gold liquid withstood her flame and landed on her arm. Before long, she screamed in pain, clutching her arm. What is this? Raw grade for Wildersap, courtesy of a good friend. Enjoy it. I'll be going through, Oscar said, passing past her. Her snake anima also wriggled in pain, unable to give chase. Oscar, Maya shouted hatefully, clutching her arm. He couldn't see her face, but he knew it was certainly twisted in anger. He broke down the door and rode down the stairs until he reached a large cavern. To the side, Aunt Ward and Aunt Rosette were against the enemy's martial exalts. Up above, he saw Rennie and Elias. Oscar wasted no time and hurried through the large cavern, looking for his master while the others were busy. Finally, he caught sight of a ragged figure, and he solemnly approached, lost in thought. He could never forget that black helmet with a crown of spikes. It was his master, Draven. His master's clothes were ragged and tearing apart, and he slumped on his knees, chained to the ground, looking as if he no longer had the will to live. Oscar almost lost the words to speak, nearly choking on the delight of his reunion and the sadness to see his master reduced to such a state. "Master!" Oscar shouted, his shout diminishing to a whisper from the heaviness in his chest. "You!" A shout interrupted him, and Oscar found himself slammed to the ground, held down by a powerful hand. Maya kicked Erden away and said, "He can't hear you. I said it before. He has nothing inside him. You have failed. I win." Oscar clenched the ground, struggling against Maya's hold but unable to free himself. Tilting his head up to see his master, Oscar shouted out in one final plea, "Get the hell out of your prison, you waste of a master." He almost choked on his next words, sounding close to a whimper. "I'm back." From within the deep madness infecting his mind like a stormy sea at night, where he could form no rational thought or emotion, only the blinding rage that furthered his descent deeper into the depths of insanity, Draven felt a nudge, a strange bubble of serenity and rationality. For the smallest of moments before this bubble could pop, he began to think, an act he had not done in a long time, centering on this bubble for a constant, an anchor of stability in the chaos. His insane and enraged self slowly put itself back together, flakes and pieces of his being patching itself together. His first thought was regarding the noise outside, muffled voices invading his thought, and he called out, his voice rippling from the bubble to cross the stormy ocean of his mind, asking, "Who are you? Who was it?" Despite his best efforts to focus his senses on the noise, Draven failed to hear what they were, and his eyes refused to crack open to see who it was. Whoever was shouting outside, he wanted them to stop. The irritation of not knowing was worse than the feeling of losing himself in his insanity. "MTR." It called stronger but still messy, a garbled message struggling to remain clear. He could barely make out parts of it and tried to interpret its meaning. The stormy clouds grew, crackling thunder coursing in strange arcs along its surfaces, drowning out the message. Swallowed by the raging storm, Draven found his little bit of rationality breaking away, piece by piece. "Don't screw with me," Draven roared, his cry forcing the clouds at bay. Straining his mind's ears, he listened to pick up the echoes of the message before the storm claimed it. "Matir." It still made no sense. Draven listened deeper. "Mater." He was so close. He sensed he almost had it. But the madness roared, and the clouds fought against his will, blasting more thunder to stop him. More parts of what little he managed to gather of himself began to flake off, and Draven shouted, trying to cling onto what little he had, reaching out for the last piece. "Master! Master! Master!" Draven hadn't heard that word for what seemed to be a long time. The only one whom he gave the right to call him that was his disciple Oscar. Was this just a sick joke? His disciple died in Ashen Grove, and now his voice haunted him. Enraged, Draven let go of his resistance and the storm moved toward him. Just leave me alone. I don't want to listen. As his rational thought broke apart more, Draven waited for the nonsensical bubble to pop, wanting the storm to claim him. However, before it could, he heard more. Get the hell out of your prison, you waste of a master. A desperate shout shook his mind, and everything came to a halt. You? I don't remember him saying that. Draven groaned. Then, a final message echoed, bringing all other sounds, the thunder, the storms, to silence. Draven heard it loud and clear, a pleading voice. I'm back. As if struck by thunder, Draven realized these words were not a cruel joke, not a rambling of the madness within. Oscar returned to him. He's alive. The storm backed away, trembling and huddling away as if afraid of his boisterous declaration. He cried out again that his disciple was alive. He shouted it out as many times as needed, growing stronger and more in control of his thoughts. The voice of his disciple became clearer, and a bright light sliced across the horizon. A powerful flash spilled forth and broke apart the frightened storm, and Draven spread his astral hands, allowing it to engulf his entire being. He groaned, confused by his hoarse voice, and struggled to see past the muddled vision. He hadn't used his eyes in years since his imprisonment, but he could see a figure lying in the dirt, held down by someone else. His eyes began to clear, and he gazed deeply into his disciple's face. Draven chuckled in disbelief. It was Oscar. After a long time, his disciple had grown up. But why was he on the ground? Why was he held into the dirt? Draven gnashed his teeth and trembled, the chains rattling from his hands to the ground. The hell do you think you're doing to him? Standing up, Draven roused all the reese, concentrating them into the size of a crumb on the tips of his index fingers. He tapped the chains by his wrists, and they disintegrated into dust from his shattering wave. Reaching for his collar, he pulled it apart and stomped his foot, everyone stopping their battles to stare at him. Maya, run! A voice he could tell was Diane cried out, but he didn't care if it was Diane's relative. He closed the distance in a single step and swung his arm like a blade, gazing coldly at the young Marshal Exalt's pale face. Diane appeared behind the one she called Maya, and they defended against his strike together, but both were blown away by his blow, grunting in pain as they crashed against the cavern walls. Master! Draven turned and crouched next to the black-haired man. He helped him to his feet and patted his head, feeling strange at patting someone his height. One should always remember to be punctual. You're late by many years. You're lacking elegance. Oscar smiled and hugged him tightly, laughing without reservation. It was not elegant, but he allowed it this once. Pounding a fist onto Oscar's back, Draven laughed heartily and said, You're taller now. Welcome back, Oscar. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 501. Draven, the Warden's Power. How long has it been? Draven asked, letting go of Oscar and staring around the caverns in confusion. 20 years. It's been around that long, Oscar answered, out of breath but smiling. Excited, Oscar accidentally undid his guise, his blue antlers shattering into pieces, and was about to fall. The guise was too sensitive to his emotional state, a major screw-up on his part, and he fell. The ground drew closer, the pebbles growing in his sight, but his master and Erden held his limp body, their antlers and hands not allowing him to disgrace himself. What a pity he could not even move his hands in this state. Laughing, Draven praised, 20 years. You've mastered the fusion of Reese and Ein perfectly. I'm proud of you. He lifted Oscar off the ground and rested him on Erden's back, studying the antler wings. A Prialapos. What a rare sight. I can tell you all about it when we return home. There's good tea waiting for you from other continents. Oscar rested his face on Erden's soft back, a comfortable bed of fur and warmth. Are you all right, master? Never better. Rest well. I'll handle the rest. Draven clapped Oscar's back and turned toward the silent Marshal Exalts, Aunt Rosette and Aunt Ward included. His master's back seemed tremendously large and powerful, and Oscar felt secure behind it. Stepping out, Draven said in a grating tone, one Oscar recognized instantly, a high elegance failing to suppress parts of the anger leaking out in his voice. I am leaving with him, but I still have a debt to collect. Draven, wait. Diane Claude pulled Maya behind her, awkwardly smiling. How are you up? You never once answered me, not once in 10 years. Am I that unimportant to you? She shut her trembling lips as slight tears dripped down her cheeks, unable to meet his master in the eyes. What's wrong with me? Why? It was strange to hear all of this during a prison break, to hear a guard say these words to a prisoner. Oscar held back his chuckle and waited for his master to respond, curious how he would handle it. Knowing what he knew about his master, he anticipated the worst possible response to Diane's heartful pleas. Perhaps his master was once a romantic in the past, but Oscar quickly disregarded that image from his mind, shuddering at the mere thought. Draven was silent before he said, without a hint of emotion, "No, I don't care." Diane stumbled to her knees, held up by her niece, Maya, her ruby eyes dulling to a murky red, the light dying within. Despite Maya's shouts and attempts to knock some sense into her aunt, she remained lifeless and unresponsive. The scene of the niece and aunt was pitiful to behold, and Oscar looked at his master, hesitant in saying his opinion. Ultimately, it was his master's decision, and he had to abide, no matter how callous or cold it seemed. I knew that maniac would never turn to our side. Diane's obsession cost us greatly. I warned her about this, one of the martial exalts shouted, spitting in Diane's direction and flying straight toward Draven and Oscar, already transformed into her integration stage, beautiful, sparkling fish scales spreading fingers to her shoulders, a flipper tail where her legs should be, and gills extending from her cheeks. Her scaled-covered trident stabbed toward Draven, a torrent of violent waves raging from the spear. "Lady Triss, wait!" Maya shouted, still holding her despondent aunt. Breathing out white smoke, Oscar shivered, an impossible action under the side effects of his guise. Yet his body had no choice against the biting air that froze his skin. Erden's soft flames provided little comfort against the wintry presence drawing closer. Oscar forced himself to keep watch, his eyes straining and unblinking against the chill. He couldn't miss the opportunity to see his master's true power. Out of nowhere, a large black tentacle lashed onto the martial exalt, Triss. From above, sharp fangs protruding out of the squirming suckers. She scoffed and stabbed her trident against the falling tentacle. The waters from her attack seemed to disappear entirely within a certain range of the tentacle, a space that rendered everything into nothingness. When her trident met this devouring space, it vibrated as Einz clashed and collapsed in a cycle. Thanks to Erden flying slightly higher, he could see the entire creature from which the tentacle came. It had 8 large tentacles stretching far, each as terrifying as the next. The entire body, clad in thick, black, shell-like armor, reached as high as the cavern ceiling, 200 feet tall. Eyes blinked and rolled around like wheels, spinning hypnotically, 16 in total around its wide body. However, the largest one was pale and dull, and Oscar recognized it as the large eye that gazed upon him in the deep lake of Abyss Prison. The large bulging dome that comprised most of its body opened like a mouth, endless rows of sharp teeth clamping together. Draven was truly a frightening individual. The creature was a mythical beast anima like Celestina and Charles, the legendary kraken of the deep seas. What surprised Oscar more was the source of the dangerous space around the tentacles. It could only be the spatial elemental spark, one of the rarest elements in the entire world in the same category as the element of time. Oscar admired his master deeply, proud to be his disciple. Scowling, Triss slammed her flipper tail on the ground and released a liquid. Peering closely, Oscar noticed the liquid was a mix of water and oil, and it spread until it swelled and swallowed herself, Draven, and his kraken anima. The devouring space around the kraken slowed and diminished its borders, the liquid squelching endlessly. Inside the messy collection of water and oil, Triss swam freely, dodging the slow tentacles of the kraken, clearly experienced in dealing with it. "Everyone, converge on him," Triss shouted. "No, you don't." Aunt Ward stopped one of them, the others joining her again. Triss turned from the others and narrowed her eyes at Oscar, a dangerous and malicious gaze, and he stared back, smiling without fear. His master was right by her side, without her noticing, thanks to the invisible Reese movements, and she barely put up a guard before his fist, clad in flaming iron, drove into her trident. Like a bubble bursting, the pool of water and oil scattered apart, freeing the Kraken anima. His master vanished and landed a blow on each of the unsuspecting martial exalts. It all ended so fast that Oscar could not comprehend it. Impossible. What is this strength? Triss rushed out of the wreckage, her arms bleeding and skin in tatters. Still, she gripped her trident unwaveringly and faced Draven, summoning a tide of long fish, which the Kraken anima warded off, using its tentacles to devour them. What you caught before was a mindless beast, not a single bit of nobility in its movements. But now, I can't embarrass myself in front of my disciple. Speaking of which, Draven flickered over, Triss's face reeling from the fist in her stomach. You dared to target him. He unleashed a powerful shattering wave. Her limbs snapped as if she had suddenly formed new joints along her arms and legs, and her torn body bled everywhere. His master's fury was not to be underestimated. Oscar remembered the many times he was beaten down during their training. Suddenly, he felt bad for Triss for incurring Draven's wrath. This was all without using the meld or integration stage. He was sure the spatial element played a part in the sudden movements and devastating attacks. Draven didn't stop there and swept across the battles with his Kraken anima, supported by the others. It was the first time Oscar witnessed the fall of so many martial exalts, and he found himself brimming with pride that his master made it possible. Draven flickered back to Oscar and snorted, "What are you smiling so pathetically about? You still have a lot of training to do." "Nothing much. My master is just incredible," Oscar said, not losing his smile. "Of course. And, like me, you're just as incredible." Stroking his Kraken anima's tentacle, Draven turned toward the two Claudes and said, "Leave and don't ever return. I grant you life in respect to our past." Maya lifted her aunt by the shoulder and stared at Oscar, biting her lip, seemingly unwilling to let Oscar go. But one tug from her aunt mellowed out her angered face, and she flew away into a far corner of the caverns, disappearing into the tunnels. "Free the rest. We have to get out soon," Aunt Ward ordered Rennie and Elias. They gave Oscar a nod before heading out to free the few other martial exalts imprisoned inside the caverns. She faced Draven and forced a smile. "Glad to have you back, you crazed maniac. I resent that statement. Why are you even here?" Draven tugged Erden along to follow him, carrying Oscar. "We're here for you, Draven." Aunt Rosette wandered to Oscar's side and patted his back. "Oscar rushed to save you and made all of this possible." Draven smacked Oscar on the back of his head. "What was that for?" Oscar yelped in pain. "For being 20 years too late. Now, what's the plan?" Draven ignored Oscar's complaints while Aunt Rosette caressed where he was hit. Aunt Ward began to explain. "We spared no expense and had Elder Saul's help." "That old piece of shit?" Draven stomped his foot on the ground. "What did he do?" "He gathered materials for us to craft a small teleportation portal inside the ship. Gung here," she clarified. Oscar knew it beforehand but was still shocked to hear Elder Saul helped set up the portal. Building a teleportation portal inside a network like in Ashen Grove, courtesy of the Divine Stone clan for laying the groundwork, was expensive but not astronomically pricey like this one, an intrusive path across space. "We're on a timer for the Ein to be ready and before the enemy can properly react and send reinforcements. We need to get moving and help the upper levels." Aunt Ward rushed everyone, including the newly freed prisoners, over to Gung here. "Master, is something wrong?" Oscar noticed his master looking around in what appeared to be confusion. He could tell even though the helmet blocked any view of his face. "I'm trying to sense where they put it all," Draven said, observing the caverns. "I didn't carry anything other than my weapon, but they extracted a vial of blood from me daily and cut off pieces of my flesh. They would heal that small missing flesh and cut it out again when needed." "That's why?" Oscar asked. "Who knows?" "Nothing good." Draven tilted his head. "They mentioned a test?" Inside the corridor on the third level, Frederick panted, barely standing. He glared at the monster before him. He could swear the sweeper had grown bigger during their fight. As the fight prolonged, the sweeper grew bigger, ran faster, attacked more powerfully, and used the same iron as OS. "The hell are you? You can't be a human?" Frederick raised his blades again, gathering his breath for another attack. The sweeper roared, its joints cracking as it grew again to 10 feet tall, towering almost twice his height. Its arm was as thick as his waist, bulging with muscles and veins. Then he heard a gargling come from the beast, close to laughter, and it smiled, baring its drooling sharp teeth. It stomped and swung its palm, burning in iron. Frederick spun around, slicing multiple times in a second, but not a single wound appeared on the beast, its skin as hard as diamonds. The feeling from his blades gave him confirmation it was using Edgereisglad, Oscar's Reese defense technique. The part of the corridor where it swung its palm had been turned into a wreckage of stone, steel, and rubble. The sweeper snapped its head around to Fred, the wretched smile still across its mangled face. Damn! One twin blade clattered to the floor, and Frederick looked down. His left arm had been caught in that shockwave and rendered into a mess, barely retaining its shape as a limb. Shattering wave as well. I really drew the short end here. He sighed and forcibly clenched his broken hand on the fallen blade, raising both into a stance. I'm still standing. Not much of a sweeper, are you? The sweeper roared and charged once again, and Frederick met it with a fierce smile of his own. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 502. Escaping the Rurin jails. Without resistance, Emily landed on the floor, the ground breaking under her fall. Her gaze fixated on the ruined ceiling, lights barely flickering above the wreckage. Pain rampaged through her body, inducing faint involuntary groans from her burning lungs. She gradually rose up from her bed of rubble and supported her bruised and ragged body, covered in scrapes and cuts, with her staff. Her anima separated from the staff and collapsed, and Emily clutched her chest, vomiting blood from the rebound. How surprising. Normally, someone of your level dies easily, but you fight as if you know my power. You have real experience. Not bad. Across from Emily, the twin-tailed girl licked her bloodied hands, an intoxicated flush deepening over her cheeks, half of which had veins writhing along the skin. Your blood tastes good mixed with mine. If you think you've won, you're sorely mistaken. Little brat, your Reese is far too immature. Her resolve still unwavering, Emily taunted, brandishing a fierce smile, well aware of her opponent's intent to buy time to lessen the strain as seen from the blood-red eye and twisted veins and muscles. She brandished her staff armament, pointing it straight toward the girl. That Reese core is at its limits, isn't it? Same goes for you. Your anima is done for. The Reese girl acknowledged her Reese core's dire circumstances, deep lines of pain appearing along her brow. However, a cheerful smile formed, and she laughed. But I still have enough Ein to settle this. Emily reassessed her status and frowned. Her core rejected any attempts to recover any Ein through Ein Awaken, a drawback of her anima's destruction. She waited for the girl to make her move, drawing in a deep breath, enough to hold her together for one final counter. Whether she died here and now depended on it. However, to Emily's shock, the girl held a finger to her ear and began to shout. What do you mean? Go back. Retreat. Are you insane? I'm in the middle of... Spare her? The girl argued back and forth with whoever was speaking to her. The veins along her brow increased as the red flush deepened and darkened, a snarl forming on her face. She stomped her foot and turned around, but not before giving Emily one final, piercing gaze from her blood-drenched eye. You lucked out today. There's no more need for me to be in this prison. Goodbye. Wait. Emily stared unblinkingly at the retreating figure and dragged her feet to follow. She stumbled and fell a mere inch forward, and this time, she could not get back up, her face planted in the dirt. Gripping her staff tightly, Emily pounded her fist weakly on the floor, shouting hoarsely, "Come back!" Her gaze remained fixed on the girl, unwilling to let her go. Her body, however, rested limply, exhausted and ragged. A few moments later, several steps neared her, followed by exclaims and shouts. There she is. Secure her and get her into Gunghir. They supported her weary body up and carried her out of there. Tears flowed down Emily's cheeks from her bloodshot eyes from the sharp pain of defeat stabbing into her heart. Goo! The sweeper roared, bringing both its fists onto the ground, an eruption of iron devastating the area. Contrary to its large frame, it leaped up and caught up to Frederick in the air using its nonsensically quick and agile movements. Two large hands full of calluses reached over to grab him. "You can think as well?" Frederick muttered to himself, shock and annoyance laden in his voice. He couldn't believe it. The sweeper somehow improved and learned during their fight. At first, it fought like a crazed beast, feral and simple blows from its absurdly large body. Now it moved to better positioning, baited him and trapped him, taking advantage of its range. The sweeper wasn't as simple as he heard. Frederick encased himself in green winds, and a swirling vortex of gales surged from his twin blades. Inside the winds, a multitude of feathers spun about, poking their ends. Frederick landed his blades on the sweeper's hands and spun around. The sweeper tumbled to the wall, deflected by Frederick's winds, and formed a deep crater into the steel. He fared no better since he failed to deflect all of the sweeper's power, his body smashing into the ceiling before he fell helplessly to the floor. His hawk anima separated from his twin blades and cracked apart, and Frederick choked on his blood from the rebound, his core pounding as if it might burst from his chest. He struggled and managed to lift his back off the floor, dragging himself to lean on the wall. A loud stomp forced him to gaze away from the floor and to the sweeper, barely injured by his attack. Seeing the unharmed monster, he could only speak, "Damn." Then he smiled. "At least I held on until Gunghir arrived. Take my life, but you'll be dead shortly after. Too bad I can't live long enough to see that." The sweeper growled, its hand extending out toward Frederick, and he closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He prayed Emily and OS escaped safe and sound and that this act had redeemed him somewhat. To be deterred by a recently advanced Greater Knight Exalt is a poor showing. "Did we waste all that blood and flesh on you?" A voice cut in, sounding polite and smooth, a welcoming tone. "Who?" Frederick opened his eyes. Before him, the sweeper stopped its hand, completely still from head to toe like a statue. Confused, Frederick turned his head and stared at the newcomer at the end of the sweeper's side of the corridor. A man walked slowly down the ruined hall, his glasses reflecting the dim, waning light from the ceiling. He wore a black shirt under his long white coat that stretched down to his feet, a pair of sandals and long black pants. Underneath his glasses, his white eyes gazed at Frederick, not a hint of malice or hostility spilling out of them. However, Frederick shuddered, sensing the man's power was far beyond his own. A martial Exalt. This stranger held the power to destroy him in a single thought. The man rushed his hand across his brown hair and snapped his fingers, the sweeper grunting in response and moving several paces away from Frederick. "You control that thing?" Frederick coughed, forcing himself to stand up, clinging to the wall for support. "Fascinating creature, isn't it?" The man flicked his glasses, curling his lips slightly into a charming smile, and started to ramble on. "We loaned it to the three empires to act as a guard and to gather useful data. It looks like it still needs improvement, judging from this battle. Maybe it needs to fight more to gain experience. I'll have to ask the empires if they'll allow it to fight on the front lines." Frederick had no idea what the man spoke about, but he knew right then and there that the enemy before him was more frightening than even the three empires bearing down on his home. The way the man spoke calmly about this monster and sought to improve it unnerved Frederick. If this creature were allowed to keep growing as fast as it did during this short fight, then the pavilion would be in danger. Don't force yourself. There's no point in this battle anymore, and I'm supposed to spare you all for some reason. What a strange order, but I have to follow." The man reassured Frederick, emphasizing the order to spare him. The man's words had a strange magnetic effect, and Frederick lost all strength in his legs, slumping to his knees, disgusted by the relief welling inside him. Something was odd about this person. "Then farewell. Enjoy this life." The man smiled and ordered the sweeper to follow him. After they went out of sight, Frederick fell on his back, gasping for air since he held it in for so long. Slowly, his mind retreated away, and darkness claimed him. But before he lost consciousness, he heard someone running closer, a worried shout numbing his ears. "Is everyone inside?" Aunt Ward yelled. Resting on Erden and Midair, Oscar darted his gaze at all the openings and asked Erden to rotate around every so often to look at different angles. He cursed out silently, his furrowing brow deepening, worried that his friends were still not inside Gunghir. His master came across and patted Oscar's head. "Stupid disciple. You can't do anything in that state. Just rest and wait," Draven scolded, suddenly clenching on Oscar's head. All right, I'm over 40 years old. You don't need to treat me like this," Oscar ranted, scowling at his master, which only spurred Draven to tighten the vice grip on his head. "I'm around 100? It's been so long. I don't remember," Draven murmured softly, but his hands still squeezed on Oscar, his actions not in sync with his tone. He ignored Oscar's grunts of pain and turned over to point in a certain direction. "Look, I can't look because you're still holding my head," Oscar complained. Once his master let go, Oscar watched as Erden rotated, and immediately, a surge of relief made his face droop down, and his body relaxed, slumping on Erden. He laughed his heart out because Fred and Emily made it inside. However, his expression soured at the sight of the two's conditions, and he asked, "Are they all right?" "They're exhausted, depleted completely, but they're alive." Draven carried the two over and placed them on Erden's back. Turning to see his two friends resting next to him, Oscar whispered, "Thank you. The time is up. The teleportation will activate." A warning cried out, and Gunghir began to glow, a stream of Ein surging everywhere inside. Bathed in this Ein, Oscar exhaled in relief and felt the familiar sensation of his stomach cramping. The space distorted, and his vision stretched. He and everyone else in Gunghir vanished and teleported away to great distances. The Battle of Ruin Goals ended in a complete victory for Oscar and his friends, freeing his master and as many other prisoners as possible, all while staying alive. He rested and slept away as he raced through the spatial domain, riding the light of teleportation toward his destination. Deep inside the caverns under the Ruin Goals, the white-eyed man walked along with the sweeper, smiling and whistling. He stopped and said in a mocking tone, "Come out, Grenda. Stop sulking behind the rocks." "It's all your fault, Faust." Grenda poked her head out, pouting. "I was about to kill that woman, but no, you had to interfere. She knows about us. I'm aware. However, if you have any issues, take it up with the higher-ups. I'm sure they'll give you the time of their precious day to listen to your complaints," Faust said sarcastically. "How are you not mad? You had everything you could want in here." Grenda kicked a large boulder aimed at Faust, who smiled and didn't react. The sweeper punched away her attack and growled. "True, I will miss having a good supply of blood and flesh from that precious specimen." Faust shrugged and cleaned his glasses. "But we can acquire him at any time. For now, we have to retreat back and wait patiently for our time." He lost his smile, a stoic face staring at Grenda. He spoke in the most serious voice, "All for the new dawn." Grenda stiffened and nodded. All for the new dawn. The three continued on into the caverns, a long trek to their next destination. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 503. Draven and Oscar, Master and Disciple. Inside the dark storms churning endlessly in the spatial domain, Oscar looked from left to right, transfixed on his friends, fellow prisoners, his master, his aunts, and the others, everyone enveloped in a brilliant light, including Gunghir itself. In the next moment, the radiance faded away, and sunlight entered through the portholes, a warm welcome for everyone aboard. Then, Gunghir suddenly dropped harshly onto a hard surface, nearly knocking Oscar off Erden. Thankfully, Erden reacted fast and cradled him between his wings. "We're back," one of the prisoners exclaimed, peering through the porthole. His face began to twitch, a smile arcing up from his mouth before he began to wheeze out his choked laughter. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his ragged face, and he bawled, his cries congesting his laughter. Other prisoners joined in the cacophony of joyous, relieved cries. Oscar watched the prisoners spill out their emotions, some screaming why the rescue came now, others silently choking on their tears and grieving for their loss, and the rest hugging each other and comforting themselves that it was all over. For most of these prisoners, they may never truly be free, forever haunted by the memories of the tortures they endured inside Ruin jails. Oscar couldn't bear to watch any longer and had Erden turn away. Some might be lucky, like his beloved Avril, who had him to help her through her trauma, but she still never fully healed. But the rest, he prayed for them. The doors burst off, and several pavilion members, garbed in the reassuring uniforms of his home, rushed inside. They divided into several groups, helping the injured off the ship in stretchers. Oscar told them to take special care of his friends and exited Gunghir with his master, reveling in the feeling of the secure earth beneath Erden's hooves, a far cry from the prison's cold and unsettling white floor. However, he didn't enjoy the walk for long since a domineering pair stood before him, the pavilion master and Elder Saul. "Draven," Remulus Grant said solemnly. He raised a hand toward them but hesitated halfway and put it back down, looking downward, away from Draven's locked gaze. He sighed and said, "I am sorry." Draven stared at the pavilion master, and Oscar could tell from that look that his master was angry, the helmet doing little to hide the dark emotion seeping out the visor. His master tugged and nodded at Erden to move. "We're leaving, Oscar. These two bastards have nothing to say to us." "Language!" Remulus snapped at him. The old king Exalt quickly breathed in and calmed down before giving the three of them a soft, resigned gaze, his green eyes drooping down. "I know I failed you in the past. You have every right to be mad at me, even more so since Oscar is alive." "What do I have to do with this?" Oscar interjected. "Because Draven initially firmly believed you were still alive. He never quit trying to rush out and break into the spatial domain to reach Ashen Grove. But not even King Exalts can tear open the way into that place. Every hour, he'd beg me to try. But I knew it was impossible," Remulus said, shaking his head, clearly wearier by each passing second. He remained silent for a few moments before he spoke in a low voice, to stop his suicidal endeavors. "I asked Elder Saul for help, and we created a fabricated recording of your death to show Draven." "You did what?" Oscar shouted. "It was to prevent your master from dying in the spatial domain. His crazed attempts didn't end well for him every time," Elder Saul stated. "I modified some details to ensure no one had any doubts." "Yes, you did. You showed me your lies." Draven neared Elder Saul and Remulus, his figure standing unwaveringly despite the disparity in strength. His master spoke gratingly, like a volcano rumbling before its eruption. "I saw Oscar's head pressed into a pulp and his limbs torn into pieces. There's nothing the two of you can say now. Only lies and deceit rest on your tongues. What did you want me to do, my son?" Remulus raised his voice, not to a shout, but a loud whisper. Oscar widened his eyes, hearing the pavilion master call his master son. According to logs and history, Remulus Grant bore no descendants, remaining a lone figure without a family. Oscar wanted to know more about his master, but before he could ask about the nature of their relationship, the pavilion master continued, "Should I have let you die in the spatial domain? Your body never to be recovered inside the twisting storms? All I did to keep you alive. At least now you're alive and Oscar is alive. And it's all thanks to you?" Draven said mockingly. "Well, thank you, Father. Thank you for sending Oscar down to free me rather than yourself. Thank you for making me believe he was dead for 20 years. Thank you for nothing." He sidestepped them and gestured for Erden to follow him. As he passed by, Oscar felt sad for the pavilion master, who, for some reason, stayed staring down at the ground, the powerful back of the King Exalt looking depressingly small. "Master, you're his son." Oscar caught up with his master and asked the burning question in his mind. "Once," Draven snarled, "I was a young child who came here from a faraway land. The airship crashed. No survivors except for me." Suddenly, his master stopped. "It was the pavilion master who found me. We never disclosed our relationship to the others. But yes, he is the man who raised me." "What happened?" Oscar remembered the pavilion master mentioned a failure in the past. "That's a story for another time," Draven refused to tell, flying into the air. Erden soared after him and finally introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you. I know you well from Oscar's memories. However, seeing one in the flesh is unreal." "You can talk." Draven faced Erden, still flying. After a brief silence, he turned to Oscar and laughed, the grating anger in his voice vanishing. "It seems you have a lot to tell me. I will enjoy it with some fine tea and snacks. You brought them, right?" "Fine tea, courtesy of Convicia City. It's one of the best and most expensive," Oscar declared. Soon, Oscar arrived at a familiar sight, A large lake one could compare to an ocean in which the sunlight shimmered along the blue surface, giving it a divine look, a perfect pairing for the large divine essence flower nearby. It was a shame his destination rested in the darkest depths, the center of despair, the abyss prison. To Oscar, however, it remained as a place of fond memories. Following his master, Erden dove into the water, and the great kraken anima manifested in its waters, quickly diving deeper and disappearing into unknown areas. I enjoy letting it out to swim. Keeps my eye sharp and active at all times. Draven answered Oscar's unvoiced question. He waved his hand, and a bubble of powerful eyes surrounded Oscar and Erden, protecting them from the horrifying pressure deep in the lake. Delving farther, they reached the abyss prison, great towering spires reaching high, terraces overlooking the wasteland of bones, and small flickers of dim light illuminating the structure just enough to be barely distinguished from the black waters. They landed on one of the terraces, the place Oscar recognized as the one where Aunt Rosette had brought him to confront his master. Speaking of, he stared at his master, wondering if he held any ounce of emotion for his aunts. Out of nowhere, a table and chairs appeared, fine silverware and beautiful plates and cups sitting above the tablecloth like jewels on a crown. Draven patted a chair, and Erden helped Oscar sit upright. Shouldn't I rest? I can't eat or drink anything like this, Oscar asked. As long as I can drink and eat. Where's your tea? Draven chuckled. Maybe I should have left you in prison, Oscar grumbled, but a bright smile stretched from ear to ear. He missed these interactions with his master very much and never thought he'd enjoy them once again. Erden reached into his space pocket and pulled out a box of high-quality tea he had bought during one of his dates with Avril. I bought it for you. Enjoy it to the fullest. As long as it tastes good. Draven poured out the hot water and made the tea, pouring the fragrant mixture into a cup, the surface swirling gracefully before resting into a stillness. He raised the tea and downed it in one gulp. When did you learn the full cloak of fused Reese and Ein? Full cloak? You mean the guys? Oscar asked. I figured it out during Ashen Grove. Guys? Is that what you named it? Draven squeezed a cookie into his helmet and munched on it. Not me. It's the real name for the technique. The fusion of Ein and Reese is called Vis. But I stuck to naming it Iron because it sounds more comfortable. Oscar drooled, seeing the scrumptious snacks spread over the table. As a prisoner, he hadn't eaten such luxuries in a long while, feeding only on the slop in the mess hall. Interesting. I supposed I have to listen to you retell your journey. Well, we have a lot of tea, so have at it. Draven downed another cup. Oscar recounted everything since his supposed death in Ashen Grove. He heavily emphasized Sevon and Adam, the two Reese users, and the new Dawn who hunted them, warning his master about their goals and vile use for Reese users. He talked and narrated as his master listened and snacked. At the end of it, Oscar was parched and eyed the tea. That's it. And here we are now. His master was silent, prompting Oscar to worry and ask, Is everything all right, master? I'm thinking about how many gifts I have to give you. There's one for being the one to grab the divine essence, one for your marriage to Avril, a worthy woman for my disciple, one for freeing me from the prison, and one for being alive. As your master, I can't let them be. Draven counted on his fingers. A warmth surged from his heart, and Oscar smiled, shedding a few tears. He had no strength in his arms to wipe them, so they fell along his cheeks and dripped off his chin. Ever since he found out about the death of his parents and saw their graves, a deep emptiness tore into his heart. But hearing his master wonder about what gifts to give him, he couldn't help crying in joy at having his master alive. 40 years old, and you still cry? Draven rose from his seat, walked over, and patted Oscar's head. Welcome back, Oscar, my disciple. Thank you for being alive. I am back. Oscar shed more tears as if a dam had broken in his eyes. He was glad, gratified by his master's welcome and warm palm on his head. All the suffering in the past month, the tortures he endured, the battles he fought, they were all worth it for this moment. Foolish disciple, you should have brought your wife back with you. Draven knocked on Oscar's head, a light scolding. I'll go fetch her after this war is over. That's why it needs to end soon, Oscar said. Then what now? Draven crossed his arms. Oscar thought for a moment and smiled. It's time to see the rest of my old friends. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 504. An awkward breakfast. Your old friends? You haven't changed a single bit, always rushing. For now, rest up here, and we can discuss your next move. Draven cleared the plates, cups, and snacks from the table with a swipe of his hand. His master placed him atop Erden and led them inside, the familiar dim torches illuminating the black stone halls. At least this place has been maintained in my absence. Draven traced his finger along the wall, held it to his face, and rubbed it with his thumb. He nodded in satisfaction and carried on. Still immobilized on Erden, Oscar noticed a few familiar statues and recollected the path they were on, the way to his old room and the fabricator workshop where he first learned how to craft an armament. His master pushed a heavy stone door open and allowed Erden to enter first. The room hadn't changed since his last stay, seeing the same old mattress with no frame, the only item inside. Erden leaned and rolled Oscar's body onto the mattress, and Oscar indulged in the soft comfort underneath, far better than the ones in the prison. Rest now. I'll wake you for breakfast tomorrow. Draven stepped out, then turned back. I'm glad you're back, disciple. I'm glad you're here, master. Oscar replied as Erden dragged a blanket over him using his teeth. His master closed the door tightly, allowing Oscar and Erden to have a moment of blissful rest, one he sorely needed after the long month of imprisonment and torture. He found himself staring at the old ceiling he lived under for a time, a smile stretching from ear to ear as a numbing joy closed his eyes and lulled him to sleep. Finally, he's asleep. What an idiot you are. Erden lay down next to the mattress, crossing his front hooves to make a place for his chin to rest on. Peering deep into Oscar's heart and soul, he sighed in relief at the tears slowly patching up, like wounds naturally healing. He closed his eyes and muttered, "All's well that ends well." The next morning, Oscar rose from his bed and stretched everything from his neck to his feet, several cracks sharply calling from his released joints. His body seemed to have no problems, not a finger out of control. But something else teemed through his body, a rejuvenating sensation that swam through his veins, warmed his muscles, and gave his skin a healthy complexion. Enlivened by the feeling of renewal, Oscar wandered out into the halls with Erden, his strides long and quick. He couldn't believe how light his feet were, almost as if he was weightless. My shoulders are so relaxed. I wonder what happened. Did you do something, Erden? Oscar yawned, petting his friend's head. It's the first real break we got since we returned to your home. You always rush in without regard for yourself. I wish sometimes you took the time to relax, Erden chided. I agree with Erden. It is unbecoming of you. Draven somehow appeared behind him, and Oscar whipped his head around. Shocked he couldn't even sense an iota of a presence, ein, or aura beforehand. His face soon fell at his master's words, and he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Draven scoffed and said, "Follow me. Breakfast is ready." Oscar followed his master into the banquet hall, passing by a large grandfather clock along the way and noting the current time. It was only mid-morning, a few hours before noon, much later than his usual wake-up time. His stomach grumbled loudly, practically begging Oscar for sustenance. Turning a corner, Oscar nearly drooled at the sight of the familiar set of doors for the banquet hall. His feet acted first, dragging him in forceful steps, and became more unruly as the smell of freshly cooked eggs, baked bread, and meats wafted over from the door. "I'm hungry." Oscar swung the doors wide open, then halted, his feet firmly planted right outside the room. The unusual pair standing by the table of sparkling and delicious plates of food elicited a simple grunt from him. Aunt Rosette smiled widely and waved her hand, dressed casually in a simple long skirt and a brown vest over her wide-sleeve shirt. Aunt Ward nodded to Oscar and gave him a small, repressed smile fit for the stoic Grand Commander of the pavilion's forces. She wore the army uniform, a ceremonial type, with a collared blue jacket, a cape bearing the pavilion's emblem, and long white pants. "What are you two doing here?" An enraged voice grated on his eardrums, sending shivers down to the ends of his hair. His master pushed him aside gently, his feet stomping and cracking the tiles underneath. Right now, he couldn't move, not against the dangerous ein spreading from his master. "We fought hard to free you." I believe a celebratory breakfast is required. Aunt Rosette claimed a seat on the table. I'm only here to check up on your condition. It just so happens I haven't eaten yet. Aunt Ward claimed the seat opposite Rosette, speaking calmly yet firmly. Let's go, disciple. We're not eating here. Draven rejected them coldly, but the two slammed their hands on the table and stared at Oscar, their gazes trembling, even Aunt Ward's. He understood their meaning. Targeted by their wordless pleas and requests, Oscar twitched, unsure if his master would listen to him. Their faces grew increasingly saddened as Draven slowly walked away. Unable to bear their urging, Oscar turned and said, "Can't we eat here? The food is spoiled." Draven blatantly insulted them without hesitation, his steps unhindered for even a moment. A non-existent chill swept across the room, and Oscar was speechless, his master's growing isolation worrying him. Couldn't stay like this. Oscar moved swiftly and sat down with Aunt Ward and Aunt Rosette. He started to eat without waiting for his master to return or the others to start, glancing from the two near him to his master. Gulping down the food, Oscar washed his throat with some juice and said, "It's not spoiled at all." His master stared directly at him. Oddly, he found the gaze somewhat similar to the hollow one from the sweeper in the Rurin jails. A cold, indifferent, maddened gaze. After a few seconds, Draven disappeared from his sight and reappeared at the head of the table, sitting elegantly with a straight back. "Fine, if that's what you want to eat." Aunt Rosette gave him a small thumbs up, showing her gratitude by filling Oscar's plate with food. Aunt Ward let out a small chuckle and refilled his cup. All the while, his master gave them both a chilling stare, but they didn't seem to mind at all. Caught in the most awkward breakfast of his life, Oscar avoided speaking a word as anything might light the fuse. "Looks like everyone is gathered here. Mind if we join in?" A voice echoed suddenly, and Oscar's face fell, and he almost choked on his food. The breakfast was awkward enough, but there was no reason for the pavilion master to come here. Raising his head, exhausted despite being a morning after a long rest, Oscar widened his eyes in shock and rushed out of his seat. The tiredness disappeared, and he hugged his two friends tightly, raising them as he swayed from left to right. "I'm glad you both are well. I was worried seeing the state you both were in." "Ouch, let us go." "Oh, my body's still not fully recovered." Fred gasped. "I can endure. This is nothing," Emily said, her voice strained, and her face flushed red. "Sorry, it's just good to see you two again." Oscar let them go and helped them sit by the table, patting their backs and filling their plates with food. Remembering the other guest, he faced the pavilion master and bowed. "Greetings, pavilion master." "Good morning, my grand disciple. I came here to congratulate you and partake in this delicious feast," Remulus said warmly before taking a seat. "Why is everyone intruding on my prison?" Draven swirled the tea in his hand, but cracks spread over the cup, dripping tea onto the saucer. He spoke in almost a bestial growl. "I want nothing to do with you all. Leave this place. Technically, the prison is under my rule. I give everyone here permission to come and go as they please." Remulus seemed to have recovered from yesterday's argument, no longer averting his eyes away from Draven but meeting him with a smile. "I will atone for my wrongdoings, starting by rewarding your disciple with what he deserves." He controlled 2 vials of clear liquid to float over to Oscar's hands. 2 diluted drops of extract from the divine essence. "Very rare and useful. I'm not sure if it will fulfill your needs." Oscar held the 2 vials, so small and fragile, yet his hands grew stiff from carrying them, the dense iron weighing down like a mountain. And these were the diluted drops, not even the pure concentrated extract. If he received the pure ones instead, he feared his body might crumble apart from being close to such a dense iron. Oscar stored them away and thanked the pavilion master. "There will be more rewards later for the resources you brought back and the blueprints for Garantulum and Gunghir. I'll pay you for every other blueprint you give us." Remulus glanced around the room to the nods of Aunt Rosette and Aunt Ward. "Then we are agreed." "Double," his master stated, tapping his empty, clean plate. "You'll pay him double what he might normally get." "Fine, double it is," Remulus agreed immediately. "Anything else?" "Get out," Draven said, pointing up. "Not now. We have other discussions that must be had." Frederick Klein, Emily Navina. Report to them what you have told me. Remulus gestured for one of them to start. Fred spoke first, and Oscar listened, mouth gaping open as he learned about the mysterious Marshal Exalt who controlled the sweeper. Emily recounted her battle against the unknown twin ponytailed girl who also masqueraded as a prisoner. It all became clear after she explained the use of Reese and the strange changes that occurred on the girl's face. The typical side effects of using the Reese core. Are they the new dawn you mentioned? Remulus, bearing a heavy furrow on his brow, frowned deeply. No doubt about it. It matches their motives. I did find it strange that they organized daily fighting between prisoners. Perhaps they used it to find suitable candidates for Reese training. Oscar could see their hand in all of it. He faced Frederick and Emily and said in disbelief, I'm impressed the two of you didn't die. I still lost against that brat. I can't forgive the humiliation she gave me. Emily clenched her hands, bending the utensils in her grip. A second later I would have died. That sweeper is too dangerous. It grew stronger and smarter as we fought. Fred looked at his bandaged arms. The wounds it inflicted take a while to heal. You mentioned they gave it blood and flesh. Chances are they used mine. Draven broke another teacup and replaced it with another. From Oscar's report, the envoys went to Xianxia to secure an alliance with the New Dawn. But it seems they're also hidden in the ranks of the empires. They might even be in our midst. Remulus rubbed his bald head, clearly in distress. Some might have means to resist truth potions and interrogation. If we try to clean them up, they will be alarmed. Aunt Ward sounded tired. I am entrusting everyone here to keep it a secret. Elder Saul and I will work to uncover any New Dawn spies. I've already informed Old Cares about it. Remulus referred to the Dragner ancestor, the other King Exalt and Celestina's ancestor. For now, Oscar, what do you want to do? The enemy that Draven let go will certainly let the others know that you are back. Can I leave and meet up with my old friends? Let me lead a small force, and I can go to every battlefield and assist them while I inform them about my survival, Oscar asked. Granted. Who are you going to meet first? Remulus smiled. The closest of the farthest is her. Isn't it? Fred raised an eyebrow, and Oscar knew that look, resonating with the awkwardness his friend radiated, particularly because the person he mentioned was the one he had the hardest time thinking about what to say to her. You'd have to come to terms with it sooner or later. When are we heading out? Emily spoke bluntly as always. All right, let's go see Celestina. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 505. Celestina's Solace. Several braziers burned brightly, the faint crackles from the coals releasing a flurry of embers into the air like pollen from a blooming flower. Outside, a fierce, snowy gale howled, pounding the windows and covering them in thick layers of frost, which spread to the curtains, freezing them into beautiful frozen sculptures. Here in the mountainous north, the winter persisted for 10 months of the year, something very few outside of natives could handle on a daily basis. Sitting at the head of the table, Celestina oversaw her war council. Sister, the situation is not good. People are starting to lose their morale. We need to put a stop to this cursed winter, her brother, Charles, said tiredly, looking wearier than the last time she saw him. She smiled softly to him, knowing how troubled he had been as of late, and he smiled back, though she could tell it was forced. His golden eyes fluttered, struggling to keep awake, and his silver hair lacked the glow and sheen, now dull and ragged. It's bad enough to be in the north for a prolonged period, but the winters have never been this harsh. The higher exalts will be fine. However, we'll lose half of our army by month's end. Robert Raven grimaced, his rough tone not helping to alleviate the mood. While he helped tremendously with his battle prowess, she wished he knew how to speak to boost morale, not crush them. Sighing heavily, Celestina wiped her face with a wet towel set aside by the servants. She leaned forward, drawing everyone's attention to the map on the table, several pieces laid out to represent her forces and the enemies. She swept her gaze over the depicted mountains, her base in Frostvale City surrounded by a clump of her pieces, and then to the vast number of enemy pieces dotting the map all over one half of the map, her city lying on the border. If we relinquish Frostvale City, it'll be the same as giving up a third of the north. If we stay, most of our forces will be too weak to deal against a full assault. Celestina felt a headache settle rudely in her mind. Have we evacuated the citizens? Soon and Elizabeth have reported a complete evacuation of everyone from the surrounding towns and villages. All that remains is Frostvale City. But the people insist on staying here with you, Robert chortled, his bellowing laughter shaking his ragged hair and scruffy beard. If only their loyalty and spirit could be used to defeat the enemy. Don't mock them. They are fine people. Celestina glared at Robert, her emerald eyes glinting dangerously by the brazier's light. I don't mean to mock them, Your Majesty. You must admit their presence is also a drawback. Robert always remained the bearer of bad news. They'll all be dead after 2 weeks, and our soldiers do not need to see that. Celestina bit her nail, distressed by the predictions, which Robert was always spot on with. She stopped and stared at her worn-down, uneven and bitten nails, a sight unbecoming of her status and lineage. Gripping her hands into fists, Celestina slammed them onto the map, the pieces clattering out of place and some falling off the table. The other two stiffened in their chairs, but she paid them no heed, focusing solely on the larger map depicting the entirety of her beloved empire. This wretched war, when it will ever end? Celestina caught sight of an unkempt strand of silver hair and tucked it back into place. How much more would her people have to suffer? She asked herself this question many times, an agony of doubt with the only certainty being the innumerable losses her home suffered. Charles, is there no word from the pavilion or the capital? Most of the reports have been the usual, most of the front lines at a standstill for now. However, Charles raised his voice at a document, and Celestina snapped her head up to face him, greeted by a bright smile, unlike the usual forced, exhausted ones he could barely muster. Her heart beat in anticipation, and she waited with bated breath for his report. Charles cleared his throat as if teasing her and quickly spoke after she raised her eye intimidatingly. Chuckling weakly, our isolated army in Drakenport broke through the enemy blockade and returned safely. They destroyed several enemy fleets, commandeered 4 Vorpalaires, and even damaged an Excrucier. Is that true? Celestina rose from her seat, shocked to the core. Much to her regret, the people in Drakenport had been left for dead, and all requests to rescue them were rejected. She wanted to save them but could not argue against the odds. To hear of their escape and renewal was the best news she had heard in a long while, and she smiled brightly, laughing from the joy swelling her heart. How did they accomplish it? It's great to hear that. I don't know. It's strange. The reports lack critical details, Charles answered while rummaging through the papers, scrunching his brow. What does it matter? They've all done a great service to us all. It gladdens me to know they never stopped fighting and carved a path for themselves. Robert raised a cup and downed it instantly. For all that happened, it's pleasing to hear some good news for once. Wait, there's more, Charles said, raising a scroll. He seemed more lively and driven than ever before. The Rurin jails have been destroyed, and most of our imprisoned exalts have been freed, including several martial exalts like the Warden, Draven, himself. What? Celestina gawked, widening her eyes to the utmost extent, and brought her trembling hand up, pointing at the scroll in Charles's hand. Like the good brother he was, Charles handed her the scroll, and she read each word carefully, her breathing growing more erratic as time passed. The report ended with the authentic stamp from the pavilion master himself, a validity of its truthfulness. She had many questions swirling in her mind and asked, 2 good and thankful events occurred in around a month. Is this a sign of the tides changing? Did something change? It'd be great if that something could come here and help us from this cursed winter, Robert grunted. The return of the martial exalts from Drakenport and Rurin jails will help. But is the Warden even reliable? He hasn't been the same since the lad died. Lord Raven, Charles shouted. Celestina slammed the table. This time, it broke in half under her fist. Against her wishes, 2 droplets of tears fell from her eyes, trailing along her cheeks. It had been a long time since Oscar died. A very long time. He was her dear friend and someone she cherished. But he was dead, his body never to be recovered, forever stuck in Ashen Grove. A rush of nausea surged from her stomach, and she sat back down with a pale face. Forgive me, Your Majesty. I misspoke. Robert bowed. It's all right. Oscar performed his duties and went beyond what was required of him. Celestina patted her face with another wet towel. I can only hope we don't waste his sacrifice, quelling the grief infecting her. She resumed her commander's role and changed topics away from Oscar. Have any of the prisoners exhibited signs of brainwashing? Everything is written in that report in your hands. There's too little information on it. Charles frowned as the attendants came in and replaced the table, carefully placing the map and pieces where they belonged. Those bastards! Celestina clenched her hands, crushing the report in her palm. The first time she learned about the brainwashing in the Ruin jails a month ago, she could barely stop herself from rushing out to slaughter the enemy for vengeance. Even now, it took everything in her to stop herself from breaking ranks and lashing out. Your Majesty! An attendant rushed in and bowed. A small delegation has arrived, requesting an audience. Where are they from? If it's that self-absorbed prick Leon, reject him. Celestina frowned, not eager to deal with another outlandish request. If he keeps trying to propose to me, I'll castrate him. No, Your Majesty, they're not from the Richter family. The attendant quivered yet maintained his bow as he showed a token bearing the golden mark of a trident. They've come from the Pavilion Master. This is his seal. From the Pavilion Master? What is so important that he needs to send people? Let them in. Celestina sighed, prepared for the worst of news. Nothing else should warrant a response from the direct leader unless it were severe and urgent. A minute later, the attendant returned as a strange group of people entered after him, cloaked in winter garb, their features unseen except for the eyes shining under their fur hats. Celestina recognized two of them and exclaimed, Emily? Frederick? Why are you two here? Did you two patch things up? Greetings to the princess, and also, not really. Frederick took his headgear. Emily scoffed and rested her long orange hair down, as if, he still has a lot to do before I can forgive him. But we're not here to ramble on. There's someone you should meet. Much to Celestina's confusion, Emily and Frederick stepped aside, and a tall man stepped forward and took off his headgear. Oscar. She couldn't believe her eyes and said his name without thought. The figure was far taller, but the deep obsidian eyes and black hair bore a striking resemblance to him. Perhaps the man was a close relative or someone who simply resembled Oscar. After all, this stranger had a grade 6 core from what she felt, and moreover, Oscar was dead. But the man chuckled, and she tossed away her previous notions as he said, It's been a long time, Celestina. You look tired. His words, the gentle yet firm voice, and how he called out to her were all the proof she needed. Tears trickled down, and a faint sob escaped her lips. Questions upon questions raced through her mind about how Oscar survived, escaped, and ended up here, but she wiped her tears and ignored them. She found only one appropriate response, well suited for this blessed reunion with her dear friend. Curling her lips into a smile, Celestina said, Welcome back. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 506. What could have been? The bright smile on her beautiful face and the overflowing tears from her upturned emerald eyes were a sight to behold, her fine features further emphasized by the glow of the multiple braziers around the room. Oscar's mind abruptly went rigid from facing her directly. His heart, which had long since forgotten the youthful love he once bore for Celestina, stirred at the sobbing princess. He quickly quelled the lingering emotions, repeating Avril's name like a mantra. Nervous sweat broke out from his brow, and he couldn't muster the words or actions for her to calm down. Oscar! Rescue came from Charles, who swooped in from the side and latched his arm around Oscar's shoulders. He shook him around with the physical power of a martial Exalt, shouting, Are you really Oscar? How did you survive? More importantly, how did you get out of Ashen Grove? Let go of him, Your Majesty. We have time questions later, but for now we should accommodate our guests. A familiar, rough voice sounded from the other side, one that Oscar recognized immediately. Oscar turned and awkwardly bowed because Charles was still latching around his shoulder. It's been a long time, Lord Raven. Have you been well? Robert Raven hadn't changed since the last time he saw him, always dressed in a tunic and brown pants, covered by a fur cloak, and keeping the large claymore on his back. He fondly remembered his short time with him in Sword Peak Mountain, training to awaken an early prince. Robert grinned. his beard shuffling from the curling of his mouth, and patted Oscar's shoulder. "After so long, you've almost caught up with me." His eyes shone, and he gazed deeply around Oscar's body. "If you kept your face and voice hidden, I would never have known it was you. Almost everything about you, from your height, body structure, and even the core, is vastly different. You can see that?" Oscar removed Charles's grip around him and rubbed the back of his sore neck. "It's a simple trick. Nothing more," Robert grunted, ending his sentence short like he always did. "Everyone." Celestina seemed to have recovered from her near outburst of emotion, shouting in her authoritative tone, the usual regal demeanor emanating from her gaze and straight posture as a cheerful smile grew. She looked behind him, fixating on each person, and inquired, "Who's in the rest of your group?" "They are under my command. The Pavilion Master has granted me the title of Captain of the New Order." "I haven't come up with a name for the order yet," Oscar answered, then addressed the 10 people behind him. "Everyone except Fred and Emily can leave and have the attendants accommodate your needs. We will reconvene tomorrow early morning." "Yes, Captain." Their cohesive salutes and shouts, followed by their measured and matching strides, reminded Oscar of his Azure Sea Company in the Burning Valley. A couple of faces floated to the surface of his thoughts. Sevon, Adam, Quinn, and others, and he suddenly missed them, wondering how they were handling themselves. "When did you learn to speak so well as a commander?" Celestina raised an eyebrow. "I once had to lead entire armies across burning plains and erupting volcanoes." Oscar removed his fur cloak, and Erden jumped out from underneath, currently in his small form. "Who is this beast?" "He's quite adorable." Celestina crouched and rubbed her palm along Erden's head, a soft, pillowy bundle of fur once transformed. Oscar sensed a mischievous thought coming from Erden and was too late to stop it. His beast companion enlarged in a split second, returning to his stout form of the Priolapos, and Celestina nearly stumbled to the floor, but she maintained her balance by floating in the air. She exclaimed, "A Priolapos?" and turned to Oscar. "What have you been through?" "Much more than you can imagine." Erden spread his wings and trotted over to Oscar's side. "It talks!" Celestina, Charles, and Robert all exclaimed. Feeling her gaze stabbing into him, Oscar scratched his cheek and lightly chuckled before heading to the table. "It's a long story. Can we have some dinner while we talk?" After he, Emily, and Fred took their seats, Celestina ordered the attendants to bring a feast. They returned carrying large plates of reheated meats, soups, and hard bread. The most prominent item in the meal was the cheese, an abundant amount of various types well suited for long-term storage. Clearly, the conditions in Frostvale City were not good. "Thank you for the food." Oscar removed his gloves and sipped his soup from the bowl, breathing out steam from his mouth, a welcome replacement for the white, frosty breath he exhaled for hours beforehand. "Oscar, are you married?" Charles, sitting across, pointed his fork out and raised his voice. "Where did that ring come from?" "Married." Celestina instantly reacted, snapping her head toward Oscar, her gaze clearly reflecting his ring. She leaned forward and held her chin, fixated on his gold diamond ring. "When did you get married? To whom?" Yes, I did." Oscar smiled at the ring. "I should start from the very beginning after my supposed death in Ashen Grove." He ate and narrated, the attendants coming in occasionally to keep the waning braziers alive and burning, his voice clear throughout the raging snowstorm outside. Parched, Oscar sipped from his cup and said, "And that's it. We came here since you were the closest." Everyone was silent, not an odd response to the nonsensical yet true story of his return. Oscar waited for them to say something, anything, but the awkwardness continued as they all gave him blank stares except for Fred and Emily, who stayed idle to themselves. In the end, he could only sigh and continue waiting for someone to speak up. In the end, Celestina answered his request and said, "You've been through a lot." She rose from her seat and wore a pure white fur cloak, a perfect match for her silver hair. "Oscar, can we talk outside?" Without waiting for him, she opened the exit to the ramparts outside and entered the snowy winds, but not before she turned and glanced at him with a deep emerald gaze, her way of urging him to follow. Under the nosy stares of the others, Oscar put his fur cloak on and told Erden to stay put. He opened the door and was immediately hit by a wave of cold, the ends of his fur coat instantly turning a frosty white as his face paled slightly. The nail-biting chill seeped into his pores and sent shivers along his skin. He had noticed it earlier, but feeling the brunt of it now, he knew something was wrong with this storm, an unnatural element guiding each flake. You get used to it. Celestina stood by the edge of the ramparts, resting her hands on the stone. Facing him, she left her hair to sway freely along with the winds, faint lunar beams shuffling between the strands and enveloping her body in a soft glow. Despite the fierce winds, the moon shone on a cloudless night, bathing them in soft moonlight. She smiled brighter than the light surrounding her. "Congratulations on your marriage." Oscar walked toward the edge, standing side by side with her, and stared into the entirety of Frostvale City, flames and lanterns revealing the streets and homes. He could feel the warmth from here and felt better from the winds. He turned to her and bowed. "Thank you. It's good you found someone. I feared you'd be a lonely man for the rest of your life." "Avril sounds wonderful," Celestina teased, holding in her laughter. She leaned her head back, her brows relaxed, and her eyes closed in what seemed to be close to blissful sleep. "After you died, I did everything possible to spread your name far and wide, so you would live on somewhat in the pages of history. Those pages will have to be edited. It won't be funny to read about my own death," Oscar joked. Celestina responded with a soft laughter. She exhaled and fixated her soft gaze on him. "I missed you. I missed the times when we would read together in the Neptune archives. I missed when you came to training and worked hard despite being a weaker Exaltia. I missed the comfort you always gave to me. In these long years, I haven't read anything other than reports and detailed accounts. That's a shame. I brought the perfect gift for you." Oscar reached into his space pocket and pulled out a book. It's a copy of a rare tome written thousands of years ago. It details the journey of an old king Exalt who bore the element of light. "Do you not want it?" "Who says I don't?" Celestina took the book and stroked the cover, smiling endearingly at the words written on it. An enchanting sight that Oscar wanted to see on her, though not for the original purpose anymore. Going by the flow and atmosphere, if he had gone on a different path somewhere in the past, he would have confessed to her, but now there was no need. He had a different confession to say. "In the past, I did love you. I imagine you knew from the start." Celestina gripped the book tighter, seemingly more downcast. "I did know since we were young. Then Emily told me about your plans to confess after Ashen Grove. If I had confessed to you before Ashen Grove, or if I had never married Avril and confessed to you now, what would your answer have been?" Oscar simply wished to know, not for his self-satisfaction or the prospect of rekindling an old love. He merely wanted to know what her answer would be, how the threads between them could have headed towards. Celestina fell silent, and then, after a long pause, she answered, "Truth be told, I would have said no." "May I ask why?" Oscar asked. "If there were someone I would have wanted to marry, it would have been you." Celestina contradicted herself, and Oscar grew even more confused. She patted his shoulder, her hand warm to the touch even through the thick fur cloak draped along his back. "I am the princess of the brilliant Drake Empire. Your achievements in the past and present put you at the top of prospective husbands, and I would be glad to be married to you since you're my closest friend." But she shook her head and continued, "However, no matter what, I will always put my home and empire above anyone, even you. It wouldn't be fair to you. You'd give me everything while I can't compromise for you. I will forever be bound to the empire while you play second fiddle until the end. You might be able to accept that, but I can't, not for you. You deserve better, and you've gotten her. But if I weren't a princess and didn't have to bear all the burdens, I would have agreed in a heartbeat." Celestina let go of Oscar and bowed her head. "I was too scared to tell you this before because I feared you might drift away, but it wasn't right to hold your hopes up the entire time. I'm sorry." Oscar couldn't stop himself from lifting her head. Then, with a nod, he bowed to his knees and said, "That's right. You are a princess, first and foremost. Your words do not sadden me. There is no need to apologize. I failed to understand how you felt. You are my dearest friend. You don't need to bow like this." Celestina stretched her hand out to help him up, but he refused to take her hand, and she said sadly, "Are you going to return tomorrow?" "No. While I am your friend, I am also the captain of the new order. Right here and now, I pledge my services to you. May you name our order? Oscar asked in earnest. Celestina smiled and brandished her rapier, tapping it once on Oscar's right shoulder. I name you, Oscar Tur, the captain of the Black Aegis. May you protect the brilliant Drake Empire and its people until your duty is finished. I accept your appointment and will fight until my last breath, Oscar vowed. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 507. Black Aegis. Move out. Oscar trailed a path through the blanket of snow on the terrace, a great tower from where the once brightly lit and grand busy city was covered in snow. The great roaring fires and countless lanterns all waned away throughout the night. The simple crunches of his feet ignited small flames, melting away the chill that tried to worm its way through the soles of his shoes. As the snow around him melted, Oscar picked up a bundle and rubbed the snowflakes around his palm. The same unnatural feeling lingered on his skin, as if the snow was alive and biting into his flesh, leaving blue spots wherever it stayed. Rousing his eye, Oscar forced the icy poison of the snow to withdraw and cleared his skin of all blue spots. The effects of the snow here were very similar, if not the same as the snow in the Tundra realm. He entered for his inner hall promotion. Before more blue spots could spread, he skillfully created a thin layer of iron, efficient enough for him to recover the losses quickly and powerful enough to stave off the frosty poison. Back then, the snow in the Tundra realm was a natural occurrence from the laws governing the realm, but it defied the laws here. Morning. You're up early as always, someone hollered to him. Fred stretched his arms and yawned, a shroud of iron coating him. I'm surprised you're awake, Oscar responded, wiping his hands and wearing his gloves. Now that a certain someone is back, I have to wake up early to accompany him. Pity, I miss sleeping in. Fred summoned his hawk anima, and it flew to the other side in a single beat of its wings, the air kicking off the snow from the terrace, allowing the fine stone underneath to enjoy a respite and a shower of sunlight. It perched on Fred's shoulder, and he rubbed its head tenderly. Since your wife isn't here, and you and Celestina are no longer in the running, I have to step up. Fred rummaged in his space pocket and grinned, pulling out a bottle of wine and 2 cups. This wine will warm us up nicely. Without waiting for his response, Fred poured and placed a cup before him, raising a cup. Bottoms up. Oscar didn't touch his cup, keeping an eye on Fred, who licked his lips in satisfaction. Snow gathered on the surface of the wine, melting and turning the deep purple slightly blue. His wine was ruined. He felt sorry for ruining Fred's gesture, but he had no wish to drink this early. Oscar returned the cup to Fred and asked, "Why aren't you accompanying Emily?" A jolt accompanied by several coughs came in response to Oscar's inquiry, and Fred grumbled, "Do you think she wants to be with me? I royally screwed up. Is that any excuse?" Erden's muffled voice scolded from inside his coat, and then the beast squirmed his way out, carrying a soft flame that enveloped them and the area around in a soothing warmth. In his small form, he snorted at Fred, tapping his stubby legs around. Part of Oscar's wishes was to see you and Emily happily married and maybe with children when he returned. What a shame it might never come true. Erden, isn't that going too far? Oscar knocked Erden's head scoldingly. The downside to sharing his mind with Erden was that at any time, Erden could reveal any secrets or thoughts he had. However, he couldn't deny what was said since they were his thoughts. He isn't wrong, though. I thought I'd be able to enjoy being called an uncle when I returned. Well, sorry for dashing your hopes. There hasn't been any progress at all. She won't even talk to me. Fred deflated and rested his head on the castle railings, seemingly depressed. Oscar cocked his head to the side, staring confusedly at Fred. Huh? You never noticed? Despite being a good scout with keen eyesight, Fred seemed oblivious to the small smiles Emily put on next to him. Seeing Fred's similarly confused gaze, Oscar was in disbelief and opened his mouth to explain. Thought the two of you might be out here and drinking. Emily's sharp and clear voice resounded behind them, and they pivoted around, her orange eyes piercing into them, but mostly Fred. Still, while focusing on Fred, she spoke to Oscar instead. I knew you would be awake. I brought some hot tea, much better than wine. Oscar gratefully accepted a warm cup from her and felt better from the leafy, bitter taste of the tea contrasting against the lifeless snow falling on him. An awkward air rose on the terrace, the source being Fred and Emily, who went silent next to each other. Sighing heavily, Oscar looked to Erden for guidance, but his beast companion shrugged as if to say to leave him out of it. Demon was no help here either. The indifferent alter ego could never communicate in anything other than emotionless and callous words, even if his life were in danger. The rest of the time on the terrace was spent in awkward conversations. Oscar communicated with Emily, then Fred, never catching a break to stop because they spoke not one word to each other, only to him. Tired, Oscar found his only source of respite. The tea was drunk to the last drop, completely empty. "Hello, Captain Oscar. The rest of our order is assembled inside, waiting for you. What is going on?" Oscar's former cellmate, Alec, came as the lifeline for Oscar to escape from Fred and Emily's Cold War. He possessed the qualities of a great support Exalt, using his waters to trap and block enemies, and was a great logistics and communications officer, handling much of the inventory of supplies and talks. Emily was a fine warrior and Fred was a great scout, but Alec proved to be better in the finer details, prompting him to elect Alec as his lieutenant and second-in-command. "Nothing. Thanks for reporting in, Alec. I'll head down right away." Relieved by Alec's good timing, Oscar left the terrace and basked in the warmth of the burning braziers, filled to the brim with white, ashy coal. Emily, Fred, and Alec followed from behind as he navigated down the winding stairs, a torch lighting the path every few steps, and faced his newborn order. They all stood at attention and saluted him. Among them were Urin and Susan, whom he fought together with in Drakenport and Garantulum, and Esther, Urin's wife and someone he saved long ago in Ashen Grove. The other four were selected by the Pavilion Master, Draven, Aunt Ward, and Aunt Rosette, fine exalts that had their trust and skills to back it up. It also helped him to be a hero, garnering their respect and immediate loyalty. "Good morning, everyone. I have some good news. The princess has seen it fit to name our order personally. From now on, we shall bear the name with pride, for we are the Black Aegis, and like our namesake, it is our duty to be the shield to protect and endure for the sake of our homes and families." Oscar threw several medallions, one for each person, a badge depicting a fine black shield with the emblem of a dragon coiling around a trident. He had crafted these after Celestina gave them a name. He attached one to his chest, flickers of golden radiance shining as it caught the light. "Wear these with pride, my fellow exalts, and rise to your calling." "Yes, Captain." Everyone saluted, even his friends, wearing the badges proudly on their chests, a pleasing sight to behold. Timidly, Susan raised her hand and asked in a meek voice, "Excuse me, Captain, what is our first mission?" Everyone turned to her, causing her to blush and stare down, and then they pivoted back to Oscar, eagerness blatant on their faces. Oscar smiled. This was no different from when he first started out in the Burning Valley with Desmond's small ragtag group of marauders. With a snap of his fingers, his lieutenant, Alec, laid out a map of Frostvale City and its surroundings. Oscar crouched and traced his finger along the mountainous regions, explaining, "Nearly all of our forces are concentrated on the borders, primarily along the mountains. The rest are stationed here in Frostvale City or placed back to watch for any enemies attempting to slip through our net. The concern right now is this snow. I'm sure everyone has noticed the odd and dangerous effects the snow contains. We suspect it's an enemy tactic to wear us down. Barriers can't be wasting precious iron for the snow and be caught off guard by the enemy. It's also draining to use our iron to warm up everything around us. From the information given, the snow is being carried by the winds coming from the mountains here." Oscar pointed to a long trail of mountains. "Aren't our forces stationed there?" Emily frowned. "Not really. It's a no-man's land where our ground forces fight and die daily. Common sense would say there's no way the enemy would have any presence there other than dead corpses after a battle. But our job is to go in and find any probable causes. They've canvassed the area several times and found nothing. The princess believes we might have better luck." Oscar stood up as Alec rolled the map up. "Pack up and reconvene outside the city in 30 minutes. We set out for the Baleriac Mountains." Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 508. A fruitless search. As the morning unfolded, a wild and icy wind howled, echoing between the mountain slopes, and descended onto Oscar and his team, their iron shrouds burning like flames to combat the increasingly heavy snowfall it brought. Oscar checked his watch and grumbled. It had been several hours since he set out from Frostvale City and only just arrived at the foot of the mountains. He eyed the mountains from the bottom to the ominous clouds obscuring the peaks, a thick blanket of snow enveloping the mountains and dyeing them pure white. Against the raging winds, a loud rumble clapped and reverberated until the ground trembled. In the distance, the slope of a mountain erupted into bursts of snow that soon tumbled down as an avalanche, a great tide of nature's fury in fierce winters, indifferent and unforgiving to anyone who had to traverse through it. And he had to do it. As he watched the avalanche suffocate anything under it and turn into an ocean of snow, Oscar turned to his group, the newly named Black Aegis Order. "We're splitting up from here to cover more ground. We move in pairs of 2. I'll take Susan and Alec with me. Do not stray too far out of range of our communication beads." Oscar placed a gray stone, the communication bead, into his ear and pointed to the mountain from which the avalanche came. "We'll cover this mountain first. Routinely check in every 5 minutes with your location." The other 4 members already paired with each other. As Oscar hoped they would, since that left Fred and Emily with no other option but to form a pair. Without waiting to hear any disagreements, he ordered everyone to set out. He briskly flew away with Susan and Alec onto his chosen route, going around to cover the mountain's base and climb up from the other side. Before separating, he sneakily gave Fred a thumbs up, signaling him to take advantage or else his efforts would be wasted. "See, Captain, should we not fly up immediately?" Susan asked. Oscar looked at the large clumps of snow below, his feet barely an inch away from dragging on its surface. Ruffling his fur cloak to cover him better, he answered, "There's a chance the enemy might catch sight of us if we fly straight up. Stay low and canvass the area as we slowly move up. Understand?" "Yes." Susan raised her feet comically, like a child afraid to touch the surface of a pool. "It's been 5 minutes. Everyone all right?" Alec handled the job of holding everyone accountable, and Oscar heard everyone respond through his communication bead, their stable voices resounding in his ear. Alec was the one who relayed Oscar's group's location and progress. "Captain, everyone is accounted for, but is combing through every mountain wise? I can't imagine the previous scouts would miss anything." Before Oscar could answer him, a bellowing roar cried out against the winds, a powerful echo that turned the snow into a flurry, swirling and compounding. An intent lay behind it as it drew closer to his group, malicious eye guiding its course. Not willing to let it even touch their cloaks, Oscar opened his palms, glowing until flames rose from its surfaces. In a single command, the fire formed a barrier around his group and clashed against the incoming storm, a blazing grumble meeting an icy howl. Due to the heat, the snow turned into a hissing steam before it fell back down to the ground as ice from the dense cold. The land cleared, and the perpetrators were revealed. Several large, burly figures pounded on the ground, roaring to reveal their rather large tusks, which complemented the curled horns on their heads. Their coats were as white as the snow, but their blue eyes gleamed radiantly like wisps of the night. Native to the Baleriac Mountains and a dangerous foe for unsuspecting travelers, the Yetis growled, drooling. The Yetis didn't interest him. Oscar's attention turned to what their large hands carried, strange objects firmly grasped within their palms. He couldn't tell from large amounts of snow and ice covering these objects, but he had an inkling they were humans, the shape resembling a human figure. Not wanting to waste his eye, Oscar nudged the sleeping Erden awake, and his friend rushed out, greeting the Yetis with his ferocious gaze. For the sake of stealth, Erden used his antlers and body rather than flames to combat the Yetis. His speed was unmatched by the large Yetis, and he circled to the back, stabbing his wings into the weaker Yetis, tearing them into pieces. The battle was absurdly one-sided, not even a challenge. Erden trampled his hooves, breaking the limbs of the powerful Yetis, their bones visibly protruding from under their thick fur. Mere beasts trying to fight against a mythical beast was tantamount to suicide. Grinning above the bloodied corpses, Erden devoured their cores, sending some iron to Oscar to absorb. "Your beast is scary. I wonder how you managed to tame such a wild mythical beast." Alec avoided Erden while floating around and reached down to one of the bodies the Yetis were holding. He grimaced and waved Oscar over. Arriving by Alec's side, Oscar also grimaced, dark lines creeping onto his brow. Using a soft flame, he melted off the snow and ice from the body, a frozen, pale face of fear greeting him. Judging from the blue clothes on the man, he was their ally, most likely someone who fought and died in one of the innumerable battles across the front lines on these mountains. The beasts like the Yetis must be scavenging the dead. It's free food for them, nicely preserved for them to eat later. Alec brought other bodies over while speaking harrowing words nonchalantly. Something Oscar disliked but understood his second-in-command had to be the one who could speak the harshest. It would have been impossible for us to find all of our fallen in this snow after every battle, right? Susan looked away from the line of corpses. Not in this snow. The prolonged exposure to the cold here is detrimental to our forces. Not just us, though. Oscar melted down another corpse and noticed the black attire and emblem of a black turtle, one of the enemy. Alec, tell everyone to watch out for any corpses. They might not be the priority, but we should bring as many of our fallen back as possible. They deserve a proper burial. While Alec relayed his orders, Oscar looted what he could find. A few rations, armaments, a few diaries he left unread, and their identity tokens, which he left on their bodies. He placed the bodies inside his space pocket and saw Susan's pale face, his hand reaching out and patting her head over the fur hood. Regather yourself. If we find one alive, you will have to heal them. Susan nodded. I understand. She controlled her breathing and gripped her hands together. Everyone has been notified and did their routine check-in. So far, nothing suspicious has been found, Alex said, readjusting the mask on his mouth. Oscar hurried the group over, and they continued their search, leaving no stone unturned, scrutinizing for any signs of iron usage or an unnatural protrusion. He scaled up the mountain, a ground cleared once by an avalanche, already filled to the brim with snow. All around him was nothing but the white, icy, wintry landscape, not the best conditions to find whatever they were looking for. Oscar resisted the heavy winds, his fur cloak ruffling around and almost flying off his back, and he scaled up the mountain. More beasts greeted him and fell before his might, the cores feeding his and Erden's progress. More bodies surfaced, and Oscar gathered them to bring them. Passing through the shield of clouds, he finally stepped onto the peak and saw nothing. Not a single clue to the source of the insidious winter he had suffered through all morning, one that everyone had been suffering against for over a year now. Check-in. We are at the peak. What's your status? Alec contacted the rest and relayed to Oscar. They should be coming. After a few minutes, everyone gathered at the peak. None of them seemed to enjoy the view from up here, only a downcast response as they all found absolutely nothing. Fred and Emily seemed the most down, but Oscar avoided asking them for now and checked the time. He clicked his tongue and said, "It took us around an hour to climb the mountain. Before night falls, we can search through a few more. Stick to your groups and let's head out." Surely, no one is tired. No, Captain. Everyone responded with a rousing shout. Good. Let's not return to Frostvale City with nothing to show for it. Oscar patted down the frost building on his fur cloak and ventured down the mountain to start anew on another. Several mountains later, and with nothing to show for it, he began to feel the fatigue of having his Ein shroud up for too long. His Ein awaken and Erden's supply of Ein helped to alleviate the loss of Ein the whole time, but prolonged use still exhausted his mental state. Switch with me and take a rest, Demon suggested. No. Everyone else needs the time to rest as well. Oscar waited on the peak with Susan and Alec. The horizon of mountains was already engulfing the two suns, almost ready to plunge the entire place into night. Useless burdens. Demon's voice was colder than the air gnawing on his face. Ignoring his alter ego, Oscar realized the rest of his order had arrived and said, "Who's hungry?" The others smiled and sighed in relief, and he led them down the mountain and, with Emily's help, carved a cavern into the base of the mountain, a good shelter away from the poisonous snow. To be careful, they covered the entrance with a tarp that would hold the snow to act as camouflage. Erden jumped down and lit his entire body on fire, everyone sitting around him for warmth and respite. Oscar carved a piece of stone into a block and used it as a makeshift table, putting the map of the Baleriac Mountains on it. With Alec beside him, they conversed while the others rested and ate hearty soup of yeti meat. So far, we've been through these 7 mountains and found nothing. Oscar crossed out several mountains on the map. The entire Baleriac Mountains stretched from north to south on the eastern side of the map. Previous scouts have already been here. Look, Alec pulled out another similar map but had far more marks on it. They already canvassed the entire Baleriac Mountains carefully. Even if the snow is coming from these mountains, it might not mean the source is here. Well, it's not coming from the enemy's side. Scouts and spies report zero indication of anything of note being there. There's nothing in the sky either. The enemy airships stay back and only approach for battle. Damn it, Alec, we must be missing something, Oscar grumbled. Alec nodded, scrunching his brow, and mumbled before speaking softly. Unless a King Exalt decided to use their spell directly, it should be impossible. Whatever it is, it has a wide range to hit Frostvale City and the surrounding lands. Oscar received a hot cup of soup from Susan, thanking her, and sighed. Something is missing. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 509. Battle at their doorsteps. As usual in his dreams, Oscar wandered down the fields of grains, the golden heads swaying about from the breeze and glittering like a treasure trove under the 2 suns. But a dark wind breezed over, and all the shimmering heads of grain bowed before it, their very bodies visibly withering into dried husks. The path underneath him aged, unpaved with unevenly growing weeds, persistent and cracking into the few cobblestones. Over the hill, the decay spread to the small house, his old home, his childhood. The wood rotted, worms and termites gnawing around the blackened fibers of once strong beams and pillars. Creaking and groaning, the roof could no longer hold on and collapsed, caving in the center, and a cloud of dust spread, a foul scent of rot wafting around. Spotting the same decaying stump, the remainder of a great oak, that he always saw in this dream, Oscar sat down and glanced around. The withered, brown husks of decaying grain littered the fields, an innumerable amount of corpses, the ground devoid of water and breaking apart like stone. Flies buzzed around the dead land and gnawed on whatever was left behind in a ravenous hunger until nothing remained except for him. Everything was gone. His home had been torn down and eaten down to the bricks, and as if following a routine, the dream ended, and he found himself back in the real world. Rising from his makeshift bed of fur, Oscar held in his groan and rubbed his tense brow, breathing unevenly. Perhaps some time outside would do well for him, so he gathered his belongings and slowly crept around the others, their snores masking the sound of his steps. Undoing a part of the tarp, he sneaked out of the gap he had created and watched his breath visibly turn white, an instant reaction to the frosty air swelling around him. His Ein wrapped and enveloped him, and Oscar scrunched his feet over the deep snow and tugged his fur cloak tighter around his body. Unlike yesterday, the wind wasn't as fierce, a mere whistling passing by and kissing instead of biting on his skin. A bit of doubt flickered as he observed the mountains, not a single cloud obscuring their peaks like yesterday. Truly strange. Amid his pondering, he heard snow being crushed underfoot and could sense the person behind him. "Good morning, Fred." Oscar didn't turn back. His gaze locked onto the clear mountains in the distance. "Morning, Oas." Fred returned his greeting, a bit muffled under the mask. "I wouldn't say it's a good morning. I say it in the hope that it'll be a good morning. Helps to have some form of optimism at the start of the day," Oscar said. He pointed to the mountains and cheered. "Look how clear they are. Is it not a good sign? Our luck may already be turning." Fred stared out before sighing and shaking his head. "How long? What do you mean?" Oscar turned to Fred, his brows furrowing in confusion. "How long have you been having nightmares?" Fred asked, catching Oscar off guard. "You knew," Oscar said in a raspy voice. "Who do you think was your roommate for years?" "Yes, I know. That's why you're out here, wanting to be alone like you always do until someone comes by." Fred passed a piece of jerky to him. "If I had to guess, it's after you found out your parents died." Oscar chuckled weakly. His friend had an uncanny way of understanding everything except for himself. "It's always the same. I see my old home falling apart and decaying. I fought to the bitter end not just to see you, Emily, and everyone else but mostly for them. But they're gone now, and my home's no longer a place for me. It's a harsh wake-up every morning. His friend did not say a word, only offering a comforting pat on the back, and Oscar felt somewhat soothed by the nice gesture. As Oscar turned to return inside, a faint, high-pitched whistle perked up his ears, and he listened while moving his head to find the cause. Narrowing his eyes, he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "Fred, did you hear that?" "Indeed, it sounded just like cannons?" Fred emphasized the last word, and they both stared at each other, exchanging grave looks, before running inside the tarp. "Everyone up!" Oscar shook the others and shouted, not too loud to alarm any enemies lurking outside. The members of the Black Aegis Order slowly started to wake up, rubbing their eyes and yawning like an ordinary morning. But they all soon snapped wide awake as the cavern trembled, the ground rumbling, and the sound of a fearsome explosion thundered through the tarp. Thankfully, Fred acted quickly and propped up a barrier of wind to block out the chunks of rock and waves of snow threatening to cave them in. "Fred, what's going on outside?" Between the loud explosions, shouts resounded, and Oscar heard the same cries too many times to know what they meant. A war cry. "I see two fleets, one ours and one the enemy's. They're firing at each other while armies clash on the ground and in the sky." Fred answered with his eyes closed to see through the eyes of his hawk anima. "Captain, what shall we do? Our main objective is to scout and locate the source of the snow, not to interfere in the battles." Alec cautioned him, putting the decision on Oscar. While it was true their mission did not entail participating in the battles, Oscar could not ignore the fighting outside. He could feel and hear the war intensifying, the raging Ain outside rising, and the cries increasing in vigor, rage, and sorrow. Bringing everyone in close, Oscar faced each of them and nodded, their fates resting in his hands as their captain. Still, as dangerous as it might be, he decided for them as a captain should. "We will fight. Everyone stays close to one another. Do not stray far. Alec and Susan will stay in the center while we protect them. At my signal, we fly out and join our troops." Alec sighed but didn't voice any complaints while the rest hardened their expressions, fully prepared to join the fight with him. Not to let their resolve go to waste, Oscar led from the front, Erden standing by his side, and signaled for Fred to begin. In a single push, Fred controlled the wind to burst out, opening the way for them to charge. "Now!" Oscar rode on Erden and flew out, followed by his Black Aegis Order. Immediately, the war came into view. Vast amounts of soldiers clashed on the base and slopes of the mountains, the snow unable to fall fast enough to cover up the corpses and rivers of blood. Explosions dotted the sky, black clouds of their excess rising above as the night exalts tore into each other, flying the banners of blue and black. Wasting no time, Oscar spearheaded his order's assault, diving straight into the mess. Flames surged and blasted away, incinerating any defenseless exalts. Bolting through the opening made by his and Erden's flames, Oscar plunged his golden drill into an unknowing exalt from the back. The rest of his order swiftly followed, their sudden ambush working to great effect as the enemy was forced back, allowing his allies to have a brief respite and capitalize on the opening. Several spells flew out in retaliation, a noteworthy effort but futile. Weaving past the spells and blocking rest with Erden's flames and his shield, Oscar reached another group of enemies and scattered them apart with shattering wave, breaking their unity and leaving them open for the others to kill. Everything seemed to be going well, and Oscar's team advanced deeper into the thick of battle. But then the air changed, and a sense of dread carried over to him. "He's back. The monster is back. Run!" A strange sight unfolded. A stampede of fellow soldiers trampled away, flying as if a monster was on their heels, the pale looks of fright and beads of cold sweat spreading like a disease to the others. Oscar couldn't see past the masses, unable to see what they were running from. Several exalts were flung higher like lifeless dolls while others fell abruptly, all their bodies torn nearly to shreds, barely recognizable, and held together by few sinews of skin and muscle. "What is that?" Oscar murmured, raising a golden drill, burning in red flames, and empowered by his pseudo-guise. He zipped past the escaping allies, his arm already in motion to pierce through whoever it was. To his shock, A large red hammer with a black handle bashed straight onto his drill, and he quickly unleashed his shattering wave against the reverberation flowing from the hammer. This power, Oscar gritted his teeth and exerted more power, the air rippling from the ensuing shockwave. He retreated several steps and finally had a good look at the monster who chased away the others. The man towered over even his new height. A shaggy bed of brown hair covered his head, and a pair of brown eyes glinted dangerously on his broad face. Oscar recalled this man, his once bitter foe and temporary ally long ago. Ordinus, Oscar Ter. Orden widened his eyes, clearly in shock, but true to his nature, as Oscar remembered, the behemoth soon smiled widely, his grip on the hammer intensifying, and said in the same deep, powerful voice, "I heard a few rumors from delegations of the Undying Flame sect, but I never believed they were true." Orden bellowed out in laughter, rustling his brown hair around. "Will we finally be able to settle this?" Oscar scoffed and raised his shield, Orden roaring under him. He smiled back and bashed his drill against the shield, sparks flying like fireworks. "You're right, Orden. It's time to finish this, but it's a pity you're not up to the task." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 510. Oscar against Orden again. "A pity, you say? I must admit you're completely different from before. I won't bother asking how your core has changed or how you came to your sudden growth spurt. Rather than prattle on, let's fight for old time's sake." Orden's voice trembled, not from fear. Oscar could see the blatant glee glowing from his eyes. It was as if he had returned to back then. Facing down his once bitter adversary, Oscar was reminded of their first meeting long ago, back in the swamps of Ashen Grove. As if replaying the scene like acting in a play, he got off Orden, planting his feet in midair, and raised his shield, clenching his shoulders to compact and form a sturdy defense. Likewise, Orden grinned and swung his hammer above, ready to descend in a split second to wreak havoc. Their gazes sharpened, and Oscar focused every ounce of his nerves entirely on Orden's stoic figure, not letting a single twitch or shift out of his sight. "I didn't expect to see this bastard here," Emily said from behind. "Oh, isn't that the woman who fought against me in Ashen Grove?" Orden laughed voraciously. "Another great opponent. Will the two of you fight together again?" "Sorry, but I have to greet an old friend." "Isn't that right, everyone?" From his shout, a group of Earth Corps Academy soldiers gathered behind him, openly showing their hostility from their surging eye. In response, his Black Aegis Order gathered in formation behind him, similarly bringing their Eins up in opposition. As tensions rose, Oscar maintained the stare down with Orden, slightly taken aback by the shining clarity in the enemy's eyes, clear and beaming with a childlike desire. He could almost hear the words and pleas to fight one-on-one. Around him, the war raged on. Multitudes of Exalts from both sides fought fiercely, yet his small pocket in this chaotic battlefield remained calm. A soft chuckle escaped Oscar's lips as he gave the nod to Orden, agreeing to their duel, and the ecstatic giant strode forward, his footsteps somehow making a clear sound in the empty air. Oscar cooled his heart to a low beat and slowly raised his hand. Clenching hard, he shouted, "Kill them all! Leave none alive!" Orden roared, his gigantic body lunging forward in a brutish charge. Not skipping a step, Oscar formed a golden drill and sped toward Orden, coming within melee range. He left Orden behind and told him to stay. In all of his years, Oscar had never met another with the sheer physical power of Orden, not counting the likes of Reese users such as the Volten of Convicia and Adam. After his blood transmutation, he always wondered how his Reese would fare against Orden's might and meld powers. Now came the chance to find out. Drawing in a deep breath, he clenched his fist inside his golden drill. His arm contorted as the muscles tightened and bones creaked from the amount of Reese he poured into this single blow. Oscar resisted the urge to use his pseudo-guise, intent on confirming the outcome of this clash of strength. When his drill met the heavy hammer, he could feel every pulse of seismic force. 40 times they burst, twice as powerful as he recalled. Undeterred, his shattering wave negated the fierce strike, but his arm was blown away, the iron-enhanced golden drill cracking apart to his shock. On the other side, his foe had a similar look of shock, his grip trembling around the hammer's handle. From this single exchange, Oscar understood enough and was satisfied. Entering pseudo-guise, his limbs burned in ethereal iron, and Erden flew over to his side to let Oscar mount him. He judged it was time to end the battle. You've really become different from before. As a grade 4, you were terrifying in your own way, but now you're outright fiendish. Contrary to the grave undertones of his words, Orden smirked, lifting his hammer in the front like a knight with a sword. Once he separated his hands, the meld came undone, and the hammer anima rested in his left grip while the armament rested on his right. If I were the same as before, I would have lost, but right now, I'm at the top of my game. The hammer anima shone and flew into Orden's chest, the air becoming stifling from the weight of the Ein, vast amounts quaking from Orden. Oscar couldn't believe it, but it was happening before his eyes. The onset of the integration stage. Before he could consider intervening, the integration was completed. Gray stone-like hammers as big as anvils acted as pauldrons, a helmet, gloves, chest armor, leg guards, and more. Every part of Orden's body was clad in armor made entirely of these stone hammers with no handles, and a pair of earthen glows peeped from his visor. Wary of the dangerous aura surrounding Orden, Oscar melded his anima into Erden, and their bodies burst into flames. Orden's head created a series of strange, craggly noises as it raised to stare at him. His enemy raised a stone hammer-covered hand and clenched, and Oscar felt a forceful pull dragging his body. Erden expanded his antler wings and streamed dense flames from certain points and tips to counteract the force, but he still came within range of Orden. Aim for his head. I'll handle the hammer. Erden shaped his antlers into a large sapphire hammer and bashed it against Orden's incoming hammer. Oscar quickly stabbed a golden drill straight at the imposing stone figure, this time with flames blazing at its tip. Orden seemed undeterred and boldly headbutt his drill. Instead of his drill tearing into Orden's head as he had hoped, Oscar felt the same multiplying seismic force, but rather than 40 times, it compounded 60 times, enough to match Oscar's current power. It resulted in the same outcome, and they were flung away, the shockwave bursting apart the winds. Every part of your body has that multiplier now? Oscar said, cracking his elbow, and a tense sweat dripped down his cheek. His golden drill broke apart again. He formed a new one and accompanied it with a golden maw in the shape of a dragon. To follow it up, he spread his flames and concentrated them into swords, all pointed at Orden. Flames and metal. This is getting quite interesting. Orden bashed his hammer against his chest, the ringing piercing into Oscar's ears. His foe laughed and said, "It isn't just anything from my hammer anymore. Look." Oscar recognized the spell he used against him and Emily. Countless rocks appeared in the air, spinning so fast that they released a strange vibrating noise. I no longer need to hit them with the hammer to apply the effect, and you'll be coming to me anyway. A strong gravitational force began to pull Oscar again. The power was far stronger than the first time, and he found himself pulled toward Orden, who raised his hammer to strike while the spinning rocks fired, aimed directly at him. Remembering the weight of these rocks, Oscar fired his golden rods and burning swords to match them. It wasn't enough. For good measure, his golden maw enlarged its molten, flaming mouth and swallowed all the rocks, keeping them contained. Erden once again fought Orden's hammer and also expanded his wings to strike at his back. Several earthen spikes protruded from Orden's body and halted the wings in their place. Oscar tried again. His golden drill engulfed in flames, clashed against Orden's giant stone fist as more rocks threatened to break his body. In an act of defense, his indestructible gold layered over Oscar and Erden, protecting them as they were flung away again. Halting his body, Oscar sighed, worried he was taking too long to handle Orden. He stared around at the battlefield, relieved to find his Black Aegis Order still fighting on without any losses. A roar returned his attention to Orden. "Do you have the luxury to look away while we're fighting?" Orden pointed his hammer, waving it angrily. "I do. This fight is nice, but it's not enough. Maybe if it were earlier, I would have had some trouble. Right now, the only outcome is your defeat." Oscar spoke truthfully. After the battle against Maya, he reviewed everything he had done and fought against, looking over where he fell short. Orden was powerful. There was no denying that. He would have had to use the full guise to clinch a victory, but not anymore. Odin clenched his hand and pulled Oscar closer with his gravitational force. The same barrage of spells swelled on Odin's side. Got a little too arrogant, haven't you? To borrow your words, let's not prattle on. I'll show you the truth. Oscar enveloped himself in indestructible gold and a barrier of flame. With 2 drills, he fused them into Odin's antlers and wings, a 6-fold combination of their arsenal, into a single sapphire golden blade that resonated with the elemental armament. The rocks battered on him, but he held on. All the flames surged to the blade's edge, the tip glowing pure white. A violent burst of flame erupted from their combined blade, so condensed it almost appeared to be made of sunlight. It engulfed Odin immediately, setting him ablaze and clashing against his hammer. The blade drew closer. Odin tried to dodge, but it was too late. Oscar and Odin stabbed together right into Odin's hammer and unleashed all their might. The sky burst into flames as metal shrapnel rained down from the inferno. Oscar turned around to see the result of their deadly attack. Odin was charred, scorched black until his integration came undone. His body revealed itself underneath the cracking stone hammers, grievous burns around his bare skin. But the most horrific was the blackened shoulder and the arm, which was missing. It had been broken apart by his iron omnireus and burned into ash. Oscar pitied Odin for a moment and saw the once proud behemoth slowly wobble uncontrollably and fall in the air. It was gratifying to see, to know that the bitter enemy and once ally who had caused him so much trouble in the past lost so easily. At the very least, Odin, I should finish you off with my own hands. Oscar flew down in chase of the falling Odin. He aimed a golden breaker, but a scream interrupted him. Don't you dare! Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 5:11. A common aftermath. After the shout called out against him, the surrounding space began to suppress him, a titanic grip clenching every inch of his body and squeezing with blatant hostility. No doubt a martial Exalt had intervened and sought his life. Despite their best efforts, Oscar and Odin struggled and could not free themselves from the soul-crushing grasp, choking for air. Whoever the martial Exalt was, they surpassed Maya's inexperienced powers. Then, a counterforce repelled the oppression, allowing Oscar to breathe, and he took several deep gasps of air into his shrunken lungs. A powerful, clear, and angered voice shouted, "How dare you!" Gazing upward, he saw a radiant figure clad in a white battle dress charging through the sky, accompanied by a silver dragon. Celestina had arrived on the battlefield, her silver hair fluttering backward as her heroic visage carried on. She flashed across a great distance and swiped her rapier, creating a cross of light in the air. Powerful Ein fired from this cross, landing directly on her foe. Under attack by Celestina's violent light, the martial Exalt of the Earthcore Academy fought back and shouted, "Get Odin out of there!" Now, the forces Odin led earlier sprang into action, diving down to their leader. Oscar looked gratefully to Celestina, who gave him a nod, currently entangled with the enemy. He gathered his black Aegis order and chased after Odin's group, flying with all his might. Suddenly, a sharp pain dug into his arm. Looking down, he noticed his arm had been broken. It wasn't from the martial Exalt's pressure, but from Odin's final blow, and Oscar's sense of danger heightened. I can't let him grow stronger. I need to end this now before he can recover. Determined, Oscar hastened his flight and caught up to the tail end of Odin's retreating protectors. Some glared with bloodshot eyes and stern faces, a look he recognized all too well. In a last stand, they rushed out against Oscar and his black Aegis order, roaring at the top of their lungs. Admirable, Oscar effortlessly eviscerated some, using the full might of his iron and spells, while Odin pummeled his burning body into others, igniting them into ashes on the wind. The rest of his black Aegis order joined in to handle the stragglers, and he continued to chase. Little by little, the enemy separated more of their soldiers, like how a lizard discards its tail to escape. One by one, Oscar slew them, felling them to join the myriad of fallen on the cold, snowy mountains. For a brief moment, amid the carnage he wreaked upon the resolute defenders, Oscar locked gazes with Odin. It looked to be grief, despair, and a deep anger erupting from those eyes, and Oscar gritted his teeth, pouring more power into his chase. He had an inkling. a premonition that sent shivers of fear down his spine. If Orden survived here, he would surely return as a formidable foe, and Oscar didn't wish to find out how much more dangerous the next battle might be. Oscar Tur, Orden shouted hoarsely, his one remaining hand extending out as his teeth gnashed and ground together. He writhed around, almost escaping his ally's grip, and shouted in volcanic fury, "Oscar, damn it!" Oscar's face darkened. He plunged a golden drill into one's head and burned the body before tossing it aside. His heart sank as the 3 remaining soldiers dragged Orden's struggling, burnt figure into the territory near the enemy's airships. Countless guns aimed directly at him, and Oscar knew he had failed. The last scream from Orden, shouting his name, unnerved him, and sweat beaded down his forehead. It would be his fault if it resulted in more lives being lost because Orden now possessed a vengeful cause, a powerful motivator. Begrudgingly, he halted and ordered his men to stop, staring down the long guns of the airships. Since Orden was no longer reachable, he needed to contribute in other ways. From a gulf of grade 3 healing elixir, his broken arm patched itself together. He moved his arm around to adjust before nodding in satisfaction. Shouting, Oscar rallied his troops. "On me, don't break formation." With Oscar leading at the helm, the Black Aegis Order laid devastation across the sky, the enemy not at all prepared to deal with his breaking force. He and Erden launched the initial attacks to spread fear and shock throughout the enemy, while his backup arrived to take advantage of the chaos. After several hours, the enemy retreated, and everyone cheered, raising their weapons high, and seemed eager to give chase, some already bolting for the retreating airships. But Celestina ordered all forces to stop and collect their dead. "We're heading back to our cave. Alec, take inventory of everything we have left and used." As the armies cleaned up the battlefield, Oscar hurried everyone back into the cave they slept in yesterday. He sighed and observed the field of corpses and blood, the snow slowly building atop the ones that hadn't been cleared off yet. So many had died. A similar scene occurred long ago in the Burning Valley, but seeing it in his homeland felt very saddening. From the Draken port to the Rurin jails, he never saw severe losses until now. Not a pretty sight. Sometimes, "I wish this war would just end already." Celestina flew down and landed in front, blocking his view of the aftermath. She swept her emerald gaze across his body, from head to toe, and sighed with a weary smile. Her hand wiped his bloody cheek with a handkerchief. She scolded him, her smile flattening sternly, "You need to take better care of yourself. Your wife will be sad to see you like this. There's so many dead, Celestina. Too many." Oscar walked around her, bringing the awful scene back to the forefront. His feet lifted off the ground, and he witnessed more bodies strung along the base of the mountains, some caught on the slopes and wreckages of airships, black smoke fuming from the scraps. He knew the war was a horrible affair, but knowing these losses occurred everywhere was unpleasant. Is our only hope really Gilbert Lockwood? 8 years seems too far to wait for, and that's assuming he wins the Primanomicy. I know, as draining as it is. Celestina floated to his side, shaking her head. "At least he bought us 10 years to prepare. The Primaires do as they please. We're nothing but ants compared to them. Have you met one?" Oscar looked away from the battlefield and turned to Celestina. "Once, the great Primaire arrived to retrieve Gilbert and offered 2 others to accompany him. Guess who went with them?" Celestina scoffed, her voice colder than the snow around them. "Isabella and Aurora?" The pavilion master never mentioned that. The fact those 2 decided to leave the Empire was infuriating to hear. Oscar was so enraged he accidentally surged his eye to the fullest. That was 2 grade 8 exalts out of the war in which they could have had a major impact. How could they? He regards it as a shame and dislikes talking about it. At first, Gilbert extended the invitation to me, but I brushed it off coldly. I can understand Gilbert leaving for the benefits it gave us, but not those 2. Bunch of fools. Her rant continued as she spilled out more of her grievances, and Oscar listened to each one. The incompetent nobles who cared about their territories and achievements, the alchemist guild and fabricator guilds that made money off all sides, and the ceaseless amount of people who scrutinized her every move. She stopped at the end and laughed. "It's been a long time since I complained. I remember how uplifting it felt to have someone to complain with. You really haven't changed at all. Oscar smiled but soon frowned. Taking 2 other grade 8s with him, Gilbert better return with a victory and end this war. 2 grade 8s would have been a boon, even more so with a grade 9. But Celestina elevated higher and caressed Oscar's head, smiling to the fullest, a charming sight. I believe we have someone here who can more than fill in the gaps they created. That's too much pressure. Also, stop. Oscar swiped her hand off. Avril is one scary person when she's mad. Ah, you henpicked husband. But it's not bad to see you regard your wife so highly. Celestina backed off, losing her smile and returning to her formal and regal demeanor. She stared at Oscar, hints of pleading within her serious gaze. Please do everything you can to reduce our losses. I know it's impossible to ask you to be on every battlefield, but wherever you are, protect our own and vanquish the enemy. Isn't that a given, my princess? Oscar bowed his head. He took a side glance at the destruction and death to the side. It became engraved in his mind. Clenching his clasped hands harder, he knew it was a tall and harsh task, but she believed in him to order it. After Celestina bid him farewell, Oscar joined his Black Aegis Order in the cave and said, "Let's move out. We're continuing our search." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 512. Both at their limit. The airship to Farendale is departing. All aboard. A luxurious airship hovered, attached to the sky dock by tightly bound ropes. People streamed onto the bridge and entered past the rows of guards in bright white armor, some hunching nervously underneath the intensity of the soldiers' stares. Walking quietly with the crowd, Avril, covered in a hood and cloak, arrived at the entrance and showed her pass to the 2 guards flanking her sides. They moved aside for her to enter, and she stepped onto the airship, greeted by the kissing of the 2 suns on her exposed face. The airship certainly lived up to its reputation as one of the luxury series. A large garden of flowery pathways, wonderfully sculpted fountains, and flat stretches of green grass welcomed her in. She tugged on her hood to better cover her head and trod down the paved pathway, slowing down as she neared the palace in the center of the garden. Inside, many lines of people waited patiently, not disturbing one another, all heading for the receptionist's desks. After some waiting, her turn finally came, and Avril showed her pass to the receptionist. "Welcome, esteemed alchemist. You will find our accommodations proper for someone of your status." The receptionist bowed deeply and waved someone over to guide Avril through the airship. She listened to the guide talk about the airship but soon grew uninterested since she had no intention of wandering around until her desired stop. The guide smiled amicably and opened the door to her room. A large chandelier hung from the ceiling, light dotting the tips of its crystals, over a large oak table. A large bed, enough for 10 people, was placed near the large window. A closed archway led directly to a balcony, and a plethora of snacks and appetizers rested on the nightstand, though it was large enough to be called a table. The guide bowed and said, "Thank you for being our guest. Everything is accounted for. I would like to dine in my room every day. Can that be done?" Avril asked the guide, to which he answered in affirmation. Soon after, he left the room. Stretching her arms out, she plopped onto her bed, her indigo hair spreading around messily on the clean white sheets, as she was hit by the rays of light from the chandelier and the window. From lying on a wide bed alone, her heart itched. She brought her left hand close, gazing longingly at the gold diamond ring on her finger. The itching in her heart soon turned to an aching pain, and she hugged the ring to her chest, hoping it might lessen the pain. Instead, cold whispers gnawed on her ears, and dark shadows shifted around the edges of her eyes. Breaking out into a cold sweat, she heaved a heavy sigh, then gasped, struggling for air. A few minutes later, the shadows went away, and the whispers quieted into nothing. It was over. Avril coughed and bit her lower lip, nearly tearing up. She slept on cold beds for half a year without a hint of warmth, no matter how fierce she fanned the flames or how many sheets she piled on. Even when she woke up drenched in sweat from the heat, the iciness in her heart never left, continually stabbing into her. In her dreams, only the nightmare of a burning town replayed itself again and again. She missed him. Only one person could provide her with the warmth she desperately needed. She knocked her palm into her forehead, deep regret quivering on her lips. Her mother and sister were nowhere to be found in her old home, and the only clue led her to go farther and farther away from him. Frustrated, distraught, and above all, lonely, Avril pulled her disheveled bangs back, her face pale and wrinkled from exhaustion, and murmured, "Sorry, Oscar. I thought it might take a short time, but I might not return soon enough." His smiling and teasing face appeared in her mind, and she weakly smiled while fiddling around with her ring. "How are you doing, my dear husband? I hope you're doing well." Slowly, sleep claimed her, and she began to furrow her brows and groaned while clutching her chest, suffering from the burning nightmare. Oscar zipped and appeared before an enemy. His Eliran breaker glinted in a purple ring inside his irises. The man was a tricky foe, using fog and water mirrors to duplicate himself, but they were no match for the illusion-piercing Eliran breaker. Without mercy, Oscar drove a golden drill into the enemy's chest, expecting the man to roll over and die. Die! A blood-choked roar resounded from the person Oscar impaled. Underneath the black armor, blood sprayed out from the visor and gaps between the armor, but strands of dangerous iron flickered and burst as well. The man hugged him in a deadly grasp, gurgling in laughter. Before the man's sacrificial explosion could occur, Oscar resonated his indestructible gold with his diamond shield, clad himself in Edgerisklad, and released a burst of force using Ripple Shroud. The man exploded in a tremendous and horrifying power, the result of imploding a core. Violent white, red, and then gray swelled around Oscar's vision, the smell of burning flesh wafting and filling his nostrils. The might of a greater knight Exalt's sacrifice was great, but he had experienced it before. When the smoke and flames settled down, Oscar used another Ripple Shroud to shake off the ashes and charred bits of flesh. Gently, he traced his fingers along the fresh burns on his skin, wincing slightly at the sharp, aching pain. All in all, his body remained fine. "OS, are you okay?" Fred rushed over, sounding panicked. "Don't mind me. We have to finish the fight." Oscar brushed off more ashes and swept his gaze across the battle. The enemy was on full retreat. Their remnants bolted back to their side of the Baleriac Mountains to the safety of their airships. On the ground, Erden's gigantic figure, clad in flaming sapphire steel armor, around 50 feet tall, stampeded and crushed the enemy's ground troops. With him fighting in the sky and Erden on the ground, he kept his promise to Celestina, bringing the losses down as much as possible. Oscar wanted to move but wobbled and clutched his arm, the burns far more severe than he saw. His legs were shaky, shrapnel sticking out. When did he suffer all of these injuries? He scanned his body earlier and didn't find them. Too reckless. You're so driven you can't even properly assess your condition. You're a fool for splitting from the beast and fighting by yourself. Demon chastised him. Thanks for the encouragement as always. Oscar spat out some blood and drank an elixir for his burns and wounds. These wounds are nothing. Do what you want, but remember it's also my body. If I feel you are going too far, I will forcibly take control. Demon retreated away after warning him. Suddenly, he felt a punch land on his face, and after staggering for a moment, he found it was Fred's fist. Rubbing his cheek, he complained, "What was that for? That came out of nowhere. You're too reckless. Look, my punch actually hurt you." Fred frowned, rubbing his reddened knuckles. "You're always doing this. Why can't you ever calm down? Consider your own life for once." "I am. These injuries aren't too bad." Oscar pointed to the lightest burn on his forearm. "Any moment spent idling around in battle may be a life lost. I have the strength to keep fighting." Fred took a swing at him, but this time Oscar dodged. His leg screamed out in pain, and he realized Fred had kicked him in the knee. "Where's the strength?" "There's nothing." His friend drove a fist into his chest, and he reeled from the pain. Still, not to be outdone, he slammed his own fist into Fred's head, but for some reason, his power couldn't move him even a single inch. "I'm not sure what it was like in the Burning Valley, but you're our captain. For the past month, you've been running yourself ragged, fighting every reckless fight and then immediately searching mountains afterward. Cherish your life more. I'm asking you as your friend." Fred stared dead into Oscar's eyes, a strong resolve carrying forward. Retracting his fist, Oscar was silent for a few seconds before nodding, Fred's shoulders relaxing at ease. Out of nowhere, a staff hit his head and Fred's. Confused, Oscar saw Emily scowling at them, raising her weapons again. In 20 years, how have the two of you dunces not grown up at all? Fighting like you're all teenagers again. How utterly idiotic, Emily scolded. Os and I were having a good talk. Fred raised an eyebrow and smiled. Are you talking to me now? Have you forgiven me, Emily? As if she rejected him, but Emily still answered him. A strange, polarizing action. A smile curled from her lips. By the way, I think I finally figured out how the enemy is creating all of his nonsensical show. You did, Oscar and Fred exclaimed together. Still playfully smiling, Emily hid her laughter behind her hand while staring with a taunt. I'll let everyone know my idea later tonight. So, Oscar, let's rest up for now. Okay? The last parts of her sentence didn't sound like a question but rather a command. If I'm right, we can save the North. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 513, Terrigen. Inside a naturally formed cavern, multiple bright flames flickered and swayed, their light fluttering along the grooves of the old stone walls, intertwining with the formless shadows stretching from everyone's figures. A pot rested above one of the small flames, the lid clattering a ruckus as steams and whistles blew out of the gaps. Oscar held the pot by the handle and poured some tea to drink, closing his eyes to smell the calming tea, soothing warmth and aroma welling up his senses. Carefully sipping, he swirled the warm tea around, moistened his mouth, and exhaled a hot breath of steam. Well rested, Oscar observed the rest of his Black Aegis order, glad to watch them enjoying the same tea and some rations left over from yesterday. A stark difference from previous nights when all they could do was slump and lean on the walls after fighting and canvassing the area for almost the entire days. Indeed, he had been running everyone around without much rest for the past month since they started their search. It was his failure as a captain to disregard the state of his people, a lesson he had forgotten. But he still needed to finish the job and secure the North. Every step closer to ending the war meant fewer years of deaths and a step closer to heading back out to Avril. Although the promise was to meet in Xianxia City after 10 years, he wanted to go out and find her himself. She would most certainly do the same if she finished first. He felt sorry for his order, having rushed them for a mostly selfish reason. Gathering his thoughts, Oscar turned to Emily, who was teasing Susan with Esther laughing in the background, and coughed to get their attention. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused on Oscar, and he sipped from his cup before speaking. To all who have gathered here, we're not here simply to enjoy this small break. Emily told us she found out the enemy's schemes and the origins of the snow. No one said anything and all turned to Emily. Put on the spot, Emily scowled but started to explain. I can't say for certain that it is concrete, but I discovered something weird. We've been searching for an entire month, climbed nearly every mountain in the Baleriac Mountains, and found nothing. That's because everyone else is an idiot and didn't think hard enough. She laughed as the others grunted and clicked their tongues. Oscar smiled. He could always rely on Emily to have high spirits in bleak times. Emily took out various pouches from her space pocket, nearly hundreds of them, all labeled and marked with numbers and coordinates. In all past attempts, we and others only tried to feel any Ein or people. But no one. She juggled a pouch in her hand, soft thuds coming from her palm, thought to check the dirt. Maybe some did, but none closely examined them. The dirt? Oscar accidentally interrupted, curious about the significance of dirt. He and Fred met gazes for a second, and Fred shook his head, just as confused as he was. I thought a former farmer like Oscar would have known. Here, take a look. Emily poured out the contents of one pouch and another. Pebbles and clumps of wet dirt poured out, and it continued until all but one pouch remained unopened. Picking up some in her hand, Emily showed it to everyone. Look at the dark grayish color and numerous gray pebbles. These are the typical soils of a wintry mountain, native to this area. Then what about that pouch? Fred pointed to the unopened one. Emily smirked and poured out its contents, revealing the strangely brownish color of the soil. Realization dawned on Oscar as his eyes slowly widened, and it seemed everyone else also understood what she was talking about. These mountains share the same dirt, all except for one. This brownish soil is not native to the mountain range. Emily poked her finger in the mound and fished out a pebble, the clear difference in color and material against the others. With all the fighting blasting the soil everywhere, I dug deeper to get an accurate sample of each. So, why would there be a mountain with a completely different soil? That is highly unusual, but what if that mountain was formed much later? Alec questioned her, an act Emily seemed to despise as she glared coldly, raising a fist. Oscar swept in between and calmed her down. He pulled out a map and laid it on the ground for all to see. I am also skeptical, but it's our only lead. Which mountain is it, Emily? According to Emily's coordinates, Oscar pinpointed the location to one of the mountains further up north, closer to the enemy side of the region. It was already noted on the map, meaning it existed long before their time, so there was no way the soil would have been different. His sense of alert heightened, and he wondered, did the enemy somehow replace the entire mountain? It seemed impossible to do so under the noses of the Empire and Pavilion, but he couldn't disregard the possibility. Giles and Aiden, the two of you returned to Frostvale City and informed the princess about Emily's findings. If we're correct, then that mountain shouldn't be unprotected. The two bowed and hurried out of the cavern, disappearing into the night. Oscar also rose from his seat and packed up his belongings, ordering everyone else to prepare for the journey north. The flames were killed, and only the faint moonlight peeped into the cavern, extending only to the short area around the entrance. He ventured outside and was pelted by a shower of icy snow before his iron shroud flared, melting all snowflakes before they could reach him. Worried about an imminent battle, Oscar removed his wedding ring and stowed it carefully into a handkerchief before storing it in his space pocket. Any harm to the ring would be a slight on his marriage. After the rest of his Black Aegis Order exited the cavern, he nodded and mounted Erden, flying straight north. The next morning, Oscar descended to avoid prying eyes, the morning being the most conspicuous time for a flying mythical beast. He led the others and stopped when he noticed 4 other figures approaching his order. One smiled and waved his hand, a golden pair of sun-like eyes along with flowing silver hair eye-catching to anyone anywhere, Charles. The other frowned deeply in contrast to Charles, his shaggy beard unmoving against the winds, and his eyes were as sharp as blades, Robert Raven. Behind them, Giles and Aiden followed respectfully with their heads bowed. Hey Oscar, I haven't seen you since you moved down south. It's been a while. Charles smiled cheerfully, pounding his hand on Oscar's shoulder. The name of your Black Aegis Order strikes fear into the enemy. If only there were more of you to go around. Rather than relying on others, you should focus on yourself, dear Prince. Help is good, but you must be reliable as well, Robert lectured. I know, you old man. How did you endure training under him for a month, Oscar? Charles sighed deeply, crossing his arms and shaking his head. Good to see you two in high spirits. I won't have to worry much with the two of you backing us up. Oscar laughed. Shall we head to the mountain? Robert spoke deeply, almost like a growl. Enlivened by the addition of 2 martial exalts, Oscar and the others followed them until the mountain Emily pointed out came into view. The mountain appeared identical to the others around it, covered in snow and similar in height. All in all, nothing out of the ordinary. This is the mountain, Emily nodded, holding a map. Our previous records indicate nothing found on this particular one. Then again, why should the enemy reveal themselves if we're passing by? Charles flipped through a book, scrunching his brow. Closing the book with a loud clap, he smiled and gestured to Robert. I don't believe stealth is the key here. We tried exploring in silence, only to find nothing. The time has come to be explosive. May I ask dear old Raven to do what he does best? Impertinent little prince. Fine. Robert bolted upward and unsheathed the large claymore from his back, violent flames concentrating along its edges, glowing bright orange and red. The old Raven raised his claymore high, blazing winds swirling down from the sharp tip, and slashed down in the beautiful form of an elegant swordsman. A volcanic slash rushed across and sliced into the mountain, the snow turning into hot steam instantly. So powerful Oscar felt the heat reach him a good distance away. The snow peeled away from the mountain, and the rock and dirt melted into lava, flowing down to create a moat of red underneath. The wildest sights showed themselves as the mountain melted and crumbled away. A series of black archways layered on top, from small to large, and rotated along the ground. A low buzzing beam of light extended from the top to the bottom, reaching a small portal. Is that a portal? Charles looked around. What are these arches? It withstood Robert's sword, the Terrigen. How the hell did they get their hands on this? Oscar murmured. You know about this strange device? Robert raised his voice. Everyone glanced at him, their eyes begging for the answer. Oscar frowned and recalled one of GOL4's designs. The Terrigen was a unique and powerful tool created to convert areas into the environment of choice. Built atop a portal to another realm, it siphoned the laws, ein, and environment to replicate the properties of the realm to the area around the Terrigen, along with a healthy dose of outside ein. Oscar explained further, the point was to make areas in other uninhabitable realms hospitable for people to live on. Ordinarily, the Terrigen would be built to replicate Talos properties in the realm. However, they're reversing the process here. The realm's properties inside that portal impose on our world. Can we break it? Charles asked. No. As far as I know, only King Exalts can create these. These archways are beyond us to destroy. Oscar slowly cursed GOL4 under his breath. Some of the genius designs remained for others to use. He grumbled for a while before sighing. His friend wasn't at fault. The Terrigen was created to create homes for people, not to destroy entire places. A surge of anger flamed in his heart at whoever used one of GOL4's more peaceful designs as a weapon. Then do we have no choice but to evacuate? Charles frowned. No, the shutdown mechanism should be inside that portal. All they've done is mix poisonous ein into the already freezing snow inside that realm. It's certainly similar to the tundra realm in our pavilion. Oscar burned his ein shroud more, peering at the portal. I can shut it off. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 514. Entering the Icy Lands. Long ago in Ashen Grove, Oscar stuck a knife under a slab of meat sizzling on a flat stone over a roaring fire and lifted it off the heated rock onto a clean bark, good replacements for plates. Hungry, he drooled, bit down on the tasty morsel, then immediately pulled his mouth away. His tongue squirmed around in burning agony. Putting his plate away, Oscar downed a cup of juice, soothing his scorched mouth. Can I continue? GOL4 laughed mechanically. Strange buzzes and hums and beats. His head spun around in midair, looking quite comical. I have so much more to tell you. Hold on. I have a question. Oscar stabbed the knife into the ground and enjoyed Erden's soft head, caressing the coat of white fur. Did you never think what would happen if people stole your inventions or created their own from your designs? You mentioned you sold a couple of them. The golem's blue glass eyes flared, radiating brighter than the deepest part of his fireplace. Having seen this action many times, Oscar knew the golem was searching through his stored memory. He patiently waited until GOL4 settled on a rock and snorted in mechanical arrogance. Like I would allow my own creations to turn on me. You underestimate the genius I am or was, my dear lad. Everyone knows to put in a failsafe for the worst-case scenario, as expected from a genius. Oscar played along with GOL4's little act, clapping his hands in rousing applause, which woke Erden up by his side, grunting and spitting on the floor. How does it work? It might do you some good to know, though Sylvia most likely made sure to wipe out my divine stone clan's existence. That hateful witch. There is a possibility that others might find remnants of my genius. They might find some of my old blueprints or one of my creations in stasis. When you return to your home, which will undoubtedly be at war, you may have to face them. GOL4 made another gear-grinding chuckle. The formations within them are so intricate, but all of them contain a protocol to react to my ein and voice. In a single word, I can shut down entire fleets or turn golems against their masters. Your core must be malfunctioning. That doesn't help me at all. I don't have your ein and voice. Oscar wondered if GOL4 could hold on until their escape. Sighing deeply, he lost interest and devoured the cooled-down steak. But GOL4 banged into his forehead. Wait until I'm finished, you little brat. There's a second failsafe. GOL4 continuously knocked on Oscar's head like an annoying gnat. Oscar waved his hand in surrender and allowed GOL4 to continue. If the first protocol fails, always have a second one on hand. However, this one requires a touch. Certain idle nodes exist within my formations, appearing to be unassuming and a part of other functions. That's all a ruse. Link them together, and you'll have full control. What if someone figures it out? You couldn't take control of the bronze ape in the desert realm. Oscar was doubtful, the words and actions failing to match up. Damn it, lad, I didn't have my memories at the time. If we find a way back into the desert realm, I can take control of that bronze ape with no problems. Gol seemed ready to erupt. Its formations within still contained the proper nodes for me to take control even after Sylvia's people wiped its primary directive. If you ever run into something of mine, remember what I'm about to tell you. The method to take control. He left quite a mess for me to handle. That damn Gol. Oscar stared at the rising archways spinning around the portal. Placing the Terrigen inside a mountain was a good move by the enemy. The Baleriac Mountains were already a cold place for most of the year, perfect for masking the encroaching environment from the realm inside the portal. The northern winds carried the poisonous snow to the rest of the mountain range and spread further to the northern territories, reaching Frostvale City. I never dreamed of seeing the Terrigen here and being used as a weapon. Turning to Charles and Robert, he asked, "Have we called for reinforcements?" Charles held a broken medallion and let the shattered fragments slide off his hand. "I have already informed my sister about the situation, but she'll take time to rally the fleet and converge on our location. Took us over half a day to reach this place. I suspect she'll take longer. That's too long. I suspect the enemy has already been alerted. We don't have the manpower to storm the portal and reach the control core." Frowning, Oscar pondered. The enemy had plenty of time to mount a defensive position around the Terrigen since it was positioned closer to their captured regions. Glazing around everyone gathered here, he pondered. Could they take over the portal with just these forces? The two of you still need a lesson in prudence and preparation. It's a good thing I came prepared. Robert snapped his fingers, and from the closest mountain, two other powerful figures flew toward them. Emily exclaimed and ran forward to hug one of them. A woman with tied-up plum hair and a pair of devilish red eyes, resting a scimitar on her waist, Elizabeth Raven. The other was a man with short lavender hair resting on his head, eyes containing a deep blue that shimmered like a great lake, Soon Raven. Oscar remembered meeting him once in the Raven estate. The rising Ein from the two of them revealed their powers as martial exalts. Unlike the young prince, I brought these two to follow behind just in case. For lower martial exalts should be enough. Isn't that right, Oscar? Robert grinned. The snow doesn't affect anyone above middle martial exalts, and I can feel the law of this realm. It's limited to lower martial exalts and below. I am not the leader right now. What do you think, Charles? As the highest-ranking person here, you have the final say. Oscar awaited Charles's decision, as did everyone else. Eyes centered on the prince. The prince closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, and snapped them wide open, gazing at Oscar. These archways require far more effort and time to destroy. Are you sure you can disable them? Oscar beat his chest, placing his fist close to his heart, a sign of respect and the making of a promise. Not a light one, but one held strongly like an oath. If we find the control core, I can shut it off. Then it's settled. Victory here will save our northern armies from a frozen death. We have to act quickly before enemy reinforcements arrive. Charles pulled out his dual blade, two swords held together on the opposite ends by a single handle. Now, he resembled the regal majesty and presence that Celestina held. Like sister, like brother, Oscar smiled at how far Charles had grown since. He bowed, sticking his shield into the ground. The Black Aegis Order will follow you to the end, as will the Ravens. Robert and the other two bowed. Finally, you behave like the prince you should be. I thank the two of you. Charles smiled back before he sharpened his gaze, fully concentrating on the portal. He breathed deeply and shouted in a commanding voice, "Follow me. We will not fail." Charles led the charge, followed closely by Robert, Elizabeth, and Soon Raven. Behind the martial exalts, Oscar and his Black Aegis Order maintained a tight formation, protecting him as he was the key to this battle. Nearing the portal, he glanced back at his followers and friends, nodding to each one of them to remind them not to die. The portal swirled indifferently to their charge, maintaining a flow of Ein to the archways. Stepping through, Oscar endured a slight discomfort in his stomach and found himself in the middle of a large courtyard. Fields of snow as grass and rivers of ice frozen in between. Great spires of ice and walls of blue rock towered over them. He was in a beautiful, beautiful palace of ice, rock, and snow. It appeared to be a timeless place, forever preserved by the cold touch of nature. Not a single frigid breeze coming over to ruin the stagnancy of the palace. Who dares intrude on our land? Shouts and bursts of iron caught his attention. Some struck fear into his already cold body. The presence of multiple lower martial exalts. A powerful flame washed over like a tide all over the courtyard, melting everything down to just the bare stone. And the river of ice boiled away before it could even stream like a proper river. Robert Raven yelled out, "There are 5 of them. I will stop 2 of them. Oscar, take your men inside and find the core." Charles flew high, his eye twisting and coiling into the shape of his Amphiptera anima. Great draconic wings expanding from a scaly, snake body. The dragon head roared and breathed out burning light, sweeping the beam across the spires of the palace. Charles raised his dual blade and melded the anima into it. "Don't think you can get past me so easily. Ravens, hold fast." Robert and the others melded their animus into their blades and clashed against the enemy. Black Aegis order, enter the palace. Oscar lifted his shield and slammed into one of the gates, forcing it wide open. He immediately impaled his golden drill into a lower knight Exalt in the chest and reduced him to ash. Following Robert's example, he and Erden stamped their feet on the ground, sending forth waves of flames to pave the way. Find the core. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 515, Frostwind Clan. His Black Aegis Order stood behind him. Fred and Emily fought by his side. Oscar spearheaded the charge into the enemy, mounting Erden and trampling them under gold and fire. Compared to his Black Aegis Order, the enemy was scattered and stumbling around, not a semblance of organization in their movements. Raising his shield, Oscar released a war cry and rammed his armament into a Knight Exalt, squashing them into a pulp with shattering wave. Up above, through the open ceiling, he could see Charles and the other martial exalts engaging the enemy, violent and devastating iron quaking the sky and thundering onto the ground, several walls exploding apart. It was getting too dangerous to stay here. Riding around the falling rubble, Erden enlarged his hooves and battered the door down, and Oscar entered a wide hallway, in which, on the other end, a group of exalts waited. Lined side by side, this orderly group of 20 exalts shouted and stomped into their stances, an impressive formation. Spells of all types surged up into the tall ceiling and arched down in a horrific rain of elements. "Shield wall," Oscar shouted, entering pseudo-guise. In the meld form, Erden fused his antlers and transformed them into a giant blue shield, scarlet-red fire blazing on its smooth surface. Everyone else erected their defenses, layering on Erden's shield with walls of wind, earth, water, and more, and the barrage of enemy spells battered on it. Despite the heavy assault, their defenses held strong, and Oscar marched them down the halls, one step at a time, slowly pushing their shield wall closer. "Break!" At his command, everyone shifted their defensive spells onto Oscar and Erden, revealing the enemy to be only a third of the prior distance away. Oscar fused golden drills into Erden's antlers and wings to form the singular blade that fell Erden. Gold coated his skin and spread to Erden, but his friend stomped heavily and leaped from the floor as the gold completely enveloped him. Like a golden javelin, the two soared straight through the hallway. Lightning crackled along his golden skin. Earth stabbed into Erden from below and broke into dust. Flames failed to scorch him. Water burst apart. Darkness could not contain them and was ripped into shreds, and light bounced off their radiant gold figures. The enemy responded, putting up their defenses, yet none retreated, true to their duty as guards and soldiers. It wasn't enough to stop him. With Iron Omnireus, his golden strike, all concentrated on the blade of his and Erden's fusion, blew a hole into their walls and carried on until he rammed into the end of the hallway, a series of bricks and ice tumbling and clattering onto the cold floor. His blade skewered several exalts, screams of agony or the silence of death rising from their bloodied figures. But soon, All fell silent as the rocks hammered onto their softened heads. Breaking from his golden shell and the wreckage, Oscar leaped off Erden, targeting the two separated groups. Erden enlarged and rushed headstrong into one group, and Oscar went toward the other. His feet flickered around, guided by the invisible Reese steps, and zipped around the confused enemy. Switching with Demon provided an extra layer of confusion to his movements. But while his enemies certainly had no idea of how he was moving, everything of theirs revealed itself so easily in the sight of his Prinstict. He could spot each of their future movements and countered. As his Black Aegis Order attacked from the front, he and Erden started a massacre from the back. He broke apart their bones and flesh, squashed one between the wall and his shield, and showered in their spurting blood, his bright blue uniform drenched in red. His carnage continued until, finally, his allies appeared before him. Halting his fist, he glanced around at the bodies resting on pools of blood and relaxed, unclenching his hands and letting his arms limp down. Everyone accounted for? Oscar wiped his bloody hands on his coat, but it only got more blood on his hands since the coat and uniform were drenched in it. Not a single one of them had a meld. 5 martial exalts, yet not a single competent knight exalt to back them up. I feel something's wrong here. Fred also shared Oscar's suspicion and released his hawk anima to scout further ahead. He scrunched his brow, irritation wincing his wrinkles. The entire place is like a maze. It'll be tough to find the core, and we can't rely on Charles and the rest to hang on forever. Oscar agreed and wasted no time, rallying everyone to delve deeper into the palace. As Fred mentioned, the entire interior of the palace was like a maze. Stairs that appeared to go down somewhere led upward, staring down at where they previously were. Sometimes they ran afoul of small groups of enemy exalts, all easily defeated by his and Erden's initial rush. Oscar, stop. Erden communicated internally and started to sniff around. Oscar halted and raised his hand for the others to stay still. Even with his senses enhanced by the blood transmutation, his senses paled in comparison to a true mythical beast. Erden snapped his head down one of the hallways in this intersection. It's faint, but I smell something rotting. Not the ones we killed. This way. Oscar believed in Erden's instincts and senses and led everyone down until they reached a set of steel doors covered in ice, the sturdiest out of all the doors he had passed through so far. Something had to be behind it. He was sure of it. Oscar dashed ahead and bashed the doors with an iron-shattering wave. The frost-covered doors could not withstand their combined strength and shattered apart like ice. Inside the room, full of crystalline ice along the walls and countless icicles hanging from the ceiling, was not what Oscar expected. Several people were bound in icy blue chains that pierced into their wrists and ankles, their blood long since frozen black. Their condition wasn't good. The thick beast pelts around them failed to hide their stick-like figures. They reacted to Oscar's arrival, chains rattling on the bricks of ice, dark sunken eyes widening with a spark of excitement on their bony faces. "Who are you?" Oscar asked. These men had to have been starved and kept here for a long time to have this appearance. One of the malnourished men let out a raspy groan, rose to his feet, and took a step closer, standing as tall as Oscar. His slightly curly, gray hair ran past his shoulders down to the same length as his full-grown long gray beard. Thanks to the ice echoing his whispers, Oscar could hear him say, "I am Brig Snowfen, proud warrior of the Frostwind clan. Are you with them?" Them? Oscar gestured for some men to watch the doors for any attackers. "The ones in black, the outsiders. They must die," Brig growled, clenching his yellow teeth. "No, we are not with them. Rather, they are our enemies as well." Oscar pointed to his blue uniform. He drew closer to Brig, careful to maintain some distance in case of an unexpected attack. Brig's bloodshot glare dug into him, studying him. "They have done something here that is affecting our world outside. It's a huge core. Do you know where it is?" Brig mumbled silently to himself. No words, only his lips moving. He was certainly in mental distress from the unknown number of years imprisoned here. "Yes, that accursed thing. Imprisoned here because of it. We know where it lies. Free us, and we will help. Is anyone chasing after us?" Oscar turned to Fred, who had his hawk anima searching around the area. Seeing Fred shake his head, He turned back to Brig and offered a deal. I can't trust you yet. Tell me why you are chained up here. Who exactly are you people? Brig puffed his scrawny chest, a proud look across his face. We are Frostwind, given a divine purpose to live in this realm. For countless years, Frostwind lived in our small realm. Purpose drives us. For countless years, we lived in peace. But outsiders arrived and sought to corrupt our purpose. You lived in this realm for years? The weather isn't favorable. So why stay? Oscar asked, raising an eyebrow, confused at what drove them to stay here with the zealousness shown in Brig's fervent gaze. To wait until the one arrives, that is our purpose. Outsiders offered Frostwind a journey to the world outside. That betrays the purpose. Some Frostwinds joined them. Traitors! Brig shouted, yanking on his chains and spurting out fresh blood from his wrists and ankles. They defied the Frostwind creed and joined the outsiders. We here still believe and fight for our history, but we lost and now are imprisoned. Let us go. We must right our wrongs. We must cleanse the realm. And the core. Oscar rushed to the main goal. Brig's strange, rough way of speaking started to irritate him. I can lead you there. Outsiders built it in our home. No one knows this place better than Frostwind. Brig smiled widely. Are we sure these fellows are trustworthy? Alec, the ever-skeptic, asked. Oscar shrugged, but he swiped his hand over Brig, breaking the chains. Right now, there are only way through this palace. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 5:16. The way is shut. After freeing Brig, Oscar freed the rest of the imprisoned Frostwind members. Easily, he undid the icy bindings, shattering them into pieces clattering on the frozen floor, cracking their necks and stretching their limbs. The Frostwinds all rose to their feet, their height towering over all except Oscar, and smiled beneath their overgrown beards, chortling in rough grunts. Susan waved her staff anima, sending forth a tide of cleansing water. The dark, dried blood along their wrists and ankles cracked and was washed away, and newly grown skin showed itself underneath. Thank you for healing our wounds, lass, Brig said, bowing slightly. Might you have some food? Oscar retrieved several rations from his space pocket and tossed them to Brig and his men. Eagerly, they bit into the hard bread and dried meat with drooling mouths, their saliva freezing instantly on the cold, icy floor. Oscar chuckled once, watching Brig and the others happily devour food, which they seemed to have lacked during their long imprisonment. However, the ceiling shook, and an overflow of dangerous iron began to leak in. Just a simple touch of it filled Oscar with dread, barely able to hold back his body from shivering. He couldn't keep staying here and wasting time. Charles and the others were still fighting their hearts out to buy them time, and Oscar intended to keep his promise of shutting down the core. Oscar approached Brig and said, "We have no time to waste. Our allies are holding back the enemy's leaders outside. Lead us to the core now. The outsider's device is kept within the lighthouse. It is the center of our palace and most important. However, they have locked it shut," Brig said, clenching his teeth and baring them like a wolf. "Our most holy purpose is in the lighthouse, and it is defiled. Locked. Is there a way to open it?" Oscar glanced up as the shaking intensified. "Special door. Unbreakable. Can only be opened by the 4 wheels." Brig rubbed his wrists. "Wheels must be turned. Then the door to lighthouse can be opened. My Frostwind can lead you to the wheels, but each one is far, and outsiders and traitors will be waiting by them." That explained why there seemed to be a lack of resistance in this huge palace. The enemy surely knew about Oscar's purpose in invading and grouped up at the key locations. Oscar wasted no time and relayed his orders. "Emily, Susan, and Esther will go to one wheel. Fred, Alec, and Urin will go to the other. The rest will go to a third. Brig, can your men handle the last one?" "Weak we may be, but my men are ready to cull the traitors. Some will lead you to the wheels, and others will fight for the last one." Brig gestured to his men, 100 in total, a mix of various exalts, and they sprang into action, splitting up to even out the groups. He glanced curiously at Oscar and asked, "Where will you go?" "I will go to the lighthouse's entrance and wait for the others to turn the wheels. The most dangerous guards should be in there, right?" Oscar said, mounting Erden. He tightened the strap on his shield and nodded to everyone else while tapping his shield. Once you turn the wheels, get out. I'll handle the lighthouse with Brig. Retreat outside the palace and make for the portals. You never learn, do you, OS? Fred shook his head in disapproval, but he smirked. But that's what makes you, you. Fine, but I'll be staying right by the portal this time. I'm not going to leave ahead. Oscar smiled and nodded, feeling his friend's resolve to accompany him to the end. At his command, everyone moved out, stomping down the halls. When they came upon a fork, several of Brig's men and Emily, Susan, and Esther separated. Emily glanced back at Oscar and raised her staff, a gesture to wish him good luck. In response, Oscar patted his chest with a closed fist. On another divergent path, more separated from the group, and again until it was just Oscar, Erden, and Brig. Odd that you're following me alone. Are you that strong, Brig? Oscar asked, eyeing the tall Brig from above. And what of you, outsider? You are their leader, yet you also went alone, Brig retorted. I'm not alone. I have him. Oscar patted Erden's head. His hooves quickened their pace, tapping clearly on the frozen floor. It was slick and icy, slippery, but Erden's burning hooves clamped without issues. Glancing around, Oscar noticed the fine architecture behind the ice and snow. Exquisitely cut pillars held up the ceiling from where icicles hung in countless numbers, but great chandeliers could be seen inside. The floor was different as well. Erden's footsteps melted parts of the ice, revealing a marbled floor and a blue carpet woven with golden tapestries. Looking at Brig's attire and recalling his manner of speech, Oscar felt the frost wind couldn't have built the entire palace. It was a complete mismatch. Even in the burning valley, only the inner regions contained some forms of great architecture, though unique, while the outer regions practically lived in shacks and forts. What is this palace? When was it built? Built long ago, before my time, before even the Frostwind's time. Brig turned a corner, and Oscar swiftly followed. Before the Frostwind? Then who built it? Oscar asked, curious about whether this place might be related to the Divine Stone clan. The gods, the ones we are waiting for, Brig answered cryptically. Interested in these so-called gods, Oscar inquired about them. Who are your gods? And why are you waiting for them? It is our duty, the purpose given to us. Brig raised his voice and his fists. His eyes went bloodshot, a crazed look across his already concerning bony face. They built this place. We must watch over it. We wait for them to return. The outsiders who came before are not them. You are not them. All do not belong in this realm. Oscar shut his mouth and continued his trek in silence, not wanting to interact with the crazed Brig anymore. A slip of the tongue here would mean becoming an enemy of Brig and the others. He had no idea what may set off Brig, so he chose silence. The way Brig regarded these gods was about as fanatical as the new dawn in how they fervently believed in their cause. A few minutes later, Brig stopped before a large golden gate, the tallest and widest of all. For latches stretched across the middle, locking the gate shut. Blue sapphires rested in the center of each latch, a bright blue glow shining brilliantly on the shimmering gold. Oscar wished to test himself against the doors and focused a great deal of iron into his fist, smashing his knuckles into the golden door with shattering wave. Winds burst from the epicenter of his blow, roaring in his ears and rushing past his hair. Blood sprayed from his fist, and Oscar retracted his hand to find the skin torn to shreds and his bones aching. Beads of sweat flowed down to his chin as the immense pain from his hand paled his cheeks. Moving his fingers, he heard several cracks and realized his fist was broken. What an impressive door. The hardness was out of this world. Oscar drank a grade 3 healing elixir, his hand recovering fast but never took his eyes off the golden door. That was a powerful blow, but too proud. It is all nothing before the gods. They forged this door. Brig smirked, seemingly proud of his gods. Interesting. Oscar had a few experiences with martial exalts, the prime example being his master, Draven. But he had an inkling that even his master would be unable to break down these doors. Perhaps only a king exalt could forcibly tear them down, but that confused him further. Robert mentioned earlier that the realm only accommodated up to lower martial exalts, and no one could advance further or exist in the realm. Then, a sudden idea struck his mind like thunder in broad daylight. His thoughts reeled, and his head was filled with the rumbling of realization. Just like in Ashen Grove, a primaire could have placed restrictions and laws on this realm. All realms had their own natural laws, but a primaire could modify them, much like Sylvia did to GOL4's Stonehaven. It all makes sense. Oscar gazed at Brig. A primaire is the closest we have to the gods depicted in our legends. It's no wonder they're so zealous. But why here? Why this realm? He unmounted Erden and sat down on the icy floor. Since a primaire presumably created these doors, there was no way to open them other than the four wheels, also presumably set there by a primaire. The four lights must die. Then the gate will open. Brig explained the obvious. I have faith in my people. How about you? Oscar asked. I have faith in my gods. They will not tolerate these outsiders anymore. Brig breathed in, Ein rushing into his body. Oscar sharpened his gaze, feeling Brig's power at the Greater Night Exalt realm and a Grade 7 Exaltia. With nothing to do but wait, Oscar meditated, preparing for whatever awaited him beyond these daunting doors. After a long period, his anxiousness building from the continuous chaos quaking above, one of the sapphires let out a hum, the light fading within its gem. Rising to his feet, Oscar waited for the others to finish. Soon after, the second one lost its luster, then the third, and finally the fourth and last one dulled. A single loud crack, the sound of a gear clicking into place, resounded and echoed across the frozen halls. The latches shifted and separated. The doors parted, and a mist spilled out from the widening gap. Oscar extended his palm and released a ripple shroud, parting away the mists to create a straight, visible path. His feet moved slowly, deliberately with each step, as his head darted around, cautious of any ambushes. The mists finally cleared, and Oscar found himself inside a great circular room with a long pillar extending far up. It would take him a minute to fly from the ground to the top. Next to the pillar was a glowing core, bathing in a circle of flowing light, almost as if it was behind a barrier. The Terrigen's core. Oscar wanted to rush out, but something leaped down and crashed between him and the core. It stood up and revealed its figure. Clad in black armor, it stomped forward, crushing the ice under its soles. It gripped a long polearm with a wide blade, surging with deadly Ein. Under its helmet, red glass eyes rotated and spun around its metallic face. Oscar felt a cold sweat drench his quivering back, but a fearless smile crossed his face. The Ein emanating from the powerful figure was enough for him to know. A lower martial golem? Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 517. Keep hitting it. Oscar exclaimed at the tall golem clad in black armor and raised his shield close into a defensive stance. The lower martial golem pounded its pole arm to the floor, stomped its feet, and let out a slow mechanical groan, gears grinding inside the thick armor. The red glass eyes rolled around asymmetrically like a lizard until they snapped forward, locking onto Oscar and meeting his gaze. From that one gaze, the weight of several mountains pushed on his shoulders, his spine creaking under the pressure, and his knees started to buckle. Still, he put on a fearless smile and invoked the guise. A burning shroud of iron enveloped his body, alleviating the burden on his body against the pressure of a lower martial exalt, and blue antlers protruded from his forehead. Quickly, he melded his anima into Erden and shared the guise. Thanks to it, he and Erden could withstand the oppressive Ein. But it was only a temporary measure. His guise had its time limit, and the fighting outside kept intensifying. Taking a bold step forward, Oscar calmed his rapidly beating heart and pierced through the golem with his glare. The only obstacle between him and the core was this golem. Thankfully, it was only a lower martial exalt, and a closer glance at its figure revealed it was not one of GOL4's creations. He shuddered at the thought of facing one of GOL4's specialized golems. "Are you insane?" Brig shouted. "That thing is beyond us. We must retreat. I thought you were a proud warrior. Is that not the case anymore?" Oscar said, observing the golem. It stayed put even from the opening given by conversing with Brig. "Warriors know when to retreat. This is foolish. Retreat for now and come back with a stronger force," Brig warned and advised. But Oscar shook his head. "That is only a lower martial golem. It doesn't have anima. It doesn't have a meld or integration. More importantly, it's not as unpredictable as a human. These conditions are enough. Oscar didn't wait for Brig to speak further. Stomping on the ground, he kicked off with tremendous speed, breaking the layer of ice coating the floor. Swords of fire flared into existence, and rods of gold formed within. His combined spells spiraled through the air, flickers of embers trailing behind their course. Erden expanded his antler wings and swung them down. Great infernos arced across to the golem. Danger! Activate and destroy, the black-armored golem said in a mechanical voice, clear but devoid of emotion. It leaned forward and turned into a blur. Oscar could only catch when it swung its pole arm wide, from left to right, a fierce gale bursting from the blade. Oscar's and Erden's spells and attacks began to flail until the winds repelled them. Holes and cracks riddled the golden rods, and the flames died, fading away into thin air. It possessed all the disadvantages that Oscar listed, but that didn't suggest it was weak. The speed and power it displayed still surpassed a greater knight Exalt, but that failed to apply to himself. Rousing the iron in his and Erden's body, Oscar sped up to match the golem's speed and separated from Erden, both going opposite ways, confusing the single-minded golem. Its red glass eyes stared in two directions as expected. Charging his burning golden drill, Oscar leaped for the head, and Erden enlarged his hoof to kick from below. The black-armored golem flew backward and gathered winds around its polearm, a terrifying hurricane swirling on its tip. Stabbing it forward, the golem unleashed a current of violent storms. Almost sucked into the cyclone, Oscar grouped up and mounted Erden, and they charged into the sky as the blast passed over them. The walls of the lighthouse bore the brunt of the attack, no harm to its pristine walls, but the golem shifted the polearm over, the vortex of deadly wind still rushing from its blade, and continued to aim it at Oscar. Erden bolted, mustering all the speed a Prialapos had, the storm giving chase behind him. The ice covering the interior of the lighthouse shattered and was sucked into the storm, clattering around until it formed into large hail. Bombarded by the chunks of condensed hail mixed in with the golem's iron, Oscar put up a fire barrier and tossed out several orbs of flame that exploded, forcing the hail away. He couldn't keep this up forever. Oscar patted Erden and told him to dive straight for the golem. First, he needed to remove the polearm from the golem's hands, since that was how it concentrated its iron into this piercing storm. Erden roared and released many flames from his wings as they chased after the golem. Oscar encased himself and Erden in golden armor and fused his spells with the antlers into a singular blade. The golem welcomed Oscar's attempt and brandished its polearm at him, lunging forward as the destructive storm swirled and aimed at Oscar. He filled half of his iron into the singular blade he created with Erden and used Omnirius, the most powerful technique in his arsenal, accompanied by the hottest flames possible. He willingly entered the vortex, winds cutting across his golden armor. Oscar winced in pain, blood drawn from his golden armor as the cuts increased. Finally, after weathering through the storm, his blade reached the polearm, the two weapons clashing. Half of the lighthouse was engulfed in flames, and the other half was devastated by dark winds. His 50% wasn't enough. Oscar gritted his teeth and forced another 20% into his attack. The balance between their attacks broke, and he arrived before the golem. Erden rammed into it with all his might and sent it flying, bashing into the wall before it fell to the floor. Grabbing the polearm, Oscar smiled and judged it was a good weapon, a grade 4 armament for martial exalts. To use all that on a golem surprised him, but so did keeping 5 other lower martial exalts in this small, unassuming realm. This weapon would serve better on his side. He stowed it away in his space pocket and faced the golem, his smile flattening at the sight of the golem brushing off the ice on its chest. Using only the pseudo-guise and without as much of my iron, that move brought down Erden. But for you, it's just a shrug. What a horrid day it's been. Oscar gasped for air. His lungs felt as if a fire was burning inside them. Already, his guise was flickering, and his blue antlers began to crack. Steeling himself, Oscar charged forward alongside Erden, firing several golden breakers from his fingers. The golem stood still, unmoving as Oscar's gold projectiles bounced off its armor. Not a single scratch. It buzzed, and winds flowed around it again, swirling around its fists and feet, a whirlwind of slashing air covering them. Oscar shouted to rouse himself and entered the golem's range in melee combat. Already, fresh new cuts formed on his body from the raging winds, but he didn't care. He found the way to victory, strength for strength, power for power. Oscar matched the golem, attacking in tandem with Erden. He brought out his full arsenal, red-hot flames and golden metal burning and scraping at the golem. Ignoring the bleeding and aching from his fists, Oscar punched the golem squarely in the chest, followed by Erden's primal charge, sending the golem straight into the wall. Oscar saw the cracks and dents on its back as it tried to raise itself from the floor. No matter how tough it was not strong enough to endure being slammed into walls that even martial exalts could not break. Not letting up, he and Erden kicked the golem on the chin, forcing it up, and slammed their bodies into it, crashing it into the wall. The winds tore into him, and he clenched hard, not to scream out in agony. Oscar rammed a golden dragon maw like a hammer onto the golem while Erden bashed its antlers into it. He never let the golem out of its spot, cornered like a rat. Oscar hit it again and again and again. Tens, dozens, perhaps 100 times, he landed his attacks to keep hitting the golem against the wall, banging loudly each time. "Stop!" Demon's icy voice quelled the blinding flames churning in his mind. Oscar stopped and stepped back, seeing the golem slump down the wall and lean forward. Its front was intact, but the back had caved in completely, faint arcs of iron crackling and sparking from the exposed cracks. Creaked its head and tried to stand, only to fall. The red light in its eyes faded as the mechanical sound of gears grinding inside halted to silence. Oscar knelt on the floor, his left arm limping to the side. He looked down at his chest and chuckled weakly to himself, wincing each time the air escaped his lungs. His chest was covered in blood. One blue antler cracked and fell down, dissipating into motes of iron. He was tired, so tired that he wanted to rest on the cold floor and enjoy the view of the faraway ceiling. Oscar groaned and patted Erden's head, seeing how much his friend had also suffered. Blood covered nearly every inch of the snow-white fur, and the antlers and hooves were cracked. "Well done, old friend." Oscar rested his head on Erden's neck. A sharp gleam radiated from his eyes, and he said, "I can't say the same for you, Brig." Switching with Demon, his body moved without hesitation or pain, circling using the invisible Reese movements and iron-enhanced speed. Demon showed no mercy and stabbed Brig in the back. Gurgling and choking, Brig stared down at the golden tip protruding from where his heart should be and turned to Oscar, who switched back. How did I defeat the golem? How did I move so well after such a harsh battle? Or how did I know you would backstab me?" Oscar pulled out his drill and sidestepped the river of blood, crunching his feet on the ice. He grabbed Brig's head by the hair and tugged strongly, glaring at him. "I've dealt with zealots like you many times. You're all annoying but also very predictable since you all follow whatever creed you adhere to. To you, any outsider is an enemy, aren't they? Outsiders must die. We must protect this place and wait for the gods. Your men will die." Brig held out his hands, the fingers quivering as they wriggled out to grab Oscar. "They're alive." Oscar tossed Brig before he could be touched. He tapped his shield and said, "I signaled them to watch out and be wary of your men. Right now, they must have thrown several explosive elixirs and a sleep-inducing one to escape." After saying that, he ignored the gasping Brig, who took his last breath. He strode over to the Terrigen core, dragging his bloodied feet across. His injuries were so severe that not even a drink of a grade 3 elixir healed them enough. The Terrigen core has its own barrier, but Oscar traced his finger along the edges of the bright circle and drew out some patterns. The barrier dimmed and vanished, leaving only the core. According to GOL4, he had to find the control nodes hidden inside different parts of the formation. He felt grateful to his friend for teaching him so well since he easily spotted them and rerouted the Ein to concentrate on those nodes. Like a key opening a lock, the core spun, and Oscar connected mentally to it, gaining full control. "Shut down!" Oscar sent his command into the core. It vibrated and pulsed briefly before stopping and levitating down to the ground. He picked up the disabled core and stored it for study and future use. "Let's go, Erden." He turned around, but Erden stayed still. "Erden, I feel something odd. Something is burning inside me." Erden groaned and spat out the dimensional cube given by Gol. 4. The special storage cube fit for primaires. Isaac's personal one. Something is reacting. Reacting? Oscar hurriedly picked up the dimensional cube and reached into its spatial space. There were only 3 things inside of it. The primaire beast core that Isaac somehow obtained, a realistic drawing of Isaac's beloved wife, Evelyn, and the 7-star necklace that belonged to her. Taking out the necklace, Oscar felt it heating up in his palm. It shone brightly and started to move by itself. Surprised, Oscar grabbed it by the lace and found it was pointing toward the set of stairs inside the large pillar. It never reacted like this before. Oscar never knew it had a function other than being a token of remembrance. It was a gift to Isaac from Evelyn, the divine beauty who vanished, something Gol, for the memory of Isaac always lamented about. Thinking of his friend and the promise to discover what happened to Evelyn, he walked toward the stairs. He sighed. Who the hell are you, Evelyn? Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 518. A Room of History and Mystery. Oscar gulped down another Grade 3 healing elixir and frowned at the slow progress of his healing wounds. The Ein of a higher realm seeped in like poison, keeping the injuries fresh and open, blood still dripping out of his exposed chest. He took out a simple salve and rubbed it on the injuries on his arms, legs, and chest. Taking out a fresh roll of bandages, he tightly wrapped the white cloth, which was already turning red, many times over until the red of the blood no longer dyed the bandages. Gripping his bandaged hands, Oscar nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork, the bandages doing the job well to keep his wounds tightly closed. Dangling from his fingers, the necklace seemed to have a mind of its own and kept floating out, stretching away from him and pointing to the stairs. Within the tall pillar that extended to the ceiling was a spiraling stairway, the steps clear as a mirror, reflecting his figure to return his stare to him. Gol, for always did say Evelyn was unique and special. Though, in my case, I could say the same about Avril. Remembering his beloved wife, Oscar smiled cheekily at Erden, who merely scoffed. On his friend's teal crystalline antlers, the black-armored golem and brig rested, dead and motionless. Oscar put the golem inside his space pocket and had Erden drop Brig to the floor. Brig had nothing to offer on his bony, malnourished body, as expected since he was imprisoned. The golem could be reused and enhanced, a wonderful bounty and boon to his fighting power. The necklace pulled and tugged, irritating Oscar. I know, Erden, watch my back. Slowly, he peeked through the entrance and turned to face upward, his mouth gaping in awe at the beautiful stairs, glittering like diamonds. But the necklace tugged in the opposite direction, the 7-pointed star attempting to break away from its lace. Interestingly, the stairway also spiraled downward. Oscar stepped forward but thought for a moment and hesitated. How could he be so sure of exiting this place in time? Oscar struggled to come to a decision and decided to confer with his 2 companions. Go, Demon and Erden said in unison, one voice piercingly cold and the other excited. That's surprising. I thought you would talk me out of it, Demon. Oscar took his first step on the stairs, saw nothing happened, and trekked further down, keeping his ears open and eyes focused, awaiting any surprises. He felt it was strange for Demon to agree readily to an unknown journey inside enemy territory. That damned head may be crazy, but he always had your best interests in mind. That necklace was supposed to be something that would lead him to his wife. Thus, it shouldn't be dangerous, Demon said monotonely, the lack of emotion in his sentences unsettling for the ears, especially in a long explanation. Oh, so you like Gol for, after all? Oscar smiled, tapping his feet gently on the stairs, one step at a step. After 100 steps, he reached the bottom, and another gate stood before him. The doors were smaller than the lighthouse gates, standing around 10 feet tall and containing no words or engravings. They seemed to be made entirely out of flat, smooth stone. Before he had a chance to observe it more carefully, the necklace floated higher, the points on its star rotating like a wheel. Bright light beamed from the center and hit directly on the center of the door, sending out ripples and waves of light onto the stone. The light stretched and expanded until it covered the entire entrance. Slowly, the light dimmed inside until it was faint and swirling around, resembling shallow waters under the 2 suns. Oscar grabbed the necklace, scalding to the touch as it steamed inside his cold, sweat-ridden hands, and reached out to the light. His finger dipped into it, finding no resistance to its path, and then his hand went in, same as before. It's like the gates at true sword peak. Stick close, Erden. Oscar gripped his friend's antlers and walked through the light. It felt similar to diving into a serene pool of water. Oscar submerged himself completely in the flowing light and closed his eyes to save his pupils from the burning brightness. The sensation went away as his feet clanked on a hard floor. Strangely, the entire place was warm, as if the winter outside did not affect it. Oscar cracked his eyes open, rubbing them a few times to readjust after basking in pure light, and wondered where he had arrived. The room was circular like the one above, but a moat of starry water shimmered at its edges. His gaze focused forward, and he couldn't understand what he was seeing. In disbelief, he limped over to the strange carving on the round wall, furrowing his brow. The carving depicted a group of people, all bearing blue eyes and blue hair. Despite only being a carving, it emanated a power, a divine feeling, and his mind immediately thought of bowing down in reverence. Shaking off the intrusive thoughts, Oscar stared at the necklace they were wearing, all the same 7-pointed stars as Evelyn's. What the hell is this place? Who are these people? Oscar noticed this carving was only one of several in the room and started to go around. Each carving around the room was as mysterious and shocking as the next. It showed these people living as kings and emperors in a big palace. Then the palace was in the sky, beyond the 2 suns and moon, sitting on a shroud of clouds and shining its glory down on everyone else who prostrated on all fours, sinking their faces in the earth. Then the images changed, and Oscar recognized some of these figures as they stuck out in his memories. He traced his hand over a metal figure with red eyes glowing through its visor. Ancient of metal, Matures. Beside Matures were the others, some Oscar knew to be Okeens and Zurs, and others he didn't meet. But he could tell the one sprouting flowers in its hands was Esther's, the ancient of nature and life. The images became less clear onward. The divine people of blue hair and blue eyes flew and descended to the ground, passing by the stars, suns, and moon. The locals greeted and worshipped them, gifting treasures and sacrifices. Oscar paused and stepped back from the next image, beads of sweat flowing down his face, and his lungs forgot how to breathe. The ancients stood on one side, an army following behind, and the divine blue-haired people stood on the other, leading their own army. The 2 sides were divided by a strike of lightning. "Where's the rest of it?" Oscar exclaimed. The last image before it returned to the first was carved out, the chunk missing from the wall. Remembering what Matures mentioned about Gilbert being a person of interest, he pondered. Could Gilbert and Evelyn be related to these people? They must be the gods Briggs spoke of, Oscar murmured. Blue hair, blue eyes, and a divine appearance that puts many others to shame. It all matches, Erden answered. The ancients and these so-called gods went to war. Matures did look half-dead when we first met. Perhaps he suffered severe injuries. The more he pondered, the more confused he became. Irritated, Oscar scratched his brow to loosen the wrinkles and exhaled, an exercise for clearing his head. Gioel, aforementioned Evelyn disappeared, and he failed to locate her despite his primaire influence. Gilbert's mother also disappeared. Did they return to this castle above the 2 suns and moon? Is that why Gioel never found Evelyn? Oscar leaned on Erden's back. I don't know if I'll have a chance to meet Gilbert and if he'll even answer any questions. Still, how powerful are they to war against the ancients? The question is, who do we trust? Do we try to ally with Gilbert and solve this mystery by leading him here? Or do we side with Matures and the ancients? Erden posed the choice. Neither. That ancient of metal said to meet him in the fallen heavens. Let's go to him and get our answers before choosing. Demon interjected with his opinion. I'll have to side with Demon. Matures was eager to talk, and he didn't look to be able to do anything drastic with those wounds. But that Gilbert, Oscar's face darkened as he cursed, remembering what Celestina told him, is too much of a wild card. I can't predict how he would react. Maybe I'll be killed for having this necklace or knowledge of this place. Do we keep it a secret for now? Should we tell anyone else? Erden grunted. Oscar remained silent for a few seconds. Then he sighed and said, No. I did tell everyone about matures and the ancients, but I don't think I should reveal this. We need to focus on the war, not on a potential danger pertaining to Gilbert and the ancients. As long as you keep me a secret, I don't care, Demon uttered in disinterest. He wandered around the room, searching for any other clues, and happened upon a small groove in the shape of a 7-pointed star. The necklace in his hand zipped and embedded itself into the groove. It rotated once, clanging into place, and the outer circle rotated once in the opposite direction. The procession occurred 7 more times until the outermost circle next to the moat clicked into place. The room quaked, and the centermost circle descended. Oscar grabbed the necklace and pulled it out. He still needed the necklace to track down Evelyn, and with its unique properties, he was sure the jewel had a use elsewhere. Replacing the centermost circle, a podium rose, 10 feet wide, holding 10 space pockets and a vibrant purple gemstone, the size of a small baby, in the center. Ein swirled inside it as if the gem was a shell containing the Ein. Oscar stammered toward the podium, fixated on the purple gemstone. He couldn't believe his eyes, but the truth was the reality before him. Oscar placed his hand over the gemstone and felt the vast, encompassing Ein within, so pure and powerful. Racked by shock, he leaned on the podium for support, his bandages slowly coming undone from how tightly he clenched. The purple gemstone was the most important for all martial exalts, the one that provided a pathway to King Exalt, the Imperial Jewel. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 519. More treasures. Light from an unknown source bathed the Imperial Jewel, giving it a holy and divine appearance as the glimmers and sparks shone like stars along its smooth surface. Oscar was still speechless, staring at the Imperial Jewel. Of all places, the essential component for greater martial exalts to ascend to the ranks of kings was stored here, resting within a small, unassuming realm. He reached out with the utmost care, the sort of care a bird would show its newborn chick, and retrieved the Imperial Jewel off the pedestal. The gem was light, but Oscar felt no amount of force he could summon had the means to break it. Within the gem, Ein rippled and waved around in a misty form, ethereal and beautiful. From what he knew, all greater martial exalts at the peak of their realm needed the Imperial Jewel. No amount of elixirs, natural treasures, and other means provided the pathway to King Exalt. Only the precious Imperial Jewel granted that. As he gazed into the Imperial Jewel, Oscar smiled and wrapped it in clean cloth before storing it in his space pocket. He entertained the idea of keeping it for himself, but there was another who was more suitable for it. His master, Draven, was one of the peak greater martial exalts, and as a good student, he felt compelled in duty and respect to gift it to his master. Oscar heaved a sigh of relief at seeing nothing happening after he took away the most precious treasure. Whoever set this up intended for the person who entered to gain a path to kingship. Oscar shifted his focus, gazing deeply at the 10 space pockets spaced evenly in a circle. Grinning at the prospect of more great treasures, he inspected one and was utterly dumbfounded, thunderstruck as his mind rumbled. Inside the space pocket, a collection of finely refined elixirs floated around, veins of bright lightning coursing and crackling within the liquid. Great Ein, not as powerful as the Imperial Jewel but still impressive on its own, wafted out of the space pocket, and Oscar held back the drool, hungering from the enticing scent. These are grade 3 elixirs, chock full of lighting, Oscar murmured, holding one lightning-filled vial close to his eyes, a thread away from his nose. These elixirs were well suited for greater knight exalts at the point of advancement. For a greater knight exalt to advance to the martial exalt realm, they required a dense font of Ein based on their elemental spark. Records indicated special places existed, such as an underground pool of magma, a dead cloud of lightning, and others where people traveled to make their bid for martial exalt. In other ways, they required specially gathered ingredients to craft elixirs that replicated the natural phenomena. There's so many, it's enough for 2 people to try advancing. Oscar stopped gawking in awe but remembered there were 9 other space pockets. Shuddering, he turned his head slowly, creaking his neck, away from the lightning elixirs to the other unassuming black orbs. His hand trembled and grabbed the second space pocket, his breathing growing more rushed as a red flush of excitement overwhelmed and heated his face. It can't be, But it was. Oscar leaned on Erden for support, ignoring his friend's scoff. This space pocket contained many vials of wood element elixirs for advancement to martial Exalt. The other space pockets contained similar vials of other elements: water, fire, earth, metal, the rare space element, the elusive time element, darkness, and light. All 10 elements were here and accounted for. Still, it unnerved him to witness all of it. Beads of sweat flowed endlessly down his hair. It's natural to be afraid, Oscar. What sort of power can leave an imperial jewel as well as have elixirs of all 10 elements, including the rare space and time elements here? I'm also quite frightened. Erden's fur stood on its ends. The implications of this place made both feel like they were mere ants. Oscar wondered if he had made a mistake. The divine people who created this place were not to be trifled with. Would taking their stuff be a wise move? Oscar grimaced, feeling uneasy for the future. This act may place him at odds against the divine people. He eased his tense shoulders and exhaled deeply, rhythmically bringing his body and heart to a calm state. Matures and the ancients are our only option now. Well, that's not too bad, I guess. Oscar moved the vials from their space pockets into his, but for the elements of fire, metal, and forest, he stored half of each in his dimensional cube for safekeeping. A smile curled across his face. One for you, me, and Avril. We're making too many potential enemies at this rate, so we must be stronger. Agreed. Then are we done here? Erden nodded. Yes, let's leave fast. I can't feel anything outside this room. For the entire time in this strange place, no sounds or ein could be heard or felt. This room seemed to be separated from the rest of the palace somehow, presumably by a barrier. Oscar placed the necklace back into the dimensional cube, which Erden swallowed to hide in his stomach, and took away the space pockets. Slamming his feet on the hard stone floor, he hastened toward the door of light and ein and stopped right before it. Turning back, he glanced over the engravings of the divine people and the ancients, a history never recorded in the pages of a book, and paused his gaze on the pedestal. Whoever created this place did so to ensure at least a pathway to King Exalt for the person it was meant for. No other reason existed to justify the elixirs of all 10 elements and an imperial jewel being here. Oscar didn't want to think about it. To do all this for one person was outrageous for any faction to pull off, but it showed him how these rare and precious treasures might be mere goods to the divine people. Turning back around, Oscar stepped through the door of light, concerned for the future. I'll need to investigate Gilbert. He's most likely the one who was supposed to find this place. Oscar clenched his hands, finding himself back in the lighthouse. Brig was dead for only a short moment, but already, his skin was blue, and his hair became icy white. A loud crack caught his attention. His one remaining blue antler from the guys was beginning to fall apart, fragments falling to shatter on the icy floor. Quite a dangerous sign. Erden. Oscar mounted Erden and flew through the palace halls, remembering his route from the courtyard. Erden's antler wings blazed in red fire, bursting in waves from each swing. Out of nowhere, a chunk of the ceiling fell down. The walls tremored. No, the entire palace was shaking. Erden roared and increased the intensity of his flames, reaching the limits of his speed. Still, the cracks along the walls, floor, and ceiling swept past them, and the structure began to collapse, pillars toppling over, walls crumbling down, and ceiling falling straight down. Sharing their vision, Oscar and Erden navigated a course through the chaotic destruction. Did the palace have a self-destruct function that activated after he stole away the treasures? These divine people sure were thorough. Zipping past the last clutter of rubble, he flew out into the open air, hovering over a blanket of white snow. "OS!" Fred shouted, waiting for him by the portal, waving his hand over in a rush, shouting his name again. His friend seemed wounded, a pale face unable to mask the pain he certainly was feeling. "Hurry up, the rest of us are out. Charles and the others can't hold on for much longer." "You really stayed, you idiot." Arriving by the portal, he grabbed Fred by the arm and rushed out through the portal. Soon after, Charles, Robert, Elizabeth, and soon joined them, not far behind in the spatial domain. Their fur cloaks were shredded, barely clinging to their bodies. Blood had frozen over their skin, and their ein shroud was flickering like dying embers. The dark void of the spatial domain disappeared, replaced by snowy mountains and the great arches over the portal. However, screams and roars burst in his ears, followed by cannon fire exploding and thunderous lightning clapping along the slopes. He landed smack in the middle of a fierce battle. Warships from each side fired ceaselessly as the soldiers in the air and ground charged valiantly into one another. You don't have much time. Fred noticed his flimsy, cracked antler. We need to get out of here. Come on. He tugged on Erden's antlers and pulled into the air, creating a wind barrier to deter any projectiles. But a hostile group of Earth Corps Academy Knight Exalts stood between them and the ships. Fred, let's fight. Oscar growled and summoned fire to his side. Damn it, always the same. Fred raised his twin blades. They charged together straight into the crowd of Knight Exalts. In a land under a single sun, stunning yellow light enveloping the fields of blue flowers, a melody caressed the winds and rode along, blooming every flower it glanced upon, and they danced to the sonorous voice that followed after. On a white chair, a beautiful woman hummed. Her bright red lips closed into a faint smile, one that would enchant any who would stare at her. Her hands moved slowly, her delicate fingers plucking the strings of the harp beside her. She sighed and stopped strumming. Her bright blue hair swayed slightly to the wind, held into place by star-shaped hairpins. Deep ocean blue eyes rested on her beautiful face as if a master sculpted it from the purest white marble. She stretched her hands up, her light green dress hanging loosely down to her feet. Ha! It's been over 4,000 years. I wonder if he's still alive. Isaac, the woman glanced down at her hands. She bit her delicate lips to the point of bleeding as her eyes trembled. She deeply regretted leaving her beloved but had no power over the family. At least not yet. Her gaze sharpened, determination shining in her pupils. Aunt Evelyn! A shout came from behind. It came from another woman who had the same blue hair and blue eyes, but her smile was more mischievous, a cheeky look in her eyes. Her blue hair was tied into 6 ends, held together by golden rings, and her face and stature were smaller. What is it, Charisse? More requests from the family. Tell them I'm not interested. Evelyn scoffed but rubbed Charisse's head. Her niece was the only one who she liked. No, the lighthouse has been opened. The family is excited. Charisse gleamed, an excitement flushing her face. More of their schemes? I wonder how many times they'll try. None have succeeded so far. Evelyn lost interest and went back to playing the harp. Didn't they fail thousands of years ago because you went against their wishes and married someone else? Charisse said innocently. Evelyn closed her eyes and smiled fondly at memories of the quirky man who stole her heart. You wouldn't understand. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 520. A desperate charge. Oscar breathed heavily. His lungs strained to partake in any fresh air, but the stench of the battlefield choked the air. Nauseous fumes from blood, fire, and death. A fast spear thrust and plunged directly onto his shield. In a smooth motion, he deflected the spear, finding his arm to be numb and shaky. The battle against the lower martial golem and the limits of his guise fast approaching had done their work to drain him. Staring at Erden, he saw his beast friend faring no better, barely mounting a defense against the onslaught of enemy spells and weapons. Sensing something, Oscar turned and frowned at the large lion pouncing on him, its claws long and jaws wide open. He ducked below and rammed his golden drill toward its guts, but it dispersed into water and reformed behind him. His tired body failed to react in time, and he clenched his mouth shut, holding back the blood about to overflow from his lips. Fred slashed furiously, cutting the water lion apart, and waved over his winds to spread the droplets far away before the lion could manifest again. He helped Oscar stand up, stopping him from falling to the ground. The damned lion pierced deeply into him. If not for his sturdy body and the remaining defenses of the guise and Edus Riceglad, the claws would have taken his life. Still, he should not have that much trouble. As he expected, his powers were waning at an alarming rate, and more flakes of blue iron fell from his one remaining blue antler. Oscar regathered his breathing and glared intently at the slew of enemies, angered by their wide smiles. Some he recognized from previous battles. No doubt they wished for his death the most. Peeking behind, Oscar had hoped to see Charles and the others come in to help. He frowned at the battle ensuing between them and the opposing martial Exalts, who followed them through the portal. Lightning arrows spread and blanketed above, crackling in a high-pitched scream. Fred moved to the front, his feathery twin swords slashing into blurs as feathers scattered, catching the wind and amplifying its potency. His feathers shielded them from the lightning rain, but the paleness spreading across Fred's face painted a poor outlook for their chances. We're both nearly out. I guess the others must have escaped long before the enemy fought in this area. Oscar heaved a sigh at the slight consolation his men were safe. The enemy regrouped for another assault, eints rising into the air to form jagged icicles, spears of bright flames, spikes of stone and earth, and more. He groaned and pushed Fred behind him. I'll create the opening. Take advantage of that and take us all out of here. Erden, come with me. Erden started first. His antlers grew 100 feet long, burning in red flames. A vein of exertion strained on Erden's neck as he brought the massive attack across the battlefield. The enemy's spells scattered one by one, but his antlers broke apart at the end, leaving 2 stumps on his head. Sharing Erden's agony, Oscar fumed and bolted in a final blaze, his irons spiking to the fullest. He pulled his fist back and held his breath. His arm reached out and unleashed the last bit of his might into it, a powerful shattering wave. His blue antler finally shattered like a mirror shattering into 1,000 pieces. As the last wisps of iron left his body, Oscar slumped and wobbled before falling on his back, hitting something soft. Erden. On the other side, his shattering wave, filled with his desperation, punched a hole into the enemy's blockade. Some who failed to escape in time suffered a gruesome fate, torn apart into pieces or barely holding on as their flesh was mangled into unrecognizable. Now, Oscar shouted. He couldn't move any longer and limped lifelessly on Erden's back. At his call, Fred twirled his swords around and threw them out like discs, winds spiraling on its edges, the feathers hardening like razor-sharp teeth. The winds answered Fred's call and enveloped his feet, and a stream flowed underneath, laying a path. Riding this river of wind, Fred tugged on Oscar and Erden, pulling them alongside for the ride. We're almost there. Fred swept through as his swords continued to bar the enemy from approaching. He was like water, intangible and coursing across in winding streams. But he was only human. Oscar watched in horror as a bright light cast a shadow of his face on Erden's head until it whistled by and pierced into Fred's shoulder. Someone had hit their mark with a lance made of light. Fred! Oscar's voice trembled. Fred grabbed the bright lance, his hand sizzling and burning. In a forceful grab, the light collapsed and dissipated, but blood seeped out of the scorched wound. A few drops, guided by the wind of their escape, landed on Oscar's face, cold to the touch. Fred shouted, still pulling Erden and Oscar along. His speed never dropped, nor did his course break as if they refused to be shaken by paltry wounds. Oscar growled. Like he did for Avril months ago, he mustered the non-existent strength in his body. Feeling his muscles tear and joints creak, with bloodshot eyes and a vain face, he raised his hand high and used the remaining bit of iron in his core. Gold rods, covered in burning swords, scattered around, some landing directly onto the enemy, forcing them to halt and defend, while others exploded in short distances, obscuring their view. That was all I had. I'm sorry, Fred. Oscar's face buried itself into Erden's neck. Now, his body refused to listen to any of his commands. His arms and legs limped down. The enemy recovered and chased after them, firing their spells. Well, damn. I wonder how you would have tried to escape this if I wasn't by your side. It's a good thing I'm an amazing friend. Fred joked through blue lips, the signs of extreme exhaustion and exertion. He retrieved his 2 swords and swung widely. Some attacks made it through and stabbed into him, burned him and electrified him, but none landed on Oscar and Erden as he focused on defending them, barely on himself. Are you an idiot? Oscar watched his friend endure more injuries, slashed and stabbed multiple times. If we do make it through this, we'll finally be even. Fred smiled. All this time, the path he created through his winds never broke, ferrying them through savagery and violence. Covered in blood and grievous wounds, his friend never stopped swinging. Oscar wanted to help. He wanted to move. He could only watch helplessly at his friend's suffering. It was valiant, inspiring, and admirable but unbearable to witness. Was it like this when he sacrificed himself to let Fred escape? Was it this painful? The deep pit of helplessness and guilt wrecked his heart. I'm sorry. For me, again, you put yourself in danger. Back then, you could move. In a way, I'm happy you can't. I know what you would do if you could move, so I'm glad. I won't stand it if you sacrifice yourself again. Fred murmured, the weakness in his voice apparent. So shut up and wait. I'll get us out of this. His arms were charred, his back riddled with spokes of earth, metal, and light. Darkness wriggled on his legs, a gooey substance gnawing on his flesh and satiating its hunger with his blood. Fred's blood had long since stopped flowing out of his body. Oscar tried to move even the slightest finger, driven to help his friend. Nothing moved for him. Oscar couldn't even grit his teeth in frustration at his own helplessness. Underneath him, Erden's ear twitched, and a chuckle resounded in his mind. It looks like it was enough. What do you mean? Oscar asked, then remembered he was linked to Erden. Sensing what Erden sensed, he smiled and laughed, crying tears of joy. His friend no longer seemed to be conscious, a white and blank stare in his eyes. But he knew his words would reach him. Fred, you've done enough. It's enough. It's our victory. An earth-shattering quake rippled in the space ahead, behind the few remaining enemies standing in their way. Large chunks of boulders spun, smaller rocks orbiting around them, and pounded on the enemy Exalts, hurling them out of the way. Ahead in the distance, Emily and the other Black Aegis Order led others in a deep plunge through the enemy lines, the surprise attack scattering the enemy's cohesion, which they had barely just recovered from Oscar's deadly final strike. Emily's meld, the pair of staffs linked into a pair of nunchucks, bashed against a hapless knight Exalt. Tearing a way through, she was fearsome, her mouth forming into a growl of animalistic fury. Assisted by Alec and Susan's Waters, the Black Aegis Order fought and linked up with Oscar and Fred. Emily reached with a stretching arm of earth and grabbed them. Her gaze grew colder as she observed them. Let's retreat. Don't let the enemy take a single thing from us. Emily roared. The others shouted in unison. They moved like raging flames, devouring anything before them until they reached clear skies, void of opposition. Thank you, Oscar whispered, breathing irregularly. But unlike before, he found good comfort welling in his chest. He gazed at Emily, gratefulness overflowing from it. You two dunderheads always make me so mad. Susan, heal Fred, Emily shouted. Susan flinched and quickly reached her staff over to Fred's side, pouring clean, iron-filled water to seep into the deep wounds. Black and brown blood, old and poison, floated out of Fred's unconscious body, bubbling idly within the water. Oscar suddenly felt tired. He took one last good look at Fred before closing his eyes, thanking the heavens they were all okay. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 521. Comfort after comfort. The moment Emily and the others saved him and Fred, Oscar was greeted by a host of blue warriors on the other side, hurried away in a rapid retreat. Despite the liberation of being rescued, his pulse still raced erratically, his concern fully on Fred's lifeless body. He couldn't calm down. Emily carried Fred's burned, cut, and bloodied figure on her back, where Oscar caught sight of Fred's blank eyes twitching. There still remained a chance to save Fred. Incoming, Urin shouted. A shadow appeared over everyone, a large looming darkness that heralded a terrifying outcome, deepening in its bleakness and girth. Using Erden's eyes, Oscar saw a gigantic cube of silvery platinum descending on everyone, clearly intent on demolishing everything in its way. The vast spell of metal, obviously created by a martial Exalt, blew away the smog and dust of the battle. Oscar still had no power to move, but Erden wrapped his antler wings around him in a final protective shield. Then, a flash of light rushed past and above them. Celestina revealed herself from the dissipating motes of sparks, her silver hair swaying heroically along with her cape. He only watched her from behind as she held out her rapier, currently melded with her dragon anima, a hilt of a dragon's head from which the scaly blade extended, straight and fine to the sharp tip. Her voice sounded with cold intonations, the air silencing to a halt around her, What gives you the right to go after them, after they've achieved so much? I deny you. She thrust upward in an explosion of light, swaying around debris and other spells. The moment her rapier contacted the platinum cube, a fierce roar, deep and enraged, screamed from her weapon, the roar of a dragon. Several rays of light beamed out from within the cube, and like swords, they moved in slashing motions all over the surface. The cube fell apart instantly into uniform pieces of finely cut fragments. As the fragments rained down harmlessly, Oscar watched her turn around and smile widely. Thank you, everyone. Go back and recover. Leave the rest to me. Celestina started off gently, then raised her voice into an invigorating shout. She kicked off the air, ascending higher until she arrived before the enemy Marshal Exalt, one of the lower realms. Light stretched from her body and morphed into several Celestinas, exact copies of each other, who surrounded her foe. Oscar couldn't stick around to watch the battle. Fred suddenly vomited blood, forcing Emily to rush everyone faster to escape. Susan's best attempts to heal him only managed to sustain his current state. Warriors of Blue passed by, charging to enter the fray themselves, but not before nodding or bowing slightly to them. Some even leaned in to get a peek at Oscar. He felt awkward under the weight of their stares and gratitude. However, they were much more preferable than the deadly gazes of the enemy. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, Oscar felt a wave of fatigue course through his veins. Take care of Fred, he said to Emily, and left Fred to the capable hands of the healers and medicine. Slowly, his eyes closed, and sleep claimed him at last after a long day. Oscar woke up, or at least he thought he did. He honestly wasn't sure where exactly he was. There was a set of wooden doors before him, carefully crafted and carved to exact details like the engraved artistry depicted in the deep oak. A fine red carpet lined the halls as crystal torches brightened every corner. Many doors stood along the walls, but the one before him drew his attention. A faint groan or sob whispered behind the sturdy oaken entrance. Oscar's heart stilled, and his throat suddenly became parched. He knew that voice. It always lingered in his thoughts and heart. But why did it sound so sad? He didn't hesitate and pushed the doors open, banging them hard against the walls. The room trembled from his forceful rush. Oscar's face darkened at the figure resting on the bed, her endearing indigo hair sprawling messily on the pillow, and her pale face stabbing into his chest like 1,000 needles in his heart. Avril! He didn't care if this was a dream. He reached the bed and knelt, embracing her tightly, not too tight to hurt her, but enough to never let her go, even if a storm was to shake this room. One hand supported her back, resting her on his chest while the other tidied her hair and stroked her pale cheek. Responding to his calls, her eyelids began to flutter, the wondrous golden pupils revealing themselves. Oscar, Avril mumbled, still half-conscious. Her eyes trembled, unfocused for the first few seconds until they settled with shining clarity and widened to the fullest. She wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him, shouting his name. Oscar, if this is a dream, please don't let it end. Her head shuffled soft caresses on his chest. A slight dampness spread over his shirt, and he lifted her head, gently patting his finger to wipe her tears. Dream or no dream, he had to console his wife. Without saying a word, Oscar leaned forward and placed his lips over hers. For so long, he lived without this pleasant delight. Half a year was an agony. Spurred by the bubbling desires, which were long since kept down, Oscar joined her on the bed, kissing her fervently from above. Ah, Avril audibly moaned when Oscar finally released her lips. Her rushed, ragged breaths sounded harsher as he kissed her collarbone and right above her chest. She seemed to regain her senses as she let go of him and placed her arms between them. Oscar realized what he was doing. Her flushed, disheveled, and teary-eyed face almost stoked the rampant desires in him again, but he forcibly quelled his chaotic emotions. Calming himself with a deep breath, he lightly pecked her on the lips and rested beside her. She was too lovable, but this was all a dream, wasn't it? Are you a dream? Avril grinned. She placed her hand on his face. How could you be here right now? She wonders why she couldn't dream like this more. Wait, I thought you were the dream. I've missed you so much. Oscar grabbed her hand and kissed its back. Ha! Avril stared intently into Oscar. Is it really you? Her voice started to tremble. What did you do? You're real, Oscar exclaimed, bringing her in closer. You do look slightly different, a little older? Rude. Avril twisted his ear, a scowl expanding from her lips. He knew at long last that it was her, truly was her. How such a miracle could happen didn't matter. He thanked whatever forces at work for making this meeting possible. Oscar went in for another long kiss, and she responded passionately. I didn't do anything, but are you all right? You were having a nightmare, weren't you? Oscar rested his head on top of hers, burying himself in her intoxicating hair. Avril snuggled closer. She feels sometimes that she made a mistake. Perhaps she should have gone together with you. Is that so? It's too dangerous. I nearly died today, Oscar said. What? Avril stammered loudly. She cupped his face, her eyes glancing over, presumably for any wounds. Are you okay? I am. I have great friends and companions by my side to watch over me, so I don't fail my promise to you. Oscar smiled cheekily, pinching her face. He wished he could stay here for a while longer, but something nudged in his mind, a sinking sensation in his stomach like he was falling off an endless cliff. Limited on time, he kissed her again and said, My dear wife, don't fret, don't be sad, don't suffer alone. I will always be here for you, even far away. Avril reciprocated the kiss, a slight blush accompanying the gentle smile. Thank you. She hopes her husband will take better care of himself. Reckless, idiotic, and insane. But I love you all the same, so please don't die. Why are you cursing me? Oscar pouted. The pull grew stronger, and he embraced her strongly one last time before everything whittled away, and a bright light forced him to squint. He woke up the next moment to a dark ceiling. It was deep into the night, so everything was calm and quiet except for the wind brushing against the glass of the windows. He covered his mouth, the soft and warm feeling of Avril's lips still lingering on them. Whatever caused it to happen, he couldn't wait until it happened again. You're up, Emily's voice snapped from the side. Beside her, Celestina alighted into sight. The two rushed over to Oscar's side, concern and worry clouding their already troubled gazes. Where is Fred? Oscar remembered where he was. An infirmary inside one of the strategic warships, the flagship of the Northern Fleet, the Silver Sun, Celestina's personal vessel. Emily pointed to the other side, and he slowly turned over, chuckling weakly to himself. His friend was all bandaged up from head to toe, staring straight up. Glad to see you're up. OS, how did I wake up before you? Fred chuckled under his thick bandages, sounding muffled. I no longer owe you one. There was nothing to owe, you idiot. You're truly an idiot, Oscar grumbled, resting on his back. Next time, I'm punching you straight out of danger. Enough, you two. Why is arguing the first thing you both do when you wake up? Here, eat some hearty stew. Emily slammed 2 steaming bowls of soup by their sides. Emily, I can't move my hands. Fred whistled. Emily gripped a bowl and a spoon, veins bursting on her brow, but she raised a spoonful and shoved it into his mouth. Fred cursed out how hot it was while she laughed and blew the second one to be cooler. It only took nearly killing himself for them to start interacting again. What a pain, Oscar grumbled internally. If that was all it took, then he should have risked it all earlier. However, he remembered Avril's advice to take care of his life and thought it wasn't worth worrying his wife any further. Celestina sat down on the other side, her emerald eyes shining in the darkness. Oscar, I received a detailed account of everything that happened inside from Erden. Indeed, Oscar stared at Erden, who yawned on the floor. Evidently, he told her nothing about the strange room below the palace where powerful depictions of ancient times were recorded. Celestina suddenly bowed her head, and he stammered out, What are you doing? You're the princess. Princess or not, I must thank you twice again. Once for dismantling the enemy's ploy and the other for retrieving so many elemental elixirs, Celestina said, moving closer and wiping the sweat from his brow. Her body slumped slightly as a guilty look darkened her expression. She bowed again. I'm sorry. Time and time again you fight for us against horrid odds and pull through. I'm sorry. As the princess, I'm ashamed. Oscar shook his head and replied, Isn't that what I'm here for? I made a promise not to die, so I can't die. It's impossible, Celestina giggled, snickering into her hand. What sort of backward logic is that? You're reading too many drama novels. After her small outburst, she seemed to have livened up, enjoying the moment with a wide smile. By the way, the pavilion master sent word for you to return. Return? Oscar said, clutching his sheets. Return now while the battle is ongoing? You deserve a rest. Go back and find out what he wants from you. Leave the rest to everyone here. Celestina smacked his forehead, forcing him back to the bed. Take the elemental elixirs with you. The pavilion master will know what to do with those. Oscar squirmed uncomfortably. He exhaled deeply and rested naturally on the bed. Understood. He couldn't help but think what the pavilion master wanted from him. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 522. An invitation? The sky was as clear blue as an ocean on a calm day. Not a single snowflake could be seen for the first time since he arrived in Frostvale City. Only the bright two suns beaming down on the entirety of the city. Even the winds seemed to have died down, barely mustering a breeze that carried a faint warmth. Flying overhead, Oscar glanced down at Frostvale. Snow no longer blanketed the roofs and streets, swept and melted away by the ardent work of fellow Exalts. Great houses of timber and stone lined the streets on both sides, and people stomped around outside, laughing and wandering around with lively strides. It's all thanks to you, Oscar. That portal closed down after we left. I don't think the Black Tortoise Empire can use those means again. Charles crossed his arms, laughing heartily to himself. Everything seems lost on him. What a pity. Robert sighed from the side, frowning. His beard moved as his lips formed a smile. Well done to you all. More work remains for us here, but your battles will move elsewhere. May we meet on the fields of battle again. Celestina tossed a small object that caught the light of the two suns, glinting like a jewel. Oscar caught it and looked up from his hand to her in shock. She shrugged in response as if it wasn't a big deal and said, "It's my sigil. If you brandish it around, you represent me and my authority. Being the pavilion master's grand disciple and the warden's disciple can be enough, but this will ensure no one bothers you. While I feel it might bring me more trouble, I won't dishonor the sigil." Oscar clutched the sigil, a small coin that bore a dragon inside a white flower, signifying her status. He bowed deeply along with the rest of his Black Aegis Order. Farewell then. May we meet again soon. Bidding his last farewells, Oscar turned to his Black Aegis Order, eyeing Fred, who was still bandaged, not as severely as yesterday, and mobile, though helped by Emily. He was relieved each time to see his friend was alive, still shuddering from the memory of Fred being covered in arrows and wounds. Biting his tongue slightly to rouse himself back to reality, he raised his hand and shouted, "We fly back home!" Everyone cheered and set out with the two suns rising on their left. Oscar breathed in the clean morning air, devoid of poisonous snow, the smell of victory bringing his lips up to a smile. Shortly after, his eyes steeled, and he raised his speed, tearing through the air. His mission here was done. Now, he only needed to receive the next one from the pavilion master. Still, Oscar allowed himself the short respite to enjoy the great scenery of the great mountains, resting under a colorful sunrise that moved light like paint and drew on the white canvas snow in vibrant colors of purple, red, yellow, orange, and pink. A few days later, Oscar arrived at the Blue Ocean Pavilion. Not much had changed since his last stay a month ago. The divine essence flower still towered over, reaching high as its petals loomed over the pavilion. At the golden and sapphire walls, the guards, clad in blue armor, stopped them but stepped aside instantly the moment Oscar showed his token, a real and usable one for his identity. None of them bothered to hide the admiration in their gazes as he passed through, some holding their breath in his presence. A familiar sight of marbled paths winding up and down green hills greeted him. Bridges arched over streams of clear water. Young Exalts wandered everywhere along the paths, an immaturity displaying in their hurried and uneven strides and panicked faces. The peace here was admirable. It was a shame this peace couldn't extend to everywhere else. He wasted no time and told everyone to stay and rest in the vicinity before setting out for Triton Hold. Emily dragged Fred somewhere, a welcoming sight. Oscar turned away and rushed to the largest palace, a fortress with great spires shaped like tridents and thick walls of gold metal. He ventured inside, ignoring the stairs surrounding him. Being a hero had its downsides, and he entertained the idea of wearing a helmet like he had done in Drakenport. "Excuse me, is the pavilion master inside?" Oscar walked up to one of the elders, a martial Exalt. "Why, if it isn't the great hero?" "Ho ho ho!" The elder stroked his beard, laughing while patting his stomach. He cleared his throat and shook Oscar's hand. "I'm afraid the pavilion master is not in at the moment. He left for an important meeting with the Dragner ancestor. He said he won't be back until nightfall." "Nightfall? It's midday." Oscar groaned, deflating after having psyched himself for the meeting. The elder reached his arm around Oscar's shoulder and whispered, "I may be brash in asking, but will you be willing to meet with my granddaughter? I'm positive you'll like her. We can even set up a marriage contract right now." "Sorry, I'm already married." Oscar snuck out of the elder's grasp, an easy task since the elder wasn't serious about holding him in place. "There's no rule against having more than one. I realize you love your wife dearly, and I'm not pushing for my granddaughter to be the main wife. Let me set up a meeting. I swear you'll fall for her at first sight," the elder requested. "I have no time. I have to see my master now." "Thank you for your time." Oscar walked away, but he hastened his steps the moment the elder was out of sight. "The pavilion master did say he would spread the news of my survival to everyone, but I feel it's more trouble than it's worth now." Oscar felt a bad headache coming on and rubbed the sides of his head. He wouldn't put it past the pavilion master to also spread his face around. He had never met or known that elder until today, and already he was almost forced into a marriage meeting. Noticing a few elders approaching him, he dashed through the main gates and flew above, flying toward Abyss Prison. Covered in iron, he dove straight into the deep waters and swam until the light no longer reached him. Oscar spotted the faint lights of the Abyss Prison and landed squarely on the large terrace. The seemingly depressive sight of a jagged and dark terrace facing bleak underwater darkness was welcoming to Oscar. At least here, he found the space to relax, complete silence enveloping him. "Welcome back, Oscar." Aunt Rosette waved cheerfully out of nowhere and hugged him from behind. Her pink hair scattered around, some hanging down his shoulder. "I heard what you did up north. Well done, Aunt Rosette. How are you here? Does my master permit you to come here now?" Oscar separated from Aunt Rosette, who nervously chuckled while scratching her faintly scarred cheek. "Maggie is away because of the intensifying war on the western border, so she's out of the picture. I followed you once you came back. You're my ticket inside here anyway." Aunt Rosette hummed around the terrace, glancing all over for his master. "How is the work on that thing?" Oscar asked. A month ago, he gave Aunt Rosette several blueprints for specialized weapons and golems for the war effort. Sitting on a chair, he waited for her answer, expecting something to have been achieved after a month. "Expensive. Very expensive." Aunt Rosette frowned. The gung here alone was a ludicrous invention, far more expensive after that elder Saul configured the whole thing to have a teleport ability. "Little wonder your little golem friend was once a primaire. Only a primaire will have all the resources to create some of the more outlandish inventions you gave me." Outlandish. Oscar recalled he gave her the more tamer ones. He could imagine her shock if she knew about the far superior and extravagant inventions. Smiling, he turned his head, but his master was nowhere to be seen. Then, someone tapped him from behind. He jolted and punched out reflexively. His master, garbed in black clothing and clad in a tri-pronged helmet, grabbed his punch, stoic and unmoved as usual. "Good greeting. Never let anyone take your back like that. Draven, why were you so late?" Aunt Rosette said inquisitively. "It's not like you to keep your dear disciple waiting. How was the north?" Draven blatantly ignored her, and Aunt Rosette slammed her foot into the floor, gritting her teeth. He patted Oscar's body from head to toe and mumbled, "You're in peak condition." Oscar allowed Erden out from his cloak and rested him on the floor. He bowed to his master and greeted him. "I've returned. It was a long journey, but I come bearing a gift." "A gift?" Draven leaned forward, his unseeable gaze within the darkness of the visor intensifying like a void that would swallow everything. "What sort of gift can my student give to me?" Oscar solemnly reached into his space pocket and retrieved the purple gem. The imperial jewel. A swirling mist of stars and iron pulsing inside the dazzling surface. He placed it on the table and pushed it toward his master. His head lowered to touch the table as his hands rested on his knees into a deep sitting bow. Please accept this gift. I know no one more suitable for it than you, Oscar. This is... Aunt Rosette lost her voice, stammering inaudibly. Draven was silent. He grabbed the imperial jewel and held it close to his visor, turning it over in his hand. His attention soon turned to Oscar, a piercing stare that froze Oscar instantly. It seems my disciple found a lucky encounter. Imperial jewels are a scarce resource. That Robert is intent on purchasing or finding one. His laughter rang out, louder each second. Why don't you keep this for yourself? Because I'm too far off from it, Oscar answered. Besides, if I did want an imperial jewel, I'd want at least 2 more. One for my wife and one for Erden. How sweet. You've become quite the romantic. Aunt Rosette teased with an adoring smile. She peeked at Draven and coughed. If only someone else were like that. You realize I can't use this now? Draven spoke, ignoring Aunt Rosette again. Any king exalts are forbidden from fighting. What value is there in keeping this now? What value would it give you after the war? It's my student fees. As for the value, being the disciple of a king exalt and the grand disciple of another king exalt will be terrific. Oscar grinned. His master scoffed and put the imperial jewel away, asking how he had found it. Oscar eagerly retold the happenings in the palace, omitting the parts about the divine people and the ancients. For there to be so many elemental elixirs to facilitate the advancement to the martial exalt realm. It's strange. Aunt Rosette traced her finger around the edges of her teacup, emptied during his recount. So what will you do with those elixirs? Draven munched on a cookie. I'll give them to the pavilion. I already kept some for myself, Oscar said, patting Erden's resting head. That old bastard doesn't deserve anything. Leave it be and keep it. Draven sipped from a steaming cup. I object. A powerful voice sent the waters around the terrace into a rage, and violent waves crashed on the invisible barrier. The air cracked into a rift, and Remulus Grant, the pavilion master, stepped out, wiping his bald head with a napkin. The powerful, nerve-wracking Ein that forced Oscar's breath out of his lungs vanished. The pavilion master landed on the terrace and swiped some snacks for himself. He said in his usual aged yet clear voice, I arrived just in time. Well done on securing the elixirs, Oscar. Greetings, Grandmaster. Oscar bowed. May I ask first, what was the reason you called me back? Oh right, priorities first. Remulus rummaged around in the pockets of his simple blue robes and pulled out an envelope sealed with the royal sigil of the Emperor, a 3-headed dragon. Anything with that sigil meant a missive of the utmost priority. You've been invited to the capital. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 523. To the Summer Gala. The capital? Dragonheart? Why me? Oscar asked, growing more concerned about the reason. Remulus, the pavilion master, simply handed him the sealed envelope, holding it an inch away from his face. He accepted the envelope and gently undid the wax seal, plucking it whole and unbroken. The letter inside was soft, certainly made from the finest paper, indicating the invitation's high status and importance. Unfolding it to reveal the cursive handwriting on the letter, he read them out loud for his master and Aunt Rosette to hear. To the returned hero of my brilliant Drake Empire, Oscar Tur. I, Cares Van Holt Dragner, invite you to the annual Summer Gala, where I will bestow upon you the awards and rewards you deserve. Words cannot express my gratitude for your bravery and achievements in the past and present. Accept this medallion and wear it proudly during the gala. The medallion was glued to the paper on the bottom corner, bearing the same emblem as the wax seal, the symbol of the highest authority in the land, the Dragner ancestor. Oscar separated the medallion and shoved it inside his space pocket. Resting the letter on the table, he leaned back in his chair, a few audible creaks sounding, and glanced over the terrace, from Aunt Rosette to his master to the pavilion master. Do I have to go? Oscar groaned, his voice sounding tired already. He could already foresee the trouble he'd have to endure if he went. It's meant for you. The summer gala always happens, but we're having a special award ceremony for you this time. That's why I had to leave and meet with old cares." Remulus rummaged the table and grunted. He filled the empty plates with new snacks and comfortably sat on a chair while enjoying a cake. Sipping from his tea, Remulus sighed in relief. "No, you can't reject this one. Believe me, when I spread the news of your return and current heroics, I was swamped by the sheer amount of invitations from various nobles and interested parties. All were inviting you to their little gatherings and marriage talks." "There's that many?" Oscar remembered how insistent the previous elder was, and also how many other elders were waiting on the sidelines for an opportunity. "Hundreds." Remulus rubbed his scalp and shook his head, weariness dropping his eyes. "Many want to meet you and get a good look at you. So, the best chance to stop this is to go to the gala, get your awards, and run off. You don't have to go. Stay here and ignore the rabble." Draven opposed the pavilion master's stance. "If any dare comes to bother you, I can pay them a visit." "No, we need Oscar to attend. It's already spread around that he's going to be there," Remulus argued back. He turned to Oscar, a slight hint of pleading on his lifted brows, and said, "Young Gilbert is away. You're here, you're famous, and you're a hero. The people need some assurance, someone who they can look up to. There's already a mob of dissatisfied nobles who had to leave their homes after the initial retreat, clamoring on the streets. The Empire needs something to prop up our standings. You want to use Oscar as a tool?" Draven landed a fist on the table. "Everything, including the snacks, plates, and the table itself, instantly burst into sand, scattering everywhere on the black floor. Aunt Rosette rushed out and grabbed Oscar and Erden, erecting a protective layer of iron, slight beads of sweat dripping down her sides. Draven stomped, cracks spreading in the thunderous wake upon the helpless floor. "Soldier, warrior, I can understand. But you wish to make him into some animal for others to gawk at." "Not an animal, a hero." Remulus saved a plate and his teacup. He waved his hand, a strange distortion expanding to engulf the table. Oscar stared in wonderment as the dust and sand reformed into the table, plates, and snacks. Not a single blemish or crack on them, as if his master's attack never happened. The pavilion master coughed and set his cup and plate down. "Oscar, my grand disciple." "Yes," Oscar responded. "As someone who once commanded thousands and ruled over your land, do you honestly believe the way the Empire had been hanging on is good?" Remulus posed a question, raising a hand in Draven's direction. Oscar blinked in surprise, not expecting to be given a strange question. Oscar took a seat and fell silent. Many memories raced through his mind. The wars, the battles, and the peace afterward. He never forgot the despair his men expressed at some moments and the highest cheers of joy at their victories. That was the answer. Understanding the pavilion master's meaning, he answered, "No, it's not good for us. Defeat is a burning agony. Victory is the sweetest delight. But to go on for years without any results or news is like falling into a bottomless pit. Soon, there won't be any hope, no resolve, only the begrudging compliance to endure." "Precisely. Waiting 8 years for Gilbert to return, assuming he wins the Primanomicy, is too long. We need people's hopes to last. Results are necessary. Results define how we move forward. If there are no results, people have nothing to cling to," Remulus said, gripping his hands by his stomach. Oscar looked at Remulus, the dark lines of weariness embedded deeply into the old King Exalt's brow. A far cry from how he was 21 years ago. A sense of duty rose in his heart. He stood from his seat and bowed to the Grandmaster. "I accept the invitation. When do we leave?" Remulus laughed and sprang from his seat, patting Oscar on the back. "There are some errands we have to run in Dragonheart City. We set out tomorrow morning. The rest of your Black Aegis Order can settle and rest in the pavilion until we finish. Of course, Erden can accompany you. Then, farewell, my dear grand disciple. Be at Triton Hold in the morning at the break of dawn." The pavilion master split open another spatial crack and went inside, disappearing into the swirling green vortex before it sealed shut back into thin air. Oscar sighed deeply, loud enough for the others to hear, and slumped back into his chair. Attending a social event, especially one as large and prestigious as the Summer Gala, was not what he imagined doing. His wife wasn't even here to be his partner for the gala. Aunt Rosette, have you ever been to the gala? Oscar asked. A few times. The most memorable was when your master attended one before he became like this. I remember how Margaret and I competed to be his dancing partner. Back then, we also allowed outsiders into the gala, so that wench Diane joined in. Aunt Rosette laughed, running her hand over his flowery pink hair. Did Master dance with you, any of you? Oscar leaned in to whisper, interested in his master's past. Nope. Draven intimidated everyone away with that helmet and sat in the corner, sipping tea like right now. Aunt Rosette pointed at Draven, who was drinking his tea elegantly. I stayed up the whole day prior to prepare for it too. What a useless event. I only went because the old bastard said to go. Draven scoffed. Don't be intimidated by their whispers and stares. They're all inconsequential. Remember, you're my disciple. Don't spare them any respect. I understand, Oscar chuckled. Thank you for the Imperial Jewel. Now you should get some rest. Enjoy your time outside. Draven stepped away, waving his hand overhead. Aunt Rosette grabbed his wrist and dragged him through the dark waters. Along the way, she expressed her gratitude with a soft smile. Thank you, Oscar. What did I do? Oscar wondered. Ever since you came back, Draven has mellowed down. He's still a maniac, but he's better than before. I'm glad, Aunt Rosette hummed, her cheeks carrying a tinge of pink. She patted her cheeks back to a healthy white and cleared her throat. Where do you need me to drop you off? Elder Saul's place, Oscar replied. He had to meet the old gardener at least once every time he returned. Aunt Rosette sped up, pulling him along, and descended like a hawk, but the winds failed to ruffle even a strand of his hair due to her protective eye. After she landed, she waved farewell and left Oscar on a different terrace, one under the two suns and carrying an entire garden, a peaceful place atop Triton Hold. Vibrant and thick grass, well-trimmed and maintained, spread evenly over the garden, faint hints of deep brown soil showing in between the dark green plants. Flowers of many colors and types, ranging from roses to daisies, grew tall and bloomed, the petals arranging themselves into beautiful symmetrical jewels. Elder Saul, are you here? Oscar called out. I sensed you coming a while ago. What business have you with this old man? Elder Saul's voice called out from behind. Shocked, Oscar turned around. Somehow, the old Exalt crept up behind him and even pulled up a reclined chair to rest on. He was sure nothing was behind him prior to his landing. How have you been, Elder Saul? Oscar bowed. Irritating, Elder Saul grumbled, his wrinkles shaking and contorting from his lips twisting into a frown. I had to make this garden from scratch after revealing my realm. Those children in the outer hall wouldn't stop hounding my house. A Tri-Crown King Exalt will gather attention. Elder Saul, Oscar chuckled. Why did you hide yourself and become a gardener? Why are you asking all these questions? Elder Saul said lazily, his voice trailing off near the end as if he was going to fall asleep. Just interested. I realized I don't know much about you. Oscar sat down on the grass like he had done many times in the past while talking with Elder Saul in the mornings. Elder Saul shrugged and said, Boredom, I guess? Boredom, Oscar said, unable to comprehend. When you reach my realm, there's only the Primaire waiting above. I'm the strongest, barring any Primaires, so there's no challenge. None of the thrill of youthful endeavors like before. Only a long wait until the time arrives to attempt to become a Primaire. What's a man to do with all that time? Elder Saul sat upright and gazed at Oscar, his eyes deep and old, the kind that Oscar felt he could never escape from if they chose to lock onto him. I have something to admit. When I first met you and gave you advice, it was on a whim. I never expected much. But you surprised me and everyone. That's heartening to know, Oscar joked. Elder Saul's face crumpled into a smile, missing a few teeth. I came here and became a gardener to observe the younger generations. I'm not native to this continent, but Remulus and Cares have accommodated my needs. There's something about seeing the newer Exalts try, struggle, and work on themselves. They have what I haven't felt in years. The excitement, the uncertainty of tomorrow. And you decided to intervene like in my case? Oscar asked. Indeed, there's a strange connection, almost as if I'm living through them, living in their shoes, joining in their growth. You know, in all the years since your supposed death, No one has come close to riling up the faint emotions in me. You truly made me feel alive. And now that you're back, I feel amazing." Elder Saul chuckled and handed Oscar a biscuit, the same dry ones he always gave him. "You'll understand if you ever reach my realm." Oscar bit on the dry biscuit, fell apart like sand in his mouth. Coughing and choking, Oscar swallowed the entire thing without chewing further. "Are you going to the summer gala?" "Hell no. I hate gatherings. Why do you think I hid myself for so many years?" Elder Saul spat on the ground, grumbling incoherently to himself. "If you're going, just say you know me and shut anyone up. I expected as much. I have to go. It's what I should do." Oscar pulled out a small box from his space pocket and placed it on the small table beside Elder Saul. "It's a northern snack. I thought you might enjoy it." "Thank you. You can rest here if you want. I appreciate that, but I should head out. Farewell, Elder Saul." Oscar flew off the terrace. He closed his eyes and breathed in the vine-ridden air, a sweet smell wafting into his nose from the flowery divine essence. Tomorrow he would have to leave for Dragonheart, but for today there was only a well-earned rest. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 524, His Own Estate. Resting atop an airship, Oscar meditated on the deck, feeling every tendril and mote of Ein streaming into his core. He popped open the cork from a vial and downed it in a single gulp, an iridescent glow pulsing from the pores of his skin, coating him in bright light. His core spun hungrily, devouring every bit of Ein at a fast pace, but not much progress could be seen in the stagnant core. Sighing depressingly with his shoulders slumping, Oscar quit meditating and opened his eyes to the splendid view. At high noon, the two suns were positioned directly above, beaming its light over the clouds. A vast river was sandwiched between two vibrant plains of silvery grass. It and the silvery grass seemed to glint and sparkle under the soft, white light of the two suns, each ripple and wave catching the light and scattering it into flickers of rainbows, and the blades of grass glimmering as the wind swayed it back and forth. The Silverglades was as beautiful as depicted in the books. To his side, Remulus Grant shuffled in his chair, placing his arms into his long sleeves. He said, "Your practice appears to be stuck. My core eats and eats but does not show any signs of progress. Even with Erden providing some supplemental Ein, it's not working." Oscar frowned. "At the bottleneck, I see. The pools of ascension did more than just evolve your core to grade 6, as impossible and outlandish as that sounds. You were immediately elevated to the peak of the Greater Night Exalt realm." Remulus wandered around the small airship, circling Oscar with a studying gaze. "Then why haven't I felt the pull of the martial Exalt realm? As a grade 6, shouldn't I feel the advancement sooner than before?" Oscar scrunched his brow in confusion, crossing his arms and gripping tightly, a frustration building inside him. "It still takes a long while. Our grade 8s, like the princess and prince, needed 10 years after achieving the Greater Night Exalt realm to sense the opportunity. I suspect you'll have a slightly longer time." Remulus sighed and sat down in front of Oscar. "But there is a way to rush it." "There is? What is it?" Oscar perked up, straightening his slumped back and listening at full attention. "Anyone at the peak of Greater Night Exalt can forcibly start the advancement even without the core signaling the right moment. As long as you have the proper elemental source, such as the elixirs you brought, you can try for it. But such a forceful method has two downsides. One is a severe lack of foundation that will require years, if not decades, to correct. The other is the risk of death, far worse than a normal attempt. The reason the Empress died all those years ago is because she attempted the early advancement," Remulus said sternly. "If it's so risky, why tell me this?" Oscar asked. "I'm only telling you this because you may be forced to do it in the most trying times. But right now, you are better off fighting in the war as a Night Exalt, our trump card. Draven can handle the martial Exalts while you ravage the Night Exalts," Remulus chuckled. "Though that new dawn you spoke of is still a concern." "Grandmaster is right," Oscar nodded. The Pavilion Master gave him more vials of grade 3 elixirs for Ein progression. But within them, he spotted a few vials out of place, a few bursting with elemental powers. "Are these not the space and time elixirs for advancing to martial Exalt?" "Indeed they are. I have no use for them. As the person who found them, I'm leaving them in your hands." Sell them or give them away. They're yours. Remulus yawned. Then his eyes sharpened, and an indescribable pressure surrounded him. To create all of these elixirs, including for space and time elements, I wonder what sort of people created them. Oscar remained silent on the topic of the creators, the divine people of blue, and said, they can be better used serving the pavilion. Please take them back. He pushed the vials back to Remulus. Nay, no one is suited for them. You have to realize how rare the space and time elements are. Only Draven and I possess them. Besides, the other elixirs you have given us are enough. We will have many more martial exalts to join the fight, Remulus stated, pushing the vials back to Oscar. Oscar scratched his head and resigned himself to the pushy Grandmaster. He stored the space and time vials away. Suddenly, Erden roared to the sky, unfurling his antler wings to the fullest extent, like branches of a crystal tree. Turning to look, Oscar beheld Dragonheart, the royal capital of his home. Several watchtowers were placed on the silvery walls, shaped into dragons' heads, mouths wide open, revealing large and potent cannons. Behind the 100-foot walls, tall towers stretched farther above, so many that Oscar wondered if there were any ordinary-sized houses within. Dragonheart City, built upon the corpse of a fallen mythical dragon. See that palace there? Remulus pointed at the largest building, where a dragon sculpture rested on its central dome. His head pointed high as if it was roaring. That is the Imperial Palace, home of the Dragner family. That is where the summer gala will take place. Not even Convicia City could match this place. I always imagined coming here when I was a more accomplished Exalt. Oscar gazed in wonder at the spires, the bridges connecting the spires into a network of high-rise roads, and the sheer amount of airships arriving and departing. Truly, this place was the center of the brilliant Drake Empire. The airship descended to Remulus's control and passed through the open gap in the barrier, landing directly in the port. Immediately, rows of guards, clad in draconic blue armor with silver capes, stood along the path, stoic and perfectly in sync. They all took a knee and bowed their heads. From the pathway that the guards created, a person dressed in a fine ceremonial suit drew closer and bowed deeply like the guards. He spoke in a clear voice, laden with respect and a hint of fear despite the lack of trembling in his words. Welcome, Pavilion Master. We did not expect you to return so soon. Bruno, is everything ready as I requested? Remulus said firmly, lacking the warmth and openness he showed to Oscar. Everything is prepared according to your wishes. Bruno never lifted his head, only answering to the ground. Good. Oscar, follow me. At his call, the guards and Bruno all trembled, peeking upward to stare at Oscar. Before he could address them, the Pavilion Master snorted, a wave of oppressive eyne forcing their heads back down. Do not stare so rudely. I shall let it go this time. Oscar followed Remulus down the path, the guards and Bruno all keeping their heads lowered. They had landed in a private sector of the port, hence the lack of the usual crowd Oscar knew always congested around in the public spaces. Without any interruptions or onlookers, Oscar felt more relieved. A carriage waited for them outside, bearing the mark of the pavilion, windows blackened to prevent anyone from peering inside. Inside it, he relaxed on the soft cushion, a nice comfort away from the days he spent in meditation. The windows were tinted, but it allowed him to see clearly from the inside. The carriage took them along a more secluded road meant for nobles and others to travel without being impeded by a crowd or waiting behind others. But some stuck their heads out of their carriages, gawking at Oscar. Even though they couldn't see him through the windows, he still felt their eyes on him, an unpleasant feeling that cramped his stomach. Exhaling deeply, Oscar turned away from the window and rested his head back, stroking Erden's fur. The Pavilion Master was silent the entire time until they passed through a gate and arrived at a large mansion. Stepping out, Oscar was greeted by an entourage of maids and butlers, all dressed in the finest suits and uniforms, everything prim and proper to the lack of wrinkles along their fabric to the elegant bows in which none stepped out of place. He nodded to them and waited for the Pavilion Master to speak. He held no authority here. From now on, this mansion will belong to you, Oscar. Remulus dropped the sudden and unbelievable news on him. I talked with Cares and he said you deserved your estate in the capital. Don't worry about the servants. They've all been handpicked by me to accommodate all of your needs. Wouldn't I be out fighting all the time? What's the point of having an estate? I'll barely be using it, Oscar retorted, staring at the large estate, including the courtyard of 4 fountains and beds of flowers. He compared it to his farm near Greenwich. Rather than stay here, he preferred the home he lost. The flowers could not compare to the fields of golden grain. The large marbled estate could not compare to the one-room house with clay shingles and straw on the roof. There were no hills to rest on, and the walls closed him to everything outside, like a caged bird. Clasping Oscar's shoulder, Remulus patted as if he understood. It's not your home. It's just a place to rest whenever you're in the capital. It signifies your status. If you wish to live in a more comfortable place outside, that is your right. But in the capital, this place will bear your name. Now, let's get you ready for the summer gala. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 525. How Nobles Live. My head. Oscar woke up the next morning, his forehead strained by wrinkles and veins. Cracking his back several times, he found no comfort, only a deepening sore in his spine. The bed he slept in was not the best. Quality-wise, the bed shone at the top of other beds, having silky sheets and fluffy pillows, the best meant for the higher class. However, nothing but stress came to him in his sleep, partly because the one who should have been beside him was not there, mostly due to this bed's foreign nature. Perhaps such luxury would be second nature to him. Rising to his feet, Oscar stretched his long limbs and cracked his neck several times, groaning in relief at each satisfying pop and crack. Parched, he moved to the circular table by the nightstand and gulped the jug of water left behind by the servants. He poured the remaining water over his head, trickling down to his shirt and floor. The servants surely would not enjoy the mess. Oscar wiped it away quickly with a towel and spread it out to dry on the chair. Bad night, Erden yawned, whispering in the dark. The 2 suns had just begun their trek, peeking their colorful bodies slightly over the horizon, leaving Oscar's room in the dark. I never thought about obtaining the great riches or status. I had no choice in the burning valley. But here, I just wanted to get back to my farm. Oscar sat on the bed, leaning forward. The room was 10 times as large as his old house, twice as big as the one in the burning valley. The windows stretched from ceiling to floor, covered by light blue curtains that let some fading moonlight seep through, and some led out to a balcony outside. According to the pavilion master, this estate once belonged to a Dragner family member, long since dead, and was abandoned for a long time. I was hoping to rest in the fields of grain you showed me so many times in your memories. I'm getting sore from staying in caves and rooms. Erden trotted to his side and sat down, allowing Oscar to pat and shake his head. They stayed like this for several hours until the doors swung open, and several maids, along with a butler, strode inside. A cart squeaked, pushed by one of the maids, carrying trays of baked cakes and a steaming teapot. The butler gasped, paling and sweating, but quickly recovered his composure and bowed deeply. The 3 maids bowed behind the butler, placing their hands together over their stomachs and not daring to meet his eyes. The butler's name was declared. His smooth gray hair was slicked back with oil. His pair of glasses gave him a refined aura, and his mustache swayed about as he spoke. Forgive us, Master Tur, for not arriving before your waking hour. Don't mind it. I wake up really early anyway. Oscar held back the groan he almost exhaled, afraid these servants may misinterpret it as dissatisfaction. No, as servants we must be up before our master. It is only the proper duty we must follow. Declared straight, right-angled bow never ceased until Oscar ordered him to stop and forgave him. As he got up, the maids went to work, tidying up his bed, removing the wet towel from the chair, and attempting to help him put on new robes. Sorry, I refuse to budge on this. I'll put on my own clothes. Oscar felt another headache coming on and drank some of the fresh tea prepared by one of the maids. Is that all right, my lord? One of the maids, Circe, clenched her hands on her long skirt. Her braided brown hair swayed on her left side as her brown eyes, enlarged behind the large round glasses, trembled. Her petite shoulders quaked as if she was a frightened squirrel. The second maid, Eris, lowered her head and stated in a monotone voice, It's customary for servants to help their masters into their coats and robes. Rules are meant to be followed. She had light streaks of blonde flowing through her black hair. Her narrow glasses highlighted her sharp gaze, and her expressionless face could only be matched by her pale skin. Circe, heiress, if our master doesn't want it, then we can't force it, right? The third maid, Arlen, stammered. Her curly, light green hair ruffled around as her head swayed back and forth. She seemed to have given up and bowed her head quietly. Oscar sighed and swiped the robes away from Arlen's hands, a frightful yelp coming from the nervous maid who quickly clamped her mouth shut. He apologized for the rudeness, but Arlen shook her head and begged him not to be sorry for his actions. Putting on the robe, he said, I don't care for, nor will I be used to this way of life, but I understand it is the norm for you all. However, I must set some boundaries. Firstly, you don't need to wake up earlier than me. It will be detrimental to your health since you're all not exalts. Secondly, no one but my wife is allowed closer. Understood. Circe, heiress, and Arlen stared at each other, uncertainty laced in their gazes as if asking each other what to do. Declared coughed and gave them a stern look, and they all jolted before bowing together in unison. Declared said, if that is what master wishes for, then as servants we must abide. May I report to you today's schedule? Go ahead. Oscar whistled for Erden to follow, keeping up a facade that Erden was a mere beast and incapable of speech. Declared and the maids followed from an adequate distance, within earshot but not invading his personal space. Today, you must attend a private meeting in the Imperial Palace. Therefore, Mrs. Bertin from Bertin's Threads, a popular place to fashion suits and dresses, is arriving soon. They're backed up with orders and appointments for the upcoming summer gala, but they've made a special exception for my master. They'll be handling the suit and brushing up your appearance. Declared adjusted his glasses with his gloved hands while walking in tight and equal steps, not a single inch out of place. Oscar winced, resisting the urge to smack his face in distress. First, a mansion, then servants, and finally, a finely tailored suit from some luxurious and private store? When would it end? Oscar heard Erden's mocking laughter in his mind and tightened his grip on his friend's head. No matter, he only had to get through the summer gala and return to the pavilion. But the day was truly grueling and long. Mrs. Bertin, a middle-aged, lively woman, arrived and immediately went to work, measuring every angle of his body. She focused on his face and mumbled about how to increase the appeal, complimenting the black shine of his hair and the deep color of his pupils. Oscar forced a smile and complied, sitting still for hours, surrounded by mirrors, as she worked to tidy his hair, snipping off bits here and there. She forced him to lie down as she placed a face mask, a refreshing touch to the skin, on him. Afterward, Mrs. Bertin took a light brush and touched up his face with some powder and slight makeup. Eventually, the morning turned into night before she finished with a bright smile and wiped her brow full of sweat with a handkerchief. It is my honor to be of service to the hero Oscar Tur. The suit will be ready in time for the summer gala. I will return on the day to deliver the suit and apply the same changes. Mrs. Bertin held a mirror and showed Oscar his improved appearance. His hair was slicked back like Declared's, the fine use of Mrs. Bertin's oil between each strand to give it a shining glow. Thanks to the touch-up, his eyes seemed to deepen in its obsidian color. The rest of his face appeared brighter and hid his rustic look. There is a temporary suit I have brought today that suits your needs for your visit. Oscar put on the blue ceremonial suit, 2 golden buttons on the wrists, a pair of long pants stretching just above his fine brown shoes, a golden sash wrapping from his shoulder to his waist, ornamental golden shoulder pads fitted well with strings of gold thread extending shortly from their edges, and the collar fitted to the top button, holding 2 insignias on both sides, one of a dragon and the other of a trident. It's sort of uncomfortable. Oscar tested the movements of his shoulders and elbows, with barely any freedom due to how tight it was. May I request the suit be more flexible so I can fight in it if needed? A fight seems unlikely during the summer gala, but as expected of the hero, to be always ready for the possibilities. I will work hard and ensure it is up to your standards. Mrs. Bertin bowed and made a playful smile. By the way, my daughter is of marriage age and I rejected. I have no intention of entertaining any matchmaking. Oscar flatly refused and gestured to Declared. Please see Mrs. Bertin out. After the long session, he had no time to rest as the pavilion master arrived and hurried him to the carriage. The roads, well paved, provided no discomfort to the luxurious carriage. A smooth ride until they halted by the gates to the imperial palace, flanked by 2 guards, exuding the power of a knight Exalt. To Oscar's surprise, the gates swung open, and the guards retreated away with deep bows without even asking a question. Then again they were in the presence of a king Exalt. The carriage stopped, the wheels creaking slightly from the brake, and he exited, towering over the guards who stared, some sizing him up and others gazing in what appeared to be disbelief from their gawking. He had grown slightly more in the few months, reaching a height of 4 inches over 6 feet. Following Remulus, he stood before a tall man, nearly as tall as him, clad in armor from head to toe, dragon wings curling from the sides of his helmet. The pavilion master told him earlier that the head of the Imperial Guard, the Drakiri, and a powerful martial Exalt, Vostolf Rudenberg, would greet them. Volstolf bowed and greeted them, keeping his helmet on. Welcome, pavilion master and Lord Tur. The ancestor awaits inside. Well done, Rudenberg. I didn't see you during my last visit. How have you been? Remulus made small talk as they walked through the glorious halls of the imperial palace. Each stone shone as if each brick was crafted specifically by an artisan. Fine engravings, all paintings, a vivid picture of dragons and men coexisting as one. The fine gold carpets resembled more of a river of gold. The ceiling was so high that a flock of birds could pass through the arches without issue. I had to lead half the Drakiri to the close eastern borders. The enemy never rests in attempting to break apart our defenses. However, with the summer gala taking place, I am returned to defend the palace. Volstolf's words echoed out of his helmet and through the halls, a refined tongue that soothed one's ears, giving them security and comfort. Turning a corner, Volstolf paused and stepped to the side, gesturing toward the fenced gates. He is waiting for you in the gardens. Oscar walked solemnly down the halls to the fenced gate. Remulus waved his hand in a leisurely manner and opened the gates. Was this not a rude action? Perhaps the two were so close these little things didn't matter. Nevertheless, Oscar followed him into the garden. Wide hedges outlined the square garden. A pond rested in the center where a pavilion stood, and beds of flowers spread abundantly, where bees buzzed and collected nectar. Inside the pavilion, an old man waited for them, wearing imperial silver robes with golden tapestry, woven outside and inside the fabric. The old man smoked from a long pipe and said, "Finally, you've arrived. First, would you be willing to marry into my Dragner family?" Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 526. Cares, the Dragner ancestor. Oscar couldn't comprehend the sudden request the old Dragner ancestor made. Marry into his family? Before him, the old Exalt had broad shoulders. The arms shone underneath the folds of his wide sleeves, rippling with muscles as thick as someone's neck. Every single part of this man exuded power. His slanted, straight eyebrows rested atop his sharp pair of golden eyes, a dragon's stare. His silver hair was cut short while a well-trimmed beard and mustache surrounded his lips and chin. The Dragner ancestor removed the pipe from his lips and exhaled a cloud of smoke, a bitter scent scrunching Oscar's nose. "Well, what do you think?" the old man said sternly in a voice similar to a growl. His gaze fixated on Oscar, veins popping on the backs of his knuckles and the sides of his head as his lips flattened through his broad, chiseled face. The insurmountable pressure of a king Exalt bore down on Oscar, the weight of thousands of mountains creaking the bones along his spine. "Enough, that is too far for a joke, Cares. Stop threatening my grand disciple, you overgrown lunk." A counter-pressure released from Remulus, lifting the burden off Oscar, who could breathe freely in relief. The two king Exalts stared each other down before a toothy smile stretched across Care's face. "You hairless stick. I was merely testing him." Quite impressive for him to remain standing, Cares breathed out puffs of smoke shaped like rings. He chuckled, "However, I'm not joking about the marriage. First, I suppose I should introduce myself. Nice to finally meet the hero of my empire. I am Cares Vanholt Dragner, former emperor of the brilliant Drake Empire, now known as the Dragner ancestor." Soaked in sweat, Oscar bowed and introduced himself. "I am Oscar Tur, the disciple of Draven Kirin, leader of the Black Aegis Order, and a loyal subject to the brilliant Drake Empire. He turned his head to Erden and said, "This is my Prialapos companion, Erden." Cares bellowed in laughter, echoing across the silent garden. He tapped the table and waved them over. "Come on in, sit and let's talk. Fancy some wine? I have only the best from my personal stock." Since the Dragner ancestor himself poured out the wine for him, Oscar could not refuse and accepted the cup. He didn't wish to drink too much, but from the urgings of the powerful former emperor before him, he downed the cup, enjoying the refreshing taste. Heat welled in his chest, traveling up his throat to his cheeks, and his breath smelled sickly sweet. Already, his head felt heavier, about to drop dead on the table. This drink was incredibly potent. "Seems like our hero is quite the lightweight. How unfortunate. I brought out an entire barrel for this occasion." Care rubbed his trimmed beard and poured to fill his and Remulus's cups. "Oh well, at least this should make it easier to talk. He's too stiff." "Remulus, who wouldn't be?" Remulus stroked Erden's head. "Your wine is far too potent for anyone other than yourself. In any case, continue." Oscar fought through the haziness swirling on the edges of his sight and lifted his head, straining to balance it to look ahead. He waited for Cares to speak, but each second weighed heavier on his skull, a numbness following shortly after. To his frustration, the old King Exalt took his sweet time, chugging down several more cups before letting out a satisfied shout. Cares wiped his wine-dripping beard and said, "Like I said, I'm not joking about the marriage. I know about your close friendship with my good descendant, Celestina. Why don't the two of you tie the knot? I don't see many people rejecting your union except for a few stragglers whom I can handle with ease." He leaned in, reached out, and pulled Oscar into a friendly shoulder hug. "Do you agree?" Oscar shuffled around in Care's grasp. Part of him knew the request carried a certain tone to it, one that preferred and nudged him to say yes. However, since it came from a King Exalt, he felt it was less of a request and closer to an order. Locking gazes with Cares, he grappled with the intensity burning into his pupils from the draconic gleam. Was it intimidation, or was it the natural state of the veteran ruler? Oscar smiled fearlessly and answered, "No, I can't marry into your family. I'm already happily married to another. And besides, Celestina does not like the idea." The sharp eyes of the Dragner ancestor narrowed, and the arm around Oscar's shoulder tightened, clenching harder. The stifling air burned his lungs, but suddenly, Cares relaxed, letting go of Oscar, and sighed loudly, "What a waste. I can't say anything against that defiant look. That's twice now that you've withstood my presence. Such a shame. I would have preferred for that girl to be with someone she's fond of." "I warned you. You never learn." Remulus snorted, crossing his arms with a mocking smile. "One can't learn without trying. I won't pursue this notion any longer." Cares blew smoke straight into Remulus's face, not a wisp landing as they parted and wafted away from the pavilion master. Tapping the pipe to spread some ash on a plate, he flicked his fingers and ignited a flame to resume the smoke. "In any case, I didn't summon you here today just to speak about my favorite descendants pairing. I wanted to see for myself the man who brought so many fortunes to my home, and I was not disappointed. I'm honored by your praise. It's more than I deserve." Oscar spoke humbly. "Is there another reason for summoning me?" "The matter of the summer gala. Right now, even as we speak, you're a popular topic amongst the populace in their conversations, especially the nobles who see you as a great opportunity." Cares laid down his pipe, the smoke still trailing upward, and lost all pretenses and smiles, a stern face onto Oscar. "They will certainly try to pull you into their factions. I want to know where you stand. Despite being together for the war, they're still arguing and grasping for advantages over another. So, they want me to increase their influence, right?" Oscar couldn't understand why people behaved in such ways, but he encountered this separation mindset in the Burning Valley. All were under him and fighting for the same goal, but the little divisions and squabbles occurred over rewards, influence, and resources. Sometimes they would argue over who had the rights over which territories, quoting who made the most contributions. A faint smile lifted as he remembered some of those fond arguments between Ark and Desmond, as expected from a former ruler. You understand it well. Any faction you join will soar in their influence. Your victories will become their weapons, and your actions will be their tools. I already confirmed you won't marry into any one of them, but what are your thoughts? Cares rested his hands on the table, loud thuds resounding from his palms as the table shook. Oscar was confused and asked, "Why must I join anyone? Can't I fight in the war without having to tie myself down? But if I must, it would be on Celestina's side." Cares raised an eyebrow before breaking out in loud laughter, the silver robes flapping around. Remulus chuckled and said, "See, I told you that you were needlessly worrying for nothing. He's just like my son, completely and utterly distanced from the nonsense." "You're right," Cares continued laughing. "That's right. There's no need to have allegiances to any of their pathetic cliques. That's all I had to confirm." "That's it," Oscar felt aggrieved. He had suffered through the long sessions with Mrs. Bertin, and all that was for 2 short, superfluous questions? He dropped his head to the table, unable to keep up a front, allowing the cold stone table to soothe his numbing, heated face. "That's all. I said it before. I needed to see who exactly you were. It seems your time as a ruler was short if you can't grasp the meaning of my actions. One last item on our itinerary. We must finish this barrel. Now drink." He filled Oscar's empty cup, and this time, Oscar accepted, downing cup after cup. Today was already a tiring day, and he decided to indulge for a little while. Oscar spoke at length with the Dragner ancestor about his travels, narrating each event in a lively manner. At the end of the day, when night arrived, Remulus helped Oscar into the carriage and hurried home. Resting in the bed, Oscar felt freedom in the loose clothing, not as constricting as the tight uniform, and the calmness of a silent night. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. There was no Avril or nightmares in his dreams, all numbed down by the buzz in his head. However, a faint sound, a series of clear footsteps, echoed in the drunken haze, and Oscar woke up, his eyelids shaking open to grasp what was happening. His spine shivered, his teeth clenched, and an unsettling itch crawled over his skin. He peered to the left and widened his eyes in shock. Something was there. No, at a closer look, it was a person. A shadowy figure loomed over him, the features hidden in the darkness, gazing at him. He could tell it was a woman from the shape of the figure. He wanted to move, but instead, his hands sunk into the bed as if he were resting on quicksand. The unknown woman tilted her head in a creepy manner. Who was she? How long had she been there? Oscar forced his paralyzed mouth open and shouted, "What is it?" Erden perked up and rose from his sleep. Oscar opened his eyes and sat up on his bed, drenched in cold sweat. Wiping his sweat-ridden face with the blanket, he glanced around the room, the shadow woman nowhere to be seen. He communicated what he saw into Erden's mind, and his friend exclaimed, "I never noticed anything. Are you sure it wasn't a dream? You suddenly woke up and started screaming." "I was sleeping?" Oscar groaned. "It felt too real. Want me to take over? You can rest within," Demon suggested. "I saw it too, but you were sleeping. No doubt about that. No, it might be because of the wine, but if it happens again, I'll tell you when to take over." Oscar leaned back in bed, resting his head on the uncomfortable pillow. "Whoever or whatever that was, we will figure it out." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 527. Care's Opportunity. This time, the strange shadow in the dream never arrived since the first time it showed up. Oscar leaped from his bed and stretched his limbs, a daily necessity for his tall body. Opening the curtains and windows, he was greeted by the refreshing morning breeze and relaxed, inhaling the waking air. The sound of tiny wheels squeaked closer behind the doors. They swung open, and Eris, the cold-faced maid with blonde streaks in her finely tied-back hair, strode inside, exuding well-mannerisms in her straight back and lowered chin. Eris bowed and said, "Good morning, my lord. I will be attending to your needs today. I have brought you a light snack of lemon tarts with freshly brewed tea." "Good morning, Eris, was it? I thought the usual time to wake me up was a few hours later. Why are you here now?" "I said there is no need to be up earlier than me." Oscar took the slightly damp towel from Eris to wipe the drowsiness from his face and sat down. "Was that an order or a suggestion, my lord?" "As a maid, I have to be there right when you wake to provide the finest services at a moment's notice. Eris poured out the tea and placed it gently on a saucer, not a single sound made in her delicate motions. Together with a piece of lemon tart, she set them in front of Oscar and stepped back, waiting by the sidelines. Faced with her stalwart stance, Oscar considered ordering her to stop, and from her work ethic, she would listen to him. But it felt wrong. Since she seemed so dedicated, there was no need to rob her of her own joy and principles. Silently, he sipped the tea and ate the lemon tart, giving his wordless agreement. A quick glance showed Eris smiling slightly before she forcibly repressed it away, showing her understanding of his silence and her emotional control. "Can I ask you something?" Oscar said, finishing the last droplets of tea, and waved for Eris not to refill. "My lord does not require my permission to ask. He only needs to ask, and I will answer." Eris gracefully bowed, the folds on her white headdress fluttering from the breeze. "Have you seen anyone else in the estate?" Oscar could not let go of the image of that shadowy figure. Surely, a servant of the estate would spot some discrepancies. To clarify, anyone other than the pavilion master, the guards, and the other servants. Eris shook her head and said in her clear, monotone voice, "Other than Mrs. Bertin yesterday, I have not seen any strangers in this estate, but I'm not reliable enough to know every nook and cranny of the estate. Forgive me for not being able to provide a clear answer. I recommend speaking to head butler Declared and the guards." She provided some good suggestions, and Oscar thanked her, to which she bowed with a slight smile again. Hours still remained until the day would start for him. Oscar couldn't speak openly with Erden here, not in front of Eris, so he decided to converse with her, asking about her family background and history. As it turned out, Eris was the daughter of a fallen noble, one of the few who lost their status before the war when she was barely 3. She's worked for years as a servant from place to place, earning a good reputation for her readiness and mannerisms. The war hit her former workplace hard, and she struggled to find a new opportunity when everyone was penny-pinching and unable to hire extra hands. "Thank you for this opportunity. I will not disappoint you." Eris bowed deeply. Before Oscar could reply, the door opened, and Declared stepped inside, his left hand properly placed behind his back and the other holding a linen towel. Eris retreated away and greeted the old mustached butler. "Greeting, head butler." Declared merely acknowledged Eris's greeting with a short nod and faced Oscar, relaying his goodwill and today's itinerary. "Good morning, my lord. It is good to see you in fine health this morning. The Dragner ancestor has called for you again today, but he left a message saying there is no need to dress up like yesterday and to hurry to the Imperial Palace. Is that so? I wonder what he wants now." Oscar felt his face heating up from recalling the wine he drank yesterday. No matter what, he had to reject any drinks, even if it was from a King Exalt. Rising from his seat, he asked Declared the same question about any strangers or oddities in the estate. But to Oscar's disappointment, the old butler stroked his mustache in deep thought before shaking his head. On the way out, he asked the guards, and they answered the same. No one had seen or heard anything out of the ordinary. Was it all his imagination? Oscar frowned and strode uneasily onto the carriage, trying and failing to shuffle his body around to a comfortable position. A few minutes later, he arrived at the same imperial palace, bypassing the guards due to the mark on his carriage, the authority of the pavilion master, who could not accompany him today. Stepping outside, Oscar relished in the brightness of the two suns, his mood improving by the second. Erden tugged him along, and he followed the same path to the main entrance where the captain of the Drakiri, the Imperial Guard, Vostolf, waited for him. After exchanging a few greetings, the powerful captain led him into a different part of the Imperial Palace. He descended a long flight of spiraling stairs, wide enough for Oscar and Vostolf, two large and tall figures, to walk side by side with room to spare. Their footsteps thudded and slammed on the paved stairs, a few flakes of marbling even cracking and chipping off under their immense weight. "Lord Tur, I could not speak during our last meeting. I rarely speak to one so well regarded and a hero," Vostolf started. "I can imagine few have the honor to speak to you, great captain of the Drakiri." Oscar returned the respectful greeting. "But I am curious about your fighting prowess. I hear you charge from the front and swat your foes like flies." Vostolf Rudenberg's deep, soothing voice once again echoed underneath his helmet. He peered at Oscar, throwing a burning gaze that could kill. No doubt, this man was a battle maniac who never listened to alternatives, only running from one battle to the next. I would like to see that one day, whether in a spar or fighting alongside in the throes of war. Rather than that, may we first share a meal? We can't fight on an empty stomach. Oscar smiled, not wanting to spar with this martial Exalt. At least not now. Correct. I can't join you due to my busy schedule, but if you're going to enjoy the capital, I can recommend you to a fine place to dine. Vostolf stopped, his feet pounding on the basement stone floor, riling up a cloud of dust. He is waiting for you inside. Until next time, Lord Tur. Thank you. I hope your day is uneventful. Oscar thanked Volstolf, who stomped slowly up the stairs. He turned and pushed his way past the heavy stone doors, entering a room that resembled the old training rooms in the pavilion. A room created from a white stone floor, walls, and ceilings, all identical in size and shape, illuminated by the crystals embedded in the corner, leaving no shadow to linger in the edges. Squinting, he barely made out the figure on the opposite end of the room, a few hundred feet away. Welcome, Oscar. You kept me waiting. I assume Volstolf asked you to fight him. Cares gurgled his laughter while biting on his pipe. He stood up, revealing his hulking figure, the muscles restrained behind his simple black shirt, and stretched his legs, garbed in casual white pants. Removing the pipe and exhaling, he closed in, flickering to a few feet away from Oscar. The crazy bastard tried to challenge me in the past. I can't imagine being that reckless. For a simple spar, Oscar jolted from the draconian golden eyes, fearing the toothy smile widening on the King Exalt's face. You're about to be that reckless. Now, get out your armament. Cares raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Overtaken by instinct as the fist blurred, Oscar pulled out his diamond shield and blocked, erupting a shielding vortex of flames and encasing himself in gold for good measure. The floor sank into a crater under his feet, and a thunderous boom quaked the room, the sound of pure, overwhelming power. Are you serious? Oscar strained his voice out, utilizing every fiber of his being to hold back the dropped fist. The clenched fist retracted, and he found the moment to catch his breath. You and your beast. Show me your capabilities. Cares tossed away his pipe and spread his arms out, exposing his front to any attack, sending a clear message to Oscar to hit him with everything head-on. Compiling with the King Exalt's request, Oscar mounted Erden and used the meld, his beast clad in sapphire armor, burning red flames at the antlers. The sparkling blue antler wings, wreathed in fire, extended and fused with the front antlers and Oscar's golden drills into a singular blade, long and wide. Even without the guise, this attack failed to penetrate the hardy defense of the lower martial Exalt golem. There was no indication of this spar going differently. Still, excitement burned into a raging inferno around him as Erden stomped forward. How far was the distance between him and a King Exalt? The urge to find out flared in his mind. A condensed stream of fire burst from their combined blade, landing directly on Cares, seemingly engulfing the former emperor in flames. Shortly after, their powerful blade, forged from their combined might, laden with iron, and tempered in the flames of their resolve, reached their target. Rather, it should have. A wave of rubble blasted away and piled before Erden, who was halted. Every part of their body trembled, shaking uncontrollably. Erden roared and stomped his feet, failing to gain a single inch further. That's quite a distance, Oscar grunted. You have to be kidding me. Care held Oscar's blade in place, not with a grip, 3 fingers, or even 2 fingers. A single finger stopped the tip of his blade from plunging further forward. Forget moving forward. The blade failed even to draw a drop of blood. Cares lowered Oscar's blade and forced it down to the ground with a finger flick. Amazing. And Remulus mentioned there is still a level beyond this one. Little wonder you won many battles. But they will counter you once the enemy figures out more of your means. I understand. That's why I need to hone myself more. Oscar undid the meld, his heart thumping heavily from the exertion of nearly all of his ein. Cares rubbed his beard and retrieved his pipe. Reigniting the end, he kept it in his mouth and smiled. How about I teach you? Teach me? Oscar exclaimed but remembered Draven and replied, "But I already have a master. I'm not talking about being your master, though sticking to only one is just being stubborn." Cares crouched before Oscar. "I want to teach you a single spell. One that will help you." "A spell?" Oscar asked. "My self-created spell, Duality." Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 528. Duality. Cares traced his finger in the empty air in smooth motions, a trail of burning golden iron following behind. "My element is light and incompatible with your elemental spark. As apprentice Exalts, we can learn different spells to become acquainted with the elements. However, once our elemental sparks awaken inside our cores, the focus is shifted to the attuned element." His index finger continued to make strokes and curves before Oscar until they coalesced into a single radiant word: Duality. "But there are spells outside of the elements. Auxiliary spells. I'm sure you've encountered some in the past. People who boosted their physical power and speed or used their eyes to entrance and hypnotize others. I am already aware of the difference between the elements and the types of spells. So, is this duality also an auxiliary spell?" So far, his arsenal of spells was comprised mainly of metal element spells, with only his Gorgon eyes, the evolution of basilisk eyes, being the odd one out. Oscar sharpened his eye, ready to learn, especially from a King Exalt. "I'll give you a demonstration. Watch closely." Care's words sparked something in Oscar. A faint, terrifying memory of his master, Draven, drawing close with a murderous aura, asking what he had seen popped into his head. Giving Cares his full attention, he deigned from even blinking. The King Exalt smiled and leaped back, crossing his arms behind his back, standing firm with a clear sharpness to every fiber of his body like a sword. Cares exhaled once, and his body ignited into a wild burst of golden iron, not as gentle as the wavy iron shroud, but as violent and powerful as blazing infernos. That wild iron in flux slowly peeled away, its shape somehow holding together. A second later, the iron burned next to Cares, an empty spot inside it that matched the Dragner ancestor's large figure. Following a grunt of exertion, the separated iron began to condense, filling in the empty silhouette within until it formed a smooth figure. It resembled an unfinished sculpture, missing the lines, trimming, and details needed to be called an art piece. Its surface writhed and wriggled. One by one, the features came into existence, starting from colorless shirt and pants, following into the shapely figure of the arms, legs, chest, and face, leaving not a single hair or muscle out of place, and ending with all the colors in the clothing, the pigments of the skin, the golden draconic eyes, and the silver hair. An identical Dragner ancestor formed into being. Stunned, Oscar shifted his gaze from one Cares to the other and gasped when the duplicate Dragner ancestor unleashed its iron, blasting Oscar far away. Stabilizing himself with Erden's help, Oscar sweated profusely, gripping his soaked hands. That presence from the clone surpassed martial exalts. Only a King Exalt carried such weight and presence to their iron. Coughing to rebalance his shaken lungs, he asked, "That is duality?" "Shocked, are you not? I created this spell long ago when I saw two serpents, twins, identical in every shape and form down to their scales. They mimicked each other's movements so well. The brilliant idea struck me." Cares and the other Cares wrapped their arms over their shoulders, behaving akin to twins and good friends. "Duality. I spent many decades, if not over a century, to perfect this spell. You won't find it in any books or spell holders. It is my unique spell. Am I truly allowed to learn it?" Oscar rose to his feet, eagerness shining from his eyes. "Why not? It's one of the rewards for your achievements as a hero. If I can't give one of the precious spells in exchange for the divine essence, what's the point of having rewards in the first place?" Cares clapped his hands, and the other Cares faded away. He put away the pipe and sat down, waving Oscar to join him. Duality is to create a second version of yourself. Ein is a wondrous power and substance, capable of shaping and transforming into anything we can will it be. It's a strenuous and delicate process to create another self. First, you replicate the skin, then the flesh and veins, the muscles, the organs, the bones, and the blood. The blueprint is yourself. Is it as strong as the original? Oscar asked. Cares gritted his teeth, a gnashing noise grating on Oscar's ears. Unfortunately, I could never reach that level. Its Ein is the Ein of your realm, but the output is halved. It can use all the spells you can, and you can send more Ein into it to maintain it. The other drawbacks are that it does not replicate the anima and is not automatic. You have to control it yourself while minding your real body. People are experienced with parallel mind from controlling their anima, but this is a step further beyond. It's half of what I am. What if it is destroyed? Oscar wanted more details. If it is destroyed, the backlash will turn to you. You will suffer. Cares didn't make the spell sound more appealing by the second, but he smiled and pointed at Oscar. I used it in the past to confuse enemies, divert their attention, and put more pressure. But what if it is created from the fusion of Ein and Reese? What if it uses Reese in its attacks? I believe the power of your double will be far greater than the limits I have found. That's it. Oscar pounded his fist on the floor, trembling in excitement. Care's assumption was not unfounded. Possessing the wonderful and deadly force of Reese and Iron, the double would surely devastate half of what he could ordinarily do. Shivering from anticipation, Oscar bowed, his heart rapidly beating to no end, and said, "Please teach me this spell. Good man, it's a shame you rejected marrying into my family. I can't imagine how much more powerful you'd become with this spell." Care sighed heavily and stomped over, the rubble reduced to dust from his treading steps. Then, surge your Ein to the fullest. Oscar roused his Ein in the same manner Cares did before. Two large hands palmed his back, and a foreign Ein intruded into his body. I am sending my Ein to show you how to move your Ein outward. The first step is to separate the Ein from your body entirely. Care's Ein zoomed through his veins, pulling parts of Oscar's Ein inward and some to extend further out. It filtered the Ein and created a small line of separation between him and his Ein. Remember this configuration. Now try it yourself. Hours later, when the moon reached its highest point, Oscar wobbled out of the carriage, nearly hunching over. He tried and failed to shift his Ein over to an empty spot for several hours while maintaining that fierce output and delicate control, draining his Ein and stamina. Also, the Dragner ancestor insisted on sharing another barrel of his wine. Remembering the sinister smile on Cares that preemptively rejected any rejections, he cursed inwardly, about to fall down. "Ah, my lord!" Someone caught him in time. Her small frame struggled to stabilize him until Erden swooped in to help. Lifting the drunken haze for a moment of clarity, he saw Circe rubbing her forearms, wincing in pain. She readjusted her round glasses and bowed deeply with a blushing face. "Forgive me for my rudeness. There's no need to be sorry. It's my fault for stumbling on a rock. More importantly, are you all right?" Oscar reached into his space pocket and pulled out a grade 1 healing elixir, which he had just in case. Circe pulled back, shaking her head, but he reached out, tugged her arm out, and placed the elixir into her hand. Rough calluses from chores and housework evident on her fingers. "I should purchase some skincare elixirs for normal people from the Alchemist Guild. Thank you. I will forever be in your debt." "My lord," Circe stammered, bowing her head up and down. Her braided brown tail tossed around wildly. "Where's Eris? Isn't she in charge of my needs for today?" Oscar felt there was no way to stop the young maid from her excessive display of gratitude and changed topics, directing his question to Declared at the side. "Eris is drawing the bath as we speak. Will you be having dinner or your bath first?" Declared relayed in a smooth voice. "Bath?" Oscar yawned and entered the estate, passing by the rows of bowing guards. Inside, Eris bowed gracefully and led him to the bathing room, the pool of steaming water as large as a pond. Thankfully, the maids didn't intrude in this area, and he relished in the water along with Erden, the fatigue from today's training washing away, a most deserved respite. "I wonder how Fred, Emily, and the others are doing? I hope they're well in the pavilion." Oscar leaned his head onto the wet stone floor, staring at the cloudy ceiling. His Black Aegis Order wasn't invited, only himself and Erden as an extension. Fred had also given up his ties to his family long ago, so there was even less of a reason for him to be invited. Still, Oscar missed his friends. After a refreshing bath, he ate a feast and entered his room, where a box of letters and scrolls awaited him. "What is all this?" "Letters from many people interested in you, my lord. There are various marriage proposals, love letters, invitations to banquets and private parties before the summer gala, and requests from people who wish to trade. Eris explained everything. So many. Oscar dumped the entire contents of the box onto the table, some spilling over to the floor like a waterfall of paper. Picking one up, he opened it and read it. A love letter from a noble lady. The exotic flowery language and imaginative scenarios of love and romance were too much for him. Such exchanges were only meant for him and Avril. He put it back in the box, staring at the large pile, which suddenly seemed so much larger and daunting. The marriage proposals all contained a picture of the woman, all quite beautiful and noble-looking with varying smiles ranging from timid to bright. The love letters all scrunched his stomach from how they sounded. The flowery language of nobles indeed. The invitations all hoped for him to come on certain dates and times, from rich merchants to nobles, including the highest of dukes. Oscar shoved almost all of them into the box, but one caught his attention. It was stamped with a familiar emblem of 3 treasure chests surrounded by a string of pearls. On the back, it simply said a name, Serena. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 529, Meeting Serena. A familiar chill surrounded Oscar. In the summertime, this extent of cold had no reason to exist. Snapping his eyes open, Oscar found himself paralyzed, not a single muscle responding to his commands. Unlike yesterday's incident, his mouth also failed him, clamped shut. Oscar muffled shouts through his shut lips, but every moment numbed him further like a disease spreading and entrenching itself in his head. At his side, the shadowy woman cast a deep shadow over him, looming by the bed. Oscar struggled to open his lips to no avail. The shadowy woman tilted her head, her expressions indistinguishable on that dark, foggy face. She tilted forward, holding her chin by her fingers, an action that Oscar felt meant she was entertained or amused by his distraught. Enraged, he breathed erratically from his nostrils, the only place he still held a semblance of control, along with his eyes, which saw the shadowy hand of the woman draw closer. It reached out closer, opening its palm. An ominous numbing chill, far colder than what Oscar was already suffering from, halted the warmth in his blood. He had never been in such a predicament before. After a quick glance over the room from his leaned position, he could not find Erden. It seemed that this truly was a dream, but then that begged the question. Who is this? He realized the open hand of the shadowy woman was nearing his face and curled as if it wanted to stroke his cheek. Oscar knew for certain this was an enemy's spell that entrapped him in a dream. As the woman's hand almost touched his face, he tossed aside all the thoughts about who, why, and how and switched with Demon. His mind was trapped and locked in this dream, but not his alter ego. Observing from within his inner space, Oscar watched as Demon moved fast. Demon slapped away the woman's hand and swung his hand out to grab her face, a jolt of what could only be known as surprise coming from her figure. The dream instantly collapsed before Demon could touch her as she faded away, and Oscar gasped awake. Erden sprang up, igniting into flames that illuminated the room, snarling around and baring its teeth. Oscar clutched his chest, the nightmare raising his fears and hammering his sturdy heart. He glanced around, searching for a sign or remnant of Ein. There was nothing, not even a tiny wisp. Erden, did no one come in? Oscar brushed his hand over his sweat-soaked hair, trying to calm his lungs. The section of the bed under him was soaked in cold sweat. Shivering, he closed the windows and the curtains and sat on the floor next to the flaming Erden. No, the only people in here yesterday were the maids and declared. But none of them have entered after you went to sleep, Erden growled. In the case of someone like Gale, I spread my Ein around to check for movements. Nothing piqued my senses. There's no distinct features to rely on, no scent, and no voice to match. At least the dream spell doesn't work on both of us. She seemed quite shocked when I moved. Demon said plainly, I do not believe she will return tonight. Go back to sleep. Oscar followed Demon's advice and rested on his bed. He tossed and turned, opening and closing the blanket, tried different positions, lay without a pillow, and more. However, no matter how he attempted in many ways, sleep refused to take him. He gave up sleeping and poured himself a glass of water. For hours, he waited and drank until Circe entered the room, her brown hair braided and tied into a long side tail that grew past her shoulder. "Good morning, my lord. Have you slept well?" Circe bowed, catching the glint of the dim morning light on her round glasses. Oscar stood up, towering over her by a foot. Her small figure sheepishly trembled. Have I done anything wrong, my lord? Do you require anything? Sorry if I scared you. Are your arms all right now?" Oscar pointed at her flimsy arms. "Yes, thanks to my lord's elixir. They have healed well." Circe smiled brightly. Declared gracefully swooped into the room at this moment and bowed, relaying the summons from the imperial palace, probably another training session from Cares. Oscar ordered the butler to write a response that he would be late and would arrive in mid-afternoon. Naturally, Declared trembled for a good reason. Rejecting royal summons was an affront to the face of the Empire and the Dragner family. Oscar knew Cares wouldn't mind from what he understood of the King Exalt's personality. "Just send it. I will take full responsibility." Oscar sighed and carried out his daily routine. He stretched for dozens of minutes and took a bath to wash off the cold sweat from the nightmare. Oscar went to the side dressing room to change clothes safely from the prying eyes of the maids. He wore his usual vest over a white linen shirt with long pants, the gifts from Isaac, and covered himself in a long black coat. For good measure, to hide his face more naturally, Oscar wore a hat. In the bedroom, he picked up the letter he received yesterday and placed it in his pocket. Checking the clock, Oscar nodded farewell to everyone. It was time to meet Serena. Oscar roamed out of the estate, rejecting the carriage. He'd rather not deal with all the attention the mark on the vessel attracted. The wind blew harsher than the dawn. His hair flung sideways, as did the ends of his long coat, almost like a dark cape draped down his shoulders. Sticking his hands in his pockets, Oscar turned a corner and arrived on a busy street. All around, wreaths of flowers and ferns hung on the top of the doors and the roofs. Petals littered the stone roads, which seemed closer to a river of flowers than a road. One man tried to attract his attention with sales pitches on his antiques but quickly eyed the next bystanders and hurried over. Groups, filled with laughter and cheers, all minded their own business. At first, he thought it would be hard to get past the wide wall of people, but as he slowly walked forward, bumping into the masses, the vast majority shifted away from his imposing figure. Afraid of people seeing his face that the pavilion master spread all over, he lowered the tip of his hat. Some people had just opened their stores, sweeping the dust off their entrances with long brooms, and children yawned as their parents rushed them out to school, tugging them through the crowds. So this was the royal capital, Dragonheart. He wondered how people dealt with this intense crowd every day. A tower loomed over, reaching the heights of the sky, one of the many spires in Dragonheart. Oscar peered upward, squinting to see further. This place was one of the many icons inside Dragonheart, the Paradise Tower, a nexus of trade and entertainment, drawing everyone from the poorest commoners here who were not that poor compared to the rest of the empire and the richest nobles, including some royals. Serena noted in her letter to meet in this building. She sure rose high to rent out a whole floor, Oscar mumbled, giving the card, which was included in her letter, to the attendant, who bowed deeply and led him to the elevation pad. The pad rose to one of the upper floors, floor 153. Inside was an entire floor of sparkling tables carved from the finest wood and marble, silver and gold utensils resting on fine napkins before the chairs of red velvet. A waiter came by and led Oscar to the center table. Not a single other person was here, only him. Sitting down, he flipped through the menu, frowning at the exorbitant prices. He did not intend to spend a few gold coins just for an appetizer. He sipped from the cup, his eyes jolting open in shock at how clear and refreshing the water tasted, instantly rejuvenating his tired body from last night's dream. While he was absorbed in the flavor of the water, the doors swung open, and a quaking voice, familiar yet different from before, called out, "Oscar." Oscar uncomfortably turned to face her. Serena had changed since their last meeting 22 years ago. Her red hair had deepened to a darker color, no longer as vibrant as before. She stared in awe with her green eyes, a blank expression of amazement. She still held a youthful appearance, owing to the lifespan of a knight Exalt, but her lips were thinner, and her jaw was more distinct. The same feather hairpin held the side of her red hair, and her blue dress was more restrained than what she normally wore, with long sleeves attached to her wrists and a buttoned-up collar to his neck. "Did you grow taller?" Serena asked, smiling with a soft gaze. "Unnaturally, but yes." Oscar stood up. Serena waved her hand, asking him to sit down as a waiter pulled out her chair for her to join him. Sitting across her, he tapped his knees, hidden from her view, and contemplated what to say next. She fidgeted around, her mouth parting and closing. Then, she finally made her move. "I'm sorry." Serena bowed quickly, parts of her delicately maintained hair straying out of place. "What?" Oscar asked, confused at the deeply bowing Serena. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 530. A friendly chat. Oscar blinked in surprise. He did not expect to receive an apology from Serena, confused about why she made one now. There was no memory of her mistreating or hurting him in any way during their past. Perhaps he forgot. Frowning, Oscar delved deeper into his memories to find one but turned up empty. He asked her softly, comfortingly, "What do you have to be sorry for?" Serena fidgeted around, rubbing her gloved hands together at the seams as if an itch was underneath. She nervously rubbed the back of her neck, awkward chuckles and cheeks blushing a soft pink. When her gaze met him, it instantly tore away, a frightful reaction. She downed the entire cup of water in a second, coughing and patting her chest, which heaved erratically. She seemed to have calmed down and faced Oscar with a shaky, anxious stare. "I am sorry for my actions when we were young." Serena blushed deeper, sinking her head deeper into her arms. She said meekly from within her wall of hands, unwilling to open them, "How embarrassing, absolutely embarrassing. Looking back, everything I did was so shameless. I behaved so shamelessly toward you." What was she saying? Oscar tried his best but couldn't force the impulse to laugh. The straightforward and confident Serena was currently behaving like a frightened bunny, shy and meek. He bellowed out in laughter, holding nothing back. Gripping his stomach, Oscar felt it start to cramp. The entire time after receiving the letter, he had been nervous and worried about how to face this old friend and persistent pursuer. And when she apologized, his worries deepened. But her reason and appearance blew them all away. Oscar wiped the tears from his eyes and drank a cup to calm himself. Serena's head was further buried into her arms, the redness filling the tips of her ears, and he realized his actions might have been interpreted incorrectly. Coughing to clear the air from his lungs, he reached out and tapped his fork on her plate, gaining her attention as she lifted her face upward, just barely for her green eyes to show themselves. "There's nothing to apologize for that. You were young and in love. I guess the only part would be the persistence you clung to me, but I bear no ill will toward you." Besides, Avril's smile appeared in his mind, and he also released a few awkward chuckles at the memories he shared with her. "I can somewhat understand why you acted that way, though, frankly, it was a bit shameless to behave so strongly when we weren't even together." "So you do admit I was shameless?" Serena gripped her cheeks, leaning her head back. "Ever since I learned you were alive, I couldn't help but constantly remember everything I did. I would have sleepless nights thinking about how to face you." "You're still not facing me," Oscar pointed out. Serena groaned and whipped her head back to confront him. She slowly lifted her hands from her face until they settled on the table. A deep blush still resided, and her eyes attempted to dart around, but somehow, she held it straight and forward. After a deep exchange of gazes, Serena smiled softly again, lacking the former assertiveness from the past, and sighed in relief. "Actually, I have another reason for seeing you other than to apologize and catch up on what happened." Serena readjusted her hair, placing the hairpin into place. "Oh, pray tell, what else is there?" Oscar eyed the basket of freshly baked bread, sensing the warmth even from his seat. But eating one now during their conversation was rude. Holding himself back, he waited for Serena to continue. "I'm sorry again. It's more of a selfish reason. I needed to see if I had any lingering attachments and feelings for you. Thankfully, to myself and my husband, there are none. I can rest easy now." Serena had a bashful look, one more akin to a love-struck maiden. At first, Oscar found it awkward to see her make such a face for someone other than him because that's all he knew of her. But soon, he was relieved and glad to see her happy since the tragedy at Ashen Grove. That's great, but polygamy and polyandry are viable choices, Oscar said jokingly. Haha, Serena emphasized her hollow laughter, clearly not enjoying the joke. If you are hungry, eat the bread. I don't recall you holding back on a meal at any time. Go on and enjoy. Oscar swiped some bread, ripping it in half, a wisp of steam rising from the torn halves, followed by slight bubbling noises from the aerated bread expanding. He enjoyed the soft and warm doughy goodness. Serena giggled and joined in. The waiters came in moments later to lay down their appetizers, salad, and soup. Everything ignited the taste buds on his tongue to dance and scream in joy. After a few minutes, he had already finished his food while Serena was still partly through hers. I heard you got married. Congratulations. Serena nibbled on a piece of lettuce. If there was any chance you were alive and made it back here, I thought you would have beelined straight for Celestina. You were ever so persistent when it came to her. In a way, I thought so too. When I was first trapped in Ashen Grove, I yearned to get back home, not just to my friends and family but also to her. However, the years stretched on, Oscar said softly, thinking about the long nights around the fire with Jewel, For and Erden, the battles for survival he fought against the Grove's wrath, and more. He recalled meeting Avril for the first time in that withered forest, half her face covered by the cloth but her golden eye shining brightly from the other. Indeed, the years acted as water to a quenching fire, allowing a new one to be kindled and lit. Time changes a lot of things. Oh, I'm curious now. What sort of woman managed what I couldn't? The younger me should take notes from her. Serena rested her chin on her hands, eagerly waiting for Oscar to tell the story he had told many times over. Oscar sighed and re-narrated everything he had been through since his entrapment. Once he was finished, Serena lamented loudly about his troubles and thanked Avril, Erden, and Joel for being there for him, a most kind gesture. It was his turn to listen now. Serena explained over their entrees about how she underwent depression after his supposed death. To distract herself from the loss, she delved into her Exalt practice and the family business, earning the reputation of the Lady of Coins, taking advantage of the 10 years of the initial armistice to trade and ferry goods before the blockade. Her husband happened to be her escort on one of the trading ventures since actions from the other 3 empires could still occur, just off the books and using proxies. He was surprised to learn the husband was the second grandson of Volstolf Rubenberg, the head captain of the Drakiri, the Royal Guards. Whenever she spoke of him, her face lit up brighter, and Oscar smiled at her good fortune. It seemed he would have to thank her husband later for pulling her out of the pits of depression as Avril had done for him. Cutting into her chocolate cake with candied rose petals, Serena swept her gaze over Oscar and asked, "Since you are attending the summer gala, will you need a custom outfit for the occasion?" The pavilion master already took care of it. "Mrs. Bertin is handling my suit," Oscar replied. "Mrs. Bertin?" Serena scowled. "Ah, why didn't I contact you earlier? She works a rival." "Really? Well, you're already rich enough as it is," Oscar shrugged, biting into his cake. "There's a world of difference if a hero like you asks for our services. Geez, I'll need to do some damage control. Our clothing lines are sure to suffer." Serena stuffed a large piece into her mouth, pouting her thin lips. "Don't people know you're a friend?" Oscar drank a sweet mixture of fruits, a heavenly taste. "Do you think I'm that vain?" Serena accused him and jabbed a finger in his direction. "It's one thing to utilize connections and another to use another's name, especially yours, for benefit. I won't sully your reputation. I don't mind. Use my name. If it helped her, then he didn't care." Serena blanked out, then rubbed the corners of her eyes, a reddish tinge on them. "You're always such a blockhead, straightforward and a bit of an idiot." She rose to her feet and walked toward the exit. "I'll exit first to avoid being seen together lest some unsavory folks spread rumors." She turned her head and gave him a bright smile. "I'm glad you're back. See you at the summer gala." Catching the tails of her red hair before the doors closed, Oscar wondered if she was in a hurry. He waved a waiter over and asked if they had any leftover desserts for him to take home. They brought him a sizable box filled to the brim with chocolates, cookies, and cakes, a delectable feast for the nose and eyes. In high spirits, he departed from the Paradise Tower and enjoyed a few of the city's busy streets, buying several foods for the children to enjoy. Their smiles and gratitude reminded him of the children in the burning valley who enjoyed a newfound peace. I wonder if the war will ever reach them here, Oscar thought as he wandered through the streets. A few minutes later, he arrived at his overly large estate full of empty rooms and untraversed halls. Welcome back, my lord. How was your outing? This time Arlen, the light green curly-haired maid, greeted him enthusiastically, a lively skip in her steps. She was slightly taller than the petite Circe but shorter than the tall heiress. Oscar revealed the box of goodies and told her to share it with the other servants. Practically prancing around, the maid exclaimed, "Thank you, I never had such amazing sweets before." Inside the estate, the pavilion master returned after a day of being missing. His bald head reflected the light from the chandeliers. Remulus sniffed around and asked, "I smell a good snack." "The maids have it. Will the great king Exalt steal from some servants?" Oscar relaxed on the couch. "Bah, I can procure them myself. In any case, Erden told me about your nightmares." Remulus patted Erden's head on the side. His beast friend sure loved cozying up to the pavilion master, and Oscar felt slightly betrayed. Knowing his thoughts, Erden snorted and moved over to his side. Oscar happily stroked the white fur. "Can you identify a source?" Oscar asked, hoping the pavilion master had a solution. "I searched and probed your room. The entire place is encased in a barrier, so outside influences are a non-factor." Remulus scrunched his hairless brow and watched their surroundings before speaking again. "I personally checked every servant and guard, but we can't rule out an insider. How about I guard you in your sleep? Would you do that for me?" Astonished, Oscar was overwhelmed. "You've been influenced by Draven too much. Of course I'd do that for you. You're my grand disciple." Remulus crossed his arms. "By the way, Cares sent an order for you to visit when you return. Why are King Exalts so eccentric and stubborn?" Oscar compared them to the King Exalts in the lands of Xerath and found the Beast King Exalts was far more, in a way, mature. The days went by. In the mornings, the cycle of maids from Eris to Circe to Arlen tended to him. From afternoons to late nights, Oscar threw himself deep into his training, receiving direct guidance from Cares on duality. He surprised the old ancestor by finally controlling the process by having Demon manipulate parts of his Ein, working to bring the Ein out. During his periods of sleep, the shadowy figure no longer crept into his dreams. He didn't know whether it was because he scared her off or the pavilion master's presence steered it away. Oscar woke up one morning, refreshed from the few days of good sleep, and peered out the window. Dawn rose in the two suns. Finally, the day of the summer gala arrived. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 531. Entering the spotlight. Another day without nightmares of the shadowy woman welcomed him. Another break of dawn welcoming him with the dim light seeping through the curtains. Refreshed, Oscar yawned deeply and stared out the window. It was a clear day as the two suns peeped over the horizon. However, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. The summer gala was tonight, and he had much to prepare for. As he groaned from the realization of today's tiring schedule, Arlen, the peachy and cheerful maid, wheeled a cart of snacks and tea into the room. "Good morning, my lord. Mrs. Bertin arrived just a few minutes ago. She's waiting in the guest room where she's preparing everything for today." Arlen beamed a bright smile and poured out the tea while humming a nursery rhyme. Oscar sighed heavily, sipping the hot tea and then downing it in one gulp, the fiery mixture burning in his stomach and snapping the drowsy away. "Endure it for now," he repeated to himself. First, he took a quick bath to rinse off the morning sweat and went on to see Mrs. Bertin. The guest room was transformed into a center of nourishment. From his left to right was a chair in front of a tall mirror, a table full of vials of skincare lotions and tools for cleaning out every nook and cranny of the body, a reclined seat with a bowl of heated water and towels, a sectioned-off dressing room, and a small elevated stage with mirrors almost surrounding it. Mrs. Bertin noticed his arrival and bowed. "Good morning, Lord Tur. There are many items to be checked off today. First, we have to take care of that hair. It's already grown well since I last saw you." He didn't share her enthusiasm nor the lively expressions of the maids by the entrance. A sense of relief welled in him to hear Mrs. Bertin remark that Erden also needed to be groomed and readied for the summer gala. Laughing loudly in a mental transmission, he waved farewell to Erden, who growled while being led by Mrs. Bertin's assistants. As Mrs. Bertin rambled on about all the intricate details she would have to adjust, he zoned out and allowed her to continue her work. Minutes turned to hours, and outside the windows, the two sons completed their journey to the highest peak and journeyed downward. In the late afternoon, Oscar exited the dressing room and stood on the stage, mirrors reflecting every angle of his figure. His hair was trimmed nicely and parted so the bangs would not flow straight down but curved slightly to the sides, letting his onyx eyes take center stage. Gripping his white-gloved hands, made from the finest cloth, he shuffled and stretched his body. Mrs. Bertin had fulfilled his request and tailored the suit to be suitable to move around in for battle. The mirror reflected every inch of the outfit well. A black ceremonial uniform suit covered his upper body, silver buttons lining from top to bottom, silver tasseled shoulder pads broadening his already stalwart figure. On the left side of his chest, by the heart, two badges, one of a dragon and the other of a trident, gleamed from the focused light of the chandelier above. Kicking straight up, the black pants held their shape, not a single rip. "Thank you, Mrs. Bertin. This suit is perfect." Oscar thanked the prized seamstress. "There is one more attachment. The perfect fit for a hero." Mrs. Bertin lifted a squarely folded cloth. She slowly unfolded it and revealed it as a blue cape, sapphires glinting along the edges. The golden trident coiled by a great silver dragon was embroidered on the back of the cape. Receiving it, Oscar swung it around and latched it onto the slight hooks on his shoulders. Mrs. Bertin nodded in approval. "Now it is finished. My lord, the pavilion master is waiting for you in the main hall." Circe bowed. Oscar bade farewell to Mrs. Birkin and laughed at Erden, who was finely groomed. The white fur was trimmed and washed, and the antlers, wings, and hooves were polished to a crystal shine. Downstairs, the pavilion master smiled in satisfaction at his appearance and hurried him to the carriage, departing for the imperial palace. As the guest of honor and the focus of the summer gala, he needed to arrive earlier to go over the schedule and be introduced to the people by the emperor. Busy and loud. These two words fitted the current imperial palace. Oscar darted his gaze around to the increased patrol of guards, the servants running along with baskets, and others engaged in conversations of where to put this or what to do with that. Before, the palace was calm and silent, but now it was rowdier than a tavern. He couldn't go a second without hearing someone yell or stomp around. After turning a few corners, Remulus led him into a side room. The familiar Dragner ancestor, Cares, smiled and puffed from his pipe, wearing the same silver robe with golden embroidery. Next to him was another figure, slightly shorter than Cares, not as bulky, and lacking the facial hairs. Compared to Cares, who imposed like a hammer, this person could be likened to a sharpened blade. Wearing the royal ceremonial silver outfit with a golden cape, this man was undoubtedly the Emperor Julius Evergrant Dragner, Celestina's father. Oscar only saw this man from afar 22 years ago before setting out for Ashen Grove, and not a single wrinkle of time cut on the seemingly young face. "Well met, Oscar Tur. As the Emperor, it gladdens me to know someone of such loyalty and ability has returned." Julius clasped Oscar's shoulder and spoke loudly, a friendly approach that eased Oscar's nerves. But he soon felt the grip strengthen, not enough to break his shoulder, but powerful enough to pressure him. The Emperor's face darkened as he said, "But I'm not handing my daughter over to you." "Ha!" Bewildered, Oscar felt there must be a misunderstanding between them. Before he could speak, Cares grabbed Julius's wrist and forced it away, freeing Oscar from the draconic grip. "How many times do I have to tell you, little brat? He's not interested." Cares laughed, waving the Emperor's wrist around like a toy. "Sorry, Oscar. This one is an overprotective moron, especially after the close call in the floating islands of Eden. As if anyone can resist my daughter's charms. She takes after her mother." Julius wrenched his hand free and glared at Oscar with the same draconic golden eyes. "Hero or not, marrying my daughter will take more than that." "Oh great." Oscar contained the sigh about to come out. He heard the Dragner family cared strongly for their own, but the Emperor's overprotectiveness seemed unusual. He removed the left glove and showed his ring, his gaze softening at the golden diamond like Avril's eyes. I'm already married and have no intention of marrying anyone else. And no, I won't change my mind. Before Julius could speak further, Remulus scowled. Enough, Julius. The summer gala is starting soon. You can gripe about your non-existent fatherly fears later and focus. As you wish, Pavilion Master. Oscar, friend of my daughter, he emphasized the part about his daughter. Today's summer gala is to honor you and your contributions to my brilliant Drake Empire. For all of your services until now, I must thank you. Julius's demeanor shifted. A piercing stare not of hatred but of authority engulfing Oscar. The aura of the one who ruled the empire for many years was heavy. Once all the guests have arrived, the awards ceremony will commence. After a detailed explanation, Julius departed with Cares and Remulus. Oscar rested on a cushioned seat and breathed in rhythm to calm down. He looked back on his life so far. A teardrop formed on the corner of his eye. He remembered his small life on the farm with his loving parents. In this room, there was only him. The empty seats meant for no one simply stood idly. How he wished his parents could be alive to sit here with him now. His father would undoubtedly embrace him to no end with that bellowing laughter and crushing grip, and his mother would most certainly be crying tears of joy. If only Avril were here. Oscar voiced his last desire. He prayed and slept, hoping to meet her again in his dreams. But after the initial meeting, it never occurred again. I'm here with you. So is Demon, but who's counting him? Erden chuckled from the side. Thank you. That's right. At least I have you and also Demon. Oscar smiled. He leaned back and stared at the ceiling, closing his eyes for the time being. When this is all over, when the war is done, let's find Avril and start a farm. My only goal is to keep us alive. You can spend your life however you wish. Demon voiced his consent in his own way. That sounds good. But what about the fallen heaven, New Dawn, and the blue folk? Erden asked. We'll get to that when it comes to that. Right now, I'd rather enjoy life after this. Oscar sighed. An hour later, an attendant entered and bowed, stating it was time. Oscar rose from his seat, his blue cape swaying about until it fell into place. Exiting the room, he arrived at the main hallway, a long blue carpet stretching to the wide doors of gold and silver at the end. He mounted Erden and trotted past the statues of previous emperors, their gazes fixating on all who tread down the path as if studying the future from beyond the grave. Now, here is our hero, Oscar Tur. Julius's booming voice swung the doors open. Let's go, partner, Oscar whispered, riding into the spotlight. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 532. The Summer Gala. The moment he stepped inside, countless eyes locked onto his figure on Erden's back. All the noble families and powers within the empire assembled in this grand hall to see him. All manners of stares, from the narrow inquisitive to the widened admiration to the raised questioning, gazed at him, studying him. He didn't cross through 20 years of strife and survival to shrink back from these looks. Oscar breezed his way deeper through the parted path between the masses. The Swan Hall was as magnificent as he had read. It was a large open room, capable of fitting 1,000 people, with great pillars reaching the high ceiling. Great statues of dragons outlined the edges, holding great golden tapestries of history in their hands and tongues. In the center of the ceiling, a large hole matched perfectly with the moon's current location, the lunar beams shining straight down, forming a circle of moonlight on a particular location, right before the emperor and Cares. This grand hall was typically meant for the grandest of occasions, such as a royal wedding or a coronation of a new ruler and blessing the person with the focused sunlight or moonlight. This is going overboard. Oscar unmounted Erden, clanking his metal-tipped shoes on the sparkling floor. He entered the beaming spotlight of lunar blessings and bowed to his knees, lowering his head before Julius and Cares. The pavilion master, Remulus, appeared from nowhere at the sidelines, attracting a few whispers and murmurs. Tonight, Julius announced, bringing the whispers to a halt. Tonight, my brilliant Drake Empire welcomes one of our own back home. Everyone here knows of this man. He raised his hands and spread them as if waiting to embrace someone. Who doesn't know the legend? Who doesn't know what he has accomplished? His voice stopped short, silence rising as the tension built. The emperor unfurled a scroll and carried on. Oscar Tur, you have secured the divine essence. You decimated the enemy forces along the Draken Seas. You broke past the blockade and returned many of our own to safety. You tore down the nefarious Ruran jails. You fought in the north and undid the foul schemes of the Black Tortoise Empire. For your achievements and undying loyalty to your home, I grant you the title of Margrave, and your authority shall stretch to all of our borders. Amid the hushed clamors of the audience, Julius shouted, "Your Black Aegis Order shall be expanded to allow 100 knight exalts. You shall be given Greenwich City and the lands around it." While the rewards, including the title of nobility, seemed enticing, Oscar wasn't sure how to feel about it. It gave him power and authority but also burdened him with more responsibilities. The title of Margrave of the Borders? It only piled the expectations for him to throw himself into battle after battle, befitting his station. 100 exalts? That screamed out he would need them for the harsh wars ahead. The only consolation existed in the access to all the resources he could ever want. Oscar clenched his hands, stopping when he noticed the seams slowly ripping. He lowered his head in respect and declared his intentions. "I, Oscar Tur, thank the Emperor for these gracious rewards. May I serve the brilliant Drake Empire well until my dying breath." The Emperor's shadow overlapped with his own on the floor. Julius unsheathed his sword and tapped the blade on Oscar's head. "I, Julius Evergrant Dragner, anoint you. Now rise, Margrave Tur." Oscar rose, towering over the Emperor, and faced the audience. In unison, everyone deeply bowed and greeted him, declaring him the new Margrave. Peeking to his left, Oscar saw Remulus's face well up with satisfaction and pride, a wide grin lifting on the hairless face. Now the award ceremony was over, and the festivities began. The quartet played a smooth tune, masterfully using the strings and piano, a melody that mingled with the conversations. Servants entered the room, carrying plates and trays of great delicacies, from small appetizers to entire beasts carved and prepared, a succulent scent wafting around the room. Attendants roamed the room, holding trays of glasses of wine for people to partake. Oscar watched irritably from a distance at the grand feast. As the guest of honor, he was forced to remain in the seat of honor and accept everyone's gifts and greetings. If only he could use duality and leave a clone of himself here just to smile and nod. "Thank you for your gifts." Oscar repeated the sentence to the point his lips forgot how to say anything else. "Sorry, I am not interested in marrying anyone else. May your daughter be happy with someone else." Oscar lost count of how many precious noble daughters accompanied their parents. He cursed and admired their persistence, offering all kinds of rewards, even the inheritance of their land. One by one, group by group, it never ended. His face started to cramp from how long he had to hold his smile. How many more were there? He shut his eyes and relaxed momentarily before readjusting his numbed lips to a smile, but he gasped in surprise at the unexpected guest. A woman waved at him. Rather than the normal dress most of the others wore, she wore a soldier's uniform close to his ceremonial outfit, but blue and gold, the pavilion's colors. She had her green hair tied back into a bun and gazed into him with her sharp yellow eyes. She was Ivanka Klein, Frederick's aunt. She appeared to have aged only a few years, not a blemish or wrinkle on her visage yet. "Greetings to the new Margrave. I represent the Klein family." Ivanka humbly bowed. "It's been a while. Last I saw of you was before you were drafted into Aunt Ward's army," Oscar said, recalling when she testified in the trial after leaking Fred's whereabouts to him. He suddenly felt old. Those events happened nearly 30 years ago. "You must be close to the Grand Commander to call her in such a manner. To think the little boy from back then would surpass me in everything." Ivanka sighed. She turned left to right, shaking her head with another disappointing sigh. "That estranged nephew isn't here? He wasn't invited. Besides, he gave up his family name," Oscar said. "It's a shame. Part of me wanted to see how his father would react if he were here by your side. Clarence is over there, but he's afraid of greeting you." Ivanka snickered, clearly looking down on Fred's father. "Since Fred is close to you, one might say Fred outclasses his father. That prideful moron can never accept that. He only has himself to blame for driving away his own son. But are you all right? The Klein family lands are in occupied territory, and you haven't progressed much." Oscar sensed her current realm to be the greater Night Exalt realm. For 20 years, she stayed within the Night Exalt realms. I don't care for the lands. I wish for Clarence to be more humbled by the experience. As for my training, I take it slow and steady. You're the weird one. Never mind your core changing. Your progress from Elite Exalt to the peak of Night Exalt is far too quick. Ivanka praised. Are you lacking the necessary means to enter the martial Exalt realm? Oscar asked. That's the current problem. It's the truth for many. Ivanka groaned, a strand of her green hair falling out of place. Waiting for the wellsprings of elemental power to accumulate naturally takes a long time. The royal family has their means, but others must wait. Oscar went silent for a few seconds. There was a chance for her. Recently, I obtained several elemental elixirs to facilitate the advancement. I'll ask the pavilion master to gift you one. No need. There must be others more worthy than me. I don't want our chances to be lowered just because of a moment of nepotism. Ivanka rejected Oscar's gift, true to her fair nature that elevated her to the ranks of judges. Oscar dropped the notion and steered the conversation into more idle talk. A few minutes later, Ivanka departed to the prying eyes of the others, the result of being the one who spoke with him the longest. Oscar didn't worry for her, knowing her nature not to be bothered by others. However, the long drivel of praises and empty words from strangers continued, and Oscar responded to each one, keeping his legs from shaking, the eagerness to hurry home building inside him. As the hero, he could end it short now, having greeted so many guests already, but he endured, planting himself in the chair. He had one more goal to accomplish before leaving. Soon, his quarry arrived to greet him. A handsome man approached. White streaks of age lined his blonde hair. Deep wrinkled already settled like chasms in his mature face, but it only added to his charm, some noble ladies even admiring him from a distance with blushing faces. Dressed in the finest red suit, the man bowed his head slightly with a brash smile. Greetings, Margrave Tur. I understand you are of the same generation as my son. Truly, a generation of wonders. The man raised a glass and sipped. His meaning was all too clear, putting his son at the forefront of the generation, far ahead of Oscar. Indeed, Lord Lockwood? Or do you prefer I say Duke? I must congratulate you on your promotion. I must say I can understand how the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Your son truly takes after you. Oscar had gathered various intel on the Lockwoods. This man, Brian Lockwood, rose from a baron to duke thanks to Gilbert's prodigal talent and was said to have quite a promiscuous reputation, attracting many women to his side. Indeed, father and son were just alike. Brian Lockwood laughed. You are exactly correct, Margrave. Oscar smiled back. I wonder what sort of person his mother was. I heard she was a commoner you picked up. Was there anything notable about her? Bah, her? Perhaps due to Oscar's praises and cozying up, Brian seemed more unrestrained in his speech. Good. Oscar wanted to learn as much as possible about the mother, a person with blue hair and blue eyes. Inciting a man's vanity to loosen his lips was child's play compared to attempting to unravel Fenu's silver tongue. Brian downed the drink and grunted. I don't recall how we met, but I brought her back from one of the surrounding villages. The only notable thing was how she couldn't do anything. She didn't even have money, only some cheap necklace. A necklace? What did it look like? Just a rock on a string. Oscar spurred him on. No, it was a 7-pointed star. At first, I believed it held some value, but after an inspection, I discovered it was a worthless, cheap product. Brian Lockwood sneered, talking at lengths about his own businesses and prospects, wanting Oscar to join him. But Oscar had already lost interest in further conversation and cut it short. He greeted the rest of the nobles, including Serena and her husband, a man of tall stature like Volstolf, clad in armor from head to toe, Gavin Rubenberg. Seeing their arms linked together, Oscar blessed them to live happy lives, though Gavin seemed eager to spar. After finishing his greetings, Oscar wandered to the buffet and partook in the meals, noticing the significant lack of seafood. Thanks to the blockade, fresh seawater fish was hard to come by. Many came up to ask him to dance, but he flatly rejected every person. Hours later, the quartet stopped playing, and people began to leave the venue. Returning to the carriage, Oscar leaned his sweaty hair on the soft velvet seat. Good work. Erden smacked his lips. How can there be so many of them? Do we have infinite land to give out? Oscar complained. Calming down, he focused and said, Gilbert's father is a typical lost cause. I wonder why he hasn't taken any revenge. Not worth the time? Or a more cruel method would be to pull them down at their highest. In any case, we know for certain that his mother is like Evelyn, a divine person of blue. Erden yawned. There are too many questions. But the people who can answer them are nowhere to be found. Oscar frowned. The carriage wheeled along the smooth road. Oscar stared out at the bright lights glittering from the towers, the festivities extending to the rest of Dragonheart City, not just the Imperial Palace. He had a thought. Maybe I should attend the local festivals. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and Oscar lurched forward. Something was wrong. Getting off, he noticed the rider and the horses all fell down, soft snores resounding from their figures. Along the gates of his estate, the guards were also asleep. Oscar shook and shouted for them to wake up, but none could be roused from their deep slumber. What happened here? A low creaking of metal groaned from the gates as they slowly opened, and Oscar unleashed his eye, ready for anything, while Erden stomped flames under his hooves. But a figure exited and bowed her head. Circe, what is going on? Oscar sharpened his gaze, sensing danger, his instincts shouting at him to be wary. Circe, the brown-haired maid with round glasses, sighed loudly in a boisterous voice. Unlike her usually timid self, she pulled off her glasses and threw them to the ground. Geez, you're finally here. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 533. The True Circe. Oscar stepped back, slowly increasing the distance between him and Circe. From the past week, he didn't have much of an impression of Circe. When she was designated to attend to him in the mornings, she performed her duties well. Other than that, nothing stuck out about her. She didn't have the same cheerfulness and passion as Arlen, nor did she exhibit the elegance and nobility of Eris. She was simple and plain. However, the way she behaved now tossed all of that aside. Who are you? Oscar glanced left then right, seeing no one else waiting. Erden's senses enveloped the area, and nothing seemed alarming except the maid before him. Circe smiled widely, an unsettling grin compared to the usual slight ones she greeted him during the past week. This place is not ideal for us to talk. Let's change locations. Circe vanished. Not even the Prince-Dict picked up a whiff of her movements, indicating one truth. She was using Reese. He caught the coattails of her movements, merely faint blurs here and there. Somehow, she avoided even the dual sight he shared with Erden. Her footsteps stomped around everywhere, riddling the floor with cracks and bursting winds in the air. Tightening his stance, Oscar stopped trying to follow her lightning-fast movements and waited for the moment to counter her. Closing his eyes, he heard each distinct step, clicking and clanking, stomping and pushing. In the darkness of his world, flickers of light rippled from the source, the patterns of Circe's movements becoming clearer. He snapped wide open. After the long winding twists and turns around his blind spots, Circe rushed from the front, a strange action. Before he could move, she threw something, a strange black diamond. It shattered into pieces like a piece of glass, and a dark vortex expanded outward in all directions. Oscar wanted to dodge, but the void touched him. Losing control, he found he was dragged backward into the center of the vortex like a helpless leaf in the wind. He reached out to grab at Erden, but his vision shifted. The street before his estate vanished, replaced by a stretch of plain ground, a bedrock of slate. What is this place? Oscar peered around. The sky was clouded by a strange distortion, a strange fluttering curtain keeping the sunlight dim and blurry. The ground stretched on for what appeared to be an eternity, nothing but flat land. He switched visions with Erden and found he had disappeared completely from the estate, a deep, smooth crater standing in his previous location. He told Erden to hurry back to the Imperial Palace and inform the Pavilion Master of the situation. Worried? I wouldn't be. Circe stood behind him, 20 feet away. She untied her brown hair, letting the slight curls drape freely down her back and shoulders, and removed her headdress, dropping it lazily to the ground. In her confident voice, standing with a confident, straight figure, she said, "We need to talk. Are you from the New Dawn?" I never expected you to be able to infiltrate past the pavilion master's eyes. Is the real Circe dead? Oscar asked. New Dawn, so you know about them. In a way, I suppose you can say I am, but not really. As for Circe, I am Circe. Allow me to introduce myself. Circe's body trembled, her limbs stretching out to the cracking of bones. Her slightly long and slightly curled hair changed colors to a golden blonde and grew further down to her waist, and her ordinary brown eyes gleamed powerfully into a violet hue. Her shirt sleeves no longer fit her wrists, only up to her forearms. The long skirt could not reach her ankles, showing parts of her calves, and her top buttons came undone, revealing her white collarbone and cleavage. Even Oscar had to admit she was a devastating beauty on par with Isabella and Celestina. Circe's bewitching eyes sharpened on her narrow face as her red lips parted into a captivating smile. She tossed her hair behind her shoulders and cracked her joints, emphasizing her figure. I am Circe Valten. Nice to meet you. Are you entranced by what you see? A Valten. What difference is there between you and the New Dawn? Oscar ignored her last question. He stomped forward, exploding his eye outward and wrapping his arms in pseudo-guise. You all perform the same vile experiments. Circe seemed uncomfortable and pulled on her sleeves, ripping them off to the base of the shoulders. Don't compare the Valtens to the New Dawn. We're merely allies working for a similar goal. They do far more than experimenting on Reese. Our purpose has always been to create the perfect Reese user. Then that led us to you. We've been watching you ever since you returned to the Far Sky continent. Curious how you've been accomplishing that. Oscar frowned deeply. No need to be concerned. We pulled out a while ago. Circe laughed. He doubted the validity of her words and clenched his fists, readying himself for an attack. Circe rested her cheek on her palm, seemingly interested in his movements. Even now, there's not a speck of pain on your face. Your heartbeat is as normal as it can possibly be. That caught our attention, and after some digging, we realized you were a perfect Reese user. So what now? I'm the ideal your clan has always pursued, Oscar asked. That's the problem. Circe clapped her hands together. The moment we discovered your true powers, a big argument ensued amongst the Valtens. Some said we needed to kill you and harvest your body for study. A few said you were too extreme of a case to study and to leave you alone. However, a tiny fraction wanted to invite you to join us. Never. I will never join you, Oscar refused. And which side did you fall under? Killing you is too much of a waste, and frankly, I don't see much progress in experimenting on you. I can't leave you alone either. But you can't be a Valten. Even the orphans we used to pick up in the past had to undergo a process from a young age to be inducted into our clan. Circe smiled charmingly. The kind Oscar felt was asking for a request. There is one way I can help you if you can help me. Give and take? What are you offering? Oscar never let his guard down. I offer you freedom. The New Dawn will never hurt you, and I will personally ensure a peaceful life for you. Circe offered an enticing reward, but he feared what she wanted. She stepped closer, nearing halfway in a single step, leaning forward seductively. Give me a child. A child? Oscar was startled, shaken for a second. Circe patted her flat stomach like a mother and chuckled. What's so surprising? For many years, the Valtens have mixed talented bloodlines together, all to bring about the perfect Reese user. And they must come from a Valten no matter what. I am from the purest lines, and together with your bloodline, we can bring forth the true Valten savior. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. From the look in Circe's violet eyes, Oscar could tell she had no emotional feelings of love or attachment, only the zeal and passion to have a child, all for her clan. Stepping backward, he felt the danger emanating from her and brandished his shield early. Serena's attempts to seduce him and attract his attention paled in comparison to the intensity of Circe. What do you think? Circe emphasized her lust-inducing figure, a slight flush on her shoulders and cheeks. It's a win-win for you. The New Dawn and Valtens will ignore you, and you'll bed the finest woman of the Valtens. Unaffected by her seduction, Oscar scoffed and fired a golden burst, but Circe deflected it with a swipe of her hand so nonchalantly it heightened the danger Oscar sensed from her. She was certainly a horrifying opponent, but there were some lines he would never cross. Sorry, I have standards, and only my wife meets them. Really? How unfortunate. I tried so hard to attract your attention, purposely tripping to have you hold me, putting on the timid act since you seemed more favorable to that, and admiring every little action you make. Circe listed. Everything before had been an act. I even tried to imprint on you in your dreams. But for some reason, you kept resisting. That shadowy woman was you? Oscar accused her. Shadowy? Is that how you saw me? That spell is supposed to work well to fill in one's heart, but to be unable to see my face clearly. I'm interested in what sort of woman invokes such devotion in you. Circe sighed and put on a pair of gauntlets that went up to her elbows. Her playful and seductive demeanor changed as a battle-hardened expression overtook her, eyes sharpened and staring straight ahead. Negotiations have broken down, but I still have one last thing to confirm. How's your Reese? Her eye escalated, flapping her loose clothes and hair around. The display of power revealed her Exaltia to be grade 8. A grade 8 Exaltia and a Reese user Oscar never faced such an overwhelming foe except for one Adam. But now, this woman was here for more than a simple training spar. Oscar readied himself and rushed forward. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 534. Iron against iron. Oscar sprinted forward, kicking off the bed of slate and dashing like the wind, a golden gleam shining from his feet. He activated his Prinstick and was confused to see nothing. Even if Circe could move around with Reese, she still had to use her Ein in her spells and move her body normally. Yet, across from him, the self-proclaimed purist of the Voltens watched him, observing his every movement with a slight grin as if a play was performing before her. It was almost as though she wanted him to close in and attack her. If so, then he happily obliged. Oscar stomped to a hard stop and swung a golden drill, covered in flames, aiming directly for her chest. He kept his eyes on her, studying her relaxed expression. Suddenly, her feet shuffled, and she mimicked his actions, planting her front foot into a tight stance and swinging hard, a drilling maelstrom swirling violently from her gauntlet, wreathed in pseudo-guise. His golden drill roared in flames while her maelstrom shrieked, the tempest raging in cutting waves. Oscar drove his golden drill deeper, and their two spells glanced off each other in a deafening roar of the contesting elements, the rotational forces opposing one another, resulting in a blast of steam that was instantly blown away by the sheer shockwave of their collision. Forcing his arm to remain steady even after it was almost flung away, Oscar pushed onward. He took another bold step forward, a few inches away from her, and plunged his spell toward the exposed shoulder. Unsurprisingly, she aimed for the same place. The torrential, rapid waves neared him, splashing cold water on his face. Oscar raised his shield, the diamonds glimmering like stars, bashed against her spell, forcing it away. But an explosion of sharp waters surged from the spell and engulfed him. On the other side, at the same time, his golden drill was repelled by her gauntlet, a disk of whirlpools expanding like a shield. The waters were heavy and dense, similar to the depths of the abyss prison. However, he unleashed his flames from the golden drill, shoving it all toward her. Encased in his indestructible gold, a timely defense against the waters, Oscar felt the waters shudder, and a heavy force crashed into him. He knew all too well what this force was. He had used it many times in his battles and wars, his signature technique, the shattering wave, except this one used the waters. High-pressure streams of water, the kind that cuts metal, lashed onto him and burst, spreading the powerful shattering wave everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Oscar absorbed the fearsome Reese and kicked forward. With this much Reese, he summoned an equal amount of Ein, fusing them into a singular whole. The concentration of iron collected into his foot and unleashed itself, iron omnireus. Something halted him, another equally powerful force. The force brought upon by the meeting of two great powers caved in the floor, and the waters were blown away, raining down as a squall behind him. Circe had done the same as him, her foot extending into a graceful kick, the terrifying power of iron omnireus flowing from it. You, Oscar glared. Their feet did not touch, only the force of iron clashing in the empty space between them. The ground continued to cave in, flying rubble everywhere and riddling a large part of the bedrock in cracks. The air tore apart around them, yet none of the disturbances reached them in the center. Their fierce confrontation allowed only them and nothing else to intrude. As I expected from a Reese user of your caliber. Look, we are completely in sync. Circe smiled playfully, the strength of her kick increasing. With a slightly bashful face, she cupped her cheeks like a maiden in love and squealed delightfully. It's the perfect match. That's right. Only you are worthy of being my child's father. I said it before. I reject. Oscar poured more power and finally the balance broke. She was indeed powerful, but he was more than a match for her. The moment came when their feet touched, and all the ground split into two. Oscar was tossed through the air, his body tumbling on the ground until he managed to get on his feet and skid the rest of the way, two trails lining into the dirt. Circe also steadied herself on the other side of the new chasm. I admire your Reese and the perfect body you've obtained. I'm quite jealous. Circe leaned back, cracking her back audibly, without caring if anyone could see her alluring figure in such a pose. Though that probably was what she wanted him to do. She wasn't taking this battle seriously, not even using her anima. Well, he refused to use his anima as well, a disadvantage in this battle without Erden to meld into. Circe tapped her feet on the ground, soared into the air, and flicked her finger at Oscar, beckoning him to come closer. There is no doubt anymore. Our child will be spectacular, and I will be the one to lead them into their grand destiny. Oscar had no response to the crazed imaginations of the Volten woman. He rushed into the air and watched Erden in the main world arriving at the Imperial Palace. He only needed to buy some time. Surely, the King Exalts could free him from this seemingly empty world. Racking his mind for a way to buy time, Oscar gave in to the woman's lunacy and said, "If we were to have a child, what makes you so certain the child will be safe?" Meaning? Circe crossed her legs and sat in midair, eyes shining with enthusiasm and joy. What makes you certain the new dawn won't take them away? Or if Kais wants to use them for himself? Oscar asked, recovering his eye as he spoke. You know of the clan head? Circe's eyes narrowed, the steeled gaze of a warrior replacing the once superfluous look. She clenched her fists and floated closer, standing above the great chasm. The child will be the future of the Voltens. I will never let anything harm them, not even Kais or the New Dawn leader. As a future mother and inheritor of the Volten legacy, I will protect them to my dying breath. The strong intent in her voice startled him. Her words contained no hint of a lie or joke, leaving only the firm resolve. For a moment, he recalled his mother and how she protected and cared for him. Realizing his heart's softness, he immediately quelled the notion and hardened his mind. She was an enemy, not someone worthy of respect. That's admirable in a way, but find someone else. Oscar willed his iron into the air, forming a vast array of flaming swords containing brightly glowing golden rods inside the blazing fires. He hurled them, raining fire and metal at her. Circe, still glaring at him with a powerful gaze full of determination, responded with a downpour of water spears. One by one, the spears met the swords, clouds of steam wafting upward and hail of metal crashing down from their collective onslaught. Circe raced through the sky, water rushing from the palms of her hands. It would be so simple if I could find someone else. Circe clapped her hands together and pointed out like a spear. Droplets of rain coalesced into an orb at the tips of her fingers. From the orb, a great sea serpent, waves as its scales and maelstrom as its eyes, roared and sprang out, rushing in his direction. Even if there were another perfect Reese user, you're the one I want. Oscar focused his eye into his left hand. The golden maw of a dragon expanded and reached a gigantic size, a match for the great serpent. Flames enveloped the metal dragon and burned bright red on its body. He swung, and the dragon bit into the sea serpent, steam hissing from where the teeth dug into the watery flesh. The serpent shrieked and chomped on his golden maw, the maelstrom fangs piercing into the hot metal. As both of their spells collapsed, Oscar dodged the excess rain and engaged in close combat with Circe. You're right, the child will certainly be in danger, especially with Kais and New Dawn. I can't let that happen, which is why it has to be you. Circe launched a series of combinations, her gauntlets carrying a heavy weight behind each blow. Oscar rotated and rebounded the Reese back into his attacks, and she also followed suit. A never-ending chain of growing Reese between the two ensued. Parts of the water from her attacks sliced into his body, spewing blood from the severed veins. These sharp droplets surprised Oscar. To think they were enough to injure him past his prided eduriciclad and flame barriers. Oscar dodged a knee and ducked below the extending kick. He countered strongly with a devastating flaming shattering wave, forcing her back. When I spoke about how I would protect our child, you had a flash of admiration for me. No? Circe gripped her stomach, hands over the burnt cloth around it. She tore it off, revealing the clenched abs underneath. That kindness of yours is why it has to be you. There are many ways to get a child from you, but I want you to be willing to be the father so that when the time comes, I know you will come to protect the child. The battle fell silent. Circe placed her hand over her chest and desperately pleaded, "Please, Kaisa's methods are not working. The Reese cores are failing. The Voltens need the true savior. You're a lunatic, a complete lunatic," Oscar said, lowering his arms. "You don't see the evil behind Kaisa's ways. Only the fact they're not working is what angers you. You only care about bringing about a savior, but you ignore the child's feelings. The child will be beloved and have a grand destiny. What other feeling than delight can sprout in them?" Circe retorted. "That purpose will fuel them and drive them to greater heights. What if they don't want to?" Oscar shook his head. "Enough talk. I've had enough of this conversation about a child who will never exist. I'm ending this now." He slumped his shoulder lower into a slightly hunched position, his arms limping and swaying as if they had no bones. Adam taught him a long time ago the ways to counter Reese users. He never needed to use it until now. The Reese techniques to counter Reese counter impact. Adam's voice resounded in his head. "With Erden and your perfect Reese, I'm sure you might not need to use it, but only an idiot doesn't prepare for the worst-case scenario. If you're isolated and against a powerful Reese user, fight well. Counter impact." Oscar's eyes shone as Circe kicked out, the tumultuous tides trailing behind the sole of her foot. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 535, Counter Impact. His arms, which were burning in iron, held close, positioning as if grabbing a ball to his chest. The fingers curled around nothing. In the empty space between his cupped hands, the iron flowed, no longer clinging to his limbs, the freed, powerful fusion of Reese and Ein streaming into the center. They swirled and mingled, writhing like snakes attempting to eat each other until a singular orb remained, densely packed to the brim with iron. The orb pulsed and expanded, creating an isolated, distorted space around him, stretching 20 feet across and 10 feet high. The moment the space enveloped Circe, her eyes widened, snapping to her arms and legs, no longer wrapped in pseudo-guise, missing the essential iron. She halted her leg and grunted, the tides sweeping normally across his distorted space. The waters howled, and shattering wave hurried the droplets, flashing them like deadly needles. However, the needles of water and fearsome tides writhed and suddenly dropped, the flakes of iron dissipating from the falling droplets as they softly trickled onto the ground. Not a single drop landed on Oscar. He charged and spun, sweeping his foot out, a flaming golden drill gleaming out of his toes. Circe brought up her gauntlets to defend, but she could not stop her pretty red lips from widening, contorting her fair face when her defensive whirlpools lost their rotational force and fell powerlessly as soft rain. Oscar could see the confusion racking her thoughts and began to chase after her, unwilling to let her go. Along the way, she studied her hands and attacked with a normal maelstrom in his fists. "You shut off the Reese? How is that possible?" Circe deflected several of his attacks. Even without Reese and iron, she was still a prodigy in Exalt terms, the grade 8 Xianxia. Stamping her feet, she covered the floor and formed a swamp that clung tightly to Oscar's legs. A certain maniac and his master worked tirelessly for years to devise ways to counter your ilk. Oscar could not stop breathing heavily. Containing the rampant iron and Reese in his domain was tiresome, even for his perfect body. Recalling the first time Adam used it on him and the triumphant wide smile he received afterward, Oscar chuckled, enjoying seeing someone else on the receiving end of this technique. "You're amazing." I can't stop giving you praise for that. But my Ein is still far more advanced. Circe slid along the surface of the newly formed swamp, speeding around Oscar, her form unable to be discerned within her blurry movements. Naive, you still don't get it. Indeed, your Exaltia outstrips mine, and I've negated both our Reese, putting both of us on equal footing. Oscar was undisturbed by the flurry of sharp waves and streams of water, catching it all within his prinsdict. Going through the predictions, he turned around, meeting against Circe's charge. My prinsdict is far more advanced than yours, and the Reese you lost from your attacks and spells. Where do you think they all went? A look of terror overwhelmed her, and before she could reply, Oscar sucked the expanded orb back into the small pocket between his hands, beads of sweat dripping all over his face. The counter-impact created a zone around the user, disrupting the Reese. Within the zone, any Reese or iron in the air was nullified and collected into the area. It relied on a disruptive iron with no bias or target, an insatiable beast swallowing everything in its maw. Now, all the collected iron from his and Circe's attacks, along with the initial iron for the zone, was in his hands. He opened his palms out akin to pushing and rotated the orb. Instantly, it exploded all in Circe's direction, followed by the sound of 1,000 claps of thunder. The shockwave devastated everything where it was pointed, reducing the ground before Oscar into a battered wasteland of rubble and dust. After it was over, Oscar held onto his knees, watching the sweat drop from his weary face onto the slate ground. The dust finally settled, and Circe's shadow was still upright, her arms crossed before her, but the gauntlets had transformed drastically. They were twice as thick, sapphire coating the metal and small violent surges of water swirling on each knuckle. A strange jelly-like film of water rippled before her until it melted apart, pieces bouncing on the ground. Her blonde hair swayed to the side from the breeze, and she revealed herself from behind her arms, lowering them to the sides. Suddenly, she coughed out blood and clutched her chest. What a surprise! Did you hope to kill me with that? I would have followed up with a few more blows. I would have been in danger if you did. Circe exhaled sharply. Flickers of pain sprouted as veins along her forehead. Unlike Oscar, she didn't have the perfect Reese body, and the side effects already began to reveal themselves. Is that your meld? Oscar said, pointing to her transformed gauntlets. Don't lie, you were fully prepared for me to lunge in. Various thoughts raced through his mind, his sense of danger rising. He had hoped to overwhelm her with the counter-impact and take advantage of the opening to kill her with the full guise, but she was well prepared for it. Throughout the entire battle, she seemed unwilling to fight all out, merely responding to his movements. But now, facing her meld, he knew he had lost his one chance. Erden wasn't here for his meld, and frankly, a 2-on-1 against a grade 8 Exaltia and Reese user was the only option. Oscar calmed his nerves and raised his shield, preparing to use the counter-impact again. That technique is quite interesting. I'll need time to review our battle. Circe glanced around her roughed-up figure, the maid outfit in tatters and barely held together a few strands. Her lips curled into a magnetic smile as she playfully flicked her finger along one of the remaining strands on her shoulder, which held up her outfit. You've already almost undressed me. Look, I'm barely clothed. Won't you go all the way? Come closer. Oscar fired a golden breaker that spun in hot flames. She dodged, chuckling softly, almost undoing the few strands by how her shoulders quivered. Circe hummed and held her hands behind her back. Something crept up under her feet, and a white mist spread from her shadow, slowly covering her. She seemed to dislike it, frowning and pouting, the picture of dissatisfaction. What a shame. Time's up. Your pavilion master is fast on his way. I wished our little date could have continued for longer, but I'm sure we'll have many more opportunities to meet up. Farewell, Oscar. I hope you'll reconsider. The white mists fully enveloped her as the last of her bright laughter echoed into silence. She had vanished, gone from this place. Oscar clenched his fists, knowing that he had made a formidable opponent. She was playing around the entire time, and yet she survived his surprise trump card and even matched against him using the switch to demon, which confused other New Dawn fighters in the past. The world roared, and the winds picked up, gaining in strength. The sky pulsed as the distortions swayed like waves in the ocean. Oscar couldn't resist the pulling force and forced down his screams, flickering out of the strange world. He found himself standing in the crater. Climbing out of it, Oscar sighed in relief at the sight of the familiar street and his estate. He was back. Oscar, Remulus shouted from above, diving down and holding on to him. The pavilion master, wrinkles warped by worry, patted him down and gave him an elixir to heal his wounds. Erden already explained everything. I never imagined the new dawn was so crafty. It's my mistake. I should have known better. Hearing the pavilion master's regrets and apologies, Oscar shook his head and reassured Remulus. It's not your fault, Grandmaster. She truly is Circe in a way. She even used a grade 5 elixir to transform herself. Who can expect that? I should have. Damned bastards, Remulus grumbled. Follow me to the Imperial Palace to get some rest. We're leaving tomorrow. I wanted you to stay longer for the subsequent meetings, but I can't rest easy until you're back in the pavilion. What about the estate? Is everyone all right? Oscar asked while being pulled by the pavilion master, looking back at the waning estate. I've already sent people in to secure the estate. I scanned the area and found no one else. However, we can't rule out the fact others may be agents of the new dawn. We'll place them in custody. Seeing Oscar's troubled look, Remulus added, Don't worry. It won't be a prison. They'll have their needs tended to. The strange part is the two maids, Arlen and Eris, had letters in their hands from Circe. Letters? Erden asked, flying by the sidelines. Farewell letters. Some rubbish about liking their time together and apologizing for deceiving them. Remulus scoffed. Is she trying to make herself seem favorable? How ridiculous. Oscar affirmed one thing from this battle. It was worth the heartache to part from Avril. Right now, all the focus of New Dawn was on him, and she was journeying somewhere else in disguise. If she had gone together with him, then… Oscar shuddered, not completing the last bits of that thought, a chill running down his spine from imagining what might have happened to her if she had gone with him. From Circe's words, they didn't know who and where Avril was. The best relief he could ask for. Still, the danger remained for him, recalling the harsh battlefields, the losses he incurred during the year, and the unknown threat of the new dawn and the Voltens. He felt the icy chill of death's grip on his throat and heart, clenching harder after each battle. Grandmaster, what is it? Remulus responded. Can I ask for a favor? Why do you speak as if you're about to die? Remulus caught onto his intentions. If my wife comes here and I am dead, please take care of her. Don't say such foolish requests. Draven and I won't let that happen. Are you giving up? Remulus retorted. No, but I have to fight, don't I? Oscar waited but heard only silence from the pavilion master. Anything can happen like today. Just take care of her if anything happens to me. Any other outlandish requests? Remulus's voice trembled. I'm good for now. Feeling sleepy, Oscar spoke in a whisper, drained of his strength. He fell asleep, hoping to see Avril in his dreams again. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 536, Dark Undercurrents. I miss Oscar. Why can't I meet him in my dreams again? Avril covered her ears with her hands, grumbling as pangs of pain broke into deep lines along her brow. It had been a while since that magical night when she met her beloved in the dream. Not a conjured image or imagination, but the real Oscar. She took out her diary and began to write, each stroke of the letter and completion of a word soothing her mind. She should feel blessed she met him at all in her dreams, right? At least she saw him again. Avril clapped the diary shut and put it away. Placing her finger to her lips, she blushed and lowered her eyes in a trance, remembering the moments with Oscar in the dream. A faint groan whimpered, and Avril frowned, turning her head with an icy stare. Corpses littered the ravine, some splashed into a bloody mess on the rocky walls, others torn apart into severed limbs along the ground, and the rest strangled by her forest. Lifting the ends of her long skirt, Avril skipped along the rocks, avoiding the river of blood of her doing. Her strong trees imprisoned the sole survivor, the one she let live not for mercy but for information. The man's head was drenched in blood, his limbs held strongly by her plants, stretched to the extreme to induce pain and suffering. She raised her hand and formed stairs of roots to walk above, eye to eye with the damnable scum. He spat out blood, trembling from her cold glare. A slittery voice that perked her ears. You slaughtered my men. We did nothing against you, so why? Who are you? Avril studied the man, noting the deep chasms of age running along his face, the signs of getting older. He had aged tremendously since the last time they met. The memories of what happened years ago resurfaced, and rage chilled her heart. She gripped her hand, the roots and vines squeezing tighter onto the man's limbs, inducing screams of pain. She could never mistake this face and voice, but he didn't appear to remember her. Realizing something, she lazily lifted the ends of her hair, noting the black color. That's right, I changed my hair and eye color to match my husband's. I miss him so much. All I want to do is run to his side and hear his voice. She clenches her fist and punches the bastard in the face. Avril followed her narration, landing a fist squarely on his nose, breaking it as it spewed out into a rush of blood. She continued to speak even as the man gurgled, gasping in pain and choking on his blood. She can tell he is suffering and is worried for him. I must return, but I need to finish here first. She snapped her fingers, controlling a vine to wrap around the man's neck. That's why I need your help. For what? The man barely squeaked out his words. Do you remember when you raided a town? Crestfell Town? Do you remember when you kidnapped a child with indigo hair and gold eyes? Avril contained the rage about to erupt, stopping her vine from gripping further. I remember it all. I remember you sending some of your men to hunt down the ones who ran away. What happened to them? Crestfell. The man seemed confused, scrunching his brow. Where is that? Avril swiped her hand down, and a rain of blood splattered on her face. The man's horrified screams were quickly muffled by a tree trunk shoved into his mouth. From the torn arm, blood trickled down and dripped down the once green vine. She gagged and wiped her face, the nauseating smell of blood and sight of torn flesh welling up terrifying flashes of memories. Gulping deeply, Avril shouted in a hoarse voice, that girl which you sold into slavery to a man bearing the crest of 3 swords. The village you burned to the ground. The man's eyes widened, a sudden look of realization. She released his mouth and allowed him to speak. He grunted through the pain and said, I remember now. It was a small score. I don't recall the girl being sold for much. Just a little brat. What about the survivors, the ones who ran away? Avril gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her head. Some died in the forest nearby. I can't remember, but I'm sure the survivors ran west. That's all I know. I swear. The man begged and pleaded for her to let him go. She turned away and floated into the air, ignoring the screams underneath as they suddenly fell silent. Avril clutched her chest, her heart writhing and squeezing as if someone was gripping it with a hand of nails, the immense pain bringing her down, tumbling to the floor, coughing. She tremored at the sight of fresh blood on her palms and raised her head, clattering her teeth at the shadowy woman with a scythe pointing at her. After a few sessions of twirling her ring around and imagining reading beside Oscar, the pain subsided and clarity returned to her world. West. I went the wrong way to find the group that raided her home. She spent loads of money in the Alchemist Guild to gather information and finally caught sight of their activities far down south near Ferndale. Yet now she had to return to the starting point and go west. She was so tired. Her body rested on the rocky cliff above the carnage, wishing she could see Oscar in her dreams. Deep inside the Imperial Palace's training room, Oscar meditated, controlling his eye to the guidance of the Emperor, Julius, who placed his hands on Oscar's back. The Emperor's eye set the course for Oscar to follow, intricate flows akin to the swirls and paths in a fingerprint, ever unique and complex. Duality was a complicated spell to master, but that was understandable, one of the core self-made spells of a King Exalt. A few minutes later, Oscar relaxed his eye and sighed at his sweat-soaked body. Your progress is quite good. When my ancestor taught me this spell, it took me quite a while. Compared to that, your speed is remarkable, Julius praised, his face still stoic. He stood up, patting the dust off his pants, his sword hoisted on the waist, a remarkable armament that was the picture of an elegant sword with a golden curved knuckle guard and a silver scabbard. I apologize for the distress you faced yesterday night. It is our failure to detect the nefarious elements. As a hero, you deserve better. To know the Dragner ancestor is personally heading the task force to investigate, and that the Emperor is expressing his apologies is more than enough. Oscar bowed. Julius grinned and turned around. Forgive my joke when we first met. I wished to lighten the mood since you seemed too tense. That was a joke? Oscar doubted. Julius didn't look back to see Oscar's doubt and said, however, as a father and the Emperor, may I ask you to watch over my daughter and princess? She cares deeply for her people. But she can be reckless. Wouldn't it be the other way around? I'm only a greater knight, Exalt, Oscar retorted. It'll be fine. I'm sure my daughter will listen to you. As long as you're not as reckless. Julius departed with that final warning. Moments later, Oscar ran up the spiraling stairs back to the surface. He checked the time, seeing he had some time to wash up. Erden rested lazily on the bed in his room, ruining the sheets with his antlers. Oscar ignored him and cleaned himself up just in time as the pavilion master burst into the room, a deep frown lowering from his lips. We're leaving now. Have everything? Remulus asked. Oscar answered, all set, without much fanfare or ceremony. He was rushed to the port where a familiar airship awaited. The pavilion master never stopped sweeping his gaze everywhere, double-checking, triple-checking, even quadruple-checking some places, scowling as he hurried Oscar and Erden into the airship. On the decks, he laid out several crystals and drew patterns from his blood, the precious blood of a king Exalt. The crystals shone, the blood evaporated, and a dense barrier of green iron formed around the ship before fading into invisibility. This should keep us safe from any surprises. They won't be able to use their spatial ashbead around me. The strange object Xianxia threw to transport him and her into the world of Slate was the spatial ashbead, a unique trinket that locked someone in a small prison realm for a certain amount of time. The reason Oscar could escape early was because Xianxia allowed him. A grade 5 transformation elixir and a previous spatial ashbead. The new dawn, or rather Xianxia, certainly spared no expense on him. Stay close, Oscar. I won't have us be split apart again. Erden plopped down by Oscar's side, nudging him with care. Oscar smiled and rubbed his friend's head, scratching the dome where he knew Erden loved it. The journey back was uneventful, fortunate for them. During the few days, Oscar trained hard in the duality spell, reaching the point of separating the Ein silhouette cleanly every time but failing to form the body. The pavilion master shrugged when he asked for help because Cares never revealed the secrets to the old King Exalt. No matter, he had ample time before the new Black Aegis Order was ready with 100 troops. Remulus floated above the airship and sighed, relief easing the wrinkles on his brow. We're back home. Oscar looked out, always impressed by the splendor of the pavilion and the towering divine essence flower. Landing in the port, he stepped out but didn't relax, wary of any attempts by Xianxia or other New Dawn agents. However, a smile stretched across his face at his two friends rushing toward him, a mix of worry and joy in their expressions and hurried erratic strides. He expanded his arms and welcomed them in, grappling with the other two with a hearty laughter. We got word about what happened. Are you all right? Fred clasped his shoulder and nodded. Thank goodness. I wouldn't know how to react if we lost you again. Emily seemed overjoyed, shaking the two men with loud laughter and whipping her orange hair around. I'm fine. How's everyone else? Oscar asked. Not too shabby. Everyone's excited for you. Oh, Margrave of the Borders, Oscar, Fred said in a mocking tone, not maliciously but in a light-hearted joke. Emily smacked him in the back of his head and scolded him. They were back to normal, the two of them holding hands and bantering like in the past, which made Oscar well up in joy, hugging them. Did you see my family? Fred asked. Your father was scared, but seeing your aunt again was nice, Oscar answered. That old bastard must be regretting everything. Serves him right, Fred laughed. How did high society feel like? Stressful, tiring. I don't know how anyone does it. At least the food was good. Oscar shook his head. You should have packed some up for us. Years of rations left me hungering for other meals. Emily gulped, probably imagining the great feasts he ate. Shoulder to shoulder, they chattered on the way back. In a dark basement, Xianxia roamed through the corridors, her hands behind her head as she whistled without care. Her maid uniform had been cast aside, replaced by a knightly uniform with long white pants and a white coat that tailed behind her back down to the knees. Humming, she could not stop thinking about the outstanding power Oscar displayed, the fierce pair of onyx eyes that enamored her, and shuddered in excitement, wondering how powerful the child between them would become. I wonder if our child will have the same pair of eyes. Circe swayed her head around, humming her tune to the empty walls. Stop that incessant humming, Circe. You're disturbing my thoughts. A voice called out from the end of the corridor. He spoke in a soothing, magnetic tone that swayed many but not her. Adjusting his glasses, he rose to his feet and extended out his hand. Do you have it? Can't you see I'm overjoyed? Faust, here. In exchange for helping me contact Oscar, Circe tossed a vial of blood she retrieved from Oscar during their battle. The vial was thrown off the mark, and Faust clicked his tongue, waving hand, which sent a wave of iron that carried the vial to him safely. Circe scoffed at the unworthy Vulten. So obsessed with that creature of yours. The clan head believes strongly in the Rescores. I believe in my creations. We are pioneers of the Vulten ways. But you, poor Circe, still trapped by the failures of our misbegotten past, believing in the old methods. Thousands of years of trying, and not a single child born carried the potential. What makes you believe you're special? This time will be different. I've helped you get Oscar's blood, so leave him alone. Circe glared and said intimidatingly, commanding, he's mine. Without waiting for a response, she returned the way she came, humming again through the corridor. She pulled out another vial of blood and swirled the precious life essence around. What to do with this blood? Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 537. A parting gift. The flames in the furnaces roared and howled. Oscar stuck in the tongs and retrieved a glowing ingot of processed ores, thin layers lining the sides. After a quick quenching, the bright and hot metal shrieked out in bouts of steam and flame before it turned to the natural color of its metal, cool to the touch. He stacked it together with the pile of other ingots of grade 3 ores, a fine array of glittering and shimmering sheens of metal. Retreating from the flames, Oscar removed his fabricator helmet and gasped, the dry heat in the air warming his lungs. The sounds of a hammer clanging on metal resounded. It came from his master, Draven, who was crafting something, a surprise he called it. Oscar wanted to peek, but a slight turn of his master's head, an unknown glare underneath the horned helmet, forced him to give up. He could only guess what his master was creating, but since he said it was for him, he had no doubt it would be stupendous. His master masterfully swung his hammer, sparks spewing out around his figure, and his back covered the so-called surprise. Oscar sighed and decided to work on another batch of processed and pure ingots, wearing his helmet and watching as the flames flickered and swayed around the craggy ores. It had been 6 months since the summer gala and the encounter with Circe. His face darkened underneath his helmet as his hands clenched. A yearning burned in him to join the fray once more, but he needed to wait until the 100 could be gathered for his newly promoted Black Aegis Order. Because of Circe's unexpected infiltration and ambush, selecting the potential candidates became harsher and drawn out. The Pavilion Master had sworn never to make the same mistake and subjected the candidates to all manners of interrogation. Oscar mindlessly hammered the raw, unprocessed ore, picking up speed and power, his drive increasing. Tomorrow, the Pavilion Master promised to deliver the rest of the Black Aegis Order and, from their formation, the chance to rejoin the war. Don't be so eager. You'll die, his master warned from behind as if he heard his thoughts. Draven set his hammer down and wiped his soot-ridden hands on a towel, gesturing for Oscar to come and look at his creation. Oscar similarly set his hammer down and wiped his hands, approaching the anvil, a mess of black soot and ash piling high on its surface. His master chuckled uncontrollably, a burst of unnerving laughter to most but not Oscar. He seemed to be in a good mood. Stick your hand in and take out what's yours. Oscar hesitated for a moment but thought better of it. His master had no reason to harm him. However, a joke or prank was not beyond expectations. Warily, he reached in through the soft, sandy ash and soot and gripped his fingers around a hard object deep in the pile. The lack of iron clearly revealed it wasn't an armament, and he began to wonder what his master had been working on for several hours. Pulled out of the pile of impurities, It lacked any shine or coherent shape, still covered in soot. From a wave of iron, the object's true shape became known, and Oscar held his breath, staring deeply, feeling a choking emotion trying to force its way through his eyes, which trembled. A helmet, a black helmet with 3 prongs, like an animal's horns. Oscar removed his fabricator helmet, holding the gift closer, an inch away from his face. It was a replica of his master's helmet, darkness obscuring everything beyond the visors. He placed the helmet down on his head. It perfectly fitted on his head, crafted specially by his master for him, all for him. That thought poured tears down his cheeks, and he was glad the helmet hid away the overflowing emotions. Turning to his master, he bowed deeply, unable to say a word, fearing they would come out choked by emotions. Both of us will be heading out soon. This helmet is for you to remember your master and to strike fear into the enemy. Let them know what the master and disciple can do, Draven said, patting Oscar's shoulder. Now leave. The old bastard has summoned you. Yes, farewell to you, master. Oscar tried his best to compose his voice, but faint echoes of his emotions spilled out, quaking his clear words. He bowed again and flew out of the forge room, swerved through the supposedly cursed, dreary halls of black stone, and surged through the depths, bursting out of the waters. A few minutes later, he arrived at Triton Hold and was led by an elder to the pavilion master's office. Remulus put down the scroll in his hand, peering upward, presumably to his new helmet. Next to him was Erden, who elected to stay in the comfortable office rather than the burning furnace. Oscar scoffed at his mythical friend and greeted the pavilion master. You wish to see me, Grandmaster? Yes, I have some news. Remulus rummaged through the disorderly mess of documents and held out a scroll. The table was cleared of every other scrap of paper, leaving only the scroll, which unfurled to a map, the geography and region names indicating the western borders, focused on the southern parts. As you know, our southern borders to the west are under attack by the Thousand Storm Palace and the Emerald Hydra Empire. Right now, our defensive lines have been broken. He sounded depressed and frustrated with a raspy voice, contrary to before. Broken? They broke through? Oscar pounded the table. Our initial defense line focused on the Arcanan city here, but the enemy has swept through it in tremendous force. Luckily, I sent Maggie and Robert in time to secure a new defensive line stretching from Delvar Fort. Remulus drew 2 lines on the map, circling the Delvar Fort he mentioned. But we can't allow them to push further in, or else they could start invading further east and pincer our bases with the Undying Flame sect. The situation seemed critical. From Delvar Fort, Oscar traced his finger to the other southern bases eastward. If this threat continued unchecked, they could lose the entire southern border to the coalition. He understood why the pavilion master called him here. As usual, the daunting tasks fell to him, and he chuckled helplessly. How different it might have been if Oscar had never learned Reese. Looking back, he would have died several times and never met Avril. He saluted the pavilion master, willing to face the disaster. Draven will be heading directly south to prevent the Undying Flame sect from fielding any reinforcements west. You will lead your Black Aegis Order to Delvar Fort and place yourself under Maggie's command, Remulus ordered. Are my troops ready? Oscar asked, nodding in affirmation. I just settled them today. Ideally, I wished for you to gather tomorrow, but you must leave immediately. Aside from you, Gavir Rudenberg is leading a portion of the Drakiri. They're already en route south. Reinforcements from our reserves are also gathered there. Remulus scribbled on a blank sheet and stamped it with his seal, creating a decree of authority and his assignment. Oscar accepted the decree and followed the pavilion master outside. Mounting Erden in the air, Oscar flew to a large courtyard near the port, spotting an orderly assembly of Exalts, garbed in blue uniforms of the pavilion and black cloaks, held around the neck by a badge of a black shield with a golden trident, the emblem he created for the Black Aegis Order. In the rows, he noticed his friends standing at the forefront. Counting, 100 people stood tall, their backs straightened like a sword, and gazes focused on him. Oscar descended, Erden's hooves banging on the stone floor, hearing the held breaths of his new troops. At times like this, he relived the time in the Burning Valley, the times he spoke to his armies and people racing through his mind. Breathing in, he raised his eye, surging it to an overwhelming degree to showcase his power. I don't know most of you. Some I regard as family I've known for years, others I've just begun to understand. But the rest, I don't know you. But you all know me, and that's why you're here. You placed your life in my hands and heavied my burdens. It would be rude of me to disappoint you all. Everyone continued their silence, waiting for him to finish. I can't ask you to trust me. I can't say I will keep you all alive. My only promise is if you follow me, we will fight in the harshest battles and tread through the worst, war-torn landscapes. We may starve for months and lay on the ground for weeks, eating naught but the dirt. Knowing that, will you all follow me? Oscar raised his voice, and rousing shouts responded, everyone raising their arms high, rallying to his call. Fred gave him a small thumbs up and joined in the battle cry. The cheers brought a smile to his face, and Oscar banged his shield for attention. Our first battle is here. We will go southwest to Delvar Fort and crush the invaders from these lands. The 100 raised their voices in rhythmic beats, shouting short and loud repeatedly like a war chant. The Black Aegis Order was now ready. Act 3, Empire's Stand, Chapter 538. The War's Great Swell. Just how many are there? Standing on the deck of the battleship, Oscar peered over the edge and beheld the great gathering before him. A massive fleet of hundreds of airships, maybe a little over 1,000 total, ranging from small fighter classes to mid-sized specialized ships like Vorpalairs to a large Excrucier, a city-sized airship, was on standby, ported in the ground near Delvar Fort. Not even in the northern borders or in Drakenport did a massive fleet of potent ships exist. The war here was no doubt approaching its critical limits. As the newly established headquarters of the Southwestern Defense, Delvar Fort lived up to its new position. Every single bit of opening along the fortress walls had a cannon or large weapon. The spires reached 1,000 feet into the air and held a large ballista on its tip, a large bolt emanating a deadly eye along the golden arrowhead, rotating around as if searching for a target. Using the token given to him by the pavilion master, Oscar easily brushed past the patrolling airships, the soldiers gawking their eyes upward at his towering figure before bowing their heads and proclaiming his arrival with the utmost respect in their shouts. The airship descended and docked in the main port of Delvar Fort. Exiting while mounted on Erden, he led his Black Aegis Order out of the airship and stopped when he saw a familiar figure approaching, followed by troops clad in armor from head to toe. The dragon-winged helmets and glittering silver armor were none other than the uniform of the Drakiri, the Royal Guard. Oscar smiled under his new helmet as Erden trotted over. It's been 6 months since our last meeting, Lord Rudenberg. Oscar greeted him. The man before him was Gavir Rudenberg, Serena's husband and the grandson of Volstolf Rudenberg, the head of the Royal Guard. Gavir tidied his golden cape, draping it over his lap while his mounted Exalt beast, a white horse, grunted, stamping its 6 hooves around in a nervous display. It calmed down from a simple patting on its golden mane. The Prialapos lives up to its mythical name. Even Roden here cowers before him. It has been a while, Margrave Tur. You've been relatively quiet for the past 6 months. Circumstances and preparations. Oscar sighed, recalling the turmoil between Draven and Remulus when he first returned. He chuckled and brightened up his tone. Let's not dwell on that. It's not often I get to converse with a tenured Drakiri. Gavir similarly laughed under his helmet. Indeed, I've been looking forward to a more meaningful chat with the famed hero and Margrave. You barely had the time to spare during the summer gala. Shall we spar? Like his grandfather, Gavir urged for a fight, already gripping the spear on his back, seemingly eager and excited. Perhaps later. I need to report to Grand Commander Ward. Oscar was also eager to test out the future leader of the Drakiri, a position held by the Vostal family since the olden days in the founding of the Empire. As a part of their tradition, the members of the Volstall family never attended the Blue Ocean Pavilion, always training within their lands, so he never met Gavir in his student days. I also wish to test out your grade 8 Exaltia, then I shall set a date for later. Follow me. Gavir set out, and Oscar followed, side by side, leading their troops from the front as they conversed. The silent marching behind contrasted with the lively words from the commanders. Serena's pregnant? Oscar exclaimed. Congratulations! Any good news about his friends made him smile. Gavver cracked his neck several times and crossed his arms, staring at the sky. She's a month in now and recuperating in our estate in Dragonheart City. My esteemed grandfather won't stop making a fuss. It's a strange feeling, almost unreal. I'm sure she'll tell you later, but I nearly collapsed when she told me. I'm sure that went along well with her. Oscar laughed. Collapsing before his wife during a big moment would be the biggest embarrassment. A few minutes later, he passed through several bridges and arches and entered the large castle fort. Again, a familiar face greeted him, two of them in fact. He removed his helmet and showed his face. It's been over 20 years? Philip and Eleanor? Or do you prefer Lord and Lady Raven? Philip smirked, his purple eyes sharpening like swords and his rose hair, the icon of the Raven family, flowing freely down his back. Next to him, his wife, Eleanor Shaw, now Eleanor Raven, had her chestnut hair tied into braids and stared at him intently, studying Oscar with her deep green gaze. As Oscar unmounted Erden, Philip neared and extended his hand out, saying, "Hearing the rumors and reading the messages are nothing compared to seeing you now. Since when did you grow so tall? Just his height alone may intimidate the enemy away. It's good to see you again, Oscar." Eleanor swayed her head over and waved. "You as well, Frederick and Emily. Have you two reconciled?" "Almost. This idiot still has one more thing to do." Emily strode over and hugged Eleanor. They weren't so close years ago, but it seemed time strengthened their friendship. Her words drew Oscar's curiosity, and he turned to Fred, who sighed and shook his head, a wordless message telling him not to worry and leave it to him. Nodding, Oscar turned his attention back to Philip, who was greeting Gavver. According to Philip's instructions, Oscar and Gavver left their troops behind and walked together with him to their destination. "Philip, why are you here?" Oscar had to look down to ask. The enemy's advance through Arcanine City alerted nearby regiments to gather here at Delvar Fort. "My grandfather, Abraham, is here as well," Philip said sternly. "The Raven leader is here?" Gavver removed his helmet, revealing his handsome features, wrinkled by the tense lines along his brow. His fine blue eyes and long, braided blonde hair paired well with his square face and broad jaw, a scar extending across the bridge of his nose, the face of a warrior. He replicated Philip's stern tone and said, "Along with Grand Commander Ward and Great Elder Robert, that's 3 greater martial exalts. Don't fret, that only means we have to fight harder," Oscar advised, to which Philip and Gavver laughed, agreeing to the simplicity in his words. 2 guards flanked the doors, great long flags draping down from their long spears, their eyes piercing into them as their hands gripped the spears tighter. True to their duty, they retreated and opened the doors, letting Oscar and the others inside. A gathering of martial exalts and knight exalts circled a large stone table, their gazes retreating from the map to Oscar, Philip, and Gavver, a few widening in surprise while glancing over him. At the forefront of the table, 3 greater martial exalts waited for them. Grand Commander Margaret Ward, garbed in her military uniform and cape, raised a brow at the helmet in Oscar's arm and gave him a faint smile. Great Elder Robert, whom he had not seen at all, as elderly as ever with a long white beard, peered through closed eyes and let out a small hum. Finally, Abraham Raven, the leader of the Ravens, held a great broadsword by his waist and chuckled, the shaggy purple hair and messy beard swaying about from his broad shoulders shaking. "Welcome, Oscar Tur. It gladdens me to know the Margrave of the Borders has been sent out in our time of need." From her introductions, the other exalts began to whisper and stare at him, gleaming with interest. She slammed the table, forcing all to be silent, and beckoned Oscar and the others to join the war council. After Oscar took his place close to the table, thanks to others shuffling around to make way, Aunt Ward waved her hands, and pieces appeared on the map, showing the enemies gathered at the lost Arcanine City. She tapped the group of enemy pieces with a baton and said, "Scouts report the enemy come in a vast fleet numbering 1,300 ships and 400,000 soldiers." Sounds of gasps and words of doubt tossed around the room, but Aunt Ward banged the table again, striking the baton on the stone edge. "Does anyone have any complaints?" Great Elder Robert stroked his beard and spoke softly. "We have 1,000 ships and 320,000 men. It's natural for people to hold hints of despair." He swept his closed eyes around the room, and everyone began to shudder, shutting their mouths. "Grand Commander, shall we prepare for a siege?" One of the martial exalts asked. "No, we will not. Allowing the enemy a chance to surround us is foolhardy. For other cities and forts, we may allow a siege and let some enemies through so we could counter. But allowing some enemies through this defensive line can cause heavy damage to our southern regions." Aunt Ward snapped her fingers, and the pieces, both theirs and the enemies, rearranged over the region between Delvar Fort and Arcanon City. "We will split into 3 armies, each led by one of us. We will leave some in the reserves to combat any stragglers. For a fast and efficient war, the enemy will no doubt use these 3 passages. If the numbers are not in our favor, then we must be better in quality and strategy," Abraham added. "And are we not of the best quality? Better than the wretched invaders? Our exalts are better. A number of our ships also have more advanced weaponry." Aunt Ward glanced at Oscar, and he grinned in response. The advanced weapons surely came from the various plans he had given Aunt Rosette to work on. "When do we set out?" someone asked. "Now," Aunt Ward declared. "The enemy is already setting out, so we have a few hours to catch them." Oscar Tur, Gavin Rudenberg, and Philip Raven. "The left army will have the heaviest responsibility. So take your troops and set out with Abraham." "Yes, ma'am," Oscar and the others saluted. The place between Delvar Fort and Arcanon City was a mix of mountains and plains, known as the Red Valley. The left army consisted of 350 ships and 110,000 men, led by Abraham Raven. The center army consisted of 400 ships and 130,000 men, led by Margaret Ward. The right army consisted of 250 ships and 80,000 men, led by Great Elder Robert. On the other side, according to the scouts, the enemy's right army consisted of 450 ships and 140,000 men. Their center army consisted of 550 ships and 160,000 men. Their left army consisted of 300 ships and 100,000 men. Oscar placed his helmet on and departed for the battlefield. The war against the invading Thousand Storm Palace and Emerald Hydra Empire was underway. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 539. The Opening Clash. High in the sky, the vast fleet separated into 3 smaller fleets, everyone wandering out to the decks and windows, casting watchful gazes to the horizon. Oscar sat on top of a large hull and meditated. Good preparation led to optimal fighting conditions, and he felt he needed every ounce of concentration for future battles. Following his lead, his Black Aegis Order entered meditation, a cascading effect taking hold of the other soldiers who copied them, the result he wanted from them. A few hours later, the air became stifling, a discomfort spreading like a breeze of dust and choking everyone's lungs, faint coughs and gasps escaping their throats. Sensing the faint flickers of Ein rising, Oscar peered out, a solemn look befalling his expression. Out in the distance, on the other side of the wide plains, between the 2 enormous mountain ranges that overshadowed the highest ships, a cluster of figures approached with the 2 suns at their backs, casting deep shadows on the blades of grass underneath. At first, there were a few, then many, then a horrifying amount of great ships, steely hulls protecting their sides and pointed spears extending from their ends. Oscar rose to his feet and flew off the airship, meeting with Philip and Gavin at the forefront, their troops positioned behind. After a short greeting, he sighed. "That's quite the amount they've brought out here. This region is the 2nd widest plains and the easiest route to cut behind the center army. Little wonder they've gathered this impressive showing," Gavin said, already having his spear in his large grip. "It falls to us to stop them here." The regions between Delvar Fort and Arcanon City comprised plains and tall mountains. Unlike the Baleriac Mountains, far stronger Exalt beasts lived here, and throwing a large fleet into beast territory was an unneeded provocation that could waste time, lives, and resources. Oscar studied the mountains to the left and right, sensing a few beasts of incredible power lingering nearby, the rulers of the mountains. Only a fool would traverse through them now. A vast amount of Ein trembled through the air, and Abraham Raven dashed across the sky with an entourage of martial exalts and many airships, rising to the highest point. The enemy launched a similar offense and clashed against Abraham's forces. The 2 detachments collided violently, the sky burning black and red from the continuous thundering of cannons and spells. Below the raging fumes of war above, Oscar and the others stared down the remainder of the enemy fleet, a long distance apart, but he could feel their stares. "So, who will take the honor of the first charge?" Gavin asked, reining in his fighting spirit, more composed than before. The future head of the Drakiri was more level-headed than Oscar believed. Oscar was about to suggest himself when Philip interjected. "I'll go." "You can't make this decision yourself, Philip. The enemy hasn't set out yet, so there's time to discuss." "I am the most well-suited for the initial clash," Oscar stated. Philip didn't look at the two of them, keeping his attention forward. "I can only assume with his Volstolf lineage and position as leader of the Drakiri here, Gavin is far more powerful than the norm. As for you, your towering figure is too eye-catching. Your strength will come into play later. Leave the opening battle to me." "Very well. I look forward to seeing the Raven Sword in action." Gavin agreed and placed his spear behind his back. "Fine. We'll leave it to you." Oscar clasped Philip's shoulder before giving his consent. Philip raised his hand, his soldiers shouting behind him, and he set out into the fray, accompanied by a dozen airships and hundreds of Knight Exalts. A small amount, but enough for this opening clash. The opposing forces, waving their green and emerald banners of an 8-headed hydra and swirling winds, shouted in unison, 15 airships charging ahead, surrounded by hundreds of Knight Exalts. The moment they reached a certain distance, the airships fired upon each other, vast arrays of burning iron bursting from their guns. While the airships halted, Philip led a frontal charge against the enemy Exalts. Many fell in a bloody mess, their bodies dropping to the plains where an ongoing battle between the ground forces was already underway. Philip's sword flashed across, arms and heads flying off in the path of his burning blade. However, his power could not continue them forward. The enemy had experts of their own, combating Philip's rampage and putting the battle into a stalemate. Slowly, Philip's forces were on the back foot, retreating step by step since they were outnumbered, and Philip's charge was stopped. "Gavin, why did you send out Philip first?" Oscar mounted Erden, his helmet crowning his head. "Philip is by no means weak. He's perfect for scoping out the enemy ranks. They have quite the competent people on their side. Are you setting out so early? The goal of our battle here is to defend. There's no need for to be on the offense." Gavin didn't show any signs of moving. "It's not in me to stay back while others are fighting. Stay back here if you wish." Oscar melded his anima into Erden, already wreathed in flames and clad in sapphire armor. As one of the designated leaders, he had control over other battalions and airships. He grimaced at the sight of their forces slightly wavering and rushed out to intervene, driving his small fleet to attack from the side to pincer the enemy. Brazenly, he ordered Erden to run faster, going ahead of the rest of his troops. The enemy already knew of his approach and diverted their attention to him, raining down spells and cannon fire onto his location. Erden roared, tensing up his legs, and swung his wings back, thrusting them faster. His antlers enlarged, a branching shield that resonated with Oscar's armament and deterred the enemy's attacks. Though the pain was bad as he felt it through their connection, Erden's efforts were enough. Reaching the first row of Exalts, Oscar entered pseudo-guise and crackled flames through the air. With his left hand, he wielded his shield and the golden dragon's head of flaming teeth. With his right hand, Oscar stabbed his golden drill. Deadly heat gathered in its spiraling tip. He stabbed through one's barrier of light and chomped down on another, his carnage breaking through the enemy's ranks, leaving only ashes and severed limbs in his trail. Some retaliated well, but Oscar blocked them and stalled long enough for Erden to swipe his sharp antlers across, bisecting them in two. Finally, his troops caught up since he was slowed down by culling his foes. The airships rammed into the enemy's airships on the side, the pointed rams puncturing through the barriers, a metallic crash groaning and cracking. Flames burst from the insides of the thick steel hulls of the enemy's airships, and they broke apart into scatters of metal and wood. Several soldiers, the crews of the demolished airships, who could not fly, fell to their demise, screaming until they were heard no more. "OS, they're already trying to circle behind us." Fred curved his blades and cut the throat of a lower Knight Exalt. "Leave it to Alec," It's his idea. Oscar bolted through a mass of enemies, combining his spells with Erden's antlers. Their battered figures floated around until the last light in their eyes dulled, and they became corpses raining down on the battlefield below. Fear, pleas for mercy, and angered cries of vengeance surrounded him, all directed at him. But he cared not for their voices of anguish and mercilessly cut and burned them out of existence. He had no fear of leaving his back exposed. Gavin watched, amazed by Oscar's display of power. I heard about his accomplishments, but this is far too overwhelming. He is no doubt one of the keys to winning this battle. Thanks to Oscar's interference, Philip's forces found a second wind and began pushing back against the enemy. Gavin resisted the urge to join in the festival of war and turned to the rest of the enemy fleet positioned back. A third detachment was not coming. My lord, the enemy is mounting a counter. We should set out to help them, one of the Drakiri advised. Gavin eyed the second enemy wave and came to a decision. That won't be necessary. From the start, he saw Oscar's forces split in two, one following Oscar and the other staying slightly back. This second force rushed out against the enemy, delaying them long enough for Oscar to clean up his end and rush out to meet the second wave, alleviating the forces that delayed them. It was a well-done strategy that used Oscar's overwhelming strength but also used him as bait. Gavin was amused by the daring, unknown person who thought of it and chuckled. Send a message to Margrave Tur and Lord Raven to fall back. If he's too deep in, then even he won't have an easy time retreating. Gavin sent one of his men out. The enemy forces were on full retreat, but it was merely the opening clash. Piece by piece, we have to pick them apart. Act 3, Empires Stand, Chapter 540, Gavin's Plan. The day began to shift as the two suns dimmed near the other side of the plains. Forcing himself for one last push, Oscar cast a rain of fire and gold, his enemies being deterred long enough for his final strike, a fiery iron Omnireus. The full force of his and Erden's flames scattered the last few foes before him, and he came out the other side, a mess of sweat and blood covering his helmet, a few droplets trickling through his visor and wetting his cheeks. He had been fighting for several hours now, constantly delayed by the enemy's tactics and Gavin's orders not to push too far. A distance away, he spotted a vast formation of airships and flying exalts, a plethora of iron at the ready in their hands and cannons, aimed directly at him but not released. It was getting late as the last light of the two suns was fading by the second. Behind him, his Black Aegis Order and other troops couldn't contain their fatigue, panting heavily and leaning as if they were about to fall over at any minute. Taking one last glance at the emerald flags in the distance, Oscar clicked his tongue and ordered the retreat and cleanup, which his forces happily obliged, cheering on their merry slaughter back to the left army headquarters. The smell of rotting bodies, burnt flesh, and thick blood wafted everywhere, and Oscar found himself staring around. Below, the vast green plains had been dyed blood red, a deep swamp of death in the center. The costs of the first day seemed costly already. How many lives have been lost so far? Oscar bit his lip, thankful the others couldn't see through his helmet, knowing his expression would not inspire anyone. The fleet descended and landed on the plains to rest the engines and restore the used iron, a temporary base for the soldiers to sleep and rest. Wandering through the base, he settled on a good location to react fastest to any enemy ambush, intent on shielding the others if it ever came to it. Good work today. Get some rest. Oscar removed his helmet and leaned on the hull of an airship. Now it was time for the worst part. As the leader, he had a duty to fulfill, but he hated this part and grimaced, asking, "How many did we lose today?" Fred cleaned his twin swords sitting on a small log. During the battle, we led 15 airships, around 200 Knight Exalts, and the 100 of our order. We've lost around 10 of our Black Aegis Order, 20 Knight Exalts, and 3 airships. Fred took out a small canteen and tilted it to his mouth. Strangely, his friend tightened the cap and placed it back. "How many survived the airships?" Oscar asked, covering his dark expression with his hand. "None. It's impossible to focus on rescue during the fight, so they all either exploded with the airship or fell." Fred reached again for the canteen, holding it as if not knowing whether to drink it or not. Oscar reached out and Fred gave him the canteen. He opened and sniffed it, a thick scent of alcohol rushing through his nostrils. Frowning, He shook the bottle at Fred, the alcohol audibly swirling and swishing inside. Fred put on a guilty look and raised his hands in defeat. I know, I just keep it around. Keep what around? Emily barged in, drying her hair with a towel, already washed up somehow, Esther and urine following behind. She squinted at the canteen in Oscar's hand and slowly moved her fiery gaze to Fred. It's mine. Oscar drank a deep swig of the spicy alcohol, holding his lips tightly to keep them from twitching. His stomach and throat suffered the most, burning internally. Ignoring Emily's deadly stare, he noticed Susan wasn't among them. Is Susan resting? She's with Kelvin. He's under Philip's command. Urine was covered in bandages, suffering from an enemy's fire spell. The moment they saw each other during the battle, they rushed toward each other. Please don't punish her too much for breaking formation. Esther readjusted Urine's bandages, her face turning into a sullen look that attracted one's pity. Oscar sighed and shook his head. Having a single person disobey his command or go against the formation was a dangerous action that endangered the others. Susan was also one of the healers and shouldn't place herself in danger out of the protection of the others. He understood the yearning emotions that drove her to break apart, but if he was to be an effective leader, proper punishment needed to be enacted. Soup's on. Alec came through, carrying a piping hot pot of white soup. He tossed everyone a bowl and filled it individually, bragging about his recipe. After filling Oscar's bowl, Alec clicked his tongue in disapproval. Captain, you should be wary about how far you take your battles. If it hadn't been for me suggesting we split, our rear and flank would have been devastated. I'll leave the strategizing to you, Alec. You're daring enough to use me as bait, so be more outlandish in your ideas. Oscar swirled the soup, chuckling at Alec's displeasure as he ranted on. Somehow, this man reminded him of Fenu, crafty and wily. Little wonder, he managed to become the boss of his cell on wit alone, earning the loyalty of the others. Blowing the hot soup on his spoon, Oscar was about to eat when someone interrupted, calling out his name. I repeat, where is Margrave Tur? The messenger, bearing a long banner on his spear, shouted. Oscar raised his hand and placed his soup to the side. I'm here. What is your business with me? Apologies, Margrave Tur. You have been summoned to a meeting right now. The messenger turned around, and Oscar sighed, scowling at Erden, who was licking his soup. He told his friends and soldiers to rest well and caught up to the messenger. Walking across the groups of soldiers resting around their campfires, pots of soup boiling and bubbling and skewered meat roasting to a juicy char. Many stopped and stared at Oscar, bowing slightly in reverence. Perhaps they saw his fighting today. It explained the strange enthusiasm and zeal they greeted him with, clearly different from before. On a small table on a hill, Gavin and Philip chatted, holding their weapons. Philip noticed Oscar's arrival and stood up, saluting and bowing. Thank you for your timely attack. You've saved many of my men today. It's what I should do. What is alarming is the enemy who stalled you for quite a long time. Oscar clasped Philip's arms, not wanting him to bow like a servant, and sat down together. A rather large pile of steaks was placed on the table, invoking hunger to grumble out of his stomach. Not wasting time, he bit into the juicy steak and waited for Philip to speak, curious about the enemy he faced. Normally, I can slice my way through the enemy, but this one in particular was like me, a swordsman of great renown. He is Hagen of the 10 Winds, the 7th Wind. He's a great swordsman, possessing great skills and a grade 7 Exaltia. Years ago, I killed the 9th Wind, and Hagen seemed very vengeful. Philip slowly unsheathed his blade, examining it before closing it shut. The 10 Winds, the 1,000 Storm Palace gifted the title of Storm to their prominent martial exalts. Similarly, the Knight Exalts of great talent and feats earned the title of Wind, a great starting point to become one of the future Storm title holders. This battle might be tougher than he hoped. Oscar silently ate his steak, grabbing another piece. Not just the 10 Winds, the Storms have come out to fight. Lord Abraham Raven tangled with one for the whole day, as did Grand Commander Ward and Great Elder Robert. Gavin relayed the statuses of the battles in the other armies. To Oscar's shock, he described it as a relatively quiet day. None of the armies on both sides attempted anything drastic on the first day. If I'm reading them correctly, and I'm usually right, they will attempt something on the second day. Lord Abraham has given us full autonomy over our side of the battle. Gavin cleared the table and recreated yesterday's events using pieces on the newly laid out map. A standard first wave to scope us out. They know they outnumber us, so they have room to spare. In doing so, they've identified both of you. Their aim will certainly be taking out one of you. 70% chance it's Lord Raven. Find the easiest head to take and watch the body flounder. Philip does seem like the obvious choice. Oscar apologized to Philip for the remark. So, am I the bait? Philip chuckled, a fearsome gleam beaming from his eyes. A true swordsman through and through. Not necessarily. There is another option. Gavin sat them down and explained. The next morning, Oscar set out with the army, positioning themselves in their previous formations. There was no change in the enemy's formations, seemingly normal as usual, but he sensed something off, as if everything was a facade. Gavin was right about them attempting something today, Oscar's instincts raising the alarms. He stared at Philip, and the two nodded, setting out with their armies in tow. The enemy reacted, sending out their armies in great numbers, more numerous than Oscar and Philip's combined forces. Before long, the airships sent out rippling shots at each other, and Oscar charged at the enemy. Gathering his iron, he broke through the first line and trampled many under Erden's hooves, a slight concern in his mind at how the first line seemed much more orientated in defense, delaying him for a moment. However, Oscar realized the enemy's aim as they maneuvered, flanking his troops at the sides, a tactical move. Damn it! Oscar halted, blocking several ranged spells. The weakness of a frontal charge, especially with one of his offensive potency, was the weakness in the sides. It was no wonder the first line happened to be well-versed in defense, stalling him for enough time before the frontal rush could compound and spiral out of their control. Not willing to lose most of his army, Oscar ordered them into a defensive formation. He ran laps around the formation, crushing a few enemies to allow his troops to breathe easier. Oscar's been halted. While he may seem horrifying from the front, the sides are not so much. Gavin led his men to join Philip's army and plunged his spear into a frightened knight Exalt, casting her aside like a pebble. The enemy had focused many soldiers on Philip's side, while Oscar was kept busy on defense. Riding his steed faster, Gavin skewered a path to Philip and thrust his spear, deflecting a killing blow. "Are you all right, Lord Raven? Took you long enough. I was barely hanging on." Philip grasped the wound on his chest, a gruesome gash from shoulder to hip. Gavin stared intently at the person who inflicted the wound, recognizing them as one of the 10 winds, Xianxia, the 5th wind, a grade 8 Exalt, and a master of the spear. How admirable that Philip lasted so long against two foes, the 7th wind and the 5th wind. Xianxia of the 5th wind, I, Gavin Rudenberg, ask you for a duel to the death. Which of our spears is the strongest? Gavin pointed his spear toward Xianxia, the man in emerald armor and a snake's helmet. How short-sighted must you be to request a duel now while your army falls apart? Very well. I'll shatter your spear and let you watch as you're unable to scream from your pierced throat. Xianxia pointed to the other side of the battle where Oscar was fighting. That man will fall first, going for the hardest target despite the norm suggesting otherwise. I don't dislike such radical tactics. Gavin smirked under his helmet. Are you not afraid for your precious hero? Hagen mocked, keeping his long sword at the ready. I knew this would happen. You're desperate to bring this battle to a close, so of course you took this route. But you made one crucial mistake. A fierce explosion of flames roared and rose high, spreading blazing heat and light to the surrounding battle. The two winds turned in shock as Gavin laughed. I heard enough tales from my wife and the rumors about his exploits to know your trivial plan will not work. Thank you for focusing on Oscar and exposing yourselves here without backup. As a reward, I'll carve out your heart.